Counties. In the future, the main production of stone is mainly. The place with more brown stones can be called Mill County. This is a good material for making mills. This part can be called Wanjun County. In the future, it will mainly produce gravel, which will also be an important industrial raw material production area. Where the foot of the mountain is close to the water vein, it can be called Zishan County, and in the future, it mainly produces gypsum and limestone. The foothills of Zilu are shorter and have many water systems. It is called Longzi County. The population is about 7,500. There are also 3 counties. There are more plant resources here, especially wild rubber, so you can set up a single white glue county, and this area, with more than 40 large and small waterfalls, the water source is extremely abundant, which can be called Yinchuan County. The foothills of the last ladder terrain, 12. It's just called Jutai County. The whole is like a 9-level ladder. Luo Chong set the fate of these tens of thousands of people in a few sentences. Chapter 765 Rebuying the 4 Patriarchs. In fact, although rocky counties and Longzi counties are mountainous, the impression on Luo Chong is not very high. It feels like the Bayan Mountain in the previous life. It is 300 or 400 meters above sea level. It is dead, but the floor area is very large, so its mountain body is not steep. It will be repaired well and it will become a big city in the future. The 5 clan chiefs in the area where the 2 counties are located have no opinion. They already live in the mountains. If they are alone in growing food, the output is not as many as other clans, so the population is also limited. Now Luo Chong has divided their 5 clans into 2 counties. In total, 6 counties. They are already very content. More importantly, Luo Chong has just told them the direction of their future development. The trees and stones in the mountains are no longer worthless. They are all things that the Han tribe needs. I believe they can sell these in the future. The living standards of the clan are up. Then this place north of Tangqing County, where there is an important browsing river tributary and the water veins of Longzi County, also come here to meet together, simply called Ganquan County. Let me take a look at this. The population of the film is almost 9,000 people, not too small. The terrain is fairly flat and the water resources are abundant. It can be developed as a main grain-producing area after utilization. 3 counties are also set up. Specifically, the county area is divided according to the trend of these small rivers. Luo Chong once again pointed to a place on the map and said, however, there are 4 clans in the region, so their clan chiefs will not do it. The 4 clans are divided into 3 counties. How to divide this? Who will lead these 3 counties? Won't you fight after this? So the patriarch came out and made trouble. Chief Han, you just said that we also have 9,000 people here. Why are we only divided into 3 counties, so that our 4 clans can't control it here? In the Rocky County you just said, only one of their counties there are 2,000 people in the beginning, so you can give us Ganquan County 4 counties. Yes, the leader of Han, we can't control a few of them in 3 counties. Several patriarchs made trouble. Luo Chong didn't speak, but looked at Tang Ji, meaning that this is your person, you don't care? Tang Ji smiled at Luo Chong, and he didn't plan to manage it at all, but instead encouraged Luo Chong to deal with them. Are you testing my management ability? Luo Chong secretly vomited, and he thought that Tang Ji's sincerity was too fast. Is this not a relief to hand the tribe to me? I don't know what ecstasy soup Tang Yao's chick gave her. Luo shook his head, threw the messy ideas out of his head, and then knocked on the table. When the sound of knocking sound was right, let the 4 patriarchs shut up immediately. Why do you want to manage a county yourself? Do you have this ability? Patriarchs, let me ask you, do you know how many people there are in your family? Probably don't know? If it weren't for my people's investigation around this week, I don't even know how many people in the Tang tribe, so you dare to talk about one person to govern a county? The faces of the 4 patriarchs are not very beautiful. After all, Luo Chong is the leader of the Han tribe, not their leader. They reprimanded them in front of so many people, where to put their faces. But thinking about the strength of the Han tribe, and the pressure that Luo Zhuo had been in the upper position for a long time, the stunned was so scared that they dared not refute. You know, even the guard of the Han tribe, Luo Chong said that he would cut it, and he would care about a few small patriarchs? Give you a face and make you a county order. You are a village chief, don't you think you can go to heaven? There are also 4,000 people in a small county of the Han tribe, and there are not too many people in the big county. If all of them are calculated according to you, can one of my county orders be transferred to you as a county guard? Do you know how many cattle are needed for Chikaliang Tian? Do you know how livestock is used? Can you guarantee the delivery of the contract? Can people solve problems quickly and effectively? Apart from keeping the people from starving to death, can you lead them all to prosperity and live a good life? Nothing will qualify you for this county order. Is it just for the corpse meal? Luo Chong said that he had a meal here, and then continued to say that the Tang tribe has just been divided into counties and counties, just for better development in the future. Unfortunately, you can't see the future, just staring at your own pitiful patriarch power. Don't you know that you are studying in groups? Can one manage a county? Not even the county orders of our Han tribe, how can you do it? Several patriarchs were scolding next to each other. When they heard Luo Chong say that the county order of the Han tribe could not be done, they immediately wanted to refute. One of the middle-aged people said, "The Han tribe, do you want to say that since he can't do it, why do I still let him be a county order? It's simple. Do you think it's realistic to manage thousands of people alone? The county order has to manage so many things, he can't control it by himself, so each county order also has a lot of support officers and deputies. There are food managed, public managed, household managed, livestock managed, disciplined, and built-in managed. So many people help the county order, he can manage a county. You think you are alone can be managed? Even if I let the four of you manage the Skanquin County together, no, even if you are in one of the counties, you may not be able to manage it well." This is actually a talk trap specially arranged by Luo Chong, just waiting for them to jump in, so as soon as someone rebuts, he directly blocks that person's words back. The key to reprimanding is to propose a solution. Now Luo Chong put forward the idea of division of labor and cooperation. I believe these patriarchs know what to do if they are not stupid. Sure enough, when Luo Chong said that there are so many deputies in a county order and they need to manage different affairs separately, they have nothing to say. Since the Han tribe manages like this, they can also manage it like this. To put it bluntly, these patriarchs are also reluctant to let go of the power of the patriarch in their hands, but if they hand over specific things to the people below, they will take over the overall situation on them and they will be lazy. They like it on such days. When Tang Ji saw that both sides were not talking, he came out to sum up the round field. Do the patriarchs have any opinions? For the first time, our Tang tribe has divided the territory so formally for management. Everyone has little experience. The Han tribe can manage so well by nearly 400,000 people, and it is so powerful that their management method is still very advanced. We can learn more. If you have any questions, the Han leader is so busy, there are not many opportunities for personal guidance. Chapter 766 Administrative Division, below. Tang Ji has given them down the steps, and the four patriarchs will naturally not stretch their faces and be beaten in the past, so they have expressed no problem and are willing to obey such divisions and arrangements. The other patriarchs saw that the previous patriarchs had eaten deflated, and of course they would not look for scolding. Besides, Luo Chong also said the method of division of labor management. They have a big deal to resolve their own conflicts. There is no need to find scolding here. When Tang Ji saw that no one had stood up against it, he laughed at Luo again. The matter allowed him to continue to divide, and Luo Chong continued to study the map. This time, Luo Chong divided the administrative area, and Tang Ji also learned a lot from it, such as a more comprehensive understanding of the properties in his territory, and maximizing their value, including animals and plants and minerals, and population resources, in order to make the tribe develop faster and better. But if you want to do this, you must also have a premise, that is, the system and system. The centralized model of the Han tribe is undoubtedly very efficient. All territories are divided into counties and counties. The chief only needs to give the order to the county guard, who is responsible for managing the county. County order, and a group of officials are responsible for all county matters. But below, there are also many towns and stars, and there is also a division under the stars. It can really do the imperial power to enter the house, so that Luo Chan's decree can be passed to every family, and the control is very strong. Of course, this is a bit too restrictive for the people, but for a large force, the mobilization power of the Han tribe is undoubtedly very terrifying. With such control, Luo Chong, no matter what he wants to do, I am afraid no one can stop him. It can be said that under the structure of the Han tribe, as long as Luo Chong himself is not confused, then the Han tribe will definitely become stronger and stronger. Looking back at the Tang tribe itself, Tang Ji can only smile helplessly. Although she is nominally the leader of the Tang tribe, she has very little control over the clan below. What really happened to the tribe's safety? What Tang Ji can do? Probably that these patriarchs were called together to discuss the solution, and even those patriarchs, I don't even know how many people my tribe has, let alone others. Tangcheng County, Rock County, Longzi County, Ganquan County, these are already available, so let's talk about iron ore here. Luo rushed to the iron ore area of the Soup tribe on the map, and once again attracted the attention of the meditating people. Our Han tribe has a large county that produces steel, called Xingdong County. Your name is called Taigang County. You know what is here as soon as you listen to the name. There are about 8,000 people in the surrounding population of Mantai Steel County, which can also be divided into 3 counties, namely Pinggang County in the main mining area, Huanping County in the sulfur iron ore area, and Jinshui County near the river. In this place, agricultural cultivation and animal husbandry are the main points in a short period of time. For iron smelting, our Han tribe will not be of any help for the time being, because this is a very large project, you can't afford it, and our Han tribe can't afford it. It's impossible to develop agriculture for free. Several patriarchs in the Taisteel County did not ask any questions about the division this time, but told Luo Chong that they would not help them make iron. They were somewhat disappointed, but they did not directly raise it. But Tang Ji is different. She is the kind directly asked with questions. The Chinese leader just said that the Han tribe cannot afford it. How did the Han tribe make iron so strong? There is nothing to hide from this rush. Anyway, it is not a technical issue, and I can explain to her from the perspective of the system. If you want to develop and build, you need money input. Even the Han tribe that produces money cannot manufacture money without restrictions, which will disrupt market prices and the money will no longer be valuable. So our Han tribe collects taxes from the people. Tax collection? Tang Ji asked, puzzled. Yes, tax collection. All the people of the Han tribe must have an official household registration of the Han tribe in order to obtain the land allocated by the tribe for living and farming. The food they cultivated on these lands must also be paid to the tribe. Tax, that is, food pumping. Previously, our Han tribe's food tax was 40%, but it has been changed to 10% since the beginning of this year. Tang Ji also had a group of patriarchs who were dumbfounded. It seems that I never thought that the Han tribe still had this kind of slutty operation. The people planted their own food. Luo Chong actually had to smoke their elements. Why? You want to say why I smoke their food? Or tax collection? In fact, this is very simple, because I gave them an environment where they can live in peace of mind. Can they live in a safe city without me leading them to build a wall? Without my exploration team and missions, can they have so many grains now? Can they farm so conveniently without me carrying them for water conservancy? Without me to train the army, who will protect their land and homes from enemy infringement? Without me sending a business team to find Nyoma, what do they use to pull the car to cultivate the land? Build schools, teach them knowledge, etiquette and skills, build factories, give them the convenience of life, set up scientific research institutes, study so many practical techniques, build bridges, pave roads, dig rivers, which does not require money and manpower. These can't you let me out? I brought safety and convenience to the people of the Han tribe. They paid taxes to me in order to maintain their lives. Isn't this a natural thing? Everyone in the Tang tribe was completely stunned by Luo Chan's theory. Turns out, is this the case of managing a tribe? No wonder the Han tribe gave the pay for those soldiers, and the treatment was so good. It turns out that his money came from here. They always thought that the money would be just as long as the Han tribe kept making it, which was not the case. If it is specific to iron smelting, from technology research and development, to mining, transportation, smelting, forget it, don't tell you, you don't understand it. As long as you know, the Han tribe is devoted to smelting steel, almost a population of about 50,000, and countless ships, as well as a large number of slaves and prisoners of war. Know this. Now these are not affordable for your soup tribe. It is not easy for our Han tribe to do the second one. The key is that some important resources have not been found here for the time being. If it is transported from the Han tribe, the cost is too high. Luo Chong bluffed them in a few words, and then said half of himself. Chief Han, can you tell me what resources are? Is this thing important for iron smelting? Tang Ji still asked a little unwillingly that she didn't have to make her own iron, but she was simply curious. The more the Han tribe is like a mystery, the more it spies inward, the more unpredictable it is. The secret inside is still secret. This is not impossible to tell you. In fact, it is a stone mineral called coal. Coal is a black stone that can be ignited by fire and then releases strong hot values. You should also know that iron smelting needs the hotter the better. Coal is a good thing that provides heat. At the same time, it can improve the quality of steel. No coal can practice iron. That is the steel our Han tribe said. In this resource survey, the Han tribe did not find the presence of coal mines. Luo Chong felt it was a pity that without coal mines, he could not make iron nearby. After all, the cost of long-distance transportation of coal mines from Dongfei County was too high, so he still wants to find it here. After revealing the concept that coal mines are very valuable to them, I believe that if the Tang tribe is not stupid, they will take the initiative to find coal mines for themselves. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Luo Chong waved his hand and continued. Well, coal is unattainable. Let's do what we can do first. He said. He looked at the map again. In this large plain area south of Tangcheng County, there is ample fresh water, fertile land, many forests, and a small population. It is very suitable for growing crops. It can also be divided into 2 counties. There are more than 23,000 people here, and the population near Tangcheng County is the most concentrated, with about 13,000 people, and the most arable land. Here you can go to a single county as a place closer to the sea. Call it Jinpu County. Jinpu County has a large population and can set up 4 counties, namely Shouguan County with a large number of elderly people in the north, Oda County near the winding river channel, and the annual harvest-year-old Feng County, and the Honey County with the most sweet-stock sorghum currently planted. As for the place near the river bank in the southeast and backing on the forest, it can be classified as a seaboat county, where there are sufficient manpower and sufficient wood, which is very suitable for the manufacture of sailboats. This is the reason for the name of the Seaboat County. The most new small set in 6-9 book bar first hair. Haikou County can set up 3 counties, and Bao County specializing in assembling ships, and Anchor County producing accessories, and a Wooden County specializing in logging and handling wood. But to tell you first, this Seaboat County is still dominated by agricultural production. If it is to build a boat, only small fishing vessels will be built here, and the entire production must be controlled by our Han tribe, but you can also send people to this shipyard. As an apprentice, learn the methods of the Han tribe shipbuilding. Making a sailing boat is a very complicated matter. There are too many manufacturing industries involved. If it is not a good field next to it, it is not realistic at all. For example, the shipbuilding light is anesthetic fiber. Regarding Luo Chan's proposal, the Tang tribe also passed all the votes. In the face of top technology such as shipbuilding, the Han tribe is willing to teach them that it is very rare. They have no reason to refuse. But Tang Ji still asked a question. Han Chief, I have another question. Since Haishao County is our territory, the shipbuilding materials and people are also ours, then the shipmate is ours, or Han tribe? As soon as these words came out, the patriarchs were excited. They didn't think about the problem just now. Now that Tang Ji asked it, they immediately realized that if the ship was made by the Tang tribe, they would send it, so the patriarchs focused their eyes on Luo Chong in an instant, waiting for his answer. Is this a problem? Looking at your own decision, I have 2 plans for you. First, the ship is yours, but the shipyard needs to build your materials in advance, and there is nothing from the Han tribe, but you have to spend money to buy. All the technicians provided by the Han tribe are paid by you. As for your own people, I don't care if you send money. During the shipbuilding process, you produce some of the materials yourself. Nothing is purchased from the Han tribe. The technicians of the Han tribe are also paid by you. The boat created in this way is yours. The second kind is that the ship is ours, and we will build the materials in advance, but you will buy the materials that you don't have, because once this thing is built, the Han tribe can't remove it, so these infrastructure are all your thing. During the shipbuilding, we produced some key materials, and the rest of the materials we bought from the Tang tribe. The apprentices we used paid, and the final ship was ours. With regard to both options, it doesn't matter which one you choose. Luo Chong Staller said. The current situation is that the Han tribe urgently needs to build a shipyard in the south, but its own infrastructure in Tanhai County has not yet been completed, and no one can do this at all, and the Tang tribe has a good foundation on this side. They are local indigenous people. If both parties can cooperate, the Han tribe is out of technology, and they have manpower and materials. Then the boat tribe that was built paid for it by itself. Hearing Luo Chan's words, the Soup tribe immediately twitched in disgust. It seems to be studying the pros and cons of the 2 schemes, which is more beneficial to the Soup tribe. First of all, no matter which one to choose, they can learn the technology. There is no doubt that the rest is the plan itself. The 2 proposals proposed by Luo Chong seem to be very fair. Who wants to ship? Whoever has to bear all the expenses is so reasonable that they can't pick out any problems. However, from a long-term perspective, of course, it is more cost-effective to use your own materials to build a ship, because it is related to cost issues, so most patriarchs are still more inclined to spend their own money and return the ship to the Soup tribe. Tang Ji also wanted to choose this, but she was still a little uneasy, so she asked again. Chief Han, can you tell me how the shipyard of your tribe works? Of course, our shipyard is officially owned. All artisans are paid by the tribe. The basic materials tribe pays to buy from the people, but basically the labor cost is almost the same, because those materials processing factories, most of them are in the hands of the tribe, and they pay the workers at most. The ships produced in this way are also officially owned by our Han tribe, at least for all the sailboats with masts in the Han tribe, because there is no private purchase. A sampan board that travels by paddling less than 10 meters will cost $1,000, and a sailboat over 20 meters will cost about $20,000. It is almost impossible to buy it privately. Is there so many ships of the Han tribe that are supported by tax purchases? Tang Ji said in surprise. Chapter 767 Arrangements before return. It almost means that, but it is indeed convenient to have these ships. The value they bring is far more than the cost of the ship, and it can bring us a lot of benefits, but you are not necessarily because of your current the output has only the most basic crops, and there is no other output that can be used for commerce, so even if you build a ship, besides fishing, there will be basically no other income. Luo Chong explained. Tang Ji again whispered with those patriarchs. They don't have taxes. If they want taxes, they not only need to measure the land, register the hukou, but also have a unified measure to calculate the amount of food, and systematic textual records. These are currently not available to them, so they use taxes to build ships like the Han tribe. They can't learn the routine. However, the Tang tribe currently has a large income, that is, rubber, whether it is selling rubber lotion or sapling seeds, the Han tribe will give money, and they can use this money to invest in the construction of the shipyard and subsequent shipbuilding. Control the ownership of the ship in your own hands, and at the same time train a large number of shipbuilders. Why not? So Tang Ji immediately decided. Chief Han, we want to own these ships, the cost of the craftsmen and materials of the Han tribe, we will provide them with money to sell rubber and saplings. Luo Chong does not have a so-called stall hand. Even if the ownership of the ship belongs to the Han tribe, they also need to buy a large amount of iron from the Han tribe, as well as asphalt, these high-end materials. Anyway, the Han tribe cannot suffer any losses. How can he accept it? After the two sides finalized the ownership of the ship, Luo Chong looked at the last piece of land of the Tang tribe, which is the easternmost piece of land of the Tang tribe, and it is just at the beach that Luo Chong is preparing to establish a fishing port for them. Place. He pointed to the last place where the external convex said to the sea, the last land left, it is called Ningbo County. The total population is about 13,000 people. You can set up 4 counties, which need to build a new fishing port. County, which we said before, you can go to the sea in this place after fishing. Then I need a newly built Tashan County, because I am going to build a lighthouse on this cliff by the sea to guide the direction of the fishing port vessels. This one must be built, or else in the bad weather, the fishing boat on the sea will not find the direction to go home. The remaining 2 counties can be called Pearl County and Pohnpei County. These are all things in the sea. Remember, Tang Chief, do you have anything to add? No, since the Han leader is divided in this way, it must be justified. I believe my patriarchs will also study the management of the Han tribe and strive to allow the clan to live a good day earlier. Tang Ji shook his head and said that the surrounding patriarchs have no other claims. Now that the county and county areas are divided, they just want to get the assistance from the Han tribe as soon as possible. With the name and territory of the last county marked, even if the county division is completed this time. So far, the Sup tribe with a total population of 80,000 has been divided into 8 counties by Luo Chong, of which 5 are in 3 counties and 3 are in 4 counties, a total of 8 counties, 27 counties. This means that the Han tribe needs to help the Tang tribe build 27 bazaars and grain stations, as well as 8 banks to promote the currency of the Han tribe, and sell the goods of the Han tribe, and help the Tang tribe buy food from the people. There are also basic construction and technology teaching at fishing ports, docks, lighthouses, wood processing plants, shipyards, handmade textile mills, sugar refineries, etc. After finalizing the details of the aid construction with them, the Han tribe routinely held a banquet to entertain them. At the same time, Luo Chong also let people take advantage of the space to eat and let the small officials under the big tree copy dozens of the administrative division map of the Tang tribe was given to each patriarch to let them know where their territory is. Then let people send them back. As for Luo Chong, he also has to rush back to the Han tribe as soon as possible to complete the first industrial technology upgrade. But before leaving, we have to arrange a big tree, and there are many things to prepare here in Tuohe County. In the evening, Luo Chong and Deshu, also a group of officials from Tuohe County, gathered in an office to hold a small meeting dedicated to the cooperation of the next 2 tribes of Hantang and the development of Tinghai County. Luo Chong first took out a note he had made before him and said that the cooperation between and the Tang tribe must first be done in the 3 aspects of markets, banks, and grain stations. We built it for ourselves, and we will use it in the future. There must be no mistakes, whether it is site selection or building quality. As for the construction technicians, I will send a group here after I go back. If you have any needs, please report to me at any time. I will try to meet you if I can. In addition, this is to develop well on the other side of Tuohe County. The first is to expand the population. Doesn't it mean that only 6 clans are currently found? Now these clans have been so good that they can attract other independent clan tribes. Find ways to contact them and strive to bring together all the clans outside the Sup tribe in the surrounding area, and use force to deter if necessary. There are tens of thousands of soldiers and horses in the southern battalion, and they are idle when they are idle. They are trained to pull out and slip. Before I leave this winter, I will give you the power to mobilize a guard. Luo knocked on the table and said to the big tree, "Yes, I understand the leader." The big tree nodded. Then in terms of infrastructure, under the premise of ensuring people's housing and farming, the following factories are established as soon as possible, such as glass, ceramics, tile kilns, wood, sugar pressing, textiles, printing, stationery, and paper making. These first follow the basis of ceramics, brick kilns, wood, textiles, etc., other glass, sugar press, textiles, etc. You must also plan the site first. You can concentrate it and make it into an industrial park. The transportation must be convenient, and the location of the steel smelting plant should also be planned. You can do it yourself. Luo Chong once again turned his small book to arrange. Yes, leader, what about the shipyard over the Tang tribe? How do we build it? This is also from the basics. Plan the place first, let them clean the land, let them hoard the wood first, and then say that there is no wood to build a woolen boat. In addition, the wood processing plant will first build a batch of wind sawing workshops. The place can be bigger, and it will be expanded when the technology is modified in the future. I'm still that sentence. Don't worry about it. We will use it later. If something goes wrong, you will be solely responsible. Tang Tribe 8 County Division, no charge for less than 200 words. The most new small set in 6-9 book bar first hair. Tangqing County, Chongping County, Wanghandu, Jiangqing County, Zidao County, 16,000 people. Rot County, Millstone County, Wanjun County, Zishan County, 6,200 people. Taigong County, Pinggang County, Huangping County, Jinshui County, 8,000 people. Ganquan County, Quanping County, Fengfeng County, Yunqing County, 9,000 people. Longzi County, 9 counties, Beijiao County, Yinchuan County, 7,400 people. Jinpu County, Zhoguang County, Qushan County, Honey Candy County, Feng County, 13,000 people. Haikao County, Baotown County, Iron Anchor County, Murao County, 10,000 people. Ningbo County, Pearl County, Pohnpei County, Fishing Port County, Taishan County, 13,000 people. Chapter 768 Failed Steam Engine. To sort out the affairs of Tuohe County and the Tang tribe, the next morning, Luo Chong also boarded the ship back to Hanyang City. Xia Dai and Zhan Fu took the 2 children to the boat early. Everyone went to the Tang tribe's shore, waiting for Tang Yao. Tang Yao will also go back with him this time to continue the revision of the 7 medical textbooks of the Han tribe. It didn't take long for the guards to report that Tang Yao led a team of carriages. Not only will she go back this time, she will also bring some plant seeds to Hanyang County, such as the newly discovered sesame, large cabbage, and celery. These things a few days ago, some of which are directly taken seeds, and some are transplanted into the bucket, brought in. There are also some things, that is, the 2 precious fragrances of the Tang tribe, each with a log back. Luo Chong is going back to try whether he can make sandalwood, and the method of making incense knows that he grinds the incense wood into powder, add a bone powder and the like to squeeze into a mold to dry it. Just like making a noodle, he has seen others do it in his previous life. In addition, there are dozens of kilograms of rubber, which are collected and delivered overnight these days. Natural latex will automatically condense even without any chemical reagents, but the time will be slower, so Tang Yao sent this batch of the rubber. Some have been made into rectangular shapes in accordance with Loaquan's requirements, and there is still a small barrel of rubber lotion left. It hasn't been done yet. These are all things that Luo Chong wants to take back to experiment. Although important resources have been discovered, they must also have the ability to use them, so he has to explore the rubber use process earlier. The sailing north is a horizontal wind all the way, but the horizontal bone schooners of the Han tribe can use this wind direction, so the speed of the voyage is not slow. There is no stop on the road. It took a month, and the Luo Chong family finally returned to their homes in Seoul in early October. It took a day to understand the progress of the county's missions in the last half of the year, and then urged them to do a good job in harvesting and storing food in the last season of this year. Luo Chong then rushed to the Power Research Institute in the school county to check his steam development progress. In the laboratory workshop of the institute, Luo Chong looked at more than 30 researchers in front of him, and some unacceptable questions failed. Yes, leader, it is a problem of piston. According to the ideas and design plan you gave, we have built several steam engines, but all because of the piston problem, and finally failed. A project leader reported to Luo Konghui. Piston, what's the problem? Luo frowned and asked a little unhappy. According to the leader, this combination of flake piston airtightness is indeed very good, but the friction is too great, and the wear and tear of the inner cylinder is very serious. It can also be used. It is impatient. We tried it for 2 days and 1 night, and the piston was worn out, and the leak started, either broken or loud during the operation. I think that although this can turn around, it takes less than 2 days to change to a new piston. it should not be considered successful. If this can be considered successful, the piston consumption rate is too fast. The person in charge also said very helplessly, to be honest, they were initially skeptical of Luo Chang's technology to achieve the sealing effect through the hot expansion of copper sheets, and felt that it was somewhat impossible, but after the results were created, the effect is amazing. But the problem is that the effect is too amazing. Because the seal is too strict, the contact area of the piston and cylinder walls is small. When the piston works, it can be described as hard squeeze. As you can imagine, a few very thin pieces of iron sheet friction back and forth in an iron bucket, the sound is more exciting than the cat grabbing the glass, and the key cat grabs the glass and it grabs it 1 or 2 times, but this steam engine it's rubbing back and forth. The guy grinded for 2 days and nights, and the squeaky noise never stopped, and the closeness was almost driving people crazy. It was an individual who couldn't wait for it to break immediately when he saw it. Maybe God didn't have the heart to torture these people again. Then the piston is really broken. Several young researchers also ridiculed, I think this steam engine can be used as a torture tool for interrogation in the future. I believe no matter how determined the will is, I will put him next to this thing for a tea kung fu, he will cry and explain everything he knows. Luo Chong still didn't believe it, so that he got a sample machine and tried it out. As a result, he just stopped the steam engine for 2 minutes. Damn, he can't stand this stimulation. Luo Kongdu has begun to admire these researchers. How dare they turn this thing around for 2 days and nights? Now that you know where the problem is, it will be solved. Find specific problems first and then find a solution. After inquiring about the processing process of the piston and cylinder in detail, Luo Chong discovered some of the problems. First of all, the most serious problem is the noise problem. This should be the friction force is too large, and the contact area of the piston and cylinder is too small. By replacing the combined flake piston with a cylindrical piston, the contact area of the piston is increased, to achieve the effect of reducing noise. However, in this way, airtightness becomes a problem again. It is impossible to add rubber seals to the cylinder and piston because it is a motor machine that needs to reduce friction as much as possible to ensure the tightness of the air to achieve the purpose of quick work. And the material of rubber, needless to say, knows that the friction is extremely strong. If you put the rubber on the piston, don't want it to move. It is estimated that the cylinder can hold back directly. This thing only applies to fixed places such as valves and connecting entrances, and is used as airtight pieces, so you can only think of other ways. The best solution is to directly make a metal cylinder and a cylindrical metal rod, so that they are tightly stitched together, which can both ensure airtightness and solve the problem of small contact area and excessive friction. However, this requires a very sophisticated processing process. The most important thing is that this difference in size must be controlled within a very small range to achieve the expected effect. The most critical technology for solving this process problem is polishing. So Luo Chong asked them, how did you polish the cylinder? Our cylinder was first cast with sand crackers to make rough, then drilled holes with windmill vertical boring machines, and finally poured in fine sandstone particles to stir and polish it. Luo Chong slapped, and the problem is here. The cylinder that was polished out is still not smooth enough, the friction is too large, and it is not fine enough. It would be nice to make such things as sandpaper, tarpaulin, and casserole. Chapter 769 Getting Pistons and Cylinders. The sandpaper tarpaulin is specifically used to polish the appliances. Even in this developed technological era, as well as Luo Chang's previous life, there is still nothing to replace the role of sandpaper tarpaulin. The problem encountered now is that although the Han tribe currently has a stepping wheel, this tool is used to encharge the blade, or to polish the outer surface of the device. It is very difficult. The method used by the researchers to stir the sand, although similar to modern sandblasting technology, is not sandblasting in the end, so he urgently needs a soft grinding tool like sandbag to polish the cylinder's inner riff. Even if it is not known how to make it, it is not difficult to analyze it according to its structure. First, it is necessary to have a load, paper or fabric, and then apply a layer of glue on its surface, and then stick a layer of fine sand. It's enough to dry, but it's that simple. Then there is the analysis of the material of the carrier and fine sand. First of all, no matter what this thing is, it must not be flexible, otherwise the gravel stuck on it will be disconnected due to stretching, and the existing fabric of the Han tribe is almost can't do this, then it can only be carried on paper. Next is the mill, that is, what sand should be selected. First of all, since you want to use this thing to polish the steel, the mill must be more hard than the steel. Find materials from the material that fits this point. The price cannot be too expensive, the hardness must also meet the standards. After thinking about it for a long time, it seems that only clay meets these standards. The clay is full of land, which is not valuable at all, and is easy to obtain. The hardness of the clay is also enough to polish the steel, or the ceramic hardness formed by the clay is enough to polish the steel. Isn't there such a sentence? Without diamond drilling, don't take porcelain work, ceramics that can compare with diamonds, the hardness is obviously not low. Thinking of a way, Luo Chong said that he would do it. Of course, he did not do it himself, but temporarily stopped the development of the steam engine and sent all these researchers to make sandpaper. Buy a batch of stronger and thicker window paper from the paper mill, and then let people take the particles mixed with clay and sandstone to the kiln mill to burn, and then smash it and rub it with a mill after cooling. After several times, the sieve was divided into grades, and finally the window paper was brushed to start sticking the gravel. After completely drying, I really got sandpaper. Although it is still very rudimentary, as a tool for emergency research and development, it took only 2 days to come up with the plan and complete the first batch of samples. Simply put, that's where to grind and where to slip. Luo Chong first asked people to cast a new cylindrical piston, then let people polish the paper, and then let the artisan of the institute tear down a wooden hand-cracking bed, put the steam engine cylinder frame up, and then let people get a piston with a diameter of piston. The rough stick is installed at the position of the car knife, with glue on it and a layer of sand. Finally, make a grinding stick out, and then shake the grinding stick into the cylinder by hand to rotate and polish the inner wall. After changing the sandpaper twice, the cylinder with the mirror effect was polished out. If Luo Chong knew its material, I would think it was stainless steel at first glance. It can be treated like a mirror. Finally, it is no exaggeration to assemble the cylinders and pistons that are polished separately. Stand up vertically, and put the cylindrical steel ingot piston level in it. Without applying any lubricant, several pounds of piston is like floating in the air. Along the vertical the cylinder slowly fell, as if there was something underneath holding this heavy steel ingot, and finally fell slowly to the bottom of the cylinder, with no sound at all. Seeing the scene in front of them, more than 30 people from the entire institute jumped excitedly. They finally succeeded, and a great invention was finally made in their hands. With such a heavy steel ingot, with nothing in the following, it can also show a floating gesture to slowly fall, which undoubtedly proves the airtightness of the combination of the two components. The air holding the piston below can only be this situation is only manifested by the squeeze of the piston affected by gravity bit by bit along the gap that the naked eye cannot see. If the airtightness is poor, the air will be discharged very fast, and the result is that the piston will directly fall into the bottom of the cylinder. Without a sound throughout the process, it fully reflects that the friction of the piston and cylinder has been successfully controlled to a very low level. The contact between the two presents a very smooth situation, which will lead to this situation. If there is a bump on the surface, then there will definitely be the kind of noise like a cat grabbing glass. The researchers are very excited, praising the great invention of sandpaper, and even rhetoric that the emergence of sandpaper will bring a new step to the manufacturing level of the precision instruments of the Han tribe. However, Luo Chong knew that the credit sandpaper for this matter only accounted for a small part of the effect. In the case of such a simple equipment and only a few beacons, these craftsmen could actually handle the piston and cylinder by hand. For this purpose, each can be called a national treasure master. Even in Luo Chang's previous life, they must have been the group of aerospace workers, with naked eye carvings, freehand welding ships, hammers knocking sheet metal, and various countries are rushing for cattle. After the most sophisticated cylinders and pistons are ready, everyone has resisted not wanting to assemble them with the steam engine to see what the complete form of the steam engine looks like. To put it bluntly, although there are problems with the previous piston design and production process, it is undeniable that these samples can operate very normally during the trial operation. In addition to the loud noise, the researchers also saw the unparalleled power and advantages of the steam engine make them prefer to endure harsh noise. I am also reluctant to stop this violent machine that highlights the aesthetics of industrial technology. Now you can see the complete product that has no noise and can run smoothly. How can you not excite them? So these guys couldn't even take care of dinner, so they went straight to the stones and continued to work. Luo Chong is also in a relatively excited state. An artifact that can change the future of mankind is about to be born. He can't eat excitedly, but he is also waiting in the institute, and let his own guards go to the school canteen. Prepare a big meal for the heroes of these institutes as a reward. Chapter 770 Iron Horse I Steam Engine. Tang Yao, who was in the college, has just been busy with the preparation of medical books for a day. He is pushing his bicycle to prepare to go home. But when passing by the stables of the college, he saw a personal guard with a long-waist knife was flushing the horse there. So he walked over and asked curiously, "Why is Luo Chang's horse still here? Has he not returned home yet?" "Ah, Jun, our leader went to the institute for inspection today, and today it seems that he is not going to go back." The guards put down the brush in their hands and gave Tang Yao a vault. Both sides are very familiar, because Tang Yao has always lived in Luo Chang's house. Well, then I will see him. Tang Yao nodded curiously and pushed his bicycle to the institute in the corner of the college. Luo Chong got a research institute in the college of the school county, saying that it was for the convenience of participating in the research and development of something. Tang Yao knew this thing for a long time, but she was not interested in the ironing things, so she never went. I've seen it, and Luo Chong happens to be there, and it's so serious that he won't go home to eat. She is also very curious, so I'm going to find out. When I came to the periphery of the institute, I saw Jean Liuvi standing in a circle, and at the door of the large warehouse with a little inside, there was a sign of the Han Tribe Power Research Institute, although she knew this name for a long time. But she never understood what this Power Research Institute is studying. Before coming, a bodyguard leader immediately gave her a hand. Jingjun, are you here to find our leader? Well, I saw his horse still outside. I heard that he was here, so I came to see. Did he eat? Tang Yao came down from the bicycle and asked. Not yet. Just now the leader has asked people to cook in the college cafeteria. The leader said he would eat here today. The bodyguard leader supported the handle around his waist and replied, Oh, can I go in and see? Let me take you in. The pro-health just thought about it a little bit and agreed to it. So Tang Yao stopped his bicycle and went to the warehouse with the bodyguard. At this time, the sky was very dim, but there were dozens of stone lamps hanging inside and outside the institute, which took photos like day. Far away you can see a group of people busy there. Luo Chong is also standing in the crowd, beside something with the group of people. Luo Chong also noticed Tang Yao, who was really her white-yellow dress. It was too conspicuous among this group of guards in red and craftsmen in blue, and it was difficult to pay attention. How did you come? Luo Chong asked first. I don't think you're home, just come and see. Have you encountered any problems? Tang Yao also came over to look at the group of people, and the weird machine surrounded by said. The problem has been solved, and tonight is the day for results, so I did not go back. Luo Chong explained. Oh. Tang Yao responded, and carefully looked up at this somewhat messy research site. I saw more than 30 people are busy. Some are surrounded by this machine, holding tools such as wrenches and sleeves, and others are checking the data of various parts with drawings and cartoons. There are also running back and forth and shouting, from time to time sending things like threaded nails. These people are very young, and the biggest is only in their early 30s. The young ones are only teenagers. Most of them are calculators with drawings. The clothes on them are dirty, and their hair is simply tied with hair. On top of the head, black iron ash and grease are filled with fingerprints, and some craftsmen have black and white on their faces, but these people have a common feature, that is, the eyes are very spiritual and work hard. In fact, Tang Yao didn't know that among the more than 30 people present, there was no white body, all with titles, and the best masters had 6 ranks, higher than some newly promoted county guard titles. But they don't think they're doing work. They don't say the crown, they don't even bring a hairpin. Looking at the appearance, it's completely like a Han tribe craftsman. Looking at the weird machine around them, it looks like there is no big octopus table, with a big iron stove next to it. Someone is still adding coal and water to it from time to time, and a black and heavy iron on the other side. The wheel is connected with several iron rods with related sections, and the other end is connected to a gray barrel. There is also an iron rod at the end of the iron bucket, and the hole is a bump, and I don't know what it is for. Looking at the shape, the wheels and poles together look like a spinner, but there are more structural things like the Han tribe, not just spinners. There are many things that are the structure of wheels and poles. According to experience, I think it may be to switch the big wheel and then drive the pole to do anything. She didn't see the specific function, so I asked curiously, Luo Chong, what are they doing? Haha, a machine that can change the world. We call it the Shima I steam engine. Oh, and the one over there, the one called Tianyo, do you think they are beautiful? Luo shouted at the 2 steam engines in the warehouse and said. Tang Yao looked along Luo Chang's finger and saw the thing called Luo Chong called Iron Bull, which looked basically the same hair in front of him, but the iron bucket above was thicker than the iron bucket in front of him. See how big the difference. This thing is dark, either oil or soot, made of whole iron, dead, how beautiful is it? No matter how beautiful I am. Steam engine? She asked puzzled. Well, the steam engine is actually a kind of external combustion engine, which is specifically used to replace cattle and horse livestock and human wind and water resources to help with work. As long as the water in this stove is boiled, it can help us work. Work? No livestock, no people, no wind and water, so what does it turn on? Tang Yao said something unbelievable. The heat emitted by flames is also a power, and it is a power that can be truly controlled by people. As long as this machine is available, we can use it to do many things that we could not do before. Luo Chong was quite self-sufficient. Oh, what can it do? Tang Yao didn't understand this thing, but given that Luo rushed out so many good things before, she didn't dare to completely deny Luo Chan's words. It can do much. It can pump water to irrigate farmland, it can replace dozens of weaver female weaves all day and night, and it can also drive the abrasive to run fast, and even one day it can be installed in the car. There is no need for bulls and horses, as long as it keeps adding coal to it, it can pull the car and run on. Tang Yao was stunned by Luo Chan's words, but he couldn't believe it. The black and slippery bumps in front of me can really do this. If this thing can be done, what else should people do? Just keep adding coal to it? At this time, the group of researchers around the machine threw the guy in their hands to the ground, and said excitedly, "Chief, Shimo 1 is assembled and can be tested." "Okay, let's try it." Luo Chong also nodded quite excitedly. Chapter 771 Prototype Test Machine. After Luo Chan's order, the researchers started the test machine work. First, they opened the boiler's inlet, and then poked it in with a torch, so that the coal inside can fully enter the wind, and then fill it in. Some new coal, and finally wait for the steam pressure to come up after the water is boiling. When Luo Chong proposed to develop a steam engine, he directly launched 3 research projects. These 3 projects are the Iron Horse Type 1 and the Iron Cow Type, and the narrow-range steam locomotive project that is ready to provide power for the locomotive. Although they are all steam engines, they can still see their difference from these names. As the name implies, TIMA is a steam engine that pursues horsepower and speed. It is mainly used to provide power for light machinery and machinery that requires rapid speed, such as a saw, lathe, etc. The Iron Cow is mainly used to provide power for some machines that require strong traction, such as drive mills, carts, cranes, automatic forging hammers, steel rollers, and stone crushers. The heavy machines do not ask for the speed of transmission. The power is large enough, so the cylinder of the Iron Cow is also much thicker than the cylinder of the Iron Horse. The one tested now is the Iron Horse. When the researcher enlightened the fire, only a moment of effort heard the sound of the boiling water that started to grunt inside, but at this time it was just beginning and far from reaching the maximum pressure. Value. Luo Chong designed this steam engine. Due to the technical level, it is temporarily impossible to measure the vapor pressure. After all, the Han tribe can't create the kind of air pressure gauge with the watch tab and pointer, but the air pressure is real. A very important data. Therefore, Luo Chong also has his own coping method, that is, to replace the pressure gauge with a device similar to the pressure boiler gravity valve. When the steam in the boiler reaches a high pressure that can work, the steam will top the gravity valve on the boiler, then release the high pressure steam and make a whispering noise. There are 2 benefits to doing this. The first is to act as a pressure gauge. You can know how high the vapor pressure in the furnace has reached. The second is an insurance device. When the pressure in the furnace is too large to bear, it will automatically open the above gravity valve and release excess steam outwards to avoid the explosion of the boiler due to human error, which is safe and convenient. Everyone waited around the machine for a while, and when they finally heard the pressure valve releasing the vapor whispering signal, everyone looked at Luo Chong. Let's get started, and make another record. The time when the Iron Horse Type 1 is activated, and how long the data can be filled with water, these data must be recorded. Luo rushed and nodded to everyone. Yes, the leader is at ease. A person in charge in his 30s agreed to immediately pull down a joystick that controls the steam pipeline. The hot and irritable high-pressure steam finally found another breakthrough. At the moment the valve opened, it immediately and involuntarily rushed in, and then incredible things happened immediately. Steam pours into the cylinder with a brain, and eventually they have nowhere to go. They start to push the piston to work. The piston drives the pole again, and the pole drives the flywheel again. So, in Tang Yao's incredible eyes, the man just moved. An iron rod, this ugly machine began to move slowly. When the piston finally moved out to the maximum itinerary, the air conditioning valve on the same axis with the rod also began to work, quickly blocking the entrance of the steam into the tail of the cylinder, and at the same time opening the entrance into the front end of the cylinder, a large amount of steam pouring in, and pushing the piston back in, and finally completing a process of recipe rocket. After that, the same actions were repeated, and as the steam heated the pipes and cylinders, some of the greasiest iron boxes originally installed above also began to melt, and then slowly dripping to the connecting joints below, or piston axis to play a lubricating role. After just 5 round trips, the speed of the steam engine reached the highest speed, the piston kept flinching, the flywheel also turned quickly, and even when it was close, it could still hear the whine sound brought by the flywheel, and at the vent above the cylinder, he also began to scream out with a white-hot steam. In this scenario, none of the people present was shocked by this. The appearance of the Shima I also has the common characteristics of early industry, that is, silly and black, but even if it is ugly, its role cannot be ignored. Once the dynamic revolution is formed, people will realize its importance. Tang Yao is already stupid. Looking at the machine that does not require water or wind, nor livestock and manpower, and can turn quickly. Think of what Luo Chong said just now, is enough to change the world. Pumping irrigation, weaving cloth, grinding and even replacing livestock are used to pull the car. If these can be achieved, she dare not imagine what the world will look like in the end. No, it should be what the Han tribe will turn this world into, because as long as it can do this, then the world is the Han tribe. 2. The researchers were equally excited. The completely formed steam engine runs beyond their imagination, with sufficient power, fast speed, and smooth piston. In addition to the sound of boiler boiling water, there are steam eruptions and mechanical transmissions. In addition to the inevitable sound, it has almost no other noise, which shows that they have really succeeded. When the people were shaking with excitement, but they didn't dare to talk, and they were afraid to disturb the iron horse's wayward run, Luo Chong laughed at them. Why didn't anyone speak at? Are you upset? This is made by you. Hey, everyone present had immediately laughed at it, and his face was full of pride and satisfaction, just like seeing his child finally born. It was the joy of being a father for the first time. No, it's still the leader with the most credit. The design of this thing is all done by the leader, we just undertake the production. Immediately someone pushed Luo Chan's greatest credit to his head. Yes, if the leader made sandpaper, we might not be able to solve the piston problem. Others immediately realized what? Well, you don't have to be humble, although it's my idea, but without you, it's just an idea, it can't become a reality, so you don't have to be arrogant. Everyone here is a hero of my man, your credit will be recorded in the history of mankind, and this need not be humble or questioned. As soon as Luo Chong waved his hand, he set the tone of credit allocation. Of course, scientific researchers are the most important. Although they can only be regarded as masters at most, it does not prevent Luo Chong from training them. Chapter 772 Planning the Planned Economy. After the steam engine runs for a while, the meals over there are also delivered. Luo Chong asked the guards to clean up a table and started to dinner with these researchers. The guards set up another table on the periphery. They will also change. Dinner. In the warehouse, in the context of the operation of a steam engine, Luo Chong and others were well preserved before they got up and held the tea bowl and said, "We don't have any wine here, and we don't let drinking for everyone's safety, so I can only use this bowl of clear tea to respect everyone. The success of the steam engine makes me very happy. You have contributed to this research, but this is not the end, but the beginning. We will make more steam engines in the future. I hope that in the near future, the Han tribe the steam engine is turning every moment in the territory. For this great goal, I respect you a cup, come, cheers." Thank you, leader. Everyone also raised their cups, and after rushing, they also bumped into each other with tea bowls. The atmosphere at the scene was peaceful. Everyone was busy and lived for 2 days, and they didn't eat much. They were already hungry. After Luo impulsively chopsticks, they immediately ate food. Tang Yao sat in a stunned position. Rosheng was holding chopsticks in his hand, but he looked at the steam engine. Luo Chong put a piece of meat in her bowl and asked, "Why not eat it?" "Oh, thank you, nothing, just don't understand, why does it turn?" Tang Yao froze and said, "Yes, it is a common problem for scientific workers. Why do you care about this? One's energy is limited. The medicine you study is equally important. It is already a great success to do your own thing well." Luo Chong patted her head and said. Tang Yao hummed and asked back, "How do you understand anything? I'm called Bo Weiwei, and I know the principle. You can let me go back to the grass. I can't recite it. Besides, I'm the leader, I don't need to know so much, as long as I can grasp the general direction. Those fine things can be left to the people to do it." Luo Chong also said while eating. "Then you just said that this steam engine can do anything, so what use does it have for medical treatment?" Tang Yao skimmed her mouth, and her intuition told her that Luo Chong did not tell the truth, and his body was secret, but she is not a member of the Tang tribe, so she is not entangled, so she took the initiative to turn the topic. There should be no direct use, but there are not many indirect ones. The steam engine mainly provides power for machinery. It can serve all aspects of life. It is also used in medical treatment. Although it cannot be directly cured, it can be used. Is it also helpful for pharmaceuticals or for the production of medical appliances? Luo Chong thought about explaining. But I don't see anything like this. Can I see it when it really comes in handy? Tang Yao looked straight at Luo Chong with the expected eyes. Of course, if you want, you can see it come in handy in less than 2 days. When Luo Chong said this, he actually had a plan in his heart. After the meal, Luo Chong and Tang Yao rode on a horse and took home after the guards called. When they got home, they would naturally share the joy again. Luo Chong was also happy when he was lying on the bed at night, trying to recall all the information about the steam engine in the previous life. It is now made, but how to use it can play its biggest role, how to use it, in order not to have an impact on the people of the Han tribe. At this time, he was even a little fortunate that the Han tribe's population was not so large, and it was not because of the sudden appearance of the steam engine that the people would lose their jobs. Early the next morning, Luo Chong ran to the Power Research Institute again, and by the way, sent Tang Yao to work. After arriving at the place, he immediately put his first practical plan in front of everyone. This thing designed by the leader is a saw? It looks very simple. The master holding the drawings easily said. That's right, it's because of simplicity that you can see the effect as soon as possible. Luo Chong nodded and said, the leader can rest assured that as long as the skin is in place, we can get this thing out in at most 2 days. The researchers all patted their breasts and said. Luo Chong nodded and stopped participating, but found a table in the warehouse to start drafting the economic plan he wanted last night, and it was also the national development strategy of the Han tribe in the future. This idea he had been there long ago. Yes, but Nahi steam engine has not been manufactured, so it has been dragged to the present. The researchers on the other side immediately assigned their jobs with drawings. The saw is indeed simple. Overall, it requires a desktop operating table, then cut a long trough on it, and install a round sliced saw. There is a small powered wheel on the saw, and the powered wheel is connected with a V-shaped belt and the steam engine's flywheel. In this way, the purpose of the circular saw to accelerate the rotation. Large wheels with small wheels, they all understand that the Shima steam engine is originally a model for high speed, and then with the accelerated design of such large and small wheels, the speed of the saw will be very impressive. And in order to make the most of the steam engine, Luo Chong designed this as a multifunctional saw. There is a round saw of different sizes on both sides of the operating table to handle wood of different sizes, and at the same time there are 2 locations near the edge. An automatic shaving machine is used to flatten the edge of wood. The round saw is easy to do, the directly ready-made steel plate rushes out of the round tablet, and then the zigzag is filed. The drive shaft and the V-type tank power wheel are directly cast. The overall frame is wood. This is not difficult to make. The belt is provided by the rubber team of the Lake Hart Island Institute. After assigning all these tasks, they even have half of their manpower to perfect the Tainyo 1 type. After 2 days passed, all the parts were also produced. The final assembly location was put in the Browsing County shipyard after Luo Chong's consideration. They are the places where this kind of saw is most needed. There are too many woods to be processed every day. When a huge cattle car pulled the steam engine into the shipyard early this morning, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. In the wood processing workshop of the shipyard, the wind sawmill next to it was huge and striking. The huge wooden machinery with 2 floors high is pulling the saw bar in an orderly way to cut the board. However, this synonym for advanced has now become a backward representative in the eyes of researchers. This thing is too slow. Sawing a wooden board actually requires the effort of a T. If we use our steam table saw, it is estimated that it will take a few breaths, a young researcher proudly said. However, the people at the narrative shipyard were not happy to listen, and immediately cursed. You didn't have a baby hair, and you dare to speak big words, not afraid of the wind and flashing your tongue. How much work did it do for our shipyard? Chapter 773 Collision of Advanced and Backwardness. The people on the side of the institute do not refute, they just smile. They just haven't seen it. When these people see the power of the steam engine, it is estimated that they are the first to hold the steam engine to heaven. Luo Chong routinely visited the scene in person, because he also wanted to see the steam engine used to work. Start assembling. He arranged and started working over there. The platform of the saw is already done, and the site is vacated in advance. Researchers only need to install the steam engine on it. In order to facilitate later maintenance, according to Luo Chong's requirements, the steam engine was placed outside the operating table. In this way, in order to extend the distance between the flywheel and the platform saw power wheel, the middle had to be connected with a relay power axis. The belt is used on the relay axis to protect the long-distance transmission of the steam engine and the saw. Because the Iron Horse Type 1 has been installed in advance, this time the assembly is very fast, and it only takes about half an hour to install all the parts in place. On both sides of the long bar saw, on one side is a ultra-large size round saw blade with a diameter of 1 meter, and the height exposed from the operating table is also 45 centimeters, which is enough to split the general size of logs, while on the other side it is a circular saw with a diameter of 60 centimeters and a surface height of 25 centimeters, which is used to cut some fine parts. Although it is still a bit larger, it is also sufficient for large pieces of wood products such as sailboats. Seeing that this weird new saw was installed, many workers in the wood processing workshop were surrounded, because whether it was a hydraulic sawmill or a windmill sawmill, the Han tribe has always used long saws. Pulling the saw blade with a mechanical pulling, and the saw in front of it actually used a round saw blade, which was really the first time I saw. "Chief, is this thing for us?" A person in charge of the workshop ran over and asked Luo Qin. "Otherwise, what else should you do here?" Luo rushed and asked. "How to use this thing?" The man asked again. "The test machine is about to take place. You just arranged for some workers to help in the past, just listen to the command of these researchers, and let your people also study the operation process well, don't wait for us to leave and you can't play. Also, this thing is very dangerous, and be safe when using it." Luo Chong told him again. The leader is at ease. "Although I don't know what this thing is, things like machines are dangerous, and windmills are no exception. We are careful when we work." The person in charge hurriedly explained that he was afraid that the leader would pick his fault. "Well, go ahead." Luo rushed to nod, looking at the empty workshop walls. "I felt it was very necessary to paint my rabbit-specific slogan like discipline and safe production on the wall." The researchers quickly ignited the fire. The most thing in the wood processing workshop may be the scrap wood with corners. In addition to keeping it for their own use, most of the rest will be sold as firewood to the people, or it will be processed. For smaller wood, it is used to make some furniture or something, but now there is a steam engine, a big fuel-laden man, it is estimated that there will be little left. As the fire became stronger and stronger, they also lost some coal in it. In terms of burn resistance and heat value, of course, coal is more effective. When the gravity valve on the boiler issued a whispering high-pressure alarm, the researchers immediately pulled the joystick that controlled the steam pipe, the high-pressure steam poured in, and began to push the piston to work. The flywheel also drove the two sides through the transmission belt. The round saw quickly turned. Listening to only two saws with a buzzing tremor at the same time, it quickly turned at a speed beyond the naked eye. Although they could not understand the principle, the workers in those workshops still felt very magical. If the thing can really saw the wood, the speed must not be slow. "Come here, carry the root wood and come over." The person in charge of the workshop saw that the thing was finally activated, and immediately ordered the workers to carry the wood. A log that has been cut to a flat bottom was carried to the sawing platform by more than 20 people. The person in charge adjusted the fixed block plate on the saw according to the researchers' tips, and then began to let the workers move forward. Push the wood. The side of the log is leaned on the fixed wide baffle, and the head starts to slide forward. When it comes to the high-speed saw blank that protrudes from the operating table, a large ball of sawdust is instantly flew out of the log, and the front end of the log is also successfully split a gap, and the raised sawdust is directly connected to a line in the air, spewing such an amazing air, and the speed of sawing. It really terrified everyone. The workers and the person in charge of the workshop were stunned, and the front end of the log was stuck in the saw blade, because the high-speed friction with the saw blade began to heat and smoke. Luo frowned and frowned. What to do in a state of stunning? Push forward, pay attention to the arm, be careful, and you will be cut off instantly when you encounter a saw. "Oh, did you hear it? Be careful, don't leave your arms on it." The person in charge of the workshop immediately recovered and repeated Luo Chan's words again, so the workers continued to push the logs forward. The logs are moving forward, and there is almost no resistance. Every time the workers push forward a distance, the logs are instantly split by high-speed blending saws. A large number of sawdusts are erupting outwards. A dozen meters long log, in less than half a minute, successfully cut down a board, and the cut surface was very smooth, at least it is much smoother than the windmill sawmill cutout, and there is almost no need to use a plow or knife for post-processing. Such amazing efficiency makes people wonder. I'm not dreaming. Let's take a look at the windmill sawmill next to it. The huge wooden gear and rod are still pulling the saw bar and cutting the board. I don't think it's slow. Compared with the steam platform saw in front of me, it's like a turtle crawling. This guy, the efficiency is too exaggerated. As everyone lamented, Luo Chong ordered them to separate a group of people to stand on the other side of the saw and send the wooden board just cut off to the small saw on the other side to repair the extra bark on both sides. Section. This time, because the board was a lot lighter, the cutting speed was faster. After only listening to the sound of a few saws hitting the board, a wooden board with 4 directions was cut off. At this time, the researchers also told them the function and usage of the automatic shaving roller, and then instructed the workers to stand up and push it on it. Good guy, even the manual shavings are saved this time. The rolled board is smooth and smooth. If you polish it with sandpaper, it is estimated that it can be used directly as a craft. They are just a wood processing workshop, a place for pre-treatment materials. Where have they seen such a straight finished product? Those who started to feel that the steam platform saw is not as good as those in the windmill sawmill. At this time, they turned their faces directly and did not feel embarrassed. Bragging up this artifact. That's right, from now on, the title of the windmill's artifact may be transferred directly to the steam engine. Seeing the success of the steamed platform saw in front of you, Luo Chong finally let go of his heart. This thing can finally be proved to be used for work, and the efficiency is super high. Chapter 774. What are you talking about? What? Don't believe it. The first practical steam engine of the Han tribe stayed in the shipyard in this way. 3 days later, the Iron Cow 1 steam engine was also announced to be completed. When I learned that the steam engine had been used to work, Luo Chong also took his family and Tang Yao together, visited the steam table saw in Braoxingyang County, and when they arrived in Braosang County, they realized that this new invention had already sensed the entire shipyard, and even spread from the mouth of the shipyard workers to the people. Most people in Braosing County knew such a strange machine, but only the craftsmen in the shipyard have really seen it. When Luo Chong and Tang Yao came to the shipyard again, this steam platform saw had also been transformed by the craftsmen of the shipyard. The specific transformation was mainly in terms of feeding, and it was too bulky to use people to promote the logs. It limits the efficiency that the steam platform saw should have, so the masters of these ships also use their brains. A rolling feeding bed has been added to both ends of the saw. The entire log can be placed on this thing. After it is fixed, only one person can push the log forward, greatly increasing the efficiency of delivery. And when Tang Yao saw the steam engine work with her own eyes, the first sentence she said to Luo Chong was, "Luo Chong, can the saw made by this steam engine also be used in the shipyard of our soup tribe?" Luo Chong did not hesitate, immediately shook his head and said, "Is not yet possible. First of all, there is only one practical thing in the Han tribe, and the production is very troublesome. It's your soup tribe, or Tanghai County, and even the nearest bamboo island, who has not yet discovered the coal mine. If you want to use the steam engine, you can only ship coal from here. The cost is too high. As far as the current situation is concerned, the windmill sawmill is the most suitable for the Tang tribe, because it only needs to be built once, and no energy consumption is required in the later period, and there are many environments at the beach, and there is no need to worry about the efficiency of the windmill. When there is no steam engine, our Han tribe is not the same as shipbuilding." Tang Yao nodded. Although it makes sense to know what Luo Chong said, she is still somewhat disappointed, but she can't say anything. After all, the Tang tribe does not belong to the Han tribe. Luo Chong can understand even if they are not given to them. No one will share their best things with others. In contrast, Luo Chong can agree to give them windmill technology. Luo Chong thought secretly that the Han tribe's development strategy for the next few years is counting on the steam engine, which is not enough for itself. How could it be given to you? The steam engine is the most important part of this strategy. After everyone visited, Luo Chong also returned to Hanyang County and began to improve his development plan. By the way, he urged the Power Research Institute to speed up the replication of the steam engine. The first goal is to copy a iron horse type first. Not to mention, first create a steam boring machine and then say that in the subsequent steam mechanism manufacturing process, you can also use a steam machine boring machine to make a cylinder, save a lot of time for the copying of steam engines. At the same time, the Han Tribal Power Research Institute also relocated again under Luo Chong's order, and moved to a new county, Industrial County, under Xinggan County as a whole. Although the Industrial County is a county-level administrative unit, this county does not have a city wall. It is for later expansion and development. Here, a steel rolling factory larger than the city will be built, and it is also the only factory in the Han tribe that can roll steel. It will be the cradle of the Han tribe steam locomotive and a hotbed of railway growth. But these are also Luo Chong's goals. To achieve this goal, I don't know how many years it will take. Luo Chong's most urgent need now is also the most urgent need of the Han tribe. That is, to carry out a full steaming reform of the Han tribe mint factory on Huixin Island as soon as possible, and quickly improve the manufacturing capacity of the coins to deal with the nearly 200 people of Bamboo Island in Tang tribe. New market demand for 10,000 people. This will be a huge sum of astronomical figures, and it will be overwhelming, because the current mint factory, which is mainly driven by windmills, cannot produce the current demand at all. This may be the effect of the expansion speed being too fast. It is for this reason that Luo Chong had to get the vapor machine out of it to deal with the crisis of lack of coins. Just as the Han tribe was engaged in dynamic reforms, the Xian tribe far across the strait was not idle. They were still working on the original resistance plan, that is, to study the advanced technology of the Han tribe as soon as possible, and be able to make sailboats on their own as soon as possible. The transaction between Hinkson regarding the 3 DAOs was finally to go to the grassland to recruit a large number of soldiers to form their own army. The first 2 plans are currently in an orderly manner. Now the Xin tribe has copied all the carpentry tools brought by the Han tribe mission with the exchanged steel, and how these tools are used, plus the technical assistance of those Jinwovai spies. Their carpentry technology has made great progress. At present, it has successfully copied the first generation of manual loom that the Han tribe once assisted them, and realized the first stage of self-propelled self-produced victory of the loom, so that the Han tribe's mission can no longer earn a penny money. At the same time, on top of the most critical vehicles, the Xian tribe has also been able to successfully produce a heavy-duty carriage with 4 wheels, which is a brilliant achievement in the transportation history of Bamboo Island. As for shipbuilding, although they have no clue yet, they have accumulated a lot of carpentry experience in the process of building cars and loomers. I believe that in the subsequent shipbuilding project, they can quickly imitate useful sailboats. Everything seems to be developing towards the good side, but just as the high level of the Xian tribe is all excited, those recruiting teams that cross the strait from the Dark Bridge and go to the grassland to recruit soldiers also bring them bad news. What do you mean? Iron ball? Firelight? There are also loud thunder sounds? How could the Han tribe have such a weapon? Looking at the personnel who were sent to the grassland by themselves in front of them, as well as the venting soldiers they brought back from the grassland, Xian led some unbelievable questioning. I didn't deceive you. If the Han tribe suddenly took out such weapons that we had never seen, the 60,000 coalition forces of our leaders could not lose so badly. In the war of that day, our brigade was not close. Kayuan City, even vaguely seeing the figure of the Han army, they attacked us. It's that kind of firelight, and there are thunder sounds like a punishment. Do you know how far that thing can be played? Our distance at the time was that it took a bowl of rice to ride, and the iron ball hit us, but everything that was blocked in front of the iron ball, whether it was a person or a horse, was all beaten into meat sauce. The army was scared by that thing at once, and no one was willing to take the previous step. 2 braids of braids beside his cheeks frightened his men, and painful memories of the war that day. Chapter 775 on Ambush War. What about your leader? Xian Guan still asked a little unbelief. 3 months ago, the leader was dead. On the way to retreat, the Han tribe was an arrow in his arm, and we failed to cure him. The impersonating men said so. Xian led but sitting in a chair, and his mood was extremely complicated. It was impossible to tell whether it was because of sympathy for the impersonation, or whether he saw his future from him. A person who could gather tens of thousands of troops died so easily. How many people are there in the entire Xian tribe, not to mention the army of 60,000, even 60,000 men they may not be able to take out, and there are war horses. How many war horses are there in fashion, and how much can they come up with? Xian's heart was half cold at once. He even had the heart to give up resistance, but he was not willing. In the bottom of his heart, he didn't believe what the guy said in front of him. How could the Han tribe have such an exaggerated weapon? But if they don't believe it, there will be tens of thousands of coalition forces, even if they can't win the Han tribe. An open source county, how can they tie a tie, but they lose so fast, so miserable? It seems that the mood of the self-directed leader is low, and the elders next to them are also emotional. They finally have a good situation now. How could they just give up by listening to others say a few words? So he heard the elders' persuasion to Xian Tong. Commander-in-Chief, don't have to worry about what kind of weapons the Han tribe is so powerful. As long as we don't let their army go ashore, they can't help us, and even if they really come up, we can't lose so fast. So miserable, we have a chance to win. What do you say? Xian Tongzi immediately heard that his parents had said this and immediately straightened his body. He was still reluctant to give up this tribe. Has the commander forgotten our original intention? We don't want to do anything to the Han tribe. It's always the Han tribe who is hitting us, so we just need to keep our own Bamboo Island and live our lives in peace, the elder explained. But the other elders and Xian's collectives all listened to the foggy water. Seeing everyone did not understand what they meant, they continued to say, we don't want to take the initiative to attack the Han tribe. In this war, we are only the defensive party, and Bamboo Island is our hometown. On the familiarity with Bamboo Island, the Han tribe is not as good as us. In this case, we can take the initiative to defend, first send people to enclose the Han tribe's mission, build a wall, and then form an army to station. We can also set up obstacles in advance in other places on Bamboo Island. In addition to the mission station, the Han tribe cannot land in other places, so that the pressure of our defense will be reduced a lot. Eventually let the Han tribe come to our preset battlefield, and our advantage is that it can be arranged in advance. Just now this man has said that the Han tribe's weapons are far away and powerful, but they are only a threat to the dense battle array. Even if the bigger iron ball is even more powerful, if we spread people into the woods and set up more archers, they can't treat us like that, still can only send infantry to fight us. At that time, we set traps in the woods in advance, save more food, and then pull up fences and walls. Even if there are more people in the Han tribe, we can find a way to block them for a while. At the same time, we can also use the advantages of being familiar with the terrain to send elite teams to disturb their mission sites, sink their big ships, and burn their food. In this way, even if the Han tribe is strong, they will not be able to bear such severe losses, and they will retreat by then. But we put the soldiers in the woods, not to block the army of the Han tribe. Will they come to attack us and walk into the trap? Can't they go around and go to another place first? Another golden elder from the new substitute asked. Haha, you don't understand, they will definitely come because they dare not go around. The elder said with a smile, and then put 3 tea bowls on the table, where to compare. This is the mission of the Han tribe. This is our Qingquan Valley. We put the army on the side of the road they must pass. The Han tribe certainly does not dare to go directly. If they know that we are here regardless, then just let this army attack their mission station and burn their food in ships. As long as the soldiers are nailed here, it is a threat to them, and they cannot just bypass it. What if they walk on the waterway to attack Qingquan Valley? You know, when they last promoted money, they got hundreds of sailboats and walked up the clear water river. The elder cattle also asked aside. That's right. Xian Tanzi also seemed to be enlightened, and he said to everyone confidently, do you remember a cliff in the middle of the Qingshui River? The 2 sides of the clear water river in that section are high cliffs. As long as we throw a few boulders into the upstream channel, we can block the waterway on which they flow. If their fleet dares to come, then we will put some stones on the mountain and wait for their fleet to enter this section of the river. We will throw stones to block their retreat and trap their entire fleet in this valley. Inside, when we lay arrows, throw stones, and set fire from the mountain, we will be able to kill all their fleets. Xian Tanzi seems to have seen his own victory. He was very excited when he said this, and other elders couldn't help nodding after listening to it, thinking that this method was very feasible. The elders also added, yes, the commander-in-chief just said that it is our advantage. We are familiar with the terrain of Bamboo Island. We know that there are too many places in ambush for the Han tribe. As long as they can fight a few such big battles, the Han tribes will know that we are not easy to mess with. When the time comes, they will naturally retreat. Yes, there is still a way for the commander and the elder. The animal elder also praised this time. The other rice elders and beans elders also praised each other. Then let's take advantage of the time to finalize the location of the ambush earlier, so as to prepare for the required troops and tool weapons. The newly appointed gold elder the anvil also added a sentence. This man was one of the group of craftsmen who had been abducted from the Han tribe by the tail. He had always been the confidant of the golden elder. Since the death of the gold elder's overturning ship in the past, this guy is in charge of most of the affairs managed by the golden elder. And, a few technicians who knew the Han tribe's iron fighting process were promoted to the new gold elder. Chapter 776 Seeking a Job. Hearing that the high level of the Xian tribe was very interested in resisting the Han tribe's battle plan, their leader's defeat could not be reported by themselves, but if they relied on the Xian tribe, it was not another way. So after making up their minds, Takashi's men also expressed their support for their plan, preparing to return to the grassland to reconvene the scattered old ministry, and then come directly to Bamboo Island to fight with them. If all of them are ambushed this time, the Han tribe's mysterious weapons may not be useful, and all of their people are hidden in the mountains. I don't believe that the Han tribe can also hit the iron balls on the mountain. But what they did not expect was that the Han tribe not only installed spies in them, but also had such a high status, and actually directly participated in their planning and execution. Knowing how much this plan has affected the Han tribe, the newly appointed Golden Elder Anvil dare not sloppy, while listening to everyone's arrangements, while carefully remembering the location of those ambush locations, and preparing to return this important information pass it out. At the same time, Luo Chong just returned from the work of the Industrial County Guidance Institute in the city of Hanyang in the north of the Han tribe, and saw an unexpected scene at the door of his house. In front of the mansion of the leader of Hanyang City, a huge white rhinoceros was standing there. Luo Cheng, the 2-year-old son of Luo Cheng, was holding a bunch of grass to feed the behemoth, and her daughter Luo Lan was sitting on the neck of the rhinoceros. Next to it is to tease Xiao Luokang's illness. I haven't not seen much in a year. This kid has grown to 1 meter 8 too. When everyone saw Luo Chong riding back, he hurried up to greet him. Xiao Luochen was the first to run over. He kept calling his father in his mouth. Luo rushed to Lima to stop in place, and then turned over and caught this. The little guy, the guard took the horse away in time. Daddy, look, Ben, I fed it to eat grass. Ronaldinho, who was embraced in his arms by Luo, put his hands around Luo Chang's neck and pointed at the white rhino in front of the door. Well, I'm so brave, but I'm not allowed to stand in front of the horse next time, you know? Luo Chong knocked on his son's cerebellar and said. Xiao Luocheng held his head in his hands and hurriedly responded, "Daddy, don't fight." The baby knew. Luocheng frightened him 2 sentences, and then came to the door and said to the next illness, "I didn't think it was a year before I saw it. You have grown so high, and Ben has grown." "Is it?" "Yes, leader, Ben is 7 years old, an adult beast, and I am an adult." Although the disease is already long and almost as high as Luocheng, the face is still immature, the mental head looks good, and standing straight in front of Luocheng to answer the question. "Really, but I remember you were only 13 years old, not yet the adult standard." Luo rushed at him and then walked towards the run with his son. This little guy who was only 100 pounds 7 years ago has now grown into a behemoth with a length of more than 5 meters and 2 meters tall and a weight of nearly 2 tons, which is a lap larger than the previous meat in Grey Mountain. The thick armor with a pale nipple is a bit yellow, but the body structure of the rhino is originally lower than the shoulder, so Luocheng does not need to look at it. When Ben saw Luo rushing over, he also recognized Luocheng's identity, and intimately rubbed Luo with a huge corner plate with more than a meter long. Although Luocheng did not often go to the farm to feed it, he took it back. The impression is still very deep. That's not because the leader has changed the adult standard, otherwise I'm an adult. At this time, Luo rushed behind him and there was a whisper of grievance. "Ha, your kid should come to me specifically, say, what's the matter?" Luo rushed to ask, and he didn't care about his complaint. The system was not changed to him alone, and it was still for the benefit of the entire Han tribe. He hesitated to see Luocheng staring at him, so he made up his mind to say it. "Chief, I have finished everything I teach in the school. I have also learned to ride horses and archery. I would like to ask you to arrange something for me to do." Luocheng looked at the serious teenager in front of him. At the age of 13, if he converted into Luocheng's previous year's Earth year, it should be exactly 15 years old. When he was 15, he happened to be in junior high school. "Well, it's an adult." Luocheng secretly made a comment before he continued to ask, "What do you mean? What do you think about it?" "Me, no." Hearing Luocheng's question, he was a bit weak to say. "Then tell me to the study." Luocheng took this sentence and led a group of people back home. Putting the naughty son on the solid wood sofa in the lobby, Luocheng took him to illness and the two walked into the study. "This is the first time I have come to Luocheng's new study. The setting inside has aroused great interest. Several models of sailing models, slap-footed field gun pendulum, and astronomical telescopes in front of the glass window. The map of the Han tribe hanging on the wall, the copper orbit scattered on the short few days used to drink tea, and a pile of messy model parts." Luocheng looked at the disease standing there, and he was a little funny in his heart. It seemed like he saw a child arresting after 100 days. When he caught anything, he knew what the child would do when he grew up, so he also played in his heart. When he rises, he decides to find something for him in this way. "Did you see anything in this room? You see if you are interested, and if so, I can arrange things in the relevant direction." Luocheng sat behind his desk and looked at the disease in front and said, "Oh leader, can I touch these things? Be careful when you go sick." "Well, of course, but this is your own choice, so you better think about it," Luocheng reminded again. When I nodded, I started to look carefully at these things in the house. This study in Luocheng is very big, with a bogo frame with 2 walls. It is filled with various exquisite instrument models, so big as a windmill train, as small as 3 rounds of bicycles. There is no way. There are still too few books for the Han tribe. He has the intention to put on a few books without this opportunity. And for a green teenager who has never seen any market like going to be sick, Luocheng's study is like a museum, and everything can arouse his interest. He picked up this model and fiddled it twice, and lifted the telescope. Looking out, Lin Lang's purposeful and clever pendulum all surprised him, but when he finally saw the long sword on the shelf side by the wall, he was still hesitant to make no decision. Chapter 777 Second Military Reform. When Luo rushed to see him, he looked at the long sword and smiled and knocked on the table. "How about, do you have any ideas? Sit here and say." Luocheng pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Yes, thank you, leader." I sat there at the corner of my clothes, but I was still hesitant, watching Luocheng's desktop stunned. "Why, is there any entanglement? Say it and listen." Luocheng asked again. "Chief, you taught me to dance swords and make bars, writing arrows, and I also like those weapons myself. Before I came to you, I also wanted to fight as a soldier in the past. But our Han tribe is too strong, and no one is an opponent of the Han tribe, especially when you have created artillery. The advantages of the Han tribe are more obvious. In this way, even if the Han tribe still has some enemies, it will soon be defeated by us. Sooner or later, there will be a day to finish the battle, and I guess it will be soon. If I go to the army now, it will be no turn to fight in the future. I don't want to do anything in the army. I just read these things in the chief's study, and I have new ideas. Whether it's a car, a telescope, and electric lights, the leader has always paid great attention to the development of science and technology, and is also very concerned about people's livelihood. The investment in this area is also very large. Some teachers in the school who are older than me have also entered various research institutes. I am also very interested in these things. If I can participate in these tasks, I am also very willing. However, I can't bear to be a soldier's dream. So you are entangled? Luo rushed and asked. When I got sick, I stopped talking. Luo Chong stood up and turned around in the house 2 times and began to comment. Can you realize that sooner or later there will be a day when the battle is over, which is very good. It can be seen that I value people's livelihood technology, which is better, but have you never thought that the two are actually complementary? Hearing Luo Chan's question, he was confused about the disease. He really didn't see any connection between them. How could he complement each other? Luo Chong looked at him and didn't understand it. We continued to explain that we can develop science and technology in order to make sophisticated weapons, powerful weapons such as artillery, which is the product of technology. With a strong army, we can occupy more land and resources, and by adding these resources, we can better develop science and technology, and then continue to improve military strength and continue to look for other resources. This is actually a cycle. Technology and strong military power are actually a relationship of mutual assistance. On the contrary, if your resources are abundant and your technology is developed, but your military strength is weak, it becomes fat in the eyes of others. Anyone will think about coming to bite you, so the technology and military strength of a tribe must coexist. There is no difference between the two. If you think about it, you nod your head and try to digest Luo Chan's theory, but when he returns to God, he still doesn't want to understand, even if these two things are complementary. But what is the future direction of his development? What does it matter? Chief, what am I going to do in the future? If you want to break your head, you don't know what Luo Chong meant to go sick. Luo Chong suddenly turned to look at him, and a big news burst said that the army of the Han tribe will be fully transformed in the future. Just when I was so surprised to widen my eyes, and when I wanted to ask something, Luo conflicted and calibrated him. Do you know that the current army of the Han tribe can be divided into several categories? For this problem, I still know a lot about going to illness. Those who are soldiers often receive some news about frontline warfare reports, such as who sacrificed, and who made the credit, what title was raised, and the family. With a few acres of land, what kind of reward did the leader give, and who received the pension? These are the topics that the people like to talk about the most. Moreover, on the large side, the Han tribe often publish some mansion reports, posted on the bulletin boards of various cities and towns, and read some news of the frontline battles to the people. For example, in the previous battle of the open source city, the 20,000 Guardian army of the Han tribe defeated the enemy's 60,000 coalition forces. This news was once published in various counties, which really improved a wave of national self-confidence. On those days that the war report just announced, no Han tribe is proud of being a member of the Han tribe, even if they were joined by various clan tribes before. This is also a means of condensing national self-confidence. As a small army fan who is determined to be a soldier, he naturally cares about these things when he goes to school, and he does not discuss with the clan when he is in school, so he just thought a little bit and broke his finger and counted Luo. Heading back, our Han tribe's army can be divided into army and navy, and the army can be divided into local garrison troops and temporary mission troops. That is called the local garrison force, and the strategic mobile force. Luo Chong corrected the way. And have you found that the local garrison troops are only available in counties where the situation is not stable? Like our 8 counties in Hanyang, only a few militiamen recruited locally look at the city gate. There is no regular guard. In addition, there is a Jin Liuvai around me who is responsible for the safety of my family, and there is nothing else. Luo Chong continued to explain. Nodding when I was sick, the current military construction of the Han tribe is indeed like this. But in fact, this is wrong. The Han tribe's army is still too small, and the strategic distribution is not comprehensive. Of course, this is mainly limited by the current total population, but such an army has not been able to meet our future development needs, so I plan to continue to expand the army in the next few years and complete the structural reform and specific reform aspects of the Han tribal army. It is the technology you just mentioned. Carry out technological reforms in the military. How to change this? Should we all switch to armies armed with artillery? But who is this powerful army defending against? I became interested when I went sick. However, Luo Chong's answer was much beyond his expectations, so he heard Luo Chong say, the reform is mainly aimed at the army, and the navy will continue to develop in the future, but there will not be too many changes in the structure. the army should refine more arms. At least 4 of my budget, that is the local garrison, the central garrison, the railway garrison, and the engineering construction force. The local garrison army is still mainly armed with existing cold weapons and artillery, and the central garrison army will build an elite fully equipped force. In addition to protecting the central government of the Han tribe, it will also serve as a support and defense at any time. As for the remaining 2 armies, all serving the construction of people's livelihood. Chapter 778 50 Years of Appointment and Removal. The army of all firearms? Use all artillery? Or do we have new gunpowder weapons? Interest immediately came to go to the disease. Not yet available, but it will be produced soon. The idea of this weapon has long been there, but due to technical process limitations and material limitations, we have not started research and development, but when we have steamed after the carbide, it is easy to make it. Luo Chong explained. What kind of weapon would it be? Is it the same principle as artillery? Going Sick is still asking. Haha, almost, you can understand it as a ultra-small handheld artillery. Imagine if you can use a thin iron tube to load gunpowder and projectiles in the way of loading shells, and then aim at the target and ignite. Can it produce the same effect as artillery? Luo Chong guided his thinking to remind him. That must be possible, but this should be a far-fire weapon similar to a bow and arrow, but it cannot be ejected like a bow and arrow, because the projectile is too light, and the shooting speed is certainly not as good as a bow and arrow. It's too troublesome. Going Sick was conceived in the brain, and immediately found many problems. Well, yes, it seems that you really understand. Luo Zhuang praised a sentence. Hey, the natural class in the school has taught gunpowder. Going Sick and scratching his head. Since the problem is found, should we improve it? If the loading is too slow, it can be solved with the pre-installation of ammunition. We can make the form of a mother-to-child bomb, enclose the projectile and gunpowder in a small copper tube, make a bullet, and put it in the iron tube when used. The system can solve the problem of slow shot speed. Moreover, the range of this weapon may not be much closer than that of the artillery, and it may be possible to fully crush the bow and arrow. In order to increase his interest in Going Sick, Luo Chong drew him a big cake again. The range is as far as the artillery? If you can hit 1,000 meters, you can't see it with your eyes alone. By the way, we can also add telescopes to this weapon to aim at distant targets. I saw the astronomical telescope at the windowsill and said, that's right, that's right. If you encounter a problem, you need to find a solution. As long as you really want to do it, are you afraid of that little difficulty? Luo Chong affirmed again. That leader means let me develop this weapon? A somewhat excited tentative question about Going Sick. Luo Chong thought about answering his question. Of course you can participate if you are interested, but my real idea is to let you be responsible for forming this army dedicated to firearms. After a little pause, Luo Chong continued to say that the Han tribe has another war to fight this year. Even if you join the army now, I am afraid you can't catch up, but within the next 5 years, we are in the north. There is a war. When the time comes to face stronger enemies, I hope that at that time, the Han tribe can come up with an elite unit equipped with all firearms to fight. Now, if you want to participate in the development of gunpowder weapons, you can't take up too much time. When he went to illness, he immediately understood Luo Chan's meaning, and he knew that Luo Chong was cultivating him. I am afraid that others would not get this opportunity, so he also knew that this opportunity was rare, not only to participate in scientific research of interest to him, but also to complete his dream of joining the army. The leader is probably such a task set for him. However, due to the influence of curiosity, he asked Luo Chong about the other 2 newly established services. What did the leader just say about the railway guard force and the engineering construction force? Well, in fact, these 2 armies are also complementary forces. Engineering construction forces, referred to as engineers, are established specifically for building railways, building bridges, and building some large-scale construction projects. Unified militarization management, mastering the most advanced engineering technology and machinery of the tribe, but essentially workers. The railway garrison troops will know by listening to their names. The main responsibility is to open up a safe working area along the railway for engineers in advance. After the engineers repair the railway, they will also be responsible for the garrison tasks along the railway to prevent someone from destroying the railway, and the daily patrol and maintenance also require this unit to undertake. After listening to Luo Chan's introduction, he felt that he had little interest in this. Although he didn't know what the railway was, he was not interested in things like paving roads and bridges. Because his dream is to be a soldier, not to work hard on the construction site. Although the engineers also hung a soldier's word, they said that they were still engaged in construction, so they immediately made up their minds to go to the disease. Chief, I want to participate in the development of new firearms, as well as the army you said armed with all firearms. Well, that's fine. Luo rushed and nodded. Cultivating young military forces is something he has written in the development plan for a long time. The existing generals of the Han tribe are basically about 30 years old. In this era, they are not young anymore. It is almost this age, and it is much more firewood to be a little younger. Chen Niuwei's command made Chai Duo currently a 20-year-old strong man, and he had the merits of commanding the open source war. He was a general that Luo Chong attached great importance to. He has been privately included in the future military leader. Alternative list. Luo Chang's idea is also very simple. First of all, if you want to be transferred to the Central Military Department, you must have military skills, and then age ranking. According to Luo Chang's plan, he is going to let the Blood Butcher and Rat come to command the offense of Bamboo Island. The war opened up new territory in 6 counties for the Empire. Such credit is enough to transfer these 2 old guys directly to the military department under the central government. After these 2 guys take office, the local garrison troops below will be handed over to Chai Duo for management. There is no problem in the battle of open source, so that he will be in the upper position. It is no problem for 20 years. And to get sick, Luo Chong was going to let him enter the Central Army to mix his resume. He first formed this firearm unit and waited for 3 or 4 years before sending them to the north to participate in the war of extermination of cannibals, and then transferred back to him. Lead the Forbidden Army. In this way, this kid is young and has enough military skills on his body. After waiting for how old Chai is in the future, he can help him to the military's high position. He is the 3rd-generation military leader of Luo Chang's selected Han Empire. Arranged for the appointment and removal of the Minister of the Ministry of Arms in the next 50 years, Luo Chong also took a breath, pulled 2 rolls of drawings from the bookcase next to him on the table, and then said to the disease, "These are the 2 new firearms I designed. If you want to participate in the production and development, you can start now, but you cannot participate in both. Regarding the production of firearms, I have set up 2 projects. One is to study the launch platform, this thing is called Firearms by me, and the other is to develop ammunition. I am going to fill the ammunition with a new type of spontaneous powder. Solve the problem of speed of fire, and also solve the problem of unavailability on rainy days, fear of wind, difficulty igniting fire, and high operational hazards. You can only choose one of these 2 items, whether to make firearms or ammunition, you decide for yourself." Luo Chong looked at the question. Thinking about it, firearms should be a mechanical problem. They are all tricks of machine skills. They are far from the chemistry taught in schools. So without hesitation, they chose ammunition. "Chief, let me do the ammunition." Chapter 779 Spray and Big Tether. The development of firearms is not a random move. He needs to maintain the absolute strength of the Central Army to ensure that the local garrison will not mutinize, because since ancient times, the title of the Central Army has been higher than its external duties, preparing for coups and suppressing rebellions. Or unless the enemy hits the gate of the capital, the Central Army generally will not move. Then there is the future battle against the cannibal great apes. The Han tribe needs such a powerful weapon. The great apes are worth the blast table, but it is unlikely to move the super flexible aliens to fight against the Han tribe. Then large units such as cold weapons and artillery have little effect, and efforts to improve individual injuries are the right way. For this strategic purpose, Luo Chong also logically proposed 2 famous firearms, one combining the pumping spray of Browning trench broom and Remington 870, and the other was the foundation of the modern rifle. Mauser G98 with a rifle, the grandfather of 98K. Both of these firearms are very characteristic. The first is the spray. Because of its large caliber and not far away, the riff pressure is relatively low. The requirements for the barrel are not large. Even if the Han tribe does not have a steam car bed now, it is directly used. Knocking on a barrel can also meet the needs of the spray. The most unlikely explosive firearm in the world may be sprayed. At the same time, Luo Chong also chose 870 mature overall designs, as well as the advantages of large capacity bullets, and added the external hammer-style shooting feature of the world's first pumping shotgun, which met the firepower requirements of combat. In line with the characteristics of the emerging industry of the Han tribe, after all, the overly sophisticated internal structure may not be as reliable as the early trench broom. Ordnance, too much high technology is not necessarily good. Practical and reliable is the first. Coupled with the fact that the spray is easy to aim and the damage is high, it is definitely an emote against the horrible cannibal. There are 2 schools in modern shotgun fans, one is the multi-hole party, and the other is the big hole party. The shotgun shoots dozens of holes, and a single shot can hit a big hole in the watermelon. Adults like Luo Chong do not choose. He needs everything. Therefore, among the 3 types of ammunition handed over to the disease research and development this time, there are 2 types of shotguns and one-headed bullets. The other is a general-purpose rifle bullet, which is an 8 mm diameter all-powerful ammunition. The early rifle bullets were actually used as a bullet with heavy machine guns, so this time the rifle bullets were delineated directly, which also facilitated the development of heavy machine guns in the future, eliminating the cost of repeated research and development. As for the reason for choosing G98 as a model, it is also due to the consideration of the history of rifle development. Since being invented by the Song dynasty, the thing of the musket has been quickly used by the Mongolians of the Yuan dynasty, and then the technology of gunpowder and musket has been transferred to Europe. Since then, the development of Chinese muskets has embarked on a completely different path from that of the West. Ming Dynasty China is the pinnacle of musket development, and it has gone astray, and foreigners have been raging in loading and firing methods. History has proved who was right and who was wrong, although the earliest multiple firearms Thunderbolt and the earliest backload rifle Switchcraft. Unfortunately, the political situation at that time was too chaotic, and those in power did not pay attention to it, so they ruined the results of the invention. In the western part of the same period, the transformation of the shooting method has been completed from the pre-loading age of musket guns, turtle guns, spring guns, and shotguns. At the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the ammunition was quickly reformed, from paper packaging to metal shell packing, from black powder to smoke-free powder, from the side of the bomb to the bottom of the bomb. A series of reforms were carried out. The post-mounted firearms also appeared in the era of famous firearms, such as the flow of Martini and Schneider, but they were only short-lived in history. It was finally determined that the embolized filling agency was the Mauser brothers. Luo Chong is different. He is a person who knows history. Naturally, he doesn't have to go the wrong way for hundreds of years. He can save resources and spoil money. As for the automatic weapon that suddenly broke the blue fire, Luo Chong also wanted it. Unfortunately, the Han tribe is not even an industrial society. It can't afford such extravagant weapons, whether in terms of technology or economy. It's not cost-effective. And machine gun broke through for an hour, and it was enough for a group of rifle soldiers to fight in World War II. This ammunition consumed real terror. And this is also Luo Chong's backhand. If it is really time for the situation to be out of control, and then take out the automatic weapon yourself, you will be able to quickly wipe out all the problems. Now, let's go to pull the bolt first. Pulling the bolt is the romance of men. Looking at a thick piece of information in front of him, he blinked and looked at it carefully for a while, and was surprised to ask Luo. The leader has got the shape of the bullet and the gunpowder formula. Come out? Luo Tingstaller explained that this is just one of my ideas. Whether it works or not depends on the experimental results. In fact, the most important design problem of the bullet is gunpowder, which solves the gunpowder. The other is not a problem. So for the 2 gunpowders on the project, you also need to be more snacks. The glue double base propellant must be paid attention to during the experimental preparation process. When tuning the cotton, it must be placed in a bathing pot and calm with ice water. That thing is very sensitive to temperature and will kill people if it is not done. So you better not operate it yourself, because you are not familiar with the workflow of the laboratory. There is also a process of final glue, which must be experimented with open window ventilation and personnel care, because the cotton-glued catalyst ether is a powerful aerosol anesthetic and will faint immediately after smelling it. However, although the production is a bit troublesome, I think this thing should be made more powerful than black powder. The most important thing is that its smoke is very small and will not block the shooter's vision. In terms of hair spreading, I have put forward 3 ideas, namely mercury nitrate, silver nitrate, and lead nitrogenation. I have written the preparation methods for these 3 things. In theory, these 3 things all get angry automatically after being hit, but the sensitivity is high and low. Which one is safer and which one is more suitable? These all require experiment to verify. On the opposite side, listening to Luo Chong's orders, how can he feel that the leader is so familiar with the preparation of these new gunpowders? Has he done these experiments long ago? But in the face of Luo Chong, he didn't dare to ask, and after nodding to show that he remembered, he was ready to work in the chemical laboratory of Huixin Island. But before that, Luo Chong also gave him the status of a Jinwu vice soldier. Even if he was given a military status, the research and development of military equipment must be led by the military. This is an iron law, even in the future. Luo Chong just regulates it from now on. Chapter 780 Time Coagulation Master Going to Sickness, Upper. I was very happy to get a red military uniform and waist knife. I rode his Ben and went home. When I got home, my sick mother was weaving cloth in the house. When I saw my eldest son holding a military uniform and waist knife, I was surprised to ask, the leader asked you to be a soldier? Mother, but I don't have to go to the front line to fight for the time being. The leader made me a soldier who guarded him, and I didn't have to follow the leader all the time. He gave me a military status and let me go to the research institute. Go sick and put down the military uniform in your hand, and pinch your shoulder to her old lady. Oh, so it's okay not to go to the front, just not to go to the front. The sick mother was even busy talking, and the whole body seemed to be relieved, and she was soft in her sick arms all at once. Mother, what do you say? Don't you just want to fight when you are a soldier? If the leader let me go to the front, I must be going, otherwise it is the deserter, but it will be killing the head by then. Go to the disease and blame for being dissatisfied. Isn't this the mother who is worried about you? Niang doesn't want you to make much credit and earn a high title, nor do you want you to live in peace. At the beginning of the year, there were battles in Kaiwan County. Although many people have made contributions, thousands of people have died on the battlefield. Fortunately, they all already have children. Count as a successor. Hey, not right? Didn't our Han tribe recruit troops as long as they were married and had a heir? No, I have to quickly drag someone to find a daughter-in-law for you. You must not go to the battlefield before giving birth to the child. The sick mother stood up at once. When I was sick, I looked dark and sat down his mother again. Niang, I haven't reached the adult standard yet. Are you looking for my wife now? Isn't it harmful to me? That's illegal. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to work in the institute tomorrow. How can I find a wife? What happened to the adult standard? Can't you get along first if you can't get married? You don't have to worry about this. Since you have worked in the institute, this is a good job that many people can't envy. The mother must find you a good-looking and able-birth daughter-in-law. Even if you can't get married now, we must first set this family matter down. The sick mother struggled to stand up again, and then the apron was removed and she had to walk outside the house. When she went to the sickness, she was so big that she couldn't stop it. She ran back to her room and took a few pieces of laundry clothes. Then he ran away from home and hurried to the Research Institute of Lake Hart Island. When the sick mother came back, he learned from his little daughter that he had run away, and she didn't know what to say when she was angry. Hey, the cub has grown up and can't control it. When he ran away from home, he first went to Luo Chon to get a pass and letter of appointment, as well as information about the development of ammunition, and then asked Luo Chan's bodyguard to borrow $5 in travel expenses to eat on the road. He was given back the military pay, and he was riding on a journey to Lake He Island. The running speed at full speed is not slow. The speed of more than 40 kilometers per hour is almost the same as that of the horses. So in only 4 or 5 hours, this guy ran all the way from Hanyang City to Fortong County. With his letter of appointment, he ate and stayed in the post office in Shitan County for free for one night, and rushed to Braosang County early the next morning. This is the first time he has gone out so far by himself. On that way, he was really happy, walking and stopping, and sometimes rushing to walk and rest together, and met the roadside to set up tea stalls on the official road. The hawker will also go in to buy a bowl of tea, eat a burrito tea or something, and it will be uncomfortable along the way. When the hawker at the tea stall asked him what he was going to do, the kid came up with a rash military confidential, and then rode his own high and terrifying mount again, rumbling towards the east of the browsing young county, running in the direction, all the way is eye-catching. Apart from the 2 fears that the leader had ridden in that year, no one else had ever seen such a huge mount. It took another half a day to arrive in Banyang County. At noon, he took a cargo ship to Hart Island for resupply to the Research Institute. Ben was also forcibly taken to the boat by him. Fortunately, the mast was big enough, otherwise can overturn the boat. When I finally arrived at the Research Institute, I was immediately attracted to the research project here. Unlike the Power Research Institute in industrial counties, the Research Institute here is all-round. Whether it is physical or chemical, there are, according to Luo Chon, that is one research group. When Luo Chon put forward any new ideas, and then these research and development groups co-produced, each group studies the things that belong to its own stall. Eventually the results are aggregated on one thing. This is the so-called research and development process of the Han tribe, which is actually more similar to Luo Chon giving a mature plan, and then they will carry out a large number of experiments. To put it bluntly, this group of people is a group of advanced coolies, all for Luo Chon to do experimental hard work. After he came here, he quickly integrated into it, because there are many brothers in the institute that he is familiar with. Most of them are the best group of mathematics in the upper grades of the school. Everyone is a classmate and has a common topic. Naturally, the relationship is fast. Yo, isn't this going to be sick? Why are you here too, and you have a whole uniform? Why? To release a new project for the leader. A young researcher named Ao Fei saw Ben's huge body shape and immediately recognized his identity as a disease. Just kidding, This is the only guy in the school who was named by the leader himself, and also sent him a baby mount. It is definitely a celebrity in the school. Who doesn't know the whole school? He knows that he has a good relationship with the leader. He is the earliest group of veterans in the Han tribe. Don't look at this kid. It was the person who was held by the leader when he was a kid. Hey, let brother you say it, I really brought a new project, and the leader also let me personally participate in the research and development process, just don't know if it's your brother's responsibility. Going sick and talking. What project? My group is studying optics and lenses. Is it writing a book recently? Is it related to our side? Ao Fei asked some curiosity. Optical, lens, do you still write books? Won't you make the telescope? I was a little surprised to ask. Hey, otherwise? Who do you think made it? Ao Fei immediately became proud when he heard someone mention the telescope. Really, the brother is really powerful. Unfortunately, the project I brought has nothing to do with you this time. The leader asked me to develop new gunpowder. Go to the 6th stall and explain with regret. Chapter 781 Mysterious Reagent 17. Since it is a research and development project for new gunpowder, it must have nothing to do with the optical lens. Ao Fei can't help but be disappointed. However, it is not boring to have such a new student. If these researchers do not rush to assign specific project research and development tasks, most of the time they will do their own research, then organize the research results into a volume, and finally give Luo Chong approval may be added to the new teaching materials. This is also the scientific exploration that Luo Chong often said, and it is also a way for him to be lazy and inspire the people to explore on his own. To say that the busiest group in the entire Heart Island Institute is probably the rubber group and the chemical group. Luo Chong brought a lot of things from the Tang tribe before, and they all have to be handed over to them for analysis and testing, or, which was limited to the conditions of Tanghai County at that time, could only be a simple calcination test, and could not measure all the ingredients and performance. These two groups are busy with these things now, but since Luo Chong has explained new tasks, they naturally cannot refuse. The researchers in the chemistry group are also very young. Most of these new subjects are young people, all of which are science tips in the school, because those liberal arts students who like to study Hanla go to work as officials, and the handicrafts are concentrated in this area. A large number of older craftsmen and craftsmen. At the beginning of the next day, the disease started a group meeting accompanied by the chemistry group brother. A person in charge who graduated from the Browsingyang County campus smelled the farm to preside over the work assignment. This time the leader asked us to develop ammunition for several weapons, which is divided into gunpowder and projectiles. Our chemical group is mainly responsible for the development of gunpowder. The leader of the thing, blue double-based propellant, has given the production method. We just need to be careful when trying. In addition, the production of 3 highly sensitive explosives. The data says that if the pressure is too great, such as a collision, it will explode, so before the project starts, I still have to tell everyone to be careful, and I must strictly abide by the laboratory regulations. This time we were divided into 5 two-person groups, one of which was responsible for making fire cotton, one was responsible for purifying ether, and the other 3 were responsible for a high-sensitivity explosive. We are still old rules, old and new people are responsible for assistance. After a while, I will send you information, who is interested in who will do it, and the rest of the chemical group will continue to be responsible for analyzing the number 17 reagent, and the role of number 17 reagent is very much. We will try to use it as much as possible. Well, the meeting is like this. Let's read the information and then group it. After seeing the information brought by the past disease, Sminine quickly explained the new project. It was curious at this time to go to the disease. What was the number 17 reagent? In the case where the leader confessed to the new project, he insisted on research, so he asked the smelling farmer beside him. Smelling farmer did not conceal it. Speaking of this number 17 reagent, he was still very proud, because the identification of the nature of this new substance was determined by other people's opinions, and he completed the experiment alone to prove his judgment to others. Reagent number 17 is a new metal mineral brought back by the leader from the Tang tribe. However, since we have no way to restore it to a metal element so far, and we have not done a complete departmental nature identification and use excavation, it has not been reported to the leader, did not give it a name, and has been called the 17th reagent for the time being. Smelling farmer introduced him to the disease, while leading him to the laboratory, and placed a bottle of white delicate powder in front of him. But when I was sick, I looked at the foggy water. This thing is very white, like flour, but others have said that this is a metal mineral. Naturally, it cannot be flour. Brother Wen, this thing is clearly white stone powder. Since you have not been able to restore it to metal monomer, How can you be sure that it is metal? Can't it be lime or plaster? Go to the puzzled question. Haha, you are right. The leader has a famous saying that it is a bold hypothesis. Careful verification. At first, we also suspected that it was calcium carbonate, which is limestone, but in fact it was not. After calcination, this mineral there is indeed similar alkalinity, but it is not as large as the alkalinity of lime. Then we mixed it with charcoal and did not restore the metal, and then experimented with sulfuric acid, and the result came to the thing in front of you. This thing is actually a metal sulfate. Of course, at first we didn't know that it was me who used the experiment of the flame reaction to prove that it was actually a metal, and it was still a metal we had never seen. Smelling Farmer said with a smile. Flame color reaction, what is that? Curiosity immediately rises when you go sick. Means that when different metal salts are burned through flames, different flames of flame will be emitted, such as the salt we eat. The leader said it was sodium chloride, which is also a metal compound. When the salt is ignited, it will emit bright flare. And the sulfate in front of you will emit a green fire after lighting, magical. It was a stun to listen to the disease, and the metal lit and emitted firelight of different colors. Chemistry is really amazing. Brother Win, if we can't restore its original metal element, can we still use it? Ask again for advice. Of course, some metals are not necessarily better than steel, but its compounds are more valuable. At present, we have developed a lot of practical value for this sulfate. You see it is very white, right? We thought about whether this thing can be used as a chromosome. The result is really good. Not only can it be used to dye white cloth, but more importantly, it can be dyed to rubber to make white rubber. And this thing will shine on its own when it is calcined. I also let the optical group help analyze it. They said that it is not glowing, but the light caused by reflection. When there is a strong light on it, it will also reflect the obvious light. So we also made it into night light paint, which is used to smear some important night signs. These paints were exposed to moonlight at night. It will also be particularly striking. This thing also has the characteristics of low poison, which has a killing effect on several field pests. After the water used for the medicine is diluted, it can also be sprayed on crops for insecticide. The use is too much. At present, we have also discovered its dissipative effect. This thing can inhibit many chemical reagents with photosensitivity. Now we are still conducting a lot of experimental verification. I was dumbfounded and stunned. I didn't expect it to be just a metal sulfate that could not be restored. I could have so many important uses. Think about the kind of explosive that I'm about to study that would automatically get angry at a touch. Don't be too magical. Chapter 782. When the project is in progress. The next day is continuous experimentation. Double-based propellant is a very magical thing. Compared with traditional black powder, it requires neither charcoal nor sulfur, and nitrogen must also be converted into nitric acid to use. And its main material turned out to be cotton. This is amazing. The first step of the dual-based propellant is to make pyrotechnic cotton, which requires a large amount of skimmed cotton. This is also clearly written in Luo Chan's data. Researchers also understand that according to the purity of oil and fat, it will produce the principle of soaping reaction. Then it is better to use pure alkali directly to defat cotton. The two of the Flamingo team first heated and soaked the cotton with alkaline water, then repeatedly rinsed it with clean water, and finally got pure skimmed cotton after drying. Then mix it with dilute sulfuric acid and concentrated nitric acid, and put it in the bath pot, slowly stirring in the case of ice, and finally put the degreasing cotton in the soak. This step is carried out carefully. Even if you are on the sidelines, you dare not make any sound disturb them. Next is to take out the cotton soaked in the acid and clean it repeatedly, and finally dry it. The Flamingo team has successively carried out several different analogies of sulfuric acid and nitric acid, as well as different cotton soaking times, and finally obtained 6 different flamingos, which have been used for several days. Such a life is undoubtedly very boring in the eyes of ordinary people, but for these people in the institute, there is nothing more interesting than experimenting with the monthly salary and funds given by the leader every day. Another group of pure ether next to it can be said to be fully armed. The separate ventilation laboratory does not say that there is a gas mask developed by the institute itself. Even the upper eyes are covered by a glass cover. It can be said that it is airtight. However, after a few days of tossing, an experimental accident occurred during the distillation of ether with sulfuric acid and alcohol, ethanol. The newcomer of the ether purification team accidentally smelled this thing while encapsulating it, and then passed out on the spot. Fortunately, this thing can only be anesthetized, and it has been awake after 2 hours. In the final synthesis experiment, the disease was also onlookers with a gas mask, and then he saw an incredible scene. I saw that when the experimenter put the fire cotton in the ether liquid for stirring, the original fluffy state of fire cotton quickly wet and collapsed, and then began to slowly solidify. The operator poured this mixture into a brass mold. After squeezing and filtering the shape, he finally got a long-form gum with a slight elasticity similar to yellow transparent soap. Getting the last finished product, you can't help but have life thinking, this thing will be the powerless pyrotechnic medicine that the leader wants? The leader is not mistaken? I want to know if it is the leader's thing. It's not good to take the experiment for a while. The way of judging our research is to speak with the experimental results. Without experimental proof, it's useless to say that the smallpox is falling again. Smelling farmer looked at his face and didn't believe it to explain. Well, then find a place to experiment. Nodding after going to the disease, the two began to summon 4 people from the fire cotton group and the ether group to start the analysis and experiment of the dual-based propellant. The first is safety testing. Whether this thing is hit hard with a hammer, friction, or exposure, it will not burn and explode. It can be said that it is very safe during normal use in transportation. Then they cut it into thin strips and granulars with a knife according to the drawings given by Luo Chong. The fine-striped double-base propellant was used to fill the rifle bullets, and it looked like a light yellow egg hanging noodles, or the egg dragon noodles, and then the dragon noodles are further shredded. It becomes a large-scale gel gunpowder similar to sesame. They put 2 forms of gunpowder on the copper disc and ignited it with a bright fire, and then made a sound of rapid burning. Under the watch of several people, the ignited glue gunpowder immediately lit a bright flare, and then the air also a smell of smoke, but did not see the white smoke like a cloud that ignited black powder. There are only a few races of light blue and black smoke. There are only some burn marks on the copper plate carrying gunpowder, but there is not much residue left. The experiment is carried out here. In terms of the safety and smoke-free effect of the propellant, it is still very successful. I don't know if this thing can be ignited by another group of highly sensitive spontaneous gunpowder. Only the ammunition loading experiment can be carried out. Get the final result. However, the experiments in the other 3 groups are in trouble. Mercury nitrate, that is, thunder mercury, requires extremely high levels of smoke nitric acid. This thing is still very laborious in industrial manufacturing, but it is not difficult in the laboratory environment. It's over a few times. The difficulty is that Luo Chong said in the data that he wanted to use alcohol as a reaction catalyst, but specifically how much alcohol was added, what concentration of alcohol, Luo Chong didn't say. This only allowed 2 experimenters to risk being killed. Repeated experiments, the propellant over there was made, and the bottom, river-proof crab, fire here was still far away. Another set of silver nitrate, that is, leine, is easy to make and easy to get out, but the nature is too unstable, the light is too sensitive, and it cannot be preserved by normal means, so it is lost. Actual combat value. The last group of lead nitrogenation is mainly too cumbersome to prepare. Since the Han tribe does not currently have the ability to prepare synthetic ammonia, it can only use stupid methods to get nitrogen-rich compounds. Sodium chloride distills atesh hydrochloric acid, then mixes it with hydrochloric acid and nitric acid, and then adds lead monoxide to accelerate the reaction with a catalyst. Finally, a small amount of lead nitride was produced. The experimental rate is very low, and the preparation method is cumbersome, but there is no way. Without synthetic ammonia technology, a large amount of pure nitrogen cannot be obtained. The high-pressure and low-temperature preparation environment. The Han tribe has a steam engine. The high-pressure aspect is easy to do, but without refrigeration equipment, low temperature cannot be controlled. However, the amount of this thing is not large. If 1 bullet is stranded, it will be as large as 2 sesame seeds. A small bottle in the laboratory can be filled with tens of thousands of bullets. Just when the nitrogenated lead was finally prepared, the first group of mercury nitrate was also obtained. It was a tuo of scarlet ointment, which looked like a box of mud. Smelling farmer can't help but joke, this thing must not be confused with the mud. If anyone presses the seal on it, the whole arm will blow up. Chapter 783 Time Coagulation Master going to sickness, middle. After the development of gunpowder, the next step is the mechanical processing of the projectile, but because it is a brand new thing, all the materials to the production tool and the experimental equipment must be newly developed. This can only be notified to the new Steel County. So I went to the Lake Hart Island Research Institute for a while, but he didn't do nothing. Now it's hard to come to such a place and be able to reach many things that he usually can't understand at school. Of course, it's time to learn for a long time. After sending someone out the list of equipment and materials needed this day, he followed AO to the optical lens research group to learn the optical theory they summarized, and also to learn the principles of the telescope. Most of the optical laboratories are dark rooms with dark paint. Even if there are windows, they are also the kind of light-covered windows made of solid wooden boards. They are usually supported by wooden sticks. Temporary transformation. At this time, he was staying in a dark room with Aofe. The two were in front of the window. The light-covered window made of solid wooden boards was closed, and a small hole was opened above for light. Aofe put a prismatic glass block in front of the beam that shone in the house, and a white-painted iron fur was placed in the back as a light board, pointing at the spectrum of the 7 colors above to tell the disease. See, this is the sunlight we can see every day. Most people think that the sun is white, but after our experiment, we can separate the composition of the sun with a prism, and then it becomes whether the spectrum you see now is very similar to the rainbow that appeared in the sky after rain. It is actually the same principle. That's not right. It's impossible for you to say this prism in the sky after the rain? Go to the question of suspicion. But you never thought about it. Why does the rainbow only appear after it rains, and why not when it's sunny? What is the difference between the two? Aofe's suggestive question. However, the disease has been brought into the ditch by the prism, and I can't think of the relationship between these two weather and the rainbow. Seeing that he couldn't think of it, Aofe had to explain that the difference between is that the air is relatively dry when it is sunny, and the air is very moist when it first rains. There is a lot of water floating in the air. These tiny beads become irregular. The lens eventually decomposed the sunlight into the rainbow we saw. To listen to him and say so, just to refute, just listen to Aofe and interrupt, you must want to say that this is just my assumption, and it cannot be proved that it must be so, right? This is a hypothesis, because we have no way to do it now. This experiment can only be defined by assumptions, and this is also a statement that the leader agrees with. This is how our research process is. We keep proposing new assumptions, and then find ways to verify our assumptions. If there is no way, we can only define the most reasonable hypothesis for the time being. What are you studying recently, brother? This should be your early achievements? To get sick is also more consistent with this method, so it is not tangled, and simply asks about other optical knowledge. We are recently studying a strange light propagation phenomenon called small hole reflection. When light passes through a small hole, it will form an upside-down shadow, but when light spreads in the same substance, its transmission trajectory it will never change the straight line. We don't know why after a small hole, the original scene becomes upside down. Aofe grabbed her hair with some worries, and they have not yet studied the principle of this phenomenon. Is there such a thing? Haven't you asked the leader? Open your mouth in surprise. The exact same light, and after drilling a small hole, it fell up and down? What is the principle? No, the leader went to the south for half a year, and his mind has been on the side of the Power Research Institute since he came back. It has been a long time since I came here. Besides, like this kind of thing, you don't let the leader see it in person. It's not clear by writing. Aofe's tone was sour and sour. I went to sick and pretended not to hear it, and then I asked more, brother, can you let me see what that little hole reflection looks like? Why is this difficult? Do you think this window is just a small hole? The sunlight outside illuminates the scene and then reflects it on this board. You see, is this the tree outside, and that hexagon pavilion, and the stone table and stone stool below, are all upside down? I saw that Aofe agreed, and then removed the prism in the middle to the side. The beam of sunlight coming in outside the window shone directly on the glow board, leaving a round picture on it. The hexagonal gazebo and trees outside the window, and as Aofe said, the images that appeared on the board were all upside down. The pointed corner of the pavilion is below, and the stone table and stone stool ran upside down. He felt very interesting when he went to the hospital. He saw this magical phenomenon for the first time. Looking at the lifelike painting in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. If he could leave this picture, it would be nice to stay on the board forever. In a word, he sighed casually. He didn't expect to resonate with Aofe, as if he finally encountered a friend. With a crackling sound, Aofe was excited about the thigh, and then excitedly said, knowing me, going sick too? I think so too. Since I discovered this strange phenomenon, I was wondering if I could use what method to leave the scene. If it can be left, it doesn't matter if it's upside down, it's okay to get it right when we look at it. The disease was frightened by his sudden reaction, and he didn't understand what the brother was excited about. However, he pulled his arm before waiting for him to understand. Come here, brother will show you a big baby. What baby? Going sick is still a shame. Don't worry about it, just come here. When Aofe said that he blocked the only small hole in the window, the room suddenly became dark. Fortunately, he lit 2 stone lights immediately, and the room lit again. Then Aofe put a wooden tripod in the corner in the middle and put a rectangular wooden box on it. On one side of the wooden box is a round hole with a magnifying glass on it. On the other side, a fur glass that can move forward and back is placed. Aofe pulled the disease behind the box and said, you just stand here and don't move, just look at this glass. He was pulled by him in a sick face, and then he saw the scene of the half room in front of him on the fur glass, which was actually reflected in the furry glass, just like the one I saw in the window just now. Upside down. Brother, are you? Go to the question and ask. Don't worry. Aofei head didn't say anything back, so he started to work on his own affairs. I saw him put a chair against the wall in front of the wooden box, and then took 2 wooden stents in front of the chair. Both the electrical lamps just lit hung up, and then 2 silver white iron skins hung on both sides of the chair, used to reflect. After preparing all this, he took a breath, sat on a chair with a butt, and then looked at the magnifying glass on the wooden box in front and said, "Go sick, you look at that piece of fur glass, brother's shadow did it appear above? Ah, it's true, it's amazing too. It can actually shrink people and put them on the glass, but it is a bit incomplete. Go to the sick station on the other side of the box and look at the glass above and say, the glass bracket can be moved back and forth. You can move around and try it. You can also zoom in and out." Aofei continued to remind. Going sick and moving the glass, you can really adjust the size of the human shadow by moving back and forth, and immediately jumped up excitedly. Brother, have you worked out a way to leave this kind of painting forever? If so, wouldn't it be possible to leave a shadow on people, or exactly the same kind, which is stronger than the portrait? How many times? When I heard about this, when Aofei was sitting in a chair with a backward paralysis, and there was no love in his mouth, alas, if I had a way, if this technology could be made, I would definitely be named in the Qingshi of our Han tribe. Unfortunately, I still can't figure out a way. Chapter 784 Accidental Harvest in the Darkroom. Hearing Aofei's answer, it was a pity to go to the disease. The so lifelike portrait is right in front of them, but unfortunately they can't leave the painting. Aofei's decadent opening of the doors and windows and turning off the electric stone lamps, but his set of leftover equipment was confiscated, so he was there, and the disease was still looking around the left and right, and found that after opening the doors and windows under natural light conditions, you can still leave a reflection on the glass in the box, thinking in your heart, can't help but discuss with Aofei. Brother, what conditions do you say to keep the reflection? Although Aofei didn't know the method, he had come up with a clear idea, so he listened to his analysis. You said that what we see now must be optical, right? Nodding immediately after going to illness. Our purpose is to leave the reflection of the light on the board, right? Then, going sick again nodded. So we should find a way on the board and find a way to make a board that can change as long as it is exposed to light, so that it may play a role, even if there is only one direction, so that I have the motivation to continue research. You don't know, I've tried many kinds of materials, what wooden boards, bamboo boards, copper plates, iron plates, silver plates, gold plates, tin plates, glass plates, I've almost all of the things I've tried now, and I've done experiments on different exposure times, but I haven't reacted to those things at all, and I'm about to give up. Aofei's outrageous finger gave the number of sickness. Brother, haven't you thought about trying from other aspects? Go to the disease and ask again. What aspect? Chemistry always makes incredible changes in objects. Why don't you let the chemistry group help to study it? They also have special research on these glowing, burning, and anything. To the disease reminder. You mean their number 17 metal sulfate reagent that can polish at night? I tried it, it's useless, and it won't help any photos. Aofei Stahl said helplessly. Not that one. Hey, to tell you the truth, when we made explosives a few days ago, we really got a very sensitive explosive. As long as we encounter light, it will change quickly in a short period of time. Black. Go grinning and talking. Explosives also have this characteristic. Are you kidding me? Aofei stood up excitedly. Of course, it is silver nitrate. What am I doing to you? I don't believe you go to the chemistry group with me. Stand up and talk when you are sick. What are you waiting for? Go away. Unexpectedly, Aofei was more excited than him, and on the spot he took the disease to the laboratory of the chemistry group. 2 people explained the situation and wanted to use silver nitrate to do light sensitivity experiments, but because silver nitrate is too sensitive to light, the normal experimental method cannot prepare the finished product at all, or the finished product cannot be preserved at all, and will soon be exposure failure, so there is no finished product in the laboratory. Aofei was not discouraged. He immediately said that he would move the experimental site to his dark room and proceed in a light-free state, but the chemical team members disagreed. Silver nitrate is a high-sensitivity explosive. Seeing it, how to ensure the safety of the experiment, when things are not made, people are killed, they can't afford this responsibility. Moreover, concentrated nitric acid is strongly corrosive, and the common metals have to melt into liquid immediately when they are smoked. Smelling farmers rejected their experimental plan on the spot. Of course, Ao Fei was not willing to give up like this. In the end, he went to the disease and used a silver nitrate solution for experiments. This solution also has a strong light sensitivity effect, but it is not as dangerous as pure silver nitrate. Although it is also corrosive, it can be after the dilution of the water, the acidity has weakened a lot. The most important thing is that he will not explode. After listening to the proposal to go sick, Shenfeng finally agreed to give them a bottle of silver nitrate solution for the experiment. As soon as the two got the treasure, they ran to the dark room and started tossing with the dark brown light-safe glass bottle containing the solution. Brother, let's start the experiment with glass first. The nature of the glass is relatively stable and it is not easy to be dangerous. Suggested to go to disease. Okay, listen to you, but we still have to turn on the lights, otherwise the black lights are blind and you can't see anything. Ao Fei asked. No lights can be turned on. This solution can only be packed in a dark brown light-safe glass bottle, and it is finished when the light is taken out. Go to the disease and immediately veto the way. The dark brown glass bottle is also light transmitting. Isn't only the dark brown light working for it? This is easy to handle. Our optical group happens to have electric stone lamps of this color. You wait, I take them. Ao Fei said that he went to the equipment room not far away, took an electric stone lamp with a dark brown glass lampshade, then lit the flame, put the lampshade down, and then closed the doors and windows, and immediately there was only one dark red. Although the light is very dim, it can still see the objects for their experimental lighting. After thinking about it for a while, because the experimental material was liquid, he proposed to simply pour a layer of silver nitrate solution on the glass plate to form a membrane, and then get the back of the shadow remaining box to expose. Maybe some reactions will occur. Ao Fei immediately agreed to this method, and then the two began to experiment. First, pour the silver nitrate solution evenly on the glass, and then take it to the shadow box to expose it with a wooden box to avoid the light, but as a result nothing happened. The glass, there is still no reaction on it. Both were somewhat disappointed. But the past disease was very positive about this, so he went to ask the chemistry group's big man to smell the farmer, and the smell farmer's reaction was crying. What the hell are you doing? Even if nitric acid is light sensitive, you will not have any effect if you do not replace it with other materials to analyze the silver. What about? Going sick is a bit downcast. Want it to react, right? Take this sodium sulfate solution, and mix it with your solution to ensure a reaction. Going to the sick and suspiciously holding the solution given by Shenang, and then according to him, if the silver nitrate solution in this mixing will definitely react, but the two obviously do not want it to react so violently. So when we get sick, we propose, or else should we try the glass that has been painted with silver nitrate and exposed? Okay, I don't know much about chemistry, you have the final say. Ao Fei nodded so much and agreed to the plan to go to the disease. The two immediately proceeded to experiment in the darkroom. Going to disease pours the sodium sulfate solution given by the smelling farmer into a deep waste porcelain plate, and then soaks the entire glass after exposure. In the next second, incredible things happened. I saw that the glass slowly appeared in the image under the annotation of the two. It was the picture that was previously exposed. The background was the wall, the reflective plate on one side, and the window was sitting in a chair with a serious one. It constitutes a picture of the whole body sitting in a posture. The image became clearer and clearer on the glass until it became lifelike, and both of them shivered excitedly. Brother, look, it came out, it was the shadow you left behind. Well, I saw it, it's great, you're really my lucky star to be sick. I actually made this technology as soon as I came. Ugh, no, why is it blurred again, alas? Why did this disappear again? His mother, what's going on? Just as the two were so excited, I saw that the photo that appeared on the glass from blurry to clear. After only a dozen breaths, it became a blurry image of black and white again. The figure can only distinguish an approximate outline, but the lifelike details of the 5 officials just seen are all blurred, making the two jump their feet breathlessly successful, but finally ruined. How not to make people angry? But staring at the glass for a while, I suddenly found something unexpected when I was sick. Brother, do you think there is silver on the back of this glass? How do I think this glass has become a mirror? You see, the place with silver on it can be reflected. Going sick and pointing at the glass soaked in the potion in the porcelain plate. When Ao Fei heard him say that, he even hurriedly put his head together. This look is really. The dark parts of the vague image have silver out, which forms a mirror effect on the other side of the glass. This magical scene couldn't help but make him cry. If he wanted to figure out the technology, he didn't get it out. Instead, he got the method of making silver-plated glass mirrors, which is too speechless. Chapter 785 Time Coagulation Master Goes to Illness, below. Looking at the half-finished silver-plated glass mirror in the flower in front of him, the two could not cry for a while, but they were not discouraged. They had experimented with the correct way of keeping the shadow, and now they can just keep the image completely, and unexpectedly obtained the glass-plated silver method. It can be said that my heart is still very happy. Next, the two simply opened the window door and tried to make a glass mirror. Aofe took a smooth glass and went to the disease to start preparing silver-plated potions, but in the glass pre-cleaning link, no matter how to get sick, there will always be some dust and tiny fluff on the glass, so that even if the silver plating is successful, there will be defects on the glass. However, Aofe has been studying the lens for some time. There has been a special way to clean the lens. He first sprayed the surrounding air with a clear mouth in his mouth, lowered the dust floating in the air, and then let go sick. After scrubbing the glass with alcohol, it really got a clean glass surface. After the natural erosion of alcohol, the two mixed potions were poured directly on the glass, and then the potions were smeared evenly on the glass by tilt glass. After a while, a thin layer of silver-plated coating was extracted from the glass. Then wash the excess potions with clear water, and the two get a complete silver-plated glass mirror. This mirror looks so clear to people. I don't know how much stronger it is than copper mirrors. If it is sold, there will be many people fighting for it. Go to the sick. A mirror with such a strong reflective capability, even if we do optical experiments, we can certainly use it. Seeing the reflective effect of this thing, I have come up with several ways to improve the lighthouse lamps. Aofe also used his brain to think about the role of glass mirror. When he took the glass mirror from the patient, he was careless. The nails were drawn on the negative silver coating, and a pattern appeared on the front of the mirror. Aofe complained, "Is good, it is too untrue. The plated silver will fall off as soon as it is rubbed. It seems that some protective measures have to be done, otherwise a layer of paint will be painted." He turned his head and looked at the question. "I see it, and it's okay anyway. Let's try it more, maybe it will be sold in the Han tribe." The two then got a few more glass mirrors and painted a layer of iron red paint on the negative silver coating. The protection effect is indeed much better. At least it will not be spent again, but such a thin piece of glass it is still not suitable for use. When you get sick, you propose to find a carpenter to make a box, then get a floor, and frame the mirror directly. After 2 days of tossing, the two finally came out with a few easy-to-use mirrors, but they were limited to taking photos. As for other uses, they had not yet groped out. Putting the mirror aside, the two repeated the previous image retention experiment again, but the result is still the same. Although the image can be left on the glass plate, the image can only appear for a few dozen interest rates, and the image will be blurred again, although it can still be seen as the outline of the image, but such a thing has no practical value at all. However, these experiments did not waste material in vain. The two still found many rules in the experiment through constant mistakes, such as glass plates smeared with silver nitrate solution, which can only be found in the potion if it is wet. If the image is dry, you can only get a silver-plated mirror with a flower whistle. In addition, the glass plate smeared with silver nitrate solution can only be seen in the figure box. At other times, it cannot be illuminated by light, and the midway exposure can be directly declared scrapped. In addition, the length of exposure behind the camera is also particular. If the exposure time is too long, the image shown in the potion is particularly white, or even blurred. If the exposure is too short, the image is too dark and cannot see clearly. The exposure time, at all the repeated experiments, determined that it is best to control it within a time of 4 to 5 interest. And they also found that such a way of staying in the shadow, even if it is successful, can only get black and white images, but the images are better than none, so the two decided to continue. "Brother, we still have problems with our current retention technology. Go to the sick with your face lying on the table and saying, 'There must be a problem.' The key is where the problem is and how to improve it." Aofe also sat there with a headache, watching success clearly in front of him, but he couldn't catch the last inspiration. After thinking about it for a while, I started to analyze. "Brother, don't say anything else, I think there is a problem with your leftover box." "What's the problem?" Aofe's question. "You see, you made the box made with the principle of small hole reflection, right? However, adjusting the size of the image can only be controlled by moving the leftover board back and forth. I think this is unreasonable. You think, our exposure time is inherently low, how can there be time to move the size back and forth there? So what you should move is not the fixer, but the lens in front. It is best to make it into a telescope that can be scaled, focused by the telescopic lens, and the place with the fixel in the back is best fixed, which is convenient for our rapid operation. It's better to get a card slot, insert the leftover board into the open, and then turn it out when the time is exposed, and then take it to the dark room to show the potion." Going sick envisages saying. Aofe also conceived a plan for going down the disease in his brain. "At a time, you slapped, you said it makes sense, which is really convenient, but the movie aspect is still not good. Even if the movie retention machine is improved, the image cannot be retained. It must be that our method is wrong. I have thought about it. The glass plate is not suitable for staying in the movie, but it can be used when looking for the picture at the beginning. Also, since silver nitrate can react with light, then would it be better for us to simply use silver plates as photo plates? The last problem is that we clearly have a way to leave the image on the board, but it will soon disappear. This should be the chemical reaction of silver nitrate exposed to light, and then when soaked with sodium sulfate solution, the part of the silver changed by light is analyzed, but this reaction process is irreversible, and once the reaction begins, it will not stop. So the image we see will be blurred to clear, and then soon disappear again. This means that the reaction is overdone. We have to find a way to stop the reaction when it reacts halfway, so that the image can be left forever. Going to the disease analyzes the problem and says, A.O. Fei was the first to listen. He was very interested in letting him study optics and lenses, but as soon as he was asked to study chemistry, he was the first to, so he quickly decided on the table. You come to find a way to do the chemical treatment of the film board. I'll improve the video box. Our division of labor and cooperation is so decided. Chapter 786. The first camera was born. The two people who assigned the job quickly got busy again. A.O. Fei went to improve his figure box. When he went to the disease, he went to the mechanical group to order a bunch of silver plates for experimental materials. All the materials are sufficient. Even for precious metals such as silver, there are enough quantities for them to squander. The Han tribe is not short of silver, and the Han tribe does not use silver as a currency transaction. As long as the silver is not made into silver coins, it is impossible to circulate on the market, so there is no need to worry about them embezzling these experimental materials. After preparing the silver plate, I went to the chemistry group again to find the leader of Sinan. I first asked about the bullet body material and processing experimental equipment in Zinzhou County. When I learned that it had not been delivered, I pulled Sin Farm and talked about his film technology. Brother Wen, the two materials you gave me cannot be stopped once they are reacted. Is there any way, or other reagents, can terminate this reaction when they are halfway through, and can be kept for a long time? Go sick and sit at the experimental table and ask. The farmer stopped the research on the 17th reagent in his hand, and asked inexplicably, reaction? What reaction? Don't you just want silver nitrate to react? How can this end the reaction again? Yeah, just let it react. The sodium sulfate you gave is really useful and has already had some effects, but the reaction effect is too strong, so I can't meet the requirements. I thought, can you stop it when they are halfway through? Half of the reaction stops. Smelling Farmer frowned. How did he know what to do? How could he do half of the experiment? But think about him or say, there is no way to terminate the reaction, that is, to destroy its reaction conditions. For example, some reactions must occur in an acid environment, then you add alkali to it, neutralize the acid, and some reactions require high temperature conditions, then you can find a way to cool it. Once the conditions necessary for the reaction are lost, the reaction must be stopped. What about the reaction of photosensitive materials? Brother, didn't you say that the number 17 reagent could be eliminated? If you add points when the reaction is halfway through, can you terminate the light sensitivity? Looking at a glass test tube containing transparent liquid in his hand, he suddenly asked with some excitement. This, I can't say it well. The 17th reagent is new. I don't know if the experiment you said is useful, but if you need it, I can provide a little for you to experiment. Anyway, I am also developing its use here. If a new use can be added, then I will not lose. Smelling Farmer thought about it. It would be great if brother could participate, and we would succeed. I was happy immediately after going to illness. What else do you need now? Smelling Farmer also laughed and asked that the disease was assigned by the leader to lead the development of weapons, and his relationship with the leader, without thinking and knowing that he must be a real power person in the future. It must be right to deal more with such people, so Smelling Farmer also does not mind giving him some help if he can. Hey, you need a silver nitrate solution and a sodium sulfate solution, and there is also a number 17 reagent. If you can also make a solution, go to the disease and immediately ask for something. Didn't I give you so much? This is used up? Smelling Farmer asked a little surprised, but when you see a smiley disease, you can only complain about the sentence you use it really fast. Then the two went to the dark room of the optical group of A.O. Fei with the 3 bottles of potion they needed. As soon as they entered the dim room full of red light, Shenfang asked in surprise, is not what I said, since you know silver nitrate afraid of light, dare to turn on the light? Brother A.O. discovered that silver nitrate is not afraid of red light, so we got a red light. Explain while working on the side of the disease. Is that true? This is a useful discovery. Smelling farmers responded and began to look around. When they saw two people painted with potions on a metal plate, they asked curiously. I said, two brothers, what the hell are you doing? It's been several days. Hey, old news, you just wait and see, don't be surprised by our research results, and I will change my history soon when I go to illness. Seeing that his experiment added new power, Aofei was also very excited, as if he had seen his experiment succeed and won the award of the leader. Since then, he has hung his photos on the school wall, a scene admired by thousands of people. Cut and change history. Which day did our institute not change history? Smelling farmers was a bit disdainful. That's different. You changed history, and I changed the way of recording history with illness. What will happen in history? 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day, someone from the Han Tribe Research Institute developed a chemical dye that can dye rubber has since had white rubber. Someone has made a great contribution to the rubber application field of the Han Tribe. Aofei imitated the tone of the written record and said, if it is history, of course it should be remembered. Smell the return of agriculture for granted. Hey, but we can not only remember the text, but also record the image, leave your look forever for future generations to watch, and then hang your leftover on the school wall so that all students can see, look, this is the bag that studied the rubber dye. Aofei continued to ridicule. Ha 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 ha, he was laughed at when he went sick. What? Leave the image. Smelling farmer was not as angry as he imagined, but left an image curious about what he said. Going to the sick side and chatting, the movement on hand didn't stop, and soon a silver plate was laid out and sealed in an impenetrable dark box. While the silver nitrate solution above hadn't dried, he immediately pull out and run, and the mouth is called Shinin. Brother Win, we will stay in the shadow soon, won't you take a look? Come, of course, itchy by the two of you. Smelling farmer whispered and even ran out. When I came out of the dark room, I saw a chair in front of the hexagonal pavilion. Aofei had already sat on it. When he went to the disease, he stood behind a wooden box standing on a tripod and quickly inserted the silver plate into the film card slot. Old news, I proposed and was responsible for the development of the device. I should be the first person to stay in the Han tribe. I also worked hard in the treatment of the disease, so he was the second, but for your share of providing technical support, we will let you rank third. Aofei sat there, and he was not idle in his mouth. Brother Ao, stop talking, I'm going to start. Going to the sick and saying hello, I covered myself with a shadow box with a black cloth. Oh, Aofei hurriedly responded, and then sat down seriously, looking at the camera ahead. I started. I went to say hello when I pulled out the shading board and started to expose the film. I silently counted 4 breathing times in my heart, and inserted the shading board back. I'm fine, brother, let's go back quickly, and the film should be done in a while. Go to the sick greeting and spread your legs to start running in the direction of the dark room, and Aofei quickly followed. No, what the hell are you doing? I haven't figured it out yet, you are over? I haven't understood what's going on here, so I saw the two go back and didn't explain it to myself. It's too late to smell the brother, come in quickly, we have limited time and need your technical support. When I went to the door of the darkroom, I shouted without looking back. Oh, here it is. Although Shinin had many question marks in his heart, he also knew that the experiment was harsh on time control, so there was no delay, and he followed into the darkroom. Boom, the doors and windows are all closed, and in the dark room where no fingers are reached, Aofei fumbled to turn on the red electric stone lamp. When he went to the disease, he started a busy experiment in front of the operating table, and Shenang also hurried over and stood aside. I saw that the disease removed a silver plate with potion from a particularly flat wooden box, and then placed it on the first ceramic plate containing sodium sulfate solution. He also held a bamboo tweezers dial the potion back and forth there. What are you doing? I'm going here, this is the scene I just saw outside. Smelling farmers was just asking them what they were doing. Before they finished speaking, they saw the scene they just saw outside on the silver plate where they were playing sick. The gazebo, the stone table and the stone stool, and the sat in the middle. The Sa Bao Fei, this is exactly the same. There was no explanation for going to the disease, but the operation and the busy and dedicated work, which began to show up on the silver plate, and gradually reached the maximum clarity. He quickly pulled out the silver plate with tweezers and put it next to it. The prepared basin was shaved twice, and it was quickly transferred to another plate containing the number 17 reagent solution. After the silver plate was put in, it was calm, as if nothing happened, but the disease in Aofei almost jumped up excitedly. How many times did the experiment, and the remnant of the mother was finally fixed? He went to take the silver plate out of the potion carefully, and then drifted it a few times with clear water. Seeing that the picture above was finally fixed on the bottom plate forever, there was no change, and he finally relieved. Two brothers, look, this is the first photo of our Han tribe. Since then, we finally have the technology to condense our time on the carrier forever. When we are all old, we can also take a photo, show your great-grandson to see what he looked like when he was young. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 787, the first three-person photo. Looking at this lifelike black and white image in front of you, all three were greatly excited. Ao Fei and going to be sick were the joy of the experiment's final success, and Smelling Farmers was surprised by the research results of both. He was really surprised. He had always known that the two were engaged in optical research, but he didn't know what he was tossing. Seeing the two people tinkering with such a sky-high technology, how not to excite him? As the disease says, they are technologies that can consolidate time on the carrier forever, and they are really magical ways to change the way historical records are recorded. Out of the spirit of exploration of science and the curiosity in his heart, Smelling Farmers immediately asked the two about the principles of this technology. Ao Fei, who has already taken the photo, is also in a good mood, and did not hide from him, so he took him to visit his figure box. He sat in a chair himself, and let Shinan stand with a furglass plate to observe the reflection on it. Upside. This is the reflection of the small holes studied by your optical group? This is amazing too. Smelling Farmer pushed the box body with the lens in front and back according to Ao Fei's prompt, and constantly adjusted the image to the size of the glass plate. Looking at the reflection that can be amplified and narrowed in front of him, he couldn't help but say, "How did you leave the image on the silver plate?" Smelling Farmers continued to ask again. The idea of thinking about it. I showed him a small hole reflection a few days ago. He said if he could leave the reflection, I would have wanted to do it long ago, but there was no clue. He said that your chemistry group was engaged in explosives. It happened that a light-sensitive material was just available, maybe it could be tried, and then you all knew it. I'm responsible for improving this video removing box. He's responsible for the selection of film materials and medicine cleaning. It took several days to get this thing out. Of course, the chemical technology consultant you provided has also contributed to it. We won't be greedy for your credit. Ao Fei sat on the chair with Erlang's legs and not apples, saying in a proud way, "Oh, thank you so much, but I don't have to emphasize me deliberately, and I don't do anything, just provide some materials." Smelling Farmer said rhetoric, but he was still very happy. In such an adversarial figure-out technique, they have to count themselves for credit, then of course he has no reason to refuse. After seeing the video remaining box, Shen Fang found the disease and learned the method of making the film. Of course, it was not concealed to go to the disease. Chemistry is not his strong point. He also expected to continue to improve the film remaining technique. After many experiments, I now divide the technique of making film negatives into 4 steps. The first is to prepare the floor. After testing, the best material at present is the silver plate, but the silver plate is too expensive. I still want to use copper or iron plate surface silver plating to try. If it succeeds, it can reduce the cost of phantom surgery. Otherwise, I estimate that it is difficult for ordinary people in our tribe to use this technology. Go to the ward to introduce Shenang to Shenang. Well, what you said makes sense, cost is indeed a problem. Nodding with the approval of Shinan. Then it is to brush the silver nitrate solution to the silver plate and seal it in the dark box. Even if the preparation of this first step is completed, the second step is to use the furry glass to take the view in the figure box and fix the focal length. Put the silver plate at the position of the glass piece just now, open the lighting plate above, expose the bottom plate to 4 interest hours, and then cover it. At this time, a dark shadow has been left on the bottom plate, or it is called a latent shadow, which cannot be seen with the eyes. The third step is to use the sodium sulfate solution you gave to soak the bottom plate, let the silver nitrate above react with it, and show the image. I call this step the display. The last step is to terminate the reaction with the solution of the number 17 reagent, also called the fixing, so that the image will be fixed forever. This is really wonderful. A few simple exposure soaking cleaning steps can get such a lifelike image. It is a pity that you can only get black and white images. After listening to the introduction of going sick, Shenang also said quite emotionally, "It's a pity to go sick," so I heard him say, "Brother, we can count on the color photo technology. My idea is to see if we can find out a few kinds of light that will change color, or in case of light, you can reflect the dye, so that we only need to make a few different colors of light materials, then brush a few more coatings of different colors on the bottom plate. Maybe you can do color phantom." Well, what you said makes sense. This is a feasible direction. In the future, I will pay attention to the existence of such photosensitive materials in the experiment. Smelling Farmer nodded, but he didn't have much hope. Sometimes this thing is really desperate. He has to rely on the opportunity, otherwise he can't touch the material he wants. In the next time, the three naturally began to consolidate this technique and tried to improve it. I went to the disease and experimented with silver-plated copper plates. According to the first statement, the second photo was taken for him. The kid also dressed up. The next morning, I went sick wearing a military uniform just roasted, my hair was smooth, and I also brought my hairpin, wearing a pair of cowhide military boots, carrying a self-defense braided fighter knife with the leader in my waist, and pulled Ben with excitement. How can such a historic moment forget the running that grew up with itself? It was still on the open space in front of the dark room, went to the sick writing on Ben, and then patted its skinny shoulders hard. Ben, look at the camera, look over there. He pointed to Ao Fei and Shannon who were leaving shadows for them. Ben was eating grass, and when he heard that he was sick, he looked back at him, saw him pointing his finger at the other side, and turned his head to look at the past. Ao Fei happened to seize the moment when Ben turned his head, quickly pulled out the shield to expose the bottom plate, and after a few breaths, he quickly ran to the dark room with the bottom plate, and followed quickly after the disease. This time the work of washing photos was done by smelling farmers. He was also very interested in this technique, and the chemical experiment was originally his strength. It was more stable and fast to operate than to get sick, less than 2 minutes. A black and white photo of a copper plate and silver appeared in his hands. In the picture, when I was sick, I held the war knife in my waist, and pointed at the direction of the camera with one hand. Ben was looking at the camera with a face, and I forgot to chew with a large bundle of grass in my mouth. I was also very happy to take this photo when I was sick, and then the two took Shannon to take a picture of him, and then found a researcher from each of the chemistry group and optical group. After simple training, they immediately took up their posts and took them, pulled into the big pit of photography. The first thing that the two newcomers of the church took and rinsed photos was to take a group photo of the three of them. This photo of Shadow Sanja, which is enough to cover the history of the Han tribe, was finally delivered to Luo Chan's hands 2 days later. Chapter 788 Let them take a family photo. With the introduction of mature film retention technology, the three naturally want to report to the leader, so that the magical technology will be very useful, even if there is no special purpose, even if it is only sold in the market, it will have great commercial value. Going sick or even thinking about it, if you join the army in the future, you will leave your wife at home to open a photo studio, and you will have a very good income, and you can find something for your wife. So the three immediately packed the 4 video clips that were made in parcels, and wrote a long letter to send the R&D process to Luoing together with the giant eagle. Because of the relatively high cost of silver plate retention technology, the three of them did not dare to take public experimental resources for private photography, and it was serious to report the results to the leader as soon as possible. Luo Chong received their letter that morning, and at the speed of the eagle's flight, it took an hour to die more than 100 kilometers from Heart Island to Hanyang City. When Luo Chong opened the burden and saw the 4 photos wrapped in the cotton layer, the whole person was stunned. He did not expect that the group of people in the institute had made such a meaningful invention without any hint from him. Invention. To be honest, after so many years, Luo Chong can't remember what the early photography technology needs. Just remember to take negative photos, then rinse out the photos with the developer, and finally use the final photograph to characterize the photos. It's just negative movies, and then a large number of transcripts with photo paper. But obviously, the three of them should have a one-time silver plate photography technique earlier than the negative film shooting technique they knew. Such photos are non-replicable one-time products. No, they can't be called products yet. Such things that cannot be copied should be called art. Little Butterfly and Zhan Fu are pregnant again. The two have reduced their workout. Now they often stay at home and bring 2 children, either to make some small clothes and food. When they see Luo Chong staring at the letter smirking, they are curious to ask, "Husband, what are you so happy about? Is it that the locomotive you said has progressed?" When Xiaodai looked at Luo Lan and Luo Cheng playing the puzzle, he turned his head and asked, "No, the locomotive is still early. It's good to get it out next year." I laughed at going to the sick boy. It took only half a month to go to the Research Institute of Heart Island toss 2 new technologies. Come and see, there is a gift from him. Luo laughed and beckoned to Xiaodai. At this time, Zhan Fu also came from the back kitchen, with a plate of cut fruits in his hand. He heard that Luo Chong had good things here, and he even hurried together. "Wow, what is this? This one is going to be sick. Who are the other 2? Little Butterfly looked at the photo and asked in surprise, "Husband, is this a portrait? How to draw so powerfully, it looks exactly like a real person." Zhan Fu also said in surprise, "Haha, this is not a portrait, this is called a photographer. Using a camera, you can take pictures of any scenes you see, and if you are sick in the letter, you will always condense your time on the carrier. In this way, even when we are old, we can see what we looked like when we were young." And those two little guys can see what they were like when they grew up. Luo laughed at the photography technology for the two. That's too great, and there are 3 people who look so real. Husband, can our family take such a picture? Forget it, wait for Chinger and Lanner's brother and sister to be born. After listening to Luo Chang's introduction, Xiaodai immediately became interested in this thing. No way, to photograph this thing, it is born with charm. Who doesn't want to keep a picture of himself when he is young? In other words, leave a piece of evidence that you existed in this world? This meaning is so important. Since the invention of photography, not taking a few photos while traveling, as if I had never been to this place. The biggest charm of photography is to miss it. No need, if you want to shoot, I will call them to take pictures now, and we will take pictures when the child is born. This thing is not too difficult. After this technique matures, it will be very cheap. I will let all the people of the Han tribe take pictures. Luo Chong made a decision immediately. That's really great. When can we take such pictures? No, I'm going to dress up the children, and husband, you will have to change into nice clothes by then. Zhan Fu was also excited. Luo Chong couldn't laugh, it was all black and white photos. No matter how beautiful you wear it, it's black and white. It's useless to wear it. It's just that he didn't say it so much. Well, it's time to dress up well. By the way, they also got out of the glass-plated silver technology, made a few silver-plated glass mirrors, and said in the letter that you will be given a gift. You just take it. Dress up. Luo Chong said that he took out a few glass mirrors from the burden and handed them to the two, which can reflect such a clear portrait. The two saw it for the first time, and they were very happy. The little butterfly looked at Luo with the mirror and smiled and said to Luo Chong, "Husband, I will also send one to Sister Tang Yao at night, or will you send it yourself?" Luo Chong's face is black, and you can send it. Zhan Fu saw Luo rush to eat deflated, and covered her mouth with his back and giggled. He saw Luo Xing staring at her. He said, "Husband, it seems that he hasn't gotten married yet, or should I find him from the clan?" A good girl said something about the family. It is rare that this child also knows to give us a gift, and we can't help but say it. Luo Chong thought about it, but he didn't refuse. Zhan Fu's mother tribe had no status in the Han tribe. Although he was a foreign relative, Zhan Fu was thrown into the river by himself to worship God. Luo Chong took her from the water. I can imagine what impression she would be of her mother. There is no foundation for the child to go to illness, but in the future it must be in a high position. Zhan Fu would think of using this method to ease the relationship and improve the status of her mother family. Luo Chong has no opinion. After all, so even if I was angry, I would have disappeared, so I nodded and agreed. You can figure it out. It's best to ask if there is anyone you like to go sick. Well, thank you husband, I know. Zhan Fu promised to use the mirror to tease the two children. The two children also saw such a clear mirror for the first time and couldn't help playing against themselves in the mirror. At this time, Luo Chong wrote a reply letter, asking them to come to Hanyang City with all the equipment and medicines needed to take the photos, and also let them carry all the propellants and mines made in the current laboratory. Mercury also has lead nitrogenation, so that they can bring a few more people, and they have to put the bullet experiment on the side of Hanyang City. For the study of firearms, how could Luo Chong, a person who has played guns for half his life, be willing to let others work on his behalf? After letting the guards send the letter back, he wrote a letter urging the Power Research Institute over the industrial county to let them send the production materials of the bullet body and various customized equipment to Hanyang City as soon as possible. Here, the Han tribe is currently capable of developing these equipment, and only has a top mechanical research department, the Power Research Institute. Believe in the drawings provided by Luo Chong, they should easily get these things out. After the letter was sent, Luo Chong immediately sent another team of guards to Industrial County, ordering them to be ready over there, responsible for escorting the batch of military equipment safely, and then began to wait for them to come home. Take a picture of yourself. On the site of the Research Institute in Hart Island, when they went to the doctor, they received Luo Chong's reply at noon on the day of the letter. They were very happy to see that the leader asked them to take the equipment with them. They took pictures. The leaders were so interested in this thing. This was originally a kind of affirmation and recognition. However, a few people did not forget the truth explained by the leader. Taking advantage of the skill of packing the equipment to prepare the ship, Shinfan let the chemical team get some more propellants and primers out, and finally put together a large number of gunpowder before dark. There are also shotgun shells and shadow-retaining equipment, and a group of researchers began to board the ship, starting at the dock in Braozhangaiangshire. The shell of the shotgun is composed of two parts. In the early era of black powder shotguns, it was still a full copper cartridge case used at that time. However, after modern times, all copper shell charges were used. The split structure of the plastic shell is installed. It happens that the Han tribe now has plastic, that is, duzhongjiao, which has not been sulfurized. Duzhongjiao is originally a plastic material. In a low-temperature environment, it is as hard as plastic. Even if it is heated, it will only become soft, and it will not be flexible. Only after vulcanization can it become a rubber-like state. But the Han tribe now has a new source of rubber raw materials, so there is no need to waste duzhongluo on making rubber. Use this thing as rubber. The cost is higher than rubber. Let Luo Chong simply let them use this thing. Make plastic shells and use them as plastic to develop new uses. At noon 2 days later, the researchers who went to the disease and a lot of Heart Island finally rushed to Hanyang City because of the high-sensitivity explosives carried this time, so they didn't dare to run too fast, although they were in a hurry, but still focus on stability, don't get credit and rewards, and blow yourself up halfway. That was too sad to urge. After a group of people entered the city, under the leadership of the guards, they temporarily stored gunpowder or something in the warehouse in the city to take care of it. Only then did they go to Luo Chang's house with the equipment and medicine needed for photography. In the 3 days from reply to the present, Luo Chong finally saw the world's first camera developed by the indigenous people of this world. At first glance at this thing, Luo Chong couldn't help vomiting. You are too simple to do this. Chapter 789 was bullied by the leader and cried. In the face of the leader's vomiting, they naturally have nothing to say when they are sick. This is a prototype that has just met the needs of shooting. The first purpose of the production is to be usable, and it can still be considered beautiful. Chief, shall we stay in the shadow now? Ao Fei did not care about the leader's vomiting, but eagerly wanted to show it in front of Luo Chong. Leftover? This word is not good. I think it should be called photography, or photography. You don't have to worry, you have been in a hurry for 2 days. This is noon. Let's eat first and tell me about the principle of your design. It's not too late to take pictures. Luo Chong immediately rejected their proposal, then let the maid and the family prepare lunch, eat with the group of researchers in person, and talk about the work and research during this time. When I heard the story of the 3 of them, Luo Chong asked the smelling farmer, so the final image is the number 17 reagent you got? Yes, the leader actually went to the disease and proposed to test with that thing. I didn't help. Smelling farmer was humble at this time. Luo rushed to nod, but did not take care of this, but continued to ask, you said that this number 17 reagent has a green metal flame reaction? Yes, leader. Smelling farmer didn't know why Luo Chan's attention was on it, but he nodded and affirmed. Then wait for you to go back and mix a little gunpowder with this thing, and then use glue to make an ointment. I want to apply it to the bullet's warhead to make a green tracer to fix the trajectory. The amount is not too large. It's enough time for each bullet to burn for a breath, because the bullet only takes so short time to hit the target. Also, since it is metal, give it a name. It is called barium, and the barium with shells next to the gold word. Luo Chong immediately made a decision and said, yes, leader, I wrote it down. Smelling farmer also hurriedly agreed to come down, and even put down the chopsticks, and took out a small book and portable pen from his arms to record it. Luo Chong also just determined in the description of Shinfang that this unknown metal is barium. The thing barium is not a rare metal. On the contrary, it even has more content in the earth than iron, but it is only not often it exists in the form of metals, because bariums and aluminum are all minerals that can only be restored to metal monomer by electrolysis. It cannot be restored with charcoal heating, and there is a green flame reaction. This is not barium? Moreover, the thing barium sulfate does have the effect of being a fixer, but Luo Chong does not come into contact with this thing often. Some things have long been forgotten and can only be remembered when reminded. Seeing that the topic was gradually pulled away, I went to the disease and asked Luo boldly, Chief, you give us evaluation and photography? Ao Fei, who listened to him, stunned his ears and stared at Luo Chong with expectation. Evaluation? Do you want me to boast about you? Luo Chong laughed at them, and that was to say. To boast, Ao Fei can discover its potential value from daily experiments, and put it into practice boldly, using the principle of small hole imaging to design a photographic box that can adjust the focal length, which is very good, very worthy of recognition. To treat you, after going to such a short time, you can play an important auxiliary role in Ao Fei's experiment, and it is also very worthy of recognition to undertake the research and development of the later photo rinse links. How is it, finished, are you satisfied? Luo Chong continued to ridicule them. Ao Fei's face was red, and he was a little embarrassed, but he did not dare to take over the words of the leader, but took the opportunity to ask Luo questions. Chief, it stands to reason that in the same environment, the light should be exposed in a straight line, but why did the image come back after a small hole? I never wanted to understand this problem, and asked the leader to teach me. Luo Chong patted his head, and some speechless answers said, Xiao Kong imaging, this experiment is not used to prove your theory just now? The light spreads along a straight line in the same medium. You can draw an experimental picture yourself, and then connect the entity and the image through a small hole to understand. Oops, it turns out that I have been drilling the horns, ha ha ha, yeah, why didn't I think of it? Because the light only spreads along the straight line, so the light above shines after the small hole going below, this becomes an in reflection. Thank you, leader, I understand. Hearing Luo Chang's tips, Ao Fei immediately got excited. This problem that plagued him for a long time was finally solved, and I felt that I had an appetite for eating. Luo Chong looked at the last illness again. The kid was obviously not satisfied with his praise, so he asked him, what else do you have to say? I feel that the leader is a bit indifferent to our photography. When we boast about us, we are not sincere. Why? Going to the question without knowing his life or death, he dared to say this based on his relationship with Luo Chong. The next farmer and Ao Fei are about to put their faces in the bowl, pretending to die on the sidelines and not hearing. Luo Chong listened to him and put down the chopsticks. If you ask this, then I will discuss it with you. Suppose you are now a photographer who takes pictures of others for a living. I am your customer. My needs cannot be met, and of course I will not praise you. It's more real to go sick, and put down chopsticks and look at Luo Chong back seriously. I don't know what the leader has to ask. Seeing this kid's style, Luo Chong laughed, and Zhang Tujiao, I want to take a bust, can you shoot it? Of course. Nodding immediately after going to the disease, and adding a sentence, we can even take pictures of the whole body, and the photos sent to the leader are all over the body. Luo Chong put his hand at this time, I am not talking about half-body photos, but half-body photos so large, can you take them? I still want to answer my neck when I'm sick, and listen to Luo Chong's request. When I choke, I looked at the Ao Fei next to me with uncertainty. I asked quietly, can brother shoot? In theory, as long as the camera box is made bigger, you can change to a big lens. Ao Fei also chewed his mouth, vaguely whispered, I can. With the support of Ao Fei, he went sick and stalked his neck. Can you? How do you shoot? Get a half-person large silver-plated copper plate? How much does it cost? I'm poor, I can't afford it, say goodbye. Luo Chong continued to ridicule him. To suffocate his face, Luo Chong is the leader of the Han tribe, he will have no money? It's clear that this is Luo Chong's irony that their camera cost is too high, but they have no other way for the time being, so in the face of this problem, he can only recognize it for the time being. We will find a way to change the photo material to reduce the price, but not many people will ask for such a big photo? Well, even if you are talking about it, no one takes that big picture, then I will finally ask another question. I will not want the color photo for the time being, I will say black and white. I think you will take a picture of me, the photo is very beautiful. I want to enlarge it and copy a few more copies to my family. I also want to narrow it and copy a few more in the book. Can you do it? Luo Chong asked again. The leader bullied the person who would make such a strange request. The photo was originally unique. How to zoom in and copy it. You are deliberately embarrassing us. Hearing Luo Chong's strange request, he went to the disease and pucked his mouth directly, playing with the temper of the child. But Luo Chong said seriously at this time, but I can do all the requirements I just said. Several people across the dinner table suddenly stared at Luo Chong, but the leader just listened to them talking about the principles of photography. This came up with a way to improve this level? Although they all know that the wisdom of the leader is unparalleled in the world, this is too perverted. They have succeeded in more than a week, and the leader has improved it once. Chapter 790 Revelation of Color Photos. Luo Chong looked at a group of people across the table stunned, and the nasty smell in his heart was greatly satisfied. While they had never recovered, another big news burst. In fact, your photography has a major disadvantage, that is, the conditions are too restrictive. First, the camera is too large to move, not to mention it when you carry it with you, and secondly, you need a dark room to wash photos. You can't bring a dark room wherever you go? What if I let you go up the mountain to take pictures? Do you still carry a dark room up the mountain, or build a simple dark room on the mountain temporarily? Is it troublesome? When I was sick, I suddenly asked, but there is no dark room, so there is no way to wash the photos. After the potion on the film is dry, it will not work. This is the biggest problem. What if you can make a dry film? If it is used in conjunction with the amplifier, the camera mechanism can be made as big as a slap at that time, and where to take it in your hand. Then you make some ultra-small dry film in advance, put it in a box, and bring hundreds of negatives with you once, put it in a slap camera, go out and take a lap of photos, and then take it back after you come back. The darkroom washed slowly, washed it out and copied and amplified with an amplifier. Isn't it better to copy as many photos as you want? The opposite of the table continues to be dumbfounded. Although this is just a rush idea, it sounds really tempting, and once this technology can be realized, the impact on human life is absolutely huge. But Luo Chong first led their ideas to the military. If these technologies can be realized, can we equip the scouts on the front line of the army with such a small camera to take the target directly when they are investigating the enemy's situation, and then bring the film back to wash it into photos, so that the leaders sitting in the military camp can directly see the front line? Or when we search for a person, copy his photos into thousands of copies, and then look for them with one hand. Do you think that if we had this technology at the beginning of the year, can we still run away? Several people's mouths are almost numb. What kind of brain is the leader, and why can he use everything for military purposes? However, Ao Fei didn't care about these, and he was not a soldier. As a researcher, he wanted to know whether Luo Chang's ideas could be realized. Chief, can you make these functional effects with the current technology? Of course, but this thing, it must take a few days to prepare. We will take a picture first in the afternoon. After 2 days, I'm ready. I tell you how to amplify the photo, how to do the film, and how to repeat it. Copy. Luo Chong immediately replied. Hearing Luo Chang's words, the opposite few people were excited at once. This may be the fastest invention of technological improvement after their birth. After 3 hours of rest after the meal, Luo Chang's 2 children had the habit of taking a nap. They also took advantage of this gap to set up a temporary darkroom in Luo Chang's yard, and waited until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The little guy woke up and Luo Chong let Xiaodai and Zhanfu take them to prepare a family portrait. Because of the magical thing of taking pictures today, Tang Yao did not go to school, but stayed at home and prepared to take a few photos. The 3 chairs were placed at the entrance of Luo Chang's main hall, and the villa was used as the background behind him, because there are no flashlights to fill the light, and only natural light can be used to shoot. Of course, the outdoor light conditions are better. If you take pictures in the house, you can only make up with a stone lamp. Just when the patient and others made the film in the dark room, Ao Fei was playing with his camera in front of Luo Chong, adjusting the angle first, and then using the furry glass as a viewing frame. Luo rushed into a black and red gown suit, sitting in a chair with a gilt crown, holding a pink-white dress in his arms, with a bun on his head, and a good daughter licking a lollipop. The calf is still shaking, and the little butterfly and Zhanfu are sitting on both sides of him in a red and blue costume. The head is almost covered with all kinds of blind jewelry, and Xiao Luoqing is also very delicate. He has a black yarn on his head, wearing a red silk gown, and is standing in front of Luo rushing to play with the wooden sword hanging in his waist. At this time, Luo Zhe raised a question with Ao Fei opposite. Ao Fei, what are the 3 original colors of the paint? Ao Fei, who was trying to test the camera, was stunned and did not understand why the leader suddenly asked this question, but immediately answered. Heading back, the 3 original colors of the pigments are rose, sky blue and goose yellow. With the addition of these 3 colors, various colors can be prepared, and if all mixed, they will become black. The Han tribe has been using this method to prepare paint for several years. The basic knowledge of the triple color of the paint has long been popularized. As the top part of the institute, Ao Fei will naturally not know. Yes, it's not too short for you to study the prism decomposition spectrum. I will ask you again, what is the triple color of light? Luo Chong continued to ask. This is a new theory that their optical group has only experimentally analyzed recently. As the leader of the optical group, Ao Fei is of course very clear, so he did not hesitate to answer it immediately. Heading back, the 3 original colors of light are red, indigo, and grass green. The 3 can merge into light of various colors. If the equal amount of the 3 original colors is fused, it will become white light. Luo Zhuang nodded, but suddenly reminded that since the 3 original colors can form light of various colors, you said that if you make these 3 colors of filters and block them in front of the camera, can you take a color photo? As soon as he whispered, the fur glass used to frame the scenery in Ao Fei's hand fell to the ground and broke it. He's stunned. Luo Chang's sentence seemed to sound a thunderbolt in his head, and he was all stunned on the spot, still whispering in his mouth. It turns out that this is the case. The original color photo should be taken like this. Luo Chong looked at his reaction and laughed. This is how people who study, like neuropathy, they always like to be surprised. I just put forward such an idea. You can experiment slowly after you go back, and I remind you that even if this method can take color photos, if you don't have a color film, it is impossible to put the color in the photo present it. Go back and study slowly, but I can promise you now, if you get a colorful photography, then I can give you a 2-stage title. Thank you, leader. Ao Fei will not live up to the leader's expectations. Ao Fei immediately said at the ceremony. At this time when I was sick, I also took the newly made wet film. I ran out and asked while running. Chief, what about me? What if I get it out? You are a soldier, what do you compare with them, and want credit to stand on the battlefield? Luo Rong was angry with him. The kid came up with some inventions. These 2 days are getting more and more floating. Oh, going to the sick and deflated, plug the film in your hand into the camera, and then start directing Luo Chan's adjustment posture, ready to take a family portrait for them. Chapter 791 Cheap Paper Photos. Click. Luo Chan's automatic brain complements the crispy fast door sound that does not exist at all. The camera in front of him is too earthy. The fast door does not exist at all. The exposure is all manually pulled out of the lens lid, but for humans at this time, they can have such black and white camera technology is already a general existence in the fairy country. Next, their family had a lot of toss. First, they took a picture of a handheld flower basket in Xialan in the garden. Xiao Luoqing strongly urged to ride his own Trojan and his sister to take a picture. Then it was a group photo of Luo Chong and Xiadai Zanfu, Luo Chong and Tang Yao's double photo. In the photo of Tang Yao and Xiadai Zanfu, Tang Yao took another photo himself. Because this silver version of wet photography technology must be washed out immediately when the medicine is not dry, they can see the completed photo at most 3 minutes after each photo, and this instant photo photography technology is very important. Greatly increased their interest, because the finished product can be seen immediately after shooting. Little butterfly, they are flying up, but why are they sick? They have limited negatives. At the end, when there are 2 left, the little butterfly only proposes to give Luo Chong a separate photo, and then the 3 women pushed their bicycles. 1. At first, Tang Yao wanted to ride a car. The exposure time of silver photography reached a minimum of 8 seconds. In the process of exposure, the target was photographed and could not move throughout the process, otherwise the photo taken would be vanished. Blurred, nothing can be seen, and in the end, a 3-person photo was taken in the posture of the cart. The 3 women who took a bunch of photos immediately talked about which photo was more beautiful, and Luo Chong called Zhanfu at this time. Husband, what's the matter? You come with your ears. Luo Chong beckoned to her, and in front of so many people whispering, Zhanfu still had some blush, but he still came to Luo Chong by his words. You go to prepare some pork skin and pork bones, then use lime like this, then get some eggs, add some salt, and go to my study to get some white paper for drawing. Luo Chong whispered that Zhanfu was giggling with his mouth closed, and finally looked at Luo Chong with incredible eyes. Husband, is this really okay? Why, don't believe me yet? Luo Chong pretended to be dissatisfied with the question. No, then I will get it. Zhanfu covered his mouth and sneered, and immediately agreed. You are pregnant with children, don't do it yourself, just direct those maids to do it. Seeing her turn away, Luo Chong hurriedly told her. Got it, let the husband rest assured. After both the woman and the child returned to the house, Luo Chong called several of them to be ill and arranged separately. Ao Fei, you go to the wood processing plant in Hanyang City, use the materials there to improve the camera as I said, make a small handheld camera, and sew a zoom box with leather in front, and then there is a photo amplifier, which is done according to the structure I said. Smelling farmer, you immediately go back to the institute and get out the tracer of barium sulfate as I requested. Go sick, you bring 30 horseback guards, clean a shooting range at the foot of the mountain north of Hanyang City, pull the cordon, don't let people break in by mistake, and those who hunt, don't let people enter by mistake, and then you take someone to measure the land, from the shooting position to the middle of the target, make a mark every 10 meters, and keep our test ballistic use afterwards. The 3 immediately said yes, and then they went to work on their own separately. Luo Chong also found his own personal security leader, and asked him to send another person to the industrial county to urge equipment. 3 days later, when multiple personnel went hand in hand, Luo Chong needed things to be sent to him one after another. First, Zhanfu brought a large jar of light yellow and translucent film-shaped gel, which is the material that Luo Chong is preparing to make dry film. The thing about gel is actually the solid gum protein with extremely high purity. It is very nutritious and suitable for children. This thing is that Luo Chong let Zhanfu extract from the pork skin and pork bones. First, the cleaned materials are soaked with lime all day and night, then they are retrieved and cleaned with small flames for 6 or 7 hours. After getting the glue, they will be cleaned repeatedly, and finally became solid gel. It means that many people may not know what it is, but in fact most people have seen and eaten this thing, that is the transparent capsule shell of the capsule drug. The nature of the gel is relatively stable. Under normal circumstances, it will not change or be soluble in water. Only in hot water can it be dissolved into a sticky liquid. This is the base material for Luo Chong to prepare negative tablets. Now that there is a negative film, it must be copied. Luo Chong adopted the most popular photo paper and protein photo paper in the world before the birth of the film. The approach is to knock out the fresh eggs, pour out the eggs, don't add the yolk, then add the salt to make it saturated, then send it, then precipitate the bright pure egg liquid, and finally put this salted protein water evenly spread on paper and dry it. Of course, this is not a finished product. Before use, you must apply a layer of silver nitrate to make the photo paper sensor. Because the method of copying the photo paper from the negative film is actually equivalent to the second photography, it can also be understood as use a projector to expose the image on the transparent negative to the photo paper, so that the photo paper becomes a photo with a positive image. Therefore, it is not possible to make negative films with bright glue, and it also needs silver nitrate to make it sensitive. However, the film made in this way does not need to be taken to the darkroom to wash the photos immediately. After all the filming is taken, take it to the darkroom. This is dry photography, which is also the technology of the previous stage of the film. Except that the base material is not a soft film, it is not much different from the film camera. On the other side of AOFA, the first small wooden camera has also been made in accordance with Luo Chan's requirements. The wood used is Nanmu brought back from the Tang tribe by Luo Chong. This wood is strong and also insect-proof. The new camera is very small and exquisite. A shading sleeve connected to the folding leather sewing is installed on the front panel. A simple pumping shutter is also installed behind the lens. The card slot for the glass in the film, the last side of the camera is diagonally installed a small lens. The light from the camera was reflected to the top of the camera, and a small skylight was opened on the top of the camera to look down on the view. It seems to be about the same size as the common handheld DV, and it is very limited to that size. There is also a photo amplifier with a wooden frame, which is also made of Nanmya. Its principle is actually a vertical down projector. The projector is fixed on a vertical base with wooden gears and tooth bars. It can be moved up and down to focus on the photo paper. The operating table below is an empty box made of furoglass, which can be easily placed with an electric stone lamp. In fact, there is no technical content. What really surprised Ao Fei in his illness was Luo Chang's newly prepared film. On the afternoon of the third day, a giant eagle flew from the glass workshop of Heart Island and sent Luo Chang a wooden box with an inner layer, wrapped with 600 flat screen glass with a thickness of only 2 mm, the size of each glass is 3 cm wide, a small rectangular 4 cm long. You can't help but look at this thing, leader, won't this be your film? So small. Not big eggs yet. Yeah, that's how much you can bring with you. Look at such a small film and put it in a box. Can you bring hundreds of pieces with you? As for the size of the photo, didn't I say that it can be amplified later? Luo Chong explained. This is so small, not to mention hundreds of pieces, I can carry this whole box, but we have tried it with glass before, and the glass cannot be left in the shadow. I nodded and agreed, and then raised my own question. Luo Chong directly moved the jar of bright glue, pointing at it and saying, that is because the glass cannot produce a light-sensitive reaction, even if you apply a potion. My solution is to use a bright glue on the surface of the glass, make a transparent coating that can be sensed. There is no shadow on the glass, but the coating above can. You melt this jar of glue with warm water, and then apply it evenly on these glass negatives. After drying it, use silver nitrate for light sensitivity treatment, and then put it in the dark room. Remember, the film at this time can be used for photographing. It must not be exposed, otherwise it will be directly scrapped, so you must also keep it in a dark box when the film is completely dried. I have made people make special film boxes. Looking at these things in front of you, and the solution given by Luo Chong, you can't help but stretch out your thumbs. The leader of is really powerful. This is not acceptable. Luo Chong actually has a way to realize all the functions, he said. Small cameras, ultra-small negatives, and photo amplifiers. Thinking of this, I suddenly asked about the disease. By the way, leader, where are the cheap photos you said? Luo Chong once again took out a thick stack of semi-finished phase paper. Nah, this is it. Ao Fei and the sick were surprised again. Paper. Photo. Yes, how about photos made of paper, much cheaper than your copper and silver plates? Luo Chong looked at their surprised expressions and immediately got proud. Chapter 792 Two Letters from the South. Watching Luo Chong actually use paper to make photos, both of them are surprised. If this can be achieved, the cost of taking pictures must have fallen sharply, but looking at the slightly yellowed paper in front of them, they also know that this paper it must have been dealt with by Luo's Wu in a special way, that is, it is not expensive for this special treatment. If it is also cheap, then photography can really spread in the private sector. Chief, how did you get this photo paper? Did you paint it? I went to get a photo paper and smelled it in front of my nose. I actually had a light salty smell. Looking at this yellow color, wouldn't it be soaked by the leader with urine? But of course he dare not ask this kind of conjecture, otherwise even if the relationship with the leader is better, the leader will kill him with his own hands. Luo Chong did not see his careful thoughts, but he did not tell them directly. The mystery that was finally made up must be installed for a while. I won't tell you first. Let's try if it works. If it works, I'll disclose the recipe to you. If it fails, let you know that I'm not very faceless? Luo Zhua proudly raised his head. Ao Fei and he went sick and smirked for a while, and began to make negatives and photo paper according to Luo Chan's method. At this time, there were 2 letters from the bodyguard to Luo Chong. Luo Chong asked while holding the letter, where did it come from? Back to the leader, one was sent by the guard of Lin County and Tuohei County, and the other was sent by our commander of Jin Yu Guards. The pro-defense whispered, oh, let me see. Luo Chong agreed to take down the letter from Yu Zi first. Generally, this kid will not send a letter to Luo Ji easily. If it is sent, it must be Jin Wubai's collection of any important information, so Luo Chan's letter to Yu Zi also attaches more importance. But after the letter was opened and swept away, Luo Chong couldn't help but sneer. The letter was about the information sent to them by the new gold elder of the Xian tribe, saying that the Xian tribe is actively preparing to defend against the Han tribe. There are also ambush points they have prepared in various places, as well as various plans to send elite troops to destroy the logistics of the Han tribe. I even attached a defense map. This information can be said to be a true conscience. I did see the intentions of the Jinwovai spies, but Luo Chong sneered at the plan. The plan is good. Unfortunately, it is useless. Now that the end of October, the wind and rainy seasons at sea have long passed. The Han tribe is only waiting for recruits to achieve their achievements. They have good ideas. Unfortunately, they will not give them time anymore. Luo Chong immediately returned to the study with his personal guard, and then wrote a reply letter to Yu Zi, only telling him one way, that is to try to slow down the progress of the Xian tribe's cloth defense, and he will soon send troops here. Watching Luo Chong cover the big seal with his own hands, the guard immediately sent the letter. Then Luo Chong found another personal guard, and asked him to transcribe the contents of Yu Zi's letter, and forwarded the original to the Blood Butcher and Ret University. He used the red pen to indicate the words of caution, and the rest he no longer cares. Then Luo Chong opened the letter of the big tree again. This letter has nothing special, that is, it reports how much progress has been made with the current cooperation clauses with the Tang tribe. Then he used Luo Chong to transfer his troops recently conquered several independent clan tribes, but he did not fight. The independent clan tribes around Tuohei County and the Tang tribe have been in contact with Tuohei County for more than a year. Knowing the strength of the Han tribe did not take the initiative to request the attachment before, and they did not take it seriously. Now the Han tribe send people to the ultimatum, and if they don't return, I will send troops to beat you. At first glance, those tribes had no choice but to surrender and attach themselves. Besides, there were many envy tribes in their families, but many because of their hatred with the Tang tribe. The Han tribe and the Tang tribe walked so close, they could not see it. But now under the threat of force, and under the persuasion of the Han tribe, it used to be a poor resource for everyone. Now, as long as you follow the Han tribe, you can live a good life. Do you have any hatred? Is it not good to let all future generations live a good life? In the end, the patriarchs of the independent clan tribes, under the double persecution of force and persuasion, obeyed the Han tribe and were willing to accept the rule of the editors. Only a very small number of tribes chose to resist, but when the big tree pulled the 2,000 or 3,000 guilders to their door, the two tribes compared the equipment gap between the two sides and the number gap. The Han tribe took the initiative to surrender on the side of the attack. In view of the good attitude of the other party's voluntary surrender, the big tree did not embarrass them. They were all included in Tuohei County according to the same treatment as other clan tribes. In this wave of operation alone, Tuohei County added more than 20,000 people in 2 months. In addition to the previous population, the total population of a county forced the 50,000 mark to go, which is not yet stationed. More than 10,000 troops not far away. Dasher wrote this time, one is to report the situation, and the other is to give Luo Chong dignitaries, supplies, and so many people have been added. He needs a large number of grassroots officials to manage, as well as various basic materials and the most basic. They are all short of cloth, agricultural tools, and iron pot kitchen knives. Anyway, it is a sentence, everything. Luo Chong naturally answered all the promises, and conquered more than 20,000 people without paying a soldier, so nothing was over, so immediately mobilized a large amount of materials to ship to Tuohei County, and at the same time, Luo Chong also gave a batch of support. Send a large number of literary graduates who are familiar with Hanlu and the school to Tuohei County. He also appointed the former San Clan chief Sancho to lead the team. Luo Chong directly appointed her as the jurisdiction of Tuohei County. She newly established the post of Chin Guan County order to let her take up a group of people immediately. Dash's requirements are not high. The so-called officials can communicate fluently in Chinese, they can be small officials, they can read and write Chinese characters, and they can be officials with certain management experience. In this era of rapid expansion of scarce talents, when the official is so simple, even some grassroots officials do not understand how the people should be sentenced for making mistakes. Basically, the textbooks that directly took out Hanlu are now turned. There is no way. Most of the academic methods are bald. They really can't remember so many terms. After Luo Chong finished his official duties here, a series of material and personnel transfer orders were issued. There have also been a lot of negatives and photo paper on the side of the disease. More than 40 microfilms have been made, and the photo paper has also been made. 100 sheets, now almost half dry. Luo Chong proposed to experiment immediately when it was not dark in the evening. It was naturally exciting to go to the sick in Ao Fei. This is a portable small camera that can run around, and of course it will not continue to stop in one place. Take pictures. Tang Yao happened to be back from the medical school. When he heard Luo Chong, they had to take pictures again, and they still had to go out to take pictures, they had to follow them. Luo Chong did not refuse, so she promised to take her with her. Because he didn't go far, Luo Chong simply rode a bicycle with Tang Yao, Ao Fei and the man who was sick riding Luo Chong followed. The four first went to the official office building in Hanyang City. The panorama of Zhang Building was taken on the open ground in front of the building. This time the photo was operated by Luo Chong himself, first opening the camera, aiming at the target from the viewing frame on the top of the camera, then closing the plug-in shutter, pushing the blank glass of the view box in, and switching it into the processed glass film, and then pull the copper shading plate on the film open, and then pull out the plugging shutter to expose. After counting the 4 breaths, the shutter is immediately inserted, then the visor of the film is inserted to death, and then the entire film box is drawn out. Hold it and wait for us to finish it and wash it back. Luo Chong handed the sealed pocket film to the sick. Chief, is this all right? Going to the sick and holding this film that is not big enough eggs, I suddenly felt a bit unreal. 3 days ago, what was it like when they took the photo? And then look at how relaxed and comfortable they are taking a photo now. It's too big. Of course it's taken, otherwise you think, don't delay the time, your kid will go and invite the witch out. I'm going to take a picture of his old man in front of this sundial. This is a great contribution to our Han tribe. Astronomers don't know how many years they can live. While people are still there, quickly keep a few photos. Luo Chong's tone solemnly said. Chapter 793 Street Shooting. Now that there is photography technology, of course, it should be used to record its history. An old man like a witch who brought a calendar to the Han tribe is completely worth remembering by future generations, so Luo Chong thought of inviting the rat which came to take pictures, otherwise I might not have a chance to take pictures again. As a child who grew up in the Han tribe, he was naturally familiar with the witch. He immediately went to the office of Qin Tianjin to invite the witch. The old man had not figured out what was going on, and he didn't know how to get sick. Explained to him, only said that the leader wanted to take pictures of him, but this new term was automatically understood as a portrait in the year of the mouse. But when he followed the disease to the bottom of the building, he found that Luo Chong did not bring things like painting notes and pen, and even if it was to be a portrait, shouldn't it be done indoors? With a question mark full of heads, the witch was directly pulled by Luo Chong to the front of the sundial, and he was puzzled. Chief, are we painting here? Not painting, but taking pictures, much clearer than painting. Luo Chong explained that he also hurriedly reinserted a film in his hand. Oh, how can I cooperate? Can you find me a stool? I am old, and I can't stand for so long. The crutches in the hands of the witch said. No need, your old man is standing in front of this sundial, yes, with one hand on it, come and stand, look at me, look at the box in my hand, yes, well, stand still, okay. Luo Chong directed the movement of the witch while busy with the operation in his hand. Just finished talking here, and the film in his hand was also exposed. Just wait to take it back and wash it out and zoom in on the photo paper. The rat witch is ignorant, isn't it a portrait? This is fine. Luo Chongshen was afraid that the old man would misunderstand, thinking that he was teasing him, so he asked John Fu to come up with a photo taken a few days ago to explain. Mouse witch, you see, this is the new technology they invented to get sick, called photography. As long as there is a few breaths in front of this small box, the small box can record everything you see in front of you. It turned into this black and white painting. We have just finished taking pictures of you, and you will see the finished product tomorrow. Oh, it's amazing to take pictures. It can be drawn by looking at it. It's so similar to painting. It's okay to go sick. When he was a kid, I knew he was unusual. Although the rat witch does not understand the photo very well, but also knows that this is a technique of rapid portrait, it was still made by the kid, so it is very gratifying. Pointing at the disease, began to boast. Luo Chong certainly didn't have time to chat with his old man here. He came to experiment. Seeing that the sunset in the evening was getting lower and lower, Luo Chong directly gave a color to the disease, and took Tang Yao and Ao Fei first. Left. Several people first went to the top office of the official building, where they took a lookout view of Hanyang City, and then Tang Yao also learned to use the camera to take a photo of Luo's was sitting at the desk. Then a group of people ran out of the windmill mill without stopping, and Luo Chong let Tang Yao stand in front of the tall windmill and took a picture of her. Just as their group of people was going to the outside of the city to shoot the city walls, the sickness finally sent the witch back and ran over. Then a group of people climbed to the city wall to photograph the rivers and rice fields in the distance, as well as the sailboats docked on the pier outside the city, and photographed the tall city walls with a looking angle under the city wall. Soldiers and drums. When the sun finally fell to the west sky, and a blaze of fire broke the clouds, the convoy sent by Luo Chong to Industrial County to escort equipment and experimental equipment also returned. Luo Chong immediately ordered them to stop on the street and then took the convoy. Several photos were taken, and everyone came home with satisfaction. First, the convoy was arranged to put the equipment sent by Industrial County in the air camp before Hanyang City, and then Luo Chong began to go home and take photos with them. The dark room that was temporarily built in the yard has been demolished. The maid changed a small study to a serious dark room according to Luo Chong's order. Since the mature photography technology has been obtained, Luo Chong does not mind himself. A whole set of flushing rooms is also convenient for playing photography when it is okay in the future. In the newly renovated dark room, Luo Chong and Zhao Fei were busy rinsing the photos of the day. Tang Yao and Zayadai also followed in to join in the fun. In the dark room full of red light, the disease has rinsed the pocket glass negatives in front of the operating table. A small negative film quickly appeared in the image, but it was clearly different from the silver version of the photo taken before, because this is the real negative. The film, that is to say, is contrary to the black and white of the film. For example, the photos of Tang Yao and the witch are that the hair is very bright, but the skin parts such as the cheek are very dark. The three women who looked frowned and rushed to Luo. "Husband, is this photo broken? How can it look so ugly?" Little Butterfly couldn't help but question. "It should be like this. This is called negative film. It will be positive when it is put on the amplifier and transferred to the photo paper." Although this technology cannot get the positive film at once, its benefit is it can copy the same photo indefinitely, and it can zoom in. Luo Chong explained to them, while picking up a negative piece to be cured, and then placing it on a film bracket, and then inserting the photo amplifier next to it, a knob on the side of the rotating machine head, and adjusting the inside the mirror angle. The mirror quickly reflected the light of a stone lamp sealed in the head. Through the negative tablet stuck on the nose, the vertical photo was directed down. So, under the watch of several people, this vertically installed projector projected the image of the negative film on the glass operating table directly below, and turned it into a pattern with a positive image, but it was still a piece of ordinary paper, used to adjust the size. "See if you don't, won't this become positive?" Luo Chong said while demonstrating. The gaze of Going to Disease and Ao Fei was immediately attracted. "Leader, how to deal with enlargement? Isn't this the same as your elongated lens adjusting the focal length? Did you see this runner on the side of the amplifier? Shake the handle above to control the movement of the entire head and down, and then change the size of the photo projected below." Luo Chongbian said to shake the handle. The photo of the sundial holding the rover that saw the witch also began to zoom in on the operating table below. When Luo rushed up the projector head, the photo began to shrink again. "Wow, it turns out that it is too convenient to zoom in and zoom in, so that we can make the size we just want," Zhan Fu also said excitedly. "Not only that, but this thing can be copied many times. Bring me a photo paper." Luo Chong talked about the skill, so he began to adjust the height of the head, zoomed the projected photo to the size of a quarter of the paper, fixed the card ruler below, and then blocked the light projected on the head with the board. In the dark, the photo paper was taken in the card ruler to find the position in advance, and then the visor of the machine head was pulled out and the photo paper was exposed. After a few seconds, the head shading board was turned off, and the photo paper was moved again to start exposure. It was operated 4 times in this way, and then Luo Chong handed the photo paper to the disease. "Wash this piece of paper out of the way of flushing photos. Go to the disease and put it in the movie." In just a dozen seconds, the image began to appear on this photo paper, and 4 identical photos of the witch appeared on a photo paper at the same time, except because of the exposure time. The slight color difference brought about by a little difference, as a whole, These 4 photos are completely engraved by a mold. They only knew at this time that Luo Chong said that the pocket film, zooming down and repeating the photo can really be done. He was excited when he went to sickness, and he hurriedly asked Luo Chongyang, "Chief, you see it has been successful now, so tell us what this face paper is made of?" Chapter 794 3 Meat Buns. Ha ha. Luo Chong looked at the anxious monkey and laughed twice, and then looked at John Fu next to him. "You can tell them how to do this face paper, after all you made it." John Fu also smiled and sneaked into his mouth. He went to see John Fu without believing. "You don't need to look at me. The leader asked me to do this, mixing it with eggs and salt, and then clarifying and then applying the salt eggs evenly to the paper for drying. I don't know how to get it. After, I will give it directly to you. After using the silver nitrate light-sensitized paper, it becomes the photo paper you use now." Luo Chong added along the side. This, just use salted eggs? Can you make a face paper? Chief, what is the principle?" After going to get sick for a long time, he was surprised by Luo Chong's saw operation and he couldn't understand it. He put some eggs in white salt. How can he turn ordinary paper into a photo paper that can be shown? In fact, this is the same as the film I said. I let you apply the gel on the glass film. In fact, it is a high-purity glue protein. The purpose of the gel is to form a layer on the surface of the glass that can carry the image. The coating can be used to shoot negative films after the light sensitivity of silver nitrate. And the photo paper I made with eggs and salt is also to make a layer of halogenated protein coating on the surface of the paper. Although it is different from the bright glue, it is actually a thing. After drying it, it passes through silver nitrate. The light treatment becomes a photo that can be visible. In fact, it is white. You directly use such photo paper as a film. You can also use the previous method to take a one-time photo. It has the same function as your silver film after processing. It's just that your silver version of the film left the image in the base material of the film, that is to say, the image is deep into the entire silver layer, but my photo paper is different. The image shown on the protein paper only exists in the coating on the surface of the paper, there is no penetrating paper. Such photo paper photos are more advantageous and detrimental to your silver version. The advantage is that the cost is low, then the imaging is clear, and it can be copied in large quantities. But the disadvantage is that the preservation time is not as long as your silver version is. The storage time is long, and the other has no advantage compared to the photo paper. Luo Chong explained to them the principles and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the two technologies. But Tang Yao was nervous after listening to it. She quickly asked, "The Chinese leader, you said that this face paper will not be kept long, will it be bad for a few months?" This is not true. Paper-based photos are mainly afraid of air oxidation causing paper-based decay, followed by strong light notes that make the protein coating yellow and fade. If the photos are framed with glass to isolate the air, then placed indoors, avoid strong light exposure and store it for 180 years is still no problem. At most, the photos will be a bit yellow. It turns out that time is not short. I thought it would get worse in a few months, so I can't take it back to my aunt. Tang Yao listened to Luo Chong's explanation and was relieved. Yes, the leader. It's really not short for decades. The key is that it's cheap, and it can be copied and amplified arbitrarily. Whether it is cost or function, it is better than the silver version of the photo. It is a technology suitable for large-scale promotion, Ao Fei said emotionally. Yes, this face paper only needs eggs, salt and white paper, but this is something that our Han tribe households have. Who doesn't have a few hens in the family, and eat one less egg? The cost can take a few photos that can be kept for 100 years. This is definitely a photo that can be taken by every household. Going sick is also admiring. The photography technique he invented in person naturally wanted to share it for his family and take some photos for his family, but the cost of the silver version of the photo was indeed very high. The key is that such a silver version needs to be customized by the Institute. Will the high-end unit of the Institute specially make a few negatives for his own family? This is obviously impossible, but if you use this protein paper, there is no worry at all. As long as there is potion, he can buy all the materials at home to make it himself. Husband, how are you going to promote this photography? Do you want to open some photographer shops or specialize in the production of cameras and camera paper for sale? Zayadai also asked aside at this time. Why, what do you think? Luo Chong smiled and asked her. What can I think? Just ask casually. Little Butterfly spread her hand, and with her understanding of Luo Chong will definitely keep a set of photo-taking things at home, just to see him transform this darkroom, so she didn't even want to open a photo studio in the past. As long as she shoots herself, she as the leading lady of the leader will not take pictures of the people in person. Luo Chong thought a little bit, and then said, the camera mechanism is not troublesome, but not everyone can buy it, so if we want to promote it, we still produce equipment to sell it. But it must be to meet the office needs of the government, and then promote it to the private sector. The first stage is to extend the flushing equipment of cameras and amplifiers to every county-level city, then the army of each sanctuary. Each sanctuary must be equipped with at least 5 cameras, and an amplified flushing device. For the time being, only we can do it, so make it uniformly, then fix the packaging, distribute it in a box or something, or sell it. In the second stage, after these devices are popularized in various cities, and then Bamboo Island is also included in our jurisdiction, at that time I am going to implement a new ID card system as a supplementary document for the Hukao book. Make an ID card with a photo of the head, which should show age information and origin, title, and name and gender. And there must be anti-counterfeiting signs. Everyone makes a photo ID. Tang Yao said in surprise. That's not true. It's also necessary to get a standard. Otherwise, as a standard of adulthood, adults must apply for ID cards in the user's account book at the place where the household registration is located. Minors only need to apply for household registration. Luo Chong thought about it. Photo ID has great benefits for managing the country. The first is the issue of public security. As long as he does not match the photos on his ID card, he cannot do bad things with others' household registration scripts, or use others' Hukao skills. Take the preferential policy given by the tribe and become a borer of the tribe. Such a thing happened. After being reported by the victim, he was tried by the county order and the case file was sent to Luo Chong. He knew it. The emergence of photo ID cards can solve this problem to a large extent, and it is also more convenient for the management and control of the tribe. In this way, when future banks begin to implement personal savings and remittance business, and when the train is open to sell tickets, ID cards can play a huge role. After roughly sorting out the promotion ideas of photography, several people began to rinse the photos again, and all the photos taken during the day were copied to the photo paper with a magnifier, and some photos were copied a lot. Looking at such a convenient and cheap photo, he also asked Luo Chong to go to the disease. Can he borrow the camera for other purposes? He wants to take a few photos for his family tomorrow. As for the film and photo paper consumed, he is willing to pay. Although the kid had no money, he agreed to let Luo Chong deduct directly from his salary. Luo Chong certainly would not give him this opportunity, and it would be grumpy on the spot. Your kid came to me for an errand, and I arranged a job for you, but you only took office for less than a month. You see what you have done. I asked you to develop bullets. You gave me a hole. The camera has now sent the cartridge making equipment over the industrial county. You told me to continue playing with the camera? Do you say I am too forgiving to you? Look at other guards who dare to be so presumptuous to you. If it's not good to do business, I will take you as a photo. Luo Chong poked the sick head and said, reach out to get sick and whisper there, you weren't like this before, and you get more stingy after you have a child. If you don't borrow it, you will find so many reasons. Luo Chong slapped on the back of his head and reprimanded, dare to talk back, no big or small, long skills, right? Fine you to go to the city gate to stand guard tonight. If you don't dare to whisper again, or you don't know how the leader will punish yourself, and you will go out directly after holding your mouth wrong. The little butterfly, Zhang Ziyu and Tang Yao who looked at his child couldn't help but laugh. Husband, everyone is going to be married, and you still treat him as a child. Zhan Fu said with a smile. He was originally a child, do you look at him like an adult? Luo Chong said with some dissatisfaction. Then he didn't just want to take a picture of his family. You see, your little butterfly is also helping him. It's quite okay to take photos, but he shouldn't mention it to me at this time. He can wait until the holiday. He can't tell the difference in his eyes. This child is still too young and has too much fun. Beat it, otherwise it will be difficult to become a big weapon in the future. Tomorrow you go to his house to take a few more pictures of his family. Don't tell him first. Luo Chong immediately arranged the way. You, the tofu heart of the knife's mouth. The little butterfly grieved his lips and complained. Early the next morning, when he went to the gate all night at the gate of the city gate, he ran to Luo Chong's door and waited for him to go out. He didn't even eat breakfast. The whole person was sluggish and his clothes were wet by the morning dew. A lot. When Luo rushed out of the door, he glanced at him, and he took a group of guards directly to the air camp where ammunition production equipment was placed. Going sick and skimming, holding the knife in his waist to keep up, but when he was about to run, he suddenly jumped out of Luo Chong's house from a girl about his age. The girl was wearing a white skirt. It wasn't Luo Chong's maid who had never seen this person when she was sick, but the girl ran straight to him, and a red halo floated shy on her face, stuffing a leaf bag in her hand to the sick hand. You haven't eaten yet, don't talk to the leader anymore, well, this is for you. After the girl finished speaking, she didn't wait for the disease response and turned directly into the yard. To disease, open the food wrapped in lotus leaves, which contains 3 thick meat steamed buns, red-colored red and pungent red roasted meat, and halved eggs, tied halogen tofu skin, all of which are thick. The noodles are sandwiched in the middle, plus the embellishment of coriander and green pepper. When he stunned, he shed a crystal and clear herazi, and his stomach was hungry, and he seemed to be arguing to eat, but his brain was stunned like a down machine. Who is she? Why did she give me food? How could she appear here? That woman is so beautiful. No, why am I still here? Bad. I didn't keep up with the leader for a while. Chapter 795 Ammunition Production Workshop. The military camp in Shenyang City was previously transformed with a large warehouse. Later, the army was expanded and moved away. It was idle again here. However, it was filled with various mechanical equipment again, and it turned into a small weapon workshop. When Luo Chong came here in the morning, he saw the machine full of the warehouse, and the researcher of a power research institute who came with the equipment this time. He came to guide the installation and use of the equipment. Chief, this is the double-haired shotgun you want. We have now produced a sample gun. The 2 barrels are first made of crude steel tubes made of sand, then pulled out with cold bone forging into barrels, and finally used. The vapor boring machine is polished with no rifles. According to your classification, it is a smoothbore gun. Seeing Luo Chong bring people in, Hu Jin immediately took a shotgun from the wooden box next to Luo Zheng's hand. This is a sample gun made according to the drawings provided by Luo Chong, but Luo Chong kept it for himself. It is also used to test the shotgun just developed. Because this gun is not a pumping shotgun equipped with Luo Chong Hope, but a double-barreled shotgun with 2 barrels lined up and down. The barrel root and buttstock are connected by a mechanical hinge. The way of filling is to break the gun. 2 shotguns are stuffed into the gun barrel, then straighten, and then break up and load. It is the same structure as the sports shotgun that plays UFOs in the Olympics, and the S686 double spray in each game is quite similar, but 686 is a double horizontal tube. Luo Chong is a riser. This barrel structure is more conducive to aiming. Luo Chong took the shotgun but in his hand and tried to aim it. It felt that the weight and the feeling of the hand were okay. Then he found a table to remove the parts of the firearm one by one, observe the quality of the processing of internal parts, and wait for them all to be seen. After that, he evaluated it. It looks okay on the surface, but I don't know how to use it. Have you tried the gun? Returned to the leader. Not yet, we have no power research institute and no live ammunition. Hu Jin immediately replied. Luo Chong nodded and broke the barrel of this double-barreled shotgun on his shoulder, and then looked at the machines in the warehouse and asked again, "Introduce me to the equipment you made." Yes. Hu Jin immediately stepped forward to start one by one introduction. This time we produced 2 steam punching beds, using the iron cow type steam engine to provide power, one dedicated to stamping the shell, and the other dedicated to stamping the warhead, and the butt of the cartridge case can flush the shotguns and bullets at the same time. It is only necessary to replace the sledgehammer and mold above. The shells produced have fully met the requirements specified by the chief, that is, the output is not yet known, and we have not started to test the output all day. There are also several ammunition loading equipment and warhead casting equipment. These devices are all manual. This machine, which is filled with rifle bullets, has a 20 by 20 operating board that can fill 400 bullets at the same time. The loader of the shotgun is 100 rounds at a time, and these 2 machines can be operated by only one person. There is also a cartridge case flushing and disassembly extension, which is used to recycle the recovered cartridge case, so that the cartridge case can achieve multiple uses. Hu Jin walked to introduce the machinery in the warehouse, and then pointed to the above parts and function introduction channels one by one. Well, it looks pretty good. Do you have any test shells? Show me. Luo Chong nodded and agreed, and then asked him for a cartridge case. Hu Jin immediately moved out of a box. The yellow brilliant piece inside was all bullet cartridges punched by brass. Luo Chong grabbed a full-power cartridge case with an 8mm rifle tip, with a shell length of 5.7 centimeters. The charge of this pill is exactly twice the weight of the warhead. There is also a 3 centimeter long streamlined pointed bullet installed on the full body. The length of the bullet will reach more than 8 centimeters. There is also a small box of shotgun cartridges next to it, and a box of golden flare stalks like corn, which makes Luo Chong look very intimate. What a familiar modern weapon. Unfortunately, it has not been touched for many years. He immediately asked Hu Jin next to him, was the rifle's sample gun made? Back to the leader, the part of the wooden structure has been completed, and the launching agency and the cartridge and the gun machine have also been obtained. That is, the rifling of the barrel has not been obtained. We are still attacking the rifling equipment recently. I tried it several times before and scrapped several barrels, but it was almost done before I came. It is estimated that within a day or two, a gun will be delivered. Hu Jin replied again. Luo rushed to nod, and said, then you can take them to start debugging the machines, and let these machines start as soon as possible. Yes, leader, the workers here? Hu Jin nodded and agreed, but did not work immediately but asked the workers. Luo Chong took a look around and directly arranged a small flag guard to act as a temporary worker here. This small workshop is not large enough for 12 people to cope with production. After these people are proficient in the operation of the machine, he will then adjust a group of wounded and retired veterans came to work. One is for military control purposes, and the other can provide some work for those injured disabilities. Meet their lives. Waiting for these trivia to be arranged, Luo Chong made people take a few boxes to the corner with themselves and start manually loading bullets. The copper shell pills of the shotgun are all the same, but the plastic cartridge case in the upper half is divided into two colors. One is a light blue one-headed shotgun, and the other is a red shell containing 8 large lead bombs. To distinguish between two types of ammunition, Luo rushed towards the door just after eating the meat buns and still wiping his mouth. He beckoned, and the kid ran over immediately. Chief, well, if you follow the loading, you want to learn to use new firearms. The first is to understand its structure and learn from it, Luo Chong told him. However, when he was sick, he was curious to stare at the two-barreled shotgun on Luo's shoulder, which is not the same as his imaginary handheld firearm, but there is always an inexplicable feeling that makes him feel Luo Chan's design is more reasonable, and it looks very advanced. The silver flashing fine steel barrel, solid wood carved butts and cartridges look extremely beautiful, but they don't know how it feels to really use it. He wanted to ask Luo Chong if he could let himself try it, but when he saw that there was only such a gun, he still didn't ask for it, and he didn't have to think about it. How could it be his turn, plus the girl's inexplicable advice? He didn't say anything else, so he started to follow Hu Jin to learn to fill in ammunition. Chapter 796 Test Gun, Upper. The cartridge case made of Du Zhongxiao has thermal deformation capability, so the connection between the cartridge case and the pill is connected by the machine roll, first heating the water with the heat provided by the steam pipe, and then soaking the cartridge case in hot water. Put it on the machine and the copper medicine cartridge roll pressure, so that after cooling, the two will be firmly connected together. The first step of the connection work was done. At this time, manual loading began. According to Hu Jin's instructions, the disease inserted a cartridge case into the metal plug with 100 cartridges, and then filled the base on the ground floor. The same number of base fire butts finally shook the hand sledgehammer above to apply pressure, and finally pressed the bottom fire into the base of the cartridge case. Then pour into a broken double base propellant into a funnel slot plate, fill each cartridge case, knock evenly by hand, press into the paper curler, and then use the funnel plate to pour into each shell 8 large diameter lead bombs, and then all the openings of each bullet are sealed through thermal stereotypes technology. At this time, a shotgun is considered complete. Using such a manual loader, one round can be loaded with 100 shots at the same time. Temporary workers who have just started to get sick can operate one round in basically 10 minutes. The speed is very slow. The average speed is only 10 shots per minute. For the Han tribe who does not need much ammunition, this speed is still acceptable. Especially after the workers are skilled in operation, Luo Chong carefully estimated that a round can be completed in about 3 minutes, so that the loading speed is faster. The rifle bullets on the other side are loaded over there. When the accessories of the warhead and cartridge case are satisfied, the loading speed is much faster than the shotgun. This 20-speed operating board can fill 400 rounds at the same time, but there are only 3 steps in the loading step. Only the bottom fire is required, the propellant is filled, and the warhead is pressed. So even the first temporary worker to start, after the simple training, you can still complete the round in 5 minutes, with an average of 80 rifle bullets per minute. This speed is definitely not slow. After the workers are skilled, Luo Chong feels that it can also reduce the working hours filled in a round to about 2 minutes. It's a pity that the bullet came out now, but no rifle could experiment. Luo Chong watched them produce for more than an hour in this small workshop. After waiting for 1,000 shots to come out of the disease, he only spoke to the guards and illnesses around him. Well, let the loading of bullets be done by others, go sick, and go into the shooting range. You and I go to the shooting range to test the gun. Yes, leader. He jumped up immediately after going to illness, but he knew that the leader was planning to let him command this all-firearm army, and now he is about to experiment with this new weapon, how to prevent him from being excited. When Luo Chong took a group of people out of the city gate on a horse, Ao Fei also followed up with that small camera. He was ordered by Luo Chong to take pictures of test guns, which is about to be recorded in history. Major events, not taking a few photos to remember is not an invention of sorry photography. The sound of the stepping horseshoe ran out on the dirt road outside the city. A group of people went to the shooting range at the foot of the mountain outside the north gate without much distance. The eyes were all yellow scenes. The fields outside the city have already been harvested. Clean, a crop has not been left, and the people in the city often cut wood or hunted in groups at this time, began to prepare for winter animal skin and firewood. However, because Luo Chong issued an order a few days ago to set up this place as a military restricted area, no idler ran here without knowing it, not to mention the cavalry patrolling around the shooting range to avoid people entering by mistake. When I came to the shooting range, the disease had set up the shooting range according to Luo Chan's requirements. It was a shooting area with a shade shed. In front, it was a large open space in Hirakawa. The distance was measured according to Luo Chan's requirements. A target was set up every 10 meters to measure the shooting distance. Several people came to the shed to tie the horse, and Luo Chong took the double-barreled shotgun from his back. Go to the disease and immediately ask, "Chief, how far can this gun be shot? It looks a bit different from the makeup shotgun you showed me. Is this also for us? Which one do I answer first when you ask so many questions?" Luo Zhenbei said at a glance, "This is a double-barreled hunting gun with no storage tubes. It can only fill 2 shots at a time, and the range will not exceed 100 meters. It is estimated that such a weapon is not how far the range is, but the powerful force, which is dedicated to dealing with large targets at close range. Even if it is your run, I estimate that if I hit 2 shots, I could put it down." When he was sick, he heard Luo Chong take his example of Ben Ben, and his face was dark, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he listened to Luo Chong and continued. "And our goal is a giant cannibal. This creature is very powerful, but I guess it is absolutely impossible to put it in front of this shotgun." Luo Chong talked while holding a gun to the front of the shooting position, looked at the target 10 meters in front, and then said to the guards around him, "Adjust the target within 100 meters to 1 for 5 meters, and then all put on the standard armor." Yes, the pro-defense should immediately claim to be, and then go with people. To go to the sick side, put the shotgun box on the table, open the lid and pull the bullet out. Luo rushed at him and asked with a smile, "Do you want to shoot this first shot?" I stared at my eyes immediately when I was sick, and my face was full of excitement. "Is really? The leader is willing to let me try the first shot? Nonsense, even if you dare not." Luo Chong despised the road. I dare, I am bold, the leader let me try." Going to see Luo Chong to repent, he immediately jumped in a hurry and shouted loudly, "Your kid shut up, howl, and hold." Luo Chong handed him the gun directly and began to teach him to use it. Seeing that this small wrench is not available, if you pull it here, the barrel will fold down and open the barrel. Going to the disease and doing it according to the words, he quickly broke the shotgun into a dog's leg shape, and then waited for Luo Chong to talk about the next step. He himself took 2 red shotguns from the table and stuffed it in. Straight barrel, the barrel closes instantly. "Yes, kid, it will be loaded." Luo Chong tuned and said. He smirked, and then watched Luo Chong waiting for the next step. Seeing that the hammer is gone, pull it back, and pull it to the end means that it is already in a state where it can be fired at any time. This step is called loading. Going sick again and doing what he said, then put his finger naturally on the trigger. Luo Chong grabbed the barrel in an instant, and then a slap fan with the other hand scolded on the back of his head. "Don't move your fingers without hearing the order. Look at where you put your fingers. It's easy to get angry because of tension. What if you accidentally hurt yourself?" He shrank his neck and held a gun in his hand that was at any time. He didn't dare to talk back and resist, he could only grieve, and then waited for Luo Chan's next instructions. The left-handed gun, holding the gun handle with the right hand, and putting the index finger outside the trigger guard ring. Yes, that's it. Then use the buttstock to hold the shoulder nest, tough, and look at the sight above the barrel. I know that, like the Wangshan on the crossbow, I have seen it, and it is aimed at the 3 o'clock line. Go to the doctor and immediately answer the conversation. Luo pointed his head, and the Han tribe's crossbow used a lot of gun design. Whether it was handheld, or aimed and fired, it was almost the same. The firearms had stars and doors, and there were also Wangshan on the crossbow. There is a trigger and a crossbow machine on the gun, so as long as the person who uses the crossbow, after simple practice, you can easily get on the pistol. Since you know it, then aim at the target, but I remind you that this thing has a loud voice, like shooting in your ear, so you are prepared, and the recoil is also very strong. After the gunshot, there will be a strong recoil hitting your shoulder nest, and the muzzle will still rise, so you have to hold your shoulders and hold the gun with your left hand. Don't knock on the trigger and take the gun off. Luo Chong reminded again. "Oh, I'm ready, leader, which one shall we fight?" The posture was readjusted according to Luo Chan's statement. The entire face was lying on the gun, looking at the sight star and aiming at the target in front with the door. Luo Chong thought about it and looked at the target lane in front, hit 50 meters first. A loud noise sounded in the ear. Luo Chong hasn't waited to shoot here. The kid has pulled the trigger when he is sick. He doesn't give Luo Chong any time for psychological preparation. Chapter 797 Test Gun, Chinese. One shot. I don't know if he was born to have the talent to play with guns, or he really listened to Luo Zhang's orders to use force to top the gun. In short, his shoulder did not move much backwards in Luo's was eyes. The gun was also very stable, and the muzzle barely jumped, but the huge gunshot still shocked the disease. Even if he was prepared in advance, I didn't expect the gunshots to be so loud. The most important thing is that the chest target 50 meters away was hit by him, and Luo Chong clearly saw that the armor on the chest target had been hit by several slices. Going sick and holding a gun posture shook his head, and then he asked Luo Chong, "Leader, where is the next one?" 40 meters. Luo Chong's simple command line. Boom was another violent gunshot. The target 40 meters away was hit again. The chest target at this distance is really not far away, so it is not uncommon to be able to hit. The key is to go sick with a gun shooting posture. The kid, who is very talented, closed the gun and opened the barrel. Luo Chong ordered again, going to the disease and standing upright, pulling the wrench to break the barrel. Boom, the two shells inside were directly popped out, leaving a ray of light smoke in the air and falling to the ground. It seems very exciting to go sick. How can a boy not love weapons? Although the weapons in his hands are not common cold weapons, he feels that such firearms are more suitable for himself. Here are two people who tested the target in the past. Luo rushed to the personal guard around him and told him that immediately two people were running away, but when they ran forward, they looked back and looked at the disease, fearing that the gun in the kid's hand suddenly aimed at himself. At this time, Luo Chong picked up two cartridges on the ground and looked at it. It was okay to observe the cartridge status after the launch, because the speed was fast enough. The cartridge case made by Du Zonla did not as he imagined. It will soften, and it seems that there is a possibility of reuse. He threw the cartridge case into the bamboo basket next to him and asked about the disease. Talk about the feeling. How do you think this weapon is used? I think it's very easy to handle, and it's beautiful. I can load 2 bullets at a time. The loading speed is also faster than the crossbow. Chief, let's equip this. Go to the sick and talk excitedly. Ha ha. Luo shouted twice. You don't know how powerful it is, so you say you want to equip this weapon with the army. This is not like a general. As a leader, you must always be your own warrior. Be responsible. Luo Chong reached out and poked his head, and then turned his head to look at the shooting range ahead and asked, "How is it?" Reported leader, the 50-meter target was hit with 2 pieces of deck, and the other 5 pieces of deck were dent on top, not pierced, and the board was not damaged. A pro defense reported immediately. Reported leader, the 40-meter target was hit with 3 pieces of deck, 4 pieces with dents, 1 piece was penetrated, and there was a small hole in the board. Another personal guard also followed. Luo Chong took a look at him on the shoulder of the disease. See it, not as powerful as you think. This shotgun is only absolutely lethal within 30 meters, and can only be injured if it is more than 30 meters. To open your mouth when you are sick, it is also a bit stunned. How can a gun that is so powerful have an effective range of only 30 meters? Isn't this a joke? It was too disappointing. He couldn't help but vomit in his heart. Luo Chong recruited the beckoning to call back the 2 who tested the target, and then again directed the disease command, this one-headed bullet with a blue shell, shooting targets of 70 and 80 meters. It's a pity to go to the disease, and it seems that all hope is pinned on these 2 single-headed bombs. I hope its effective range can be further away. Otherwise, it will not be too much to be eliminated because of insufficient power. Pity. Boom. 2 gunshots sounded one after another. This time I went to the disease and didn't ask Luozhua for the specific shooting time. After installing the bullet, he shot himself. After 2 shots, he directly stuffed the gun into Luozhua. Waiting for someone to check the target, he ran straight over the railing and ran towards the target. Luo laughed and took the telescope directly from the personal guard next to him. The details of the target in the distance immediately closed their eyes, and they didn't have to run so far to see it. But the previous illness was checked by the target, and he immediately shouted happily. Chief, pierced, 70-meter target pierced, and a hole as big as a fist. This gun can be used. Let's use a single bullet in the future. He shouted while running back. Luozhua laughed down the telescope and said, how to do it. Shotguns have the advantage of shotguns, and one-headed bullets also have the benefit. Since we can all produce, why are we only equipped with one type? These 2 bullets, it seems that the standard of bulk equipment has been reached, and then the waiting shotgun is in place. Go to the disease and listen to Luo Chong saying so, immediately anxious, "Leader, can't this be equipped? I think this is pretty good." Luo Chong did not answer, but asked back, "If the prepared shotgun has the same range and power as this gun, but can fill 7 bullets at a time, and there can be a short sword on it, which one do you choose? 7 shots at a time? Is that possible to hit 7 bullets at a time?" Going to stare at his eyes, when he heard 7 hairs at a time, Luo Chong felt that the saliva in the corner of his mouth would flow down. "Isn't this nonsense? Why can't you pack so much?" When Luo rushed to the white, he broke the firing tube and started to change bombs, and then grabbed a shotgun and stuffed a row on his wide belt, and the tail of each bullet was half exposed. "I'm going to be ill." It seems that Luo Zhuo is ready to play by himself, but he only shot 4 shots. I knew that he would not be stuffed with the leader just now. He even stood beside Luo Chong and asked curiously, "Chief, do you want to continue testing?" Luo rushed to nod and said, "The range you just tried was the range, but you didn't even try out the true performance of the gun. Look at the kid. The gun is not as fun as you." Talking about, Luo Chong raised the shotgun in his hand, then nodded to the guard next to him, and immediately someone came over with 2 baskets of corn cores, and then stood on the horizontal line of the 20-meter target, forcefully throwing the corn core into the air at the same time. There was one person on each side, throwing the corn core horizontally in the opposite direction. But the 2 corn cores had just flown out of a second, and everyone heard 2 bangs and 2 gunshots, and the 2 corn cores were immediately crushed into pieces. Throwing the gun like this, shooting at such a moving target, and still a corn core 20 meters away, such a small target, so fast-moving speed, was actually shot by Luo in 2 shots in an instant. What is this marksmanship? It's so perverted. Okay. It is estimated that there are 2 sparrows flying in the air, and they can also be beaten directly by Luo Chong. Wow, the leader's gun is too powerful. How did you do it? Can you teach me? Seeing Luo Chong immediately after going sick, both eyes are full of little stars. Chapter 798 Test Gun, next. Two-way UFO shooting is a fixed project in the Olympic shooting competition, and it is also the only shooting project in all shooting projects that uses a 2-tube shotgun as a matching gun. It has always been famous in international shooting sports. This shooting movement is different from the general fixed-post shooting project, which only pursues a ring number. It hits a fast-moving target. The most needed is the agility of the gunman, which requires the eyes to quickly capture the dynamic target. At the same time, when the eye sees the target at the same time, the hand must also point to the target. Such technical characteristics are also applicable to the battlefield environment, especially when facing enemies in different directions. Mastering this technology can achieve a horrible repression that kills one and no one survives within 30 meters. Although it is not possible for anyone to play a 10-centimeter-sized flying saucer, it is impossible to miss a target as large as a human body. But the marksmanship shown by Luo Chong at this time is definitely amazing enough. Want to learn? This can't be taught, it can only rely on talent and diligent practice. Luo Chong quickly changed the ammunition while talking, and then said to the disease again, "Follow me, and I tell you what tactical shooting is." After saying that, he ran out first, followed closely by the disease. Luo Chong raised his gun with his waist and moved forward quickly. At the same time as the run, he shot 2 wooden targets in front of him. The target was immediately knocked to the ground. At the same time, Luo Chong has also ran behind a wood baffle and started to change bombs. Shooting the barrel, ejecting the shell, refilling the barrel, closing the barrel, and then slamming the hammer. A series of changing moves are no more than 2 seconds in Luo Chong's hand. At the moment of changing the bullet, Luo rushed his head and popped out half a body. The shotgun in his hand shook, and then quickly retracted back to his body. Such a clean and neat action, the fairy gun method in the gunshot, and the chin that a group of guards had to fall off. The disease next to Luo Chong was deeply understood. He saw Luo Chong from the probe to the shot. The whole process is less than a breath. Such tactical actions, even if he and Luo are directed at each other, I must have died first. Not only did the leader play accurately, but the key was to cooperate with these tactical actions, which was even more exaggerated. Luo Chong once again attacked a target from the other side of the wooden wall, then turned away and refilled the bullet. After a fish jumped from the board with one hand, he rolled over again when he landed, and then knelt. 2 shots were fired, and then quickly lie down and lie on the ground to change bombs. Move the target immediately, kneel and flash the gun, roll and kneel to fix the target shooting, creep and stock the bomb, lifestyle shooting. Luo Chong fired 10 shots in succession, and all 10 shots were hit. During this period, various postures were included. A series of tactical actions should not be too handsome. A group of pro guards looked at all the stars in their eyes. Ao Fei, who followed the photo, didn't even come and took a brave and invincible photo of Luo Chong because he moved too fast and never stayed in one place for 5 seconds. and his camera it takes 8 seconds for light to be exposed. This time is not enough for him to expose a photo, even if it is taken, it is also a blurry video when washed out. Luo Chong is also very satisfied with this shooting. The sword is not his strength. The hot weapon is his most familiar friend. When he got this 2-barreled shotgun, Luo Chong felt more confident. Going sick is a hunting gun that is staring at Luo Chong and more greedy Luozhua. He asked Luo some expectations. Chief, can I have my own double-barreled shotgun? No way. Luo Chong immediately rejected the face. Our tribe can't help but swords, nor can we bend bows and spears, but firearms must be strictly controlled. Except for active officers and soldiers, private individuals are not allowed to own firearms. You now have military status and you can receive them, equipped with prepared firearms, but that is also the property of the military, not your private property. Understand, otherwise, once civilian firearms are rampant, the management of public order is too difficult. Oh, I was so disappointed that I asked again, the leader, when will our standard weapons arrive? I don't have my own gun, and when I can practice as powerful as you. Wait, it is estimated that these 2 days will be used. This one will be familiar to you first, but don't break it for me. Remember not to point the muzzle at the person, and don't pass the firearm with the bomb. You all try it. There are all copies, don't grab. Luo Chong greeted a group of guards and said, a group of people came around after a while, watching the thieves who played with guns and guns there, they were already greedy, and they were even more envious of going sick. Now there is a chance to try it. A group of people started to line up to shoot guns. They went to the near water tower to get the moon first. They had 10 shots and had fun. Then they stood by and taught other guards how to use the firearms, although they did not get a bullet. But he was really addicted. On the first day, the power and range test of the shotgun passed in such a continuous sound of guns. The test results were also obvious. The shot was only absolutely lethal at a distance of 30 meters, and the one-headed bullet was able to reach 70 meters. This is already the furthest effective range. Although the range is indeed not too far, even the crossbow is not comparable, but the power is very impressive. Whether it is shotguns or one-headed bombs, it can be called the absolute overlord of the close battlefield. At a distance, there are rifles to suppress. Luo Chong is also preparing to equip a small number of shotguns in this firearms army, most of which are mainly tied rifles, so as to form a high-level match in the army, so that the army can adapt to more combat missions in battlefield environments. 3 days passed by non-stop shooting and loading. When the ammunition workshop was filled with more than 80,000 rifle bullets by hand, the industrial county finally sent the trial sample gun over. In the early morning of the next day when these guns were sent, Luo Chong got up early and took a group of guards to the shooting range. There were many guns and more than a dozen shots, so everyone was very excited. After these few days of simple training, these Luo Chong's guards have already liked the new firearms such as firearms. The shape is beautiful, the power is great, and the training is relatively simple. In other words, it is faster to get started than to learn to shoot with a crossbow. This time I heard that the prepared musket was sent, and everyone was even more excited. Because Luo Chong told them long ago that the break gun can be filled with multiple rounds, wouldn't it be more painful to fight? Chapter 799 The Big Bolt is the man's romance. There are a total of 13 new types of guns, of which there are 7 types of shotguns alone. The embolized rifle is not a difference in bayonets, and there are 6 different models. Of course, so many models do not mean that Luo Chong really made more than a dozen completely different firearms, but that the small difference is made on the same weapon platform. Just like the shotgun, it's all tubular pumping cartridges, manual drastic loading, side windows and shells, and the lower side is available. It looks similar in appearance, but according to the slight difference, 3 untrusted miniature shotguns are divided. At the same time, this model is divided into 2 versions of internal and external hammer, and the long tube has a bayonet-style 7-shot shotgun under the truss structure, which is also divided into 2 versions of internal and external hammer. In the end, there is also a side-mounted bayonet-stop 8-haired shotgun with the same length of the tube compartment. On the whole, it is the same mechanical structure, the same shape and caliber. The only difference is that the length is different, the elastic capacity is different, the installation position of the bayonet is different, and even the bayonet is divided into 3 types, but it is not counted in the gun inside. Including another bolt rifle with G98 as a fake model, the overall structure of the gun is the same, and it is all a caliber and appearance, but the quasi-stars and shots of different combinations are divided into 4 types. There is a difference between the straight/bend 2 pulling the handle, and the rest is the difference in the bayonet style. The other is no different. The guns are all the same gun. The reason why so many different models are made is mainly for testing. After evaluating which one is more appropriate, they will be finalized and equipped with uniform equipment. 13 different weapons are placed on the table in sequence, and a group of people around them are dazzled by their own eyes. They have to stand in front of the disease and pick up a shotgun and play it in their hands. Chief, this batch of guns looks much slimmer than your double-barreled shotgun. Going sick and holding the ultra-small three-haired unintentional spray. Indeed, this batch of shotguns is all internal guns used, and the bomb supply and shell system is also a compact structure. Like the previous rough shooting of folding the gun body to achieve loading and shelling is completely incomparable to this. Military-made weapons, of course, the more compact the simpler, so as to reduce the failure rate and increase the efficiency of use. Of course, the military-made gun type must of course be optimized, slim, indicating that the parts are compact, and can also reduce the weight and reduce the burden on the soldiers. Luo Chong commented next to him, and also picked up a gun and looked at it. I was so excited to hold the short triple burst spray. I wanted to find the organ that decomposed the gun body, but I didn't find it. I only saw 2 elliptical holes on the side of the rear receiver and below, but I didn't find it. Where to load the bomb? I couldn't help but look a little anxious. Chief, where does this gun load? Why can't the gun body be shot? I looked up and down for a while and asked anxiously. Luo Chong looked at his monkey anxiously and laughed, and then took the short ejection introduction from his hand. Look here, the following mouth is where the bullet is. To put the bullet ahead, this kind of short tube type can be shot 3 times at a time. If you fire a shot in the barrel in advance, it will be 4 rounds. Luo Chong said that he took 3 bullets from the basket with bullets next to him, stuffed it from the loading port below, and then continued to introduce. Then hold the grip in the right hand, grab the log in the left hand and pull it back, and then push forward. The bullet is automatically loaded, and the fire can be fired at this time. Luo Chong began to demonstrate to everyone when he talked, pulled the log in front of him with his left hand, and then immediately pulled the trigger to aim at the target in front of him. Before waiting for someone to react, he pushed the log in front again, and then a shot, followed by the same operation again, until all 3 bullets in the cabin were finished. A group of guards have looked silly. The original shotgun should be loaded like this, and the loading is so simple. You only need to push the front logs to make a firing again. The short and sophisticated weapon in front of you is enough to crush the shotgun that was played 2 days ago. To get sick is more like getting a new toy, picking up another 3-link short spray on the table, and then learning Luo Chong's appearance to start loading bombs from below, pushing and pulling the logs, and instantly firing a shot. However, at this time, he also found the difference between the gun in his hand and the Luo Chun one, because the one used for the disease was externally hammer style, and the hammer was exposed naked in the back of the receiver. When pulling the log back, there will be 2 parts stick out from behind the receiver. But the other functional aspects are no different from the one in Luo Chong's hand. Chief, why are we taking these 2 different? Go to a curious question. Not the same? It's right if it's different. It's the one that made so many differences. It's used to experiment with you. You will try it all later. It's safer and more reliable. It's easy to use. Let's decide which one to produce. Luo Chong explained one sentence, and then picked up the 7-link spray and 8-linked pots of those long tubes, inserted the bayonet on it, and then said to the group of guards around him, "Don't be stunned, you all come to find a trier, don't be afraid of wasting bullets, a firearm wants to be stylized, it's all by beating, I want you to scrap all these guns," and the bayonet also tried to see which bayonet of the installation method was used more smoothly. The guards could not wait for a long time. After hearing Luo Chong's order, he also rushed up with a swarm of bees, each grabbed a gun in his hand and played it. However, there are only a few new shotguns in total. Several close guards took the lead, and others could only stare. But the next few guns that look longer and have thinner barrels have also attracted their attention, but everyone does not know how to use the gun, so it will be difficult for a while. One of the guards watched the rise of someone's bang and bang, and his hands were itchy and unbearable, so he picked up a slender rifle and took the initiative to ask Luo Qin for advice. "Chief, I see the size of this muzzle, it should be the rifle you said, how to use this one?" Luo Chong took a horizontal handle rifle in his hand, looked around in his hand, and tried to aim at him with a gun in front of his eyes before asking the technical consultant next to him, "I want is the bridge clip ready?" Hu Jin immediately took out a small cloth bag and put it on the table. There was a burst of wobbling metal friction in the bag. That's why he said, "Return to the leader, and temporarily tried out these, there are 500 bridges clamp." Luo rushed to the head and poured some bags on the table, and said to the guards around him, "Those who didn't take a gun came to learn to load bombs." Then he showed everyone how to press the bullet into the bridge clip, and waited for the 2 5-fire bullet bridge clips to be completed by hand, before beckoning the guard who just asked how to use the rifle. "Come over and see how I operate." The guard immediately fart with a 2-board bridge clip and a rifle. "Well, this is called an embolized gun machine. This is a handle. When used, the left hand holds the log, the right hand grabs the handle and pulls it up, and then pulls it back. At this time, the cabin and the barrel are opened. Then insert the bridge into this card slot and press all the bullets with a thumb. This gun can fill 5 bullets at a time. While he was demonstrating, he introduced that the guards next to him with bullets were also stunned in their ears. Look at the barrel here. After installing the bullet, push the handle forward. At this time, the bullet is pushed to the barrel of the gun machine, and then turn right to pull the handle, so that the lock is completed, that is, the bullet is locked. In the barrel, improve airtightness. Then you look at the last place here again, this is safety insurance, you have to pull it away before shooting, otherwise your trigger will not be able to pull it, and you will usually close the insurance when you don't use it or march to avoid accidental fire. This is very important. Remember. All the guards nodded, and then picked up the empty guns without bullets and tried them. They learned how to pull the handle and insurance, but Luo rushed at this time had raised the gun and aimed at the target. Loading, and firing insurance, you can fire at this time. The aiming method is to aim at the target through the sight and the door, and then pull the trigger. The bang sound was not weaker than the shotgun's gunshot from the big filled gun in Luo's stroke. The firelight flashed in front of the gun, and a ray of light smoke appeared. However, it was embarrassing that the targets in front did not move at all. Load Luo rushed and mumbled, pulled again. Wow, a crispy pull bolt sound, and then a bite shell was thrown out instantly, pushing the bolt to lock again. This time Luo Zhuang adjusted the height of the door, and then aimed again. After a few seconds, it was a banging gunshot. Everyone still didn't find any movement in the front target, which is too embarrassing. Is the hit rate of this rifle so low? Or is it impossible to beat people at all? But just when a group of guards looked at each other and kept skeptical of the rifle, the technical consultant from the Power Research Institute next to him, Hu Jin, yelled with a telescope, "Chief, hit, hit." The round target of 350 meters was beaten several times. I saw the bullet hole above. Luo Chong laughed satisfactorily, and he couldn't help but be complacent. It is the man's romance that pulls the bolt, and the spray is weak. The guards around them were all dumbfounded in an instant. #degree. I'm going, what did you just say? 350 meters? Still accurately hit. The rise of the spray was playing with the spray and was shocked to hear the cry. He even took the telescope on the table to the 350-meter long distance, and looked at the round steel plate hung by the rope. The steel plate painted red is still swinging, and a black spot appears clearly visible on it. He opened his mouth in surprise. Chapter 800 Real men aim at the machine. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chong pulled the bolt again, aiming at the 3 targets in front of 200,230,250, and fired one shot separately. He didn't pull the gunner to check the cabin until all 5 bullets and the cartridge were finished. The next few people with telescopes quickly glanced, and again saw 3 targets that were swinging after being hit, and couldn't help but twitching their mouths. 200 meters, 350 meters, such a shooting distance is not uncommon. The guards present are Luo Chong's guards. Although they are not in the front-line combat troops, they are still very useful for long-range shooting weapons such as bows and crossbows. Walking, it can be said to be familiar. Such a shooting distance is not impossible for bows and crossbows, but it is the longest range of bows and crossbows. It can only be said that the arrow can be shot at this distance, but if you want to accurately hit the target, then you can only hee. The Unified Archery Assessment in the Han Tribe Army is a long and short bow of 80 meters of shooting. 10 and 7 are qualified. 8 out of 10 are good and all are excellent. This is just a calculation of whether you can hit it, not the number of shooting rings. If you can hit the bullseye completely, you can be called a marksman. The Olympic marching bow and archery competition is that at a distance of 70 meters, the athlete's basic arrows are targeted, which is nothing more than the difference in the number of rings. The shooting assessment of the Han tribe's army only requires that the target be hit at a distance of 80 meters. Because this is a real battle, no matter where it hits the human body, as long as it hits, this person will not be injured. This is enough. It is not necessary to compare the number of shooting rings. The collapsed crossbow is more demanding. The standard of accurate shooting is that it is qualified at a distance of 150 meters, 10 to 6, and 8 arrows are good, and the middle and 9 arrows are excellent. The reason for this is because of the elbow of the gods. More force, and there are simple aiming tools on it, and the structure of the crossbow machine also gives the shooter sufficient aiming time. It's too rubbish if you can't hit anyone with 150 meters. However, no matter how good the crossbow performance is, it is impossible to shoot accurately over 200 meters. The structure of this weapon limits its accuracy to the same precision as firearms. So in actual combat, once the target exceeds 150 meters, it is to use the arrow array directly for intensive projectile. The farthest projectile distance of the crossbow is 350 meters. Covering, you want to shoot an arrow and hit an enemy other than 200 meters. That cannot be said to be absolutely impossible. You can only say that this distance is hit by faith. However, the rifle bullets are different. The bullet's trajectory is more low and straight, and the straight flight distance alone is 300 meters. It only starts to fall slightly after more than 300 meters. This trajectory characteristic also means as long as you can see the target and aim at the target, you will definitely be able to hit the target, which means which one hits. And the arrow target fell more than 50 meters. If you want to shoot the arrow to 300 meters, you have to aim directly at the sky. Even the target is invisible. How can you shoot accurately? So Luo Chan's shot was accurately hit by a target of 350 meters, and the distance of 200 meters was even more like playing. It is conceivable how it hit those guards. Going to get sick is even more straight. Hey, he ran over with a cheap smile and stared at the rifle in Luo's hand and greedily asked, "Chief, this rifle can really hit 1,000 meters?" Luo Chong immediately shook his head, but there was no frustration to go to the disease. It didn't matter if he hit less than 1,000 meters, and he could be content with 350 meters like the leader. But at this time, Luo conflicted and said a word, which directly surprised the personal chin around him. Just such a full-power bomb and an embolized rifle. If you only count how far the warhead can fly, the 2 kilometers can be done, but then you can't see it from the naked eye, and you can't find the warhead. Where did it fly? Its real effective range is up and down 1,000 meters. If it is accurately shot, it is about 500 meters to aim with the naked eye. 5 or 500 meters. Can it be played farther? Go to the sick stutter and ask. Well, almost. Theoretically it should be possible. I try. Luo pointed his head. Out of the experience of previous generations, it is reasonable to say that the tiered rifles during World War I and World War II can basically achieve the standard of 500 meters of machine-targeted precision shooting. As for whether they can be so accurate, so far, that it is all a personal problem of the shooter, and it has nothing to do with the performance of the gun itself. People can indeed meet this standard when designing it. Luo Chong asked people to pull through a long table, and then put an ammunition box in front of the table, and then the whole person was lying on it, and the gun was mounted on the ammunition box. The 500-meter distance machine was aiming. Neither the kneeling posture is reliable, the stability is too poor, and the accuracy of the shooting in the lying posture is more guaranteed. He refilled 5 bullets, loaded and prepared for shooting, and then said to those around him with telescopes, "You can show me the impact point with a telescope, let me adjust the sight." Then he pushed the ruler of the gate to a scale of 500 meters, and then began to aim. When I was sick, I hurriedly took the telescope and looked at the target of 500 meters. The target was a red-painted round steel plate suspended with rope. The diameter was half a meter. It was comparable to the human torso. In the middle of a yellow grass field, the bright red target is still relatively striking. It can be clearly seen that there is a small point, but it is just a little bit. Luo Chong stretched his finger into his mouth and got wet, then stood up and felt the wind direction, and then began to aim at the target. After about 10 seconds, he suddenly pulled the trigger. A bang shot, and several people with telescopes were happy. Someone immediately called, "Hit, hit," and the leader hit. I went to the disease and took a closer look, but my face was embarrassed. "Chief, you hit the target of 510 meters. Luo Chong also took a look at the telescope, but he didn't have a blush, but he said plainly, "I was aiming at the 500-meter one." This was a missed target. After saying that, he aimed at the bolt again, fine-tuned the control door, and then banged again. The disease immediately reported, "Leader, this time it was almost 1 meter to the left." I saw the bullet flew over and hit the background. Luo rushed out, then pulled the bolt and aimed again, then 3 banging shots, all 5 bullets were shot, and even the target's hair was not rubbed. The guards next to it were a bit embarrassing, but Luo's was said that the sample guns are all silver and white barrels. The sight and lighting doors are too reflective and difficult to use. All metal parts must be produced in the future. Blackening. Then he stood on the table and glanced at the personal guard next to him, and finally asked Hu Jin of the Institute, "Didn't I say let's make a quasi-star ring? There is also a U-shaped gap door. Who owns the gun? Bring it to me." Hu Jin quickly checked the rifles in his hands, and then found the one Luo Chong asked for to pass him. "Leader, here." Luo Chong nodded and then tried to aim there. The sight with the ring looks much better. The shadow generated by the ring just covers the sunlight shining on the sight, reducing its reflection, but the silver and white U-shaped gap is still more dazzling. Luo Chong asked the guards around him again. "Who brought the brush? Give it to me." Hu Jin immediately took out the portable ink stool pen that he carried with him, passed it to Luo Chong, pulled out the lid directly, and then used the ink to blacken all the quasi-stars and door-to-door gaps. Then he lay there again and aimed, and went to the sick. Several of them with telescopes were even busy staring at the target. Luo took a deep breath and aimed at pulling the trigger for about 5 seconds. After a bang of guns, he immediately said to go sick, chief, about half a meter to the left. Luo Chong didn't speak and pulled the bolt again to aim. This time, he adjusted it a little and knocked on the trigger. Boomly, this time several telescopes saw the target 500 meters away being turned, and then began to swing around. Chief, hit, the 500 meters one was hit. Well, I also saw that there is a black dot on that target, which should be the bullet hole. Show me too, give me the telescope. The guards next to them immediately started twittering and noisy. Luo Chong didn't take care of them and continued to pull the bolt to aim. Was the shot just unlucky? If you want to measure the true accuracy of a gun, you can only repeatedly shoot at the same target and see the number of hits. Can you see if it is blindfolded? However, this gun did not disappoint Luozhing, who had found the location of the door. The third shot was hit again, but the impact point was slightly right. Hit again, with 2 bullet holes on it. I'm excited again. I might have been blinded by one shot, and it's never blinded to hit the same target with both shots? Luo Chong continued to pull the bolt and aimed at shooting, and fired 2 more shots again, until the 5 bullets in the magazine were shot. The final score was 500 meters, 3 out of 5, and the 2 shots behind did not know whether the shooting range was blowing. One shot was off again, and the last 5 shots were finished, leaving only 3 bullet holes on the target. But such a machine-targeted score is enough to make him proud. This is the 500-meter naked eye sight. Without the sight, fortunately there is no light pollution in this world. Although Luo Chong came to this world to read and write more time, but compared with the amount of study in previous life and the poison of computer phones, the time to read books is still a fart. In addition, he is the leader of the Han tribe, the food is very good, and all kinds of nutrients are not lacking, so the vision is very good, which is why he can hit the 500-meter target. If you want to play so accurately, first you have to be able to see the target. Tie the rifle, full power bomb, the aiming can hit 550 meters, it has nothing to do with the gun, it is all based on the eyesight and experience of the shooter. That's all for today, 2 chapters and 6,000 words. Chapter 801 New version of the 3-3 system. The overall food level of the Han tribe is okay. At least the people can eat enough, and the meat can often be eaten. This is thanks to the breeding of rabbits and sheep. Of course, the black and white pigs of the Han tribe are also gradually spreading. It is just that the castration technology has not been popular yet, and there are not many types of vegetables, but some have eaten anyway. However, this level of food can only be achieved in the 8-county area of the Han tribe's veteran. In other places, due to the late development, it is somewhat worse. The quality of the diet directly affects people's vision, so the firearms force's high vision requirement can only be recruited here in the 8 counties of Hanyang. Luo Chong took the rifle in his hand while thinking about the formation of firearms, the source of troops, selection criteria, and military establishment. The current sanctuary system of the Han tribe is not suitable for a firearms force, so reforms are needed. A group of personal guards around them watched the stunt of the leaders 505-3. Interest in rifles suddenly increased, and those with rifles in their hands also began to try to shoot targets in the distance. In the late days when I was sick, I still had a spray in my hand. I didn't need to see Luo Chong holding a rifle. I was still stunned. I wanted to ask Luo for it in the past, but I was pulled by Luo Chong's personal defense leader. Looking at him puzzled, the pro guard said, "The leader is thinking about things, don't bother him in the past. It's just a sound to go sick, not willing to join others to watch them shoot rifles." These personal guards who often follow Luo Chong know that the leader will think from time to time, so it is commonplace to encounter this situation. At this time, Luo Chong is still analyzing which military system is suitable for this firearms army to be formed. The military system is still very exquisite. In short, it is determined according to different equipment and weapons, using different tactics, followed by command considerations. Just like the 3-3 system that I used in the early days of the founding of the Rabbit, the standard infantry class was a 9-person class, pursuing the tactical purpose of firepower supremacy. At that time, the country already had its own ability to produce weapons and ammunition, so firepower supremacy was really not a joke. The 9 people in one class are divided into 3 combat groups, each group of 3 people, which is also the origin of the 3-3 system. Among them, 1 deputy squad leader and 1 light machine gunman, and the 3 groups in wartime were each composed of the deputy squad leader and the machine gunner. The squad leader is equipped with a 5.6 submachine gun to achieve firepower suppression, which is the domestic AK-47. The remaining 2 members of the group used a 5.6 semi-automatic rifle as a precision shooter. The machine gun group was equipped with a light machine gun, and the 2 members also used 5.6 During the war, 3 groups covered each other with firepower. The distance was very open. 9 people were a battle group. One class could control the entire 800-meter front. The entire battlefield seemed to be a rare pull. Such a tactical group was very flexible, and will not allow the soldiers to be too concentrated, and will be taken care of by the enemy's artillery. This set of tactics has been popularized since the founding of the People's Republic of China. During the period of anti-American aid to the DPRK, the 3-3 system was applied to the extreme. Therefore, some of the so-called PLA naval tactics reported abroad are all nonsense. The most glorious record of the 3-3 system was still in the counterattack against India. One of the 3-person team and the large army lost contact. 3 people, led by one of the squadrons, penetrated 7.5 kilometers behind the enemy of the Indian Army and fought 5 battles in succession. 3 artillery positions of the Indian Army were killed, 2 artillery regiments were seized, and 2 cars were seized. There are no counts for long and short guns. Such an incredible record dare not be written in the novel, but it really happened. However, the enemies and circumstances faced by the Han tribe are different from those at that time. The reason why Luo Chon formed the firearms force is still largely to use them against the cannibals. The giant apes in it are extremely powerful in physical force. This rare lawless 3-3 system is not suitable for the Han tribe, and the Han tribe does not have powerful automatic weapons. The situation was different from that of the PLA at that time. Of course, the best weapon against giant apes is a spray, but the spray can only be used in close combat. At this time, the rifle becomes a supplement, but there are many people in a class, and a few use sprays and a few rifles. This ratio should still be matched. Luo Chon thought about it for a long time, and finally suddenly smiled his head. He didn't want to form hundreds of thousands of modern troops. The total number was probably 3,000 or 4,000, so there was no need to stipulate that each person had only one weapon. The Han tribe supplies 34,000 people with all the industrial capacity, which is more than enough. Therefore, Luo Chon chose a 3-3 tactic of 9 people, but it is different from the tactical standards for pursuing firepower and reducing casualties. Although Luo Chon also divided 9 people into 3 groups, it has different tactical purposes. His idea is that one person is equipped with a shotgun as the main weapon and is responsible for the front reckless. Because the shotgun is only effective at close range, it must be close enough to the enemy. The other 2 of the same group use the rifle as the precise shooter. The shotgun pistol in front performs remote precision fire cover and provides shotguns with an opportunity to change. 2 people with guns to cover an assailant can provide the continuity of firepower. These 2 precision shooters can also shoot alternately. When one person shoots, the other person is loaded, and then repeatedly alternates, so that the front assailant can always be in the protection of the rear. Even if the shotgun is shot, there is ample time to find a bunker to load. At the same time, the 3 commandos in front broke forward in a triangular formation, and the 3 kept a distance of 50 meters from each other. This distance was still within the range of the shotgun, so no matter which of the 3 suddenly appeared in danger, the other 2 assailants can gather fire at the target. The number of giant apes is inherently small. Fighting according to this tactic, no matter who appears next to the assault team, the giant apes will be immediately set on fire by 3 powerful shotguns, so that even if its body is tough, it must be poured on the spot, not to mention that the shotgun of the Han tribe can almost burst. After all, the time for each loading is less than 1 second. At the same time, in order to ensure that the precise shooter of the rear gun also has the ability to suddenly encounter a melee, while equipping them with a rifle, Luo Chon will also equip everyone with a short-tube 3-link spray as a supplement to the near war. After all, it's really inconvenient to hold a 1.65 rifle when it's really face-to-face. At the same time, in order to make up for the distant combat capabilities of the front assailants, they also need to equip each with a rifle. That is to say, the firearms army of the Han tribe must be equipped with 2 weapons, but it will be slightly different in the configuration of the main and deputy weapons. Chapter 802 Weapon Stereotypes. Each of the 3 assault teams was equipped with a rifle and carried a small number of rifle bombs as a pair of weapons. The main weapon was equipped with an 8-linked shotgun as a fire output, and at the same time it was accompanied by a 40-centimeter long sword-shaped bayonet. The bayonet can be installed on the rifle or shotgun at the same time. This goal can be achieved by making the bayonet cuts of the 2 firearms the same. The precise shooter team of the other 6 people was equipped with a rifle as the main weapon, with multiple rifle bombs, and a 3-structured short-tube shotgun as a deputy weapon for near-war firepower output and backup of 12 rounds. Anyway, they have few opportunities to use, and more rifle bullets are the right way. And the 6 people in the cover group also need to equip each with a 25 cm blade-long multifunction bayonet. The assassination has little effect. Mainly, it is multifunctional. A knife has too much effect in the wild, but 40 cm long the military stab is almost useless except for the stab, and it is more appropriate to cut short knives. After planning the soldier's equipment, Luo Chang's heart will have a bottom for the production required for the weapon, so the selection and finalization work will remain. Luo Chong quickly continued the gun evaluation with his guards, and stayed on the shooting range for 3 consecutive days. While evaluating the firearms, Luo Chong also had a certain concept of the quality of thermal weapons produced by his tribe, and proposed a series of suggestions for improvement. 3 days later, he was still in the shack of the shooting range, looking at a row of firearms on the table, as well as a neatly arranged guard around him, and the technical consultant from the research institute. Luo Chong spoke to Hu Jin. Let me talk about stereotypes and process improvement opinions. You will write them down carefully. Yes. Hu Jin immediately took out the pen and put it on the table, and looked at Luo Chong to show that he was ready. First of all, in terms of selection, a total of 3 types of firearms are shaped this time. One is an 8-linked side bayonet shotgun. It is necessary to build a hammer style. Such a structure is not easy to enter the water and enter the sand. It has advantages in maintenance. There is also a 3-link short tube untrusted shotgun, which also needs to contain a hammer, and finally a rifle. Luo took a look at the 6 rifles and finally looked at one of them and said, the rifle needs a curved handle, a U-shaped gap-like gate, a flake-shaped quasi-star with the same axis, and a semicircular quasi-star ring. The first can be anti-reflective, and the second is tolerance. Long-term use causes quasi-star wear and reduces shooting accuracy. Luo Chong finished speaking, and watched Hu Jin, who finally stopped his stroke book, and only asked, did you just write down all the things you said? Write it down, the leader can rest assured. Hu Jin immediately nodded. Well, let me next talk about the process improvement plan. First of all the wooden parts of these 3 firearms are made of red shirt materials. This kind of tree is many in Hanyang County, and the wood is hard enough and the anti-cracking performance is also very good. However, when mass production is carried out, all wooden parts must be immersed in acid preservation. When this acid formula comes back, I will ask the Heart Island Institute to provide support to you. Don't just hit a layer of Torin oil like a current gun. Luo Chong told him again. Yes, I have written down the leader. Hu Jin once again expressed his understanding. Luo Chong nodded and continued to say, is followed by the processing of steel parts, whether it is the barrel and gun machine outside, or even a small spring inside, all of which must be subjected to surface blacking. Chief, how does this surface blacking process work? Hu Jin immediately asked. Don't worry, listen to me. The method of blackening is very simple. That is to quench oil. The oil should be mixed with animal and plant oil. All metal parts except the barrel must be burned red first, but not too red, and then soaked in oil. It will naturally become black when the oil surface is submerged, but the blacking of the barrel is more troublesome. Luo smeared his forehead and continued to say that the rifle is still not hard enough. The smoothbore shotgun hit a pure lead soft bomb. The wear and tear are not obvious, but the rifle of the armored bullet is too worn. Serious wear occurred after 1,000 rounds of rifles, and the shooting accuracy began to drop sharply. When the 2,000 rounds were hit, the rifles were almost wiped out. This consumption is too large. If it is produced in bulk or at this level, the guns we made may not be sufficient for training, so the hardness of the barrel must be increased. Hu Jin quickly wrote down the focus of Luo Chan's arrangement, and immediately asked, Chief, do the barrels also need to be quenched? Of course. Luo Chong nodded and then said, but the way of quenching is more troublesome, and it is necessary to quench the fire internally and externally. Seeing that Hu Jin was puzzled, Luo Jin explained that first processed the mechanical shape of the barrel, and then quenched the barrel after engraving the rifle. When quenching the barrel, the outside of the barrel was wrapped up with fireproof mud, leaving only the barrel as red to quench the fire, and then the 2 heads of the barrel are blocked with mud. After burning red, use mixed oil to quench for surface blackening. In general, there are 2 methods to quench the shape of the barrel and the inside of the barrel. After Luo Chong finished speaking, Hu Jin also remembered for a while, and then asked Luo again, Chief, do the other 2 shotguns need to be produced in the same way? Of course, although the degree of wear and tear of the shotgun is low, in the case of the barrel, the harder the better, so as to increase the overall service life of the firearm and save money. Luo Chong nodded again to confirm. In the end, when I saw Luo Chong finally shaped the weapon and briefly described the configuration that each soldier needed, I went to the disease and completely relieved. After 3 consecutive days of live ammunition shooting and killing thousands of bullets, it can be said that he likes these weapons when he is sick. If he is allowed to choose, he hates not to fix all the firearms, but he also knows that this is impossible, but he really wants a rifle and a shotgun, but fortunately Luo Chong finally said that he would equip each soldier with 2 weapons, the sprayer and the rifle are each, and he is relieved. So he doesn't have to worry about which weapon to choose. After arranging all of these, Luo Chong also returned to his home to produce medium-sized weapons. As for recruiting troops, it is not urgent. Luo Chong is waiting for the establishment of a firearms army next year. Otherwise, even if it is now formed, I am afraid that the future will also face the embarrassing situation of insufficient firearms. In addition, the Han tribe will conduct conquest operations on Bamboo Island this winter. He wants to wait for the completion of Bamboo Island. Then, it is time to mobilize some officers from there to form a new force. It is impossible to start teaching with the Q. Chapter 803 Unified Language Plan. Luo Chong had arrived in October when he returned from the Tang tribe. After returning, he was tossing the steam engine and busy developing the firearms. He spent almost half a month on the camera halfway. By the time the firearms were officially finalized, it was already the end of December. After handing over the stereotypes of firearms to Hu Jin this day, Luo Chong ordered him to start storing gun materials, but did not let them start production immediately, because the current demand for firearms by the Han tribe is not so urgent. The most important direction for the Institute of Power Research is to mass-produce Iron Horse 1 and Iron Cow 1 steam engines, and then install them on various machines, especially to replace all existing mint equipment with steam, increase currency output to cope with the market gap formed by the surging population. Luo Chong's idea was like the process of the liberation of the country by the People's Liberation Army. The renminbi immediately followed in. Of course, the currency of the Han tribe must also keep up. Hu Jin also understood the importance of things, so the horse ran back and started to work. Now the industrial counties in Xingan County are still very small. It can be said that there is only one research institute and a factory mainly used to produce steam engines. The research institute is still engaged in various research on steam engines, and at the same time, some technical personnel are divided. To train workers to learn and use steam engines, the research institute has few people and it is impossible to participate in production on its own. But even so, the research institute with only more than 30 people still has a shortage of personnel. They have too many places to hire people. The mint mill in Hart Island needs to send people, and the training workers must also send people. The people have to participate in the research of the new model, and there has been a serious shortage of people. As a last resort, the institute had to write to Luo Chong for help. Luo Chong had no choice but to find a way in school. A group of literary students had just been transferred to Sancho to become an official in Tuolhei County. Dozens of people went to the institute. The method of selecting people is the same as before. Let the 4 schools in Shanyang City, Ruyang City, Su Prefecture, and Braoxingyang City hold temporary exams at the same time to select those with outstanding grades to work in the institute. This time, the 4 schools selected 100 people, and Luo Chong asked people to take them to 2 institutes to visit each lab. Finally, after their own choice, some went to the Mechanical Power Research Institute, and went to the Comprehensive Research Institute of Hart Island. Each of these 2 places has developed, and the treatment is not bad. As for what to choose, it depends on their own interests. After the manpower was allocated, Luo Chong mobilized some metallurgical craftsmen to supplement the Power Research Institute, which solved their shortage of manpower. However, just after this arrangement, Yunzi, who was temporarily in charge of Ruyang County, also found Luo Chong here. Chief, are you a bit less selected in schools around the world this time? The 2 schools in Ruyang County and Sifo Prefecture in Ruyang County add up to more than 40 people. There are hundreds of students waiting to be assigned to work in the school. What these people do temporarily, but their elementary courses are all finished. This school has been open for more than 3 years. Why did you suddenly ask this? Are those students making trouble? Luo Chong sat in the office on the top floor of the official building of Hanyang City and asked. No trouble, but there are still complaints. When I heard a small official on duty, I complained to others, saying that his brother's grades were not bad, and it was 1 point short. I can go to the research institute. Finally, I said that there are too few people in the first place, so more than 20 people in a large school have chosen. Speaking of which, Yunzi secretly looked at Luo Zhu's reaction. He saw that he didn't even lift his head, and still looked at the documents on the table, so he continued to say, I inquired later. There are many people who have such complaints. Seeing that the children are not small, but they have not been assigned to work yet, and the school will not let them graduate. The other people who go out have started to live together. Yun, I think such a discussion may happen, so let the leader report it. Luo Chong still didn't look up, and continued to stare at the file in his hand. Yunzi didn't know what it meant, so he tried again and asked, then, leader, you? What am I? Luo clashed and closed the file and raised his head. He asked the face, "Those students and parents don't understand, don't you understand? They are actually the top-heavy jealousy, envy, and jealousy of those who have been selected to the institute. They all know that the institute has a high salary and many opportunities to make merits. The title rises fast. Who doesn't want to go? But who can go? Blame themselves, whoever makes them inferior." Luo Kontin went on to say, "Also, I have been pressing to not arrange work for them. That makes sense. They can't see it. You can't see it yet? I was scolded by the leader, and Yunzi was also wronged and unhappy, but I complained in my heart, 'How do you know what you think?' Of course, he dare not say this. Since Luo Kontis said so, he also analyzed the recent things and suddenly had some ideas. Recently, the cooperation between the tribe and the Tang tribe has begun to grow. A few days ago, they also transferred the Sancho in Ruyang County. Seeing that the war with Bamboo Island is also about to begin, maybe the leader has other arrangements for this group of students." Thinking of this, Yunzi immediately tentatively asked, "Chief, do you have other arrangements for these students?" "Knowing you still ask?" Luo Chong stared at him. How could he still be a county guard? And then said again, "The population of Bamboo Island is 100,000, the population of the 3 counties of Hungyu is nearly 70,000, and the population of the Tang tribe is gradually accepting our rule. The language unification of so many people is a problem. Do you teach so many people to learn Chinese? Those students in the school are not exactly." Hearing Luo Chong saying this, Yunji suddenly realized that he really didn't expect this problem. Originally, he thought Luo Chong was going to train all these students into officials and craftsmen, and forgot about teachers and popularizing Chinese. Yunzi didn't expect it, but Luo Chong thought of it. Of course, he only thought about it when he recruited people for the institute in these 2 days. The Han tribe has a large new place and a very large population. If they can't communicate effectively with each other, how does it develop? But with the current teaching system of the Han tribe, if you want a student to learn Chinese characters and Chinese, you have to teach from the beginning of literacy, which is very troublesome. Of course, children who have grown up listening to Chinese since childhood do not need to teach, but those of the Xian tribe and the herdsmen of the grassland will not work. In the past, the courses of the Han tribal school were similar to the literacy methods of the ancient 3-character scriptures. In general, it was to give you some words, covering almost all the pronunciations of Chinese. When you learn these words, Chinese will almost always say, "But it's not good now. It's too slow to teach and spread more than 200,000 people quickly." So Luo Chong thought for several days and finally decided to take out the Chinese pinyin. With this set of pinyin tutorials, even if they don't know Chinese characters, they can learn Chinese pronunciation in the fastest time, and his 2 days are writing this Chinese pinyin tutorial, and have a promotion plan. Chapter 804 Chinese Pinyin. In fact, there is also pinyin teaching in ancient Chinese teaching, but at that time there was no popular Latin alphabet, so all the direct injection or anti-cutting methods were used. This method of annotation differs from modern Chinese pinyin in that it must first write down the method of using common words by rote memorization, and then use common words to inject unknowing raw words, and ancient Enlightenment teaching is 3-character scriptures. These are basically memorized by these words, and you can use these words to learn new words by injecting raw words. In short, the whole process is to learn words first, then pinyin, and the teaching method of modern Chinese pinyin is just the opposite. Learn pinyin first, and then based on pinyin student characters. In ancient pinyin teaching, the direct injection method is similar to that some modern students like to use Chinese characters to annotate English words when they learn English. For example, the word for apple is annotated by gun, and the orange is annotated as boiled juice. The same is true in ancient Chinese. When a student learns a new word, such as a doctor's doctor, the teacher will tell him that this word is the same as one tinyin, when learning wu same as. But this is basically the Chinese character of a monocular syllabus. When you encounter the Chinese character composed of 2 sounds, you need to use anticommatomy. The anti-cutting method is similar to the modern double spelling, which is divided into upper and lower words, which represent the alphabet, and the next word represents the rhythm, such as the prosperous Changzi. The note of this word is ziliang, which measures the front, the acoustic charm behind. The 2 words are chang. There are many opinions on the source of this anti-cutting method, and there is no clear record of where it came from, but it was true when it was in the Han dynasty. Of course, some people in the Song dynasty said it came from the Western domain, but some people refuted the Song dynasty. How did the old ancestors learn Chinese characters? It's reasonable to say that in the end there is no conclusion, but one thing is certain is that the ancestors are really smart. However, this anti-cutting method has undergone several improvements, but it still has certain limitations, which is not as clear as the tone of modern Chinese pinyin. The earliest note to the Chinese letter, and the book was published in the Ming dynasty, by the Western missionary Lima Du at the time. According to the Latin alphabet, at that time, 26 acoustic letters and 44 rhymes were creatively obtained. Then another missionary, Ginny, officially published a letter annotation, similar to the dictionary, named, but the impact on the future is also very large. It was only in the early days of the Republic of China at the beginning of the Qing dynasty that there was an incision method more like the pinyin of modern letters. Later, after another improvement, it became the pinyin of letters popularized after the founding of the People's Republic of China. At present, the Han tribe has not published a formal dictionary. Chinese teaching is all based on the teacher's word of mouth. The teacher tells the students what to read in this new word, and the students follow it, but most of the time, when using straight attention more. Sometimes Luo Chon also read the family letters of some soldiers, and even the reports written by the officials to himself. There are often incorrect words in it. Most of them forget how to write this word for a while, and then find a homophone instead. This is the essence of the direct injection method, substituted with the same sound. Luo Chon doesn't want to take the old path of his predecessors again, and he has any backward anti-cutting method. No matter how it is improved, it has limitations. There are so many Chinese characters, so it is impossible to find the right Chinese characters to do anti-cutting. Invoices must also be used in common words. Otherwise, you can use two more eccentric Chinese characters to make notes. Another major drawback is that the anti-cutting method cannot indicate the tone, which is more embarrassing, so Luo Chon is ready to push the factor pinyin directly, that is, the modern Chinese pinyin of 26 letters and 4 tones. Although there are more than so many acoustic and rhythmic letters, it is still very simple to remember the 26 letters on the back. In addition, those students in the school already have the basis for literacy, and it is faster to teach. Luo Chon is ready to use this winter time to pinyin the student churches in the 4 existing schools of the Han tribe, and then wait for the spring of the next year before letting them go to teaching everywhere. This process is not too complicated. Just like when I first started teaching Chinese characters, I taught some people first, and then let these people teach and popularize. In this way, Luo Chon first asked people to print the textbook tag 1 Chinese pinyin which they wrote. Anyway, there is not much in total. In total, a booklet is so big. It is more convenient to print with a sculpture. It can also be printed on paper together with pictures to increase students' interest in learning. It is a pinyin booklet for quick literacy. Then he summoned the school teachers to make surprise teaching, using the evening time to tell the teachers 3 pinyin lessons every day, and then let the teachers teach students during the day. The teachers of the 4 schools rotated to Zhejiang City to learn pinyin, and spent more than a month teaching almost all pinyin lessons. At the same time, in the teaching process, Luo Chon has also been paying attention to the Tanhai County frontline and the Bamboo Island mission station, as well as the deployment of Xian tribe defense. During this time, Luo Chon and letters from all over the south remained very frequent. Almost every day, there were correspondence, either the Xian tribe information provided by UZ, or the military training progress in Tanhai County. At the same time, the materials behind were also in a batch of batches. Mobilize, the armor of the 2 new firms, as well as gunpowder shells and arrow vectors. The cargo ship arrives at the port and is parked directly at the Tanhai County Pier, which is reserved for troop carriers. Finally, at the beginning of the 13th winter, Luo Chon seized the opportunity to go to war. It was a separate piece of information from UZ and Beast Teeth, but the content is the same. The main message above is 1. The food in Bamboo Island in the last season of this year is mature and is being harvested. Luo Chon, who was informed of this news, immediately issued a combat order. All 8 frontier land and sea troops immediately assembled and set off. From the day of landing at the mission station, they immediately began to attack according to the established plan. After capturing the county's territory, the military guards are in charge of military, security, and the military chief is in charge of logistics, people's livelihood, and politics. The order issued to the ministries immediately took effect. After issuing this combat order, Luo Chon issued orders to the Beast Teeth, prepared him to meet the army, and always paid attention to the enemy's dynamics around the station. Then he gave the guys an order, and immediately after receiving the order, all the information about the Xian tribe was in duplicate, and at the same time sent to himself and the blood slaughter to avoid delaying the fighter. The order for Dashu was to explain that he had fully coordinated logistics for the army in Tanhai County. At the same time, he ordered the Vapogard Navy to command the Rat, responsible for commanding all the ships participating in the war, to undertake the combat tasks of troop transport, logistics transportation, and coastal fire support. After thinking about it carefully, Luo Chon let go of it after finding that there was no omission. In this way, Bamboo Island is from the Han tribe. Chapter 805 Expedition for Camping, 2-1. The reason why Luo Chong chooses the time for the other party to collect food is to keep the food, to be precise, to save the food for himself, rather than to increase the resistance capital of the Xian tribe. He received the same day as the Animal Teeth and UZ newspaper. The letter stated that the Xian tribe had begun to harvest the last season of food, and it took 2 to 3 days to send the letter to Hanyang City from them, even if he passed the book with a flying eagle. This shows that Luo Chong had harvested the other party for 3 days when he learned the news. Waiting for Luo Chong's order to return to their hands, the other party has been harvesting for 5 or 6 days. Even if the blood slaughter starts from the day the order is received, it will take a week to take the boat to Bamboo Island. Together, the food harvest on Bamboo Island has almost 12 or 3 days. Harvesting, threshing, drying, transportation, storage, at the speed of the Xian tribe, 13 days is impossible to complete. At this time, the Han tribe suddenly sent troops to attack. They had no time to transport the food away. In the end, there were only 2 results, either burned on the spot or left to the Han tribe. No matter which result, Luo Chong can accept it. In short, when sending troops at this time, the food will definitely fall into the hands of the Xian tribe. This is enough to save the other party's food and eat too much. At that time, find a cat with horns. Fighting with yourself, Luo Chong did not intend to consume with them. One night 2 days later, at exactly 3 o'clock in the morning, Luo Chong's earliest eagle finally arrived at the large military barracks south of Tanghai County, but the barracks at this time were quiet, except for the sentry on the night post. In addition, most of the soldiers are resting, and a small number of patrol posts are patrolling around the camp with electric lights. Even the Chinese army's account has only one light. Fortunately, Luo Chong, who is born of soldiers, understands the system of military duty. According to modern times, no matter what troops or time, there must be a chief officer in the highest command who is on duty. The chief of staff takes turns on duty. Anyway, there must be someone in the headquarters within 24 hours. This is no exception for the Han tribe. Among the army of the Han tribe, each guard headquarters is on duty according to this system. The command of the guard, and the guards take turns on duty. At this time, the Tiger Benway Chinese army account just caught up with the participation. Yang Feng is on duty. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Yang Feng was nodding on the big account and the whole person was sleepy. At this time, the door was suddenly lifted. A cold wind came with the herding soldiers and made the sleepy Yang Feng suddenly hit a shock, and people woke up at once. Report that Yang joined the army. A letter from the leader has just been sent, and there is also an emergency written above. As soon as Yang Feng frowned, he reached out and said, "Take it and let me see." The messenger hurriedly sent the letter, which was a bamboo tube sealed with fire paint. An expedited seal was indeed posted on the interface. He dared not neglect it, and even twisted the bamboo tube away, pouring out a roll of stationery inside and walking down. Check under the light. I just glanced a little, and suddenly stared at my eyes with surprise. He was afraid that he would misunderstand it. He looked at it again, and then read the Chief Baoxi stamped on it several times. After drawing a piece of paper with a treasure seal from the wooden box on the case, and comparing it with the letter, the authenticity of the letter was finally confirmed. He did not dare to delay, and even hurriedly collected a letter to the herald, go and call both the commander and Sima, and said that the leader had an important order to let them come to the big account to discuss immediately. Yes. The heralds retreated and turned away. Within 5 minutes, there was a footsteps outside. The blood slaughter and Sima walked to the Chinese army with a belt, and followed by a group of guards. Before entering the tent, the blood butcher asked in his throat, "Old Yan, what's so urgent? Could it be that the leader asked us to send troops?" Yang Feng heard everyone's footsteps, and had already come to the door to wait. Seeing the blood slaughter, he didn't play any dumb puzzles with him. He immediately nodded. "Quickly, this is the leader's expedited military order. Look at it, I have seen it." Blood slaughter has also maintained high-frequency contact with Luo Chong these days, knowing that Luo Chong may have sent troops in the near future, but when he really got the order to send troops, he was still a little irresistible. Yang Feng and Sima next to them are no exception. They have long known that they are going to fight this battle, and they have long been looking forward to fighting this battle. After waiting for more than half a year, they are finally looking forward to this paper order. "Come here." After reading the letter, the excited blood slaughter immediately shouted, "Yes." The 2 guards immediately flashed into the door of the account, commanded the guards to let their ministries bury the pot immediately to make meals, prepare a day of dry food for the army, blow up the bed number after half an hour, tap the drums, and split the account. No. The 2 heralds each agreed to join the army. Yang Feng Company hurriedly sent them a bunch of blackwood tokens engraved with tiger patterns. When he went out, he called several people and immediately left on horseback. "Come here!" the blood slaughter shouted again, and 2 guards came in again outside the door. "Order Vapovish to immediately prepare enough ships to prepare for the army to be dispatched early this morning." The blood slaughter threw another token in the past. The heralds were busy catching them, and they ran away in response to the promise. Arrange this, the blood slaughter turned around and said to Sima and the joining army, "We will start at dawn today, and you will start to prepare each. Sima will check the logistics and bring everything you can bring. Supervise the various departments to clean up the camp accounts, and all that should be withdrawn must be withdrawn." "Yes," the conductor reassures that he will not lose the chain. The 2 hurriedly responded, and then turned out to go out. The blood slaughter also cluttered his hands, and suddenly remembered something, and even busy stopped Sima. "Sima, our horses must feed less forage, and it is best to feed some psychedelic mushrooms to keep them quiet to barely be at sea." Accident. The command reassured that our Han tribe ship horses not once or twice, and they all have experience. "The army is busy." "Well, that's it, let's go." The blood slaughter also returned a sentence, and then called 2 of his own soldiers to help himself wear armor. When the armor was worn, they began to let the remaining soldiers tear down the tent. The blood slaughter of a silver fish scallop looked up at the dark sky. At this time, it was the last darkness before dawn. He grasped his fist excitedly and poked the copper-plated iron stick in his hand to the ground. He was full of pride. However, when the army came out, he didn't dare to be too impetuous as a coach. He even hurriedly converged his excitement and watched it twice. After discovering that he had prepared almost, he suddenly patted his head and then called him. A pro-military came and asked him to ride a horse to send a letter to the big tree in Tanhai County, saying that he was about to lead the army out. He was specifically informed, and he was also given logistics, waiting for his news at any time, and preparing to provide supplies for the army. After arranging this matter, he was completely at ease. And the heralds who were sent out also arrived in the camps of the various ministries. All the guards who received the orders acted. However, the first to move was the logistics fireheads of the ministries. In fact, they had already woke up. Even if there is no mission today, the fireheads will get up early to prepare breakfast for the whole army, but today they are temporarily changed to marching. It also requires the preparation of a day's dry food, so they have to increase it immediately. And when the rat received the notice of the blood massacre, it was also excited for a while. The ships docked at the pier and around the company began to assemble at the pier in Tanghai County according to the predetermined plan. At the same time, they also had to carry a lot of logistics. This can be prepared when the order is received. The big tree in Tuohei County also received news, and began to lead his officials to open the warehouse to supply supplies for the fleet and the army. Although there was not much action in the military camp at 3 or 4 in the morning, it was already in Kianfanlin on the pier in Tanghai County, and there were many people. The carriage with the lights extends from the dock to the city of Tanghai County like a fire dragon. The vehicles that keep going look majestic from the city's head. By 4 o'clock in the morning, the camps of the guards also sounded the wake-up number early and knocked on the assembly drum. Although the soldiers were resentful about getting up so early, they still climbed out of the tent with conditioned reflex. Even the sanctuary recruited by the Tang tribe who received training at the latest has been trained for more than 4 months. The concept of ruthless military law has long been branded in their heads, and none of them dared to neglect. When the sky in the east just showed a whitening of fish, the soldiers of the various ministries also gathered on the campus. They were informed by the chiefs of the various ministries that there was no morning exercises today, and the soldiers were very happy, but just when they were happy. Immediately told to demolish the camp and prepare to go out. Everyone could not be happy at once, but most people are not afraid, but nervous. The war is about to take place. It depends on whether it is life or death or merit. No one will be so calm. After all, most of the people here are recruits. By 5 o'clock in the morning, the terminal in Tuohei County had already loaded the materials, and all the tents and other facilities had been demolished here. The loading of the car, the 10-minute meal and rest time, and then immediately began to gather. A long line of tens of thousands of horses marched towards the terminal of Takuya County, and the banner was raised along the way. Tens of thousands of people are wearing uniform red military uniforms, silver armor, and it looks extremely neat. The movement of the army is even more alarming to the Soup tribe on the other side. It is really that the endless team is too long to pay attention to. Tangji, who was informed of the news, even sent people to cross the river to Tuohei County to ask about what happened to the big tree. After being attacked by the army, he was about to go out and attack Bamboo Island. Tangji also hurried out the news. Some of the people in Tangching County were recruited into the army and learned that their families were about to go to the front to fight, and even ran to the shore to send each other. It's a pity that they can't just cross the river to the Tanghai County on the other side, not to mention the army's deployment, and the military will not let them make trouble. Tens of thousands of troops occupy the entire Tanghai County pier, and in the river along the pier, the fleet is discharged for several miles. The first to dock is the two-mast warships of Vapo V. They must first the artillery and 20 artillery were loaded onto the ship, so that if they were blocked by the enemy when landing, these boats can follow the Bamboo Island inland waterway to open the way. 4 artillery pieces on a boat are parked on the front and rear decks. The gun body is piled with sandbags around it to fix it, avoiding the gun car moving on the deck. After the Army's artillery and artillery ammunition and other equipment were disguised, and then it was Xiao's turn to start boarding the ship. There were not many people, but there were tens of thousands of horses, and dozens of sinking horses were mobilized. Only the 3-masked horses were loaded. Immediately after the loading of the military horse, the soldiers were transported by dhows and 3-mast sailboats. Then there was the Arrowback Guard, Sai Wolf Guard, Leopard 2-way, and Flying Bear Way. The tens of thousands of horses in the 4 firms boarded the ship one after another. Eagle Yanwei was formed by the fishing tribe of Bamboo Island. It was originally waiting for the boat to land. When all these sanctuaries boarded the ship, the blood slaughter finally bid farewell to the big tree, and the Tiger Benwei, who led his finale, began to board the ship. Hu Benwei's nearly 4,000 troops are the one with the most troops from all the outbuildings. According to the algorithm of carrying 500 people on a 3-mast boat, at least 7 ships are needed to carry these soldiers. As for those who are missing, basically it was all artillery, and people had already taken the warship to the front. After the army boarded the ship, when the mouse saw that everyone had finished loading, they began to notify all the ships to sail. This largest fleet in history has hundreds of ships alone. If you simply go to the mast, then use the adjective Qinfan Lin to describe the scene in front of you, it is almost appropriate, but it is not exaggerated at all. It's a pity that Luo Chong hasn't sent the camera to them, and he can't take such a spectacular and rare scene, but unfortunately, even if Luo Chong gave them the camera, he didn't learn how to operate it. It is impossible for people who wash photos to play with the camera immediately. The day at this time was already bright. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the shore on both sides of the browsing river was even more crowded. A large number of people came to see the army in Tanhai County and Tangcheng County on the other side. The soldiers who just boarded the ship did not return to the cabin, but stood on the deck with a banner and waved enthusiastically towards the people on both sides of the strait. The sailors were raised high by the sailors, and the fleet began to move forward slowly. Thousands of sails are like forests on the water, rolling forward and rolling forward. They will come back, and they must return triumphantly. By then, they will bring glory together, and by then, Bamboo Island will always become an integral part of the Han tribe. Chapter 806 The Limit Procrastination of Elder Kim. The Chinese tribe's brig is inland hull type with low dry porthole. There is only one bottom compartment below the water line and a hood on the deck. Such a structured vessel cannot transport many people, even if it is full. 80 people. In this case, the 2-mast sailboat is not suitable for transporting soldiers. However, considering that the 2-mast sailboat may be used to drop troops on the inland river of Bamboo Island during combat, there are not many brigs involved in the transportation operation. There are a total of 300 such dhows, in fact only 200 are loaded with soldiers, plus 15,000 people, the remaining 100 items are used to load materials. The rest of the people and horses are all transported by 3-mast boat, which is said to be a building boat, but in fact, it is not the same as the low-dry porthole in history, the shallow water, and the particularly high-rise building boat. The Chinese tribe's building boat is the standard. The upper and lower 6 floors are all under the dry port hand, and there are 2.5 floors under the waterline. On the 3.5 floors of the waterline, this is still not the case of the stern building. The interior layout of this ship is full deck, a captain of 40 meters, a 10-meter ship wide, and a total area of nearly 2,000 square meters up and down. Such a ship carries hundreds of people. It is easy. According to the upper limit of 500 people per 3-mast ship, only 50 ships can transport all the remaining soldiers and horses away. Coupled with the 8 battleships of the Vapo Guard fleet, the entire expeditionary fleet has 358 sailboats. After these hundreds of long queues walked into and out of the sea, they began to form a formation toward Bamboo Island. All the brigs were lined up in the center. Behind were the Valboir Kidway and the temple. On both sides were larger. The 3-mast sailors were guarding, and the entire fleet was lined up into a slender diamond shape and moved forward quickly. The South China Sea in November is not a windy season, but the wind is not small compared to inland. Most sailboats of the Han tribe use the power layout of the vertical sails. As long as the sail surface is maintained at a certain angle, No matter which direction the wind can advance, the ship moves, so this time is the best opportunity for the Han tribe. The sea is calm and there is not much danger, but it does not affect the navigation of the fleet, which is why Luo Chong deliberately chose to go to war in winter. The smooth voyage excites most of the soldiers who took the boat for the first time. After spending their first day in the sea, they have gradually adapted to this feeling of swing in the microwave of the waves. The fresh experience of taking the boat also diluted some of their tension, but accidents are always unavoidable. Even if they sail so smoothly, there are still many people who have a strong reaction to the seasickness, but there is no way to adapt themselves as soon as possible. The fleet is rushing towards Bamboo Island day and night, and the people on Bamboo Island are not idle. Beast Teeth are preparing for the arrival of the army in accordance with Luo Chan's order. Of course, the most important thing is the problem of the pier and the station. Although this time the army will start attacking at once, the place of temporary stationing must be selected in advance. Even if it only takes one night, it must be prepared in advance. The garrison positions prepared by the veterinary teeth for the army are those farmland that has just harvested food. The farmland is large enough to set up temporary camps for tens of thousands of people. It is not a problem, and those permanent barracks stations have to wait for the war to be careful. Planning, when the time comes, will be based on the consideration of people's livelihood construction, and the military camp cannot be allowed to influence people's livelihood construction. In terms of terminals, it is obviously impossible for the terminals held by the mission station to dock hundreds of ships. For combat reasons, only brigs will enter the inland river channel, and other large ships will be in the advanced port. Unloading, after that, quickly withdraw, and then stop other brigs in the inland river. If the dock cannot stop, the anchor is directly in the river. This is why all military supplies are loaded with brigs, because they can directly enter the inland river at that time and provide supplies to large troops at any time. In the Xian tribe, they are also actively preparing, just to snatch and store food, and the recent construction of fortifications has temporarily stopped. The main grain of the Xian tribe is corn. It needs to be completely dried after the corn is harvested, and then threshed, bagged, transported, stored, more than a dozen days before and after. They have just reached the stage of bag waiting for transportation. The people of Bamboo Island have to store part of their own food, and the food handed over to the tribe must also be collected and counted in various settlements, and then transported by vehicles. In the past, this kind of transportation Xian tribe was carried out by pack horses, but they now have a lot of vehicles. They bought a lot in the Han tribe before, and now they have mastered the ability to build a car. The number of carriages is even greater. However, because the vehicle traffic of the Xian tribe is too late, many roads still cannot pass through the carriage, and some steep sections can only be transported by pack horses, which undoubtedly slows down the progress of food transportation. Shipping? That is impossible. In the past, the Xian tribe had no ships, only bamboo rafts, and the bamboo rafts themselves could not load much, not to mention that this thing was still leaking, and there was no way to transport food that was afraid of humidity and humidity. The speed is even slower. Of course, there are also reasons why some people deliberately slow down the progress. However, the top executives of the Xian tribe are not in a hurry. The Han tribe's missions have been very happy with them for a while, and they have no intention of attacking them soon, and they have not evacuated or fled. They formally tear their faces. Of course, these are judged by the senior executives of the Xian tribe, but they do not rule out the deliberate misleading of the Golden Elder undercover inside them. In terms of military construction and equipment, Golden Elder also executed Luo Chan's delay order very thoroughly. He actually played a large role in this regard. Through his unique insights on technology, the entire Xian tribal executives have flicked on the wrong path. Previously, Xian's commander and the Venting subordinates reached a cooperative intention. The two sides gathered together the stunning old ministry on the grassland. The Venting subordinates agreed to help the Xian tribe, but the request was that the Xian tribe must provide a place of life for the families of these herdsmen and necessary living conditions. Simply put, that's how I can help you fight, but you have to wrap my family and let them survive, otherwise, why do the herdsmen give up the life of the grassland and run to such an island? Come on, there is not enough interest to drive, who will settle in a completely strange place, cannot give them a home, who will fight for you? Xian Tongji naturally understands this. He is very reluctant to these conditions and resources, but Bamboo Island has a small population and does not have enough ability to form a large army to fight the Han tribe, so he can only recruit soldiers from outside. Otherwise he would never recruit troops on the grassland. The conditions given by the Xian tribe are really distressing and touching. On the one hand, those herdsmen have to leave the grasslands they are familiar with. On the other hand, they can also get help from the Xian tribe, otherwise they will act as followers. Sooner or later, it will be annexed by the Han tribe, and the consequences will be unpredictable. Now there is an opportunity to move out of the grassland. Although I am very reluctant, there are not many people who choose to migrate to Bamboo Island in the end. In this way, with the joint efforts of both parties, the Xin tribe recruited more than 20,000 people from the grassland. Of course, this includes those herdsmen's families who can actually fight for the Xin tribe. There are only 5,000 people. These 5,000 grassland soldiers, together with the 5,000 young men who have contributed together in several elder families, totaling 10,000 troops, are all the troops that the Xin tribe can take out. With 10,000 troops, according to the Han tribe, there are more than 2,000 people in a sanctuary, and this 10,000 people can also be divided into 4 or 5 sanctuaries. However, the Xin tribe does not have such a perfect military system, but it is divided according to family and power. 1,000 clan soldiers plus 1,000 grassland soldiers, 2,000 people formed a regiment, and a total of 5 such regiments were formed. Only 2 regiments were deployed in Yashan County and Xinhua County near the Han tribe mission station. A total of 4,000 people. This is what they prepared to prevent the Han tribe army from landing. The remaining 3 regiments were also deployed to the mission site to the Xin tribe base camp, which was turned into a sea county by Luo Chong. Among them, the waterway was set up with a blot point, and the mountains in the northwest of Guanhai County were set up. A blot point was placed in the Qingquan Valley of the Xin tribe base camp. The strength is not very small, not to mention that they also have geographical advantages familiar with the terrain, so in the face of the upcoming attacks of the Han tribe, it is not without the power of war. It's just that the equipment problem of this 10,000 people is a huge problem. The Xin tribe is backward in technology, and only the copper casting technology is better, but the copper casting weapon has no advantage in facing the steel of the Han tribe. But this does not matter, because the Xin tribe has changed from the Han tribe with the right to open currency distribution to a large amount of steel. It is not so simple to want to make all these steels into weapons. To fight with the elite of the Han tribe, first of all, there must be strong armor, then sharp weapons, and armor. It is almost impossible for this 10,000 people to wear iron leaf armor. Let's not talk about the Xin tribes. There is not so much iron in the hand, it is a problem in production and manufacturing alone. Without the crushers and stampers of the Han tribe, there is only one way for them to build armor. That is to knock it out with their hands. Such high consumption and inefficient things will naturally not be so stupid, so in the end they choose to equip the soldiers with bamboo armor, drilling holes with sawed bamboo chips, and then weaving them with hemp ropes into a zagor look. Although such bamboo armor looks a bit thicker, it is better than the weight, and the defense is not particularly low. It doesn't matter, but as long as you can prevent the arrow of the Han tribe, it's enough. In terms of helmets, the Xin tribe, who was reluctant to use metal helmets, also uniformly equipped the soldiers with a bamboo-woven matrix. Dolis eaves are very large. Wearing on the head can also defend against some arrows that have been thrown vertically. Armor and helmets can be saved, and shields can also learn from the Han tribe to use wooden shields, but weapons cannot really be saved. Otherwise, in the face of the super defense of the Han tribe army, don't want to break the defense. Earlier, I also seized some equipment from the Han tribe in the battle with the Han tribe. Although not much, I understood the equipment of the Han tribe. All the soldiers of the Han tribe are equipped with iron armor. The weapons used are either knives, shield, or a halberd, and finally a large group of cast iron arrows. Needless to say, the arrow clusters also have the craft Xin tribe cast by metal, and it is no worse than the Han tribe. The bamboo and bamboo Xin tribes used to make arrow poles are not lacking. Only in the choice of swords and halberds, the Xin tribe has fallen into choice problem. At first, the Xin tribe had also tried to cast weapons with exchanged steel, but the finished products could not be compared with the Han tribe's manufactured weapons. The disadvantage of cast iron brittle folds is absolutely inevitable. The new golden elder who came from the Han tribe told them that the iron of the Han tribe was hand-thumped out, and only the forged iron could reach the level of the Han tribe-made weapons. Xin Tanzi had iron in his hand, and naturally wanted to equip the Han tribe with weapons, so he ordered the gold elder to try the system, but as a result, it took a week to just forge a normal waist knife. When will such a manufacturing speed equip the army of 10,000 people with weapons? It is conceivable that Xin's command is naturally unsatisfactory. Moreover, the waist knife that took a week to forge did not go through quenching, nor did it use the steel clamping process, but only manually forged out of the blade type, and then added the wooden handle to directly polish the striker. On the day of the test knife, Xin led the handheld iron knife to cut the wooden pile in the shield, and also slashed the living sheep. But when they split the sheep's head with the seized Han tribe, the waist knife they built themselves broke the blade. But the Han tribe's war knife was fine, and they cut it twice. The waste knife they made themselves broke on the spot. Although the gap with the Han tribe is still large, it is still much stronger than the cast iron, but the speed of this forging is really unacceptable. How many years does it take to be equipped with a knife a week? Xian Tongzi was very dissatisfied with this, so he called the newly appointed Gold Elder to blame. Golden Elders are obviously forging iron drills. Why are the Han tribes so fast and equipped with so many troops, but our speed is so slow? Don't you lie to me again? Elder Jean is not guilty at all. When he was about to use this method to delay, he rang his speech early. Back to the commander, the Han tribe made it fast, because there are many blacksmiths, and we know too few people with iron forging techniques, plus I have only a few in total. And water wheels, these large machines can automatically drive the hammer under the influence of wind and water, that is to say, the Han tribe forging the iron is not made by people at all. In this way, people will not be very tired, and the speed and efficiency of manufacturing will be particularly fast. But we don't have these conditions. If the commander wants us Xian tribe to have this weapon production speed, I suggest that we ask the Han tribe mission directly to see if we can switch to them. We have automatic forging hammer technology at that time. The speed of making the knife is definitely not slower than that of the Han tribe. Speaking of which, Elder Jean also showed a cunning smile. Chapter 807 Arrival in the Strait of Bamboo Island, 2-in-1 chapter. The Xian commander, who was eager to equip the army with weapons, of course also wanted a water wheeler to automatically forge the hammer, so he agreed with the advice of Elder Kim and negotiated with the Han tribe's mission to request these technologies from the mission. The attitude of the mission is unclear, and it is not said, but there is no explicit rejection. The two sides have started the daily bruises. Of course, these are the cover provided by the veterans for the intelligence transportation of the Golden Elders. The mission will find the veterinary teeth once. The excuse on the bright side is to seek the technology of automatic forging hammer. In fact, the defense deployment of the Xian tribe was revealed to the animal teeth again and again. Elder Kim's frequent travel to and from the Han tribe's mission is certainly inevitable. In fact, he is anxious. Instead of really distrusting Elder Jean, he clearly talked so many times, but there is no actual progress. Xian Tongzi is of course anxious. Whenever this time comes, the veteran teeth and the Elder Jean will stage a double read play, slightly revealing some techniques, and at the same time, they will provide high compensation to the top of the Xian tribe, that is, how many copper ingots will the Xian tribe provide? In exchange for windmill and water wheel technology with copper ingots, and clearly stated that these are only agricultural water extraction or mill-type water wheel fans. As for the automatic forging hammer type, the mission said nothing. However, this also dispelled the suspicion of Xian's command. If the Han tribe spoke so well, it would be really wrong to give them that easily, and Elder Jean was also persuading him. Commander-in-Chief, as long as there is a windmill water wheeler, don't worry whether they are used to carry water or ground it. Wouldn't we just transform it ourselves? Can we change it ourselves? Xian Guan is a bit hesitant, of course, he is still not confident. Commander-in-Chief, I saw those windmill water wheels in the Han tribe as early as possible. Although I don't know how to build them, if I have the technical support of the Han tribe to get the frame first, then if I just transform it, I'm sure. Elder Jean immediately patted his breast to ensure the way. After listening to Elder Jin's assurance, Xian Guan was very excited and passionately patted his shoulder and said, although Elder Jean was not born in Bamboo Island, he has contributed a lot to my Bamboo Island. You can rest assured that as long as this matter is done, I promise to make you a big clan like other elders. Elder Jean moved to speak, and even squeezed out 2 tears on the spot. He was deeply grateful for Zinda's knowledge of the encounter, and he was also a sworn allegiance from his heart. Xian Tongzi sounds even happier. Such a skilled talent, and it has no roots yet, does not have a huge clan like other elders, dares to call it a board, such a useful and obedient elder, no smart leader will like it. In this way, the Xian tribe began a vigorous iron fighting industry. The mission agreed to support the windmill water wheeling technology, but during the construction must obey the arrangements of the Han tribe. The Han tribe said where to build must be built. Beast Teeth also took advantage of this opportunity to cooperate with Elder Jean on many occasions to conduct reconnaissance, and sent a large amount of defense deployment intelligence to Luo Chan's desk. At the same time, the delay plan here is still in progress. On the side of the Golden Elder, he sent people to assist in the construction of the windmill water wheeler in accordance with the instructions of the veterinary teeth. The mission's side was unable to build the kiln's building materials. It can be used to build windmills and water wheels, which undoubtedly slows down the progress of weapons production. In order to prevent Xian's dissatisfaction with the commander, he also ordered his men to start learning to fight iron now and cultivate a large number of blacksmiths. Finally, he raised the size of the blacksmith to a considerable number of people. Of course, in this process a lot of raw iron is also consumed. After all, every blacksmith needs a 100-pound cutter and a lot of tools. The supply of iron weapons has finally improved. At first, only one iron knife was produced in a week. Now with the addition of so many new troops, hundreds of iron knives can be produced in a week. It is a big improvement. However, if you want to equip an army of 10,000 people at this speed, it is still a long-term project. The XIN command will of course not let the troops that are finally formed fight with fire sticks. Although the knife is slow, it will be more. It is also possible to prepare some spears and bows and arrows. A few months before and after, when the mission helped the XIN tribe build the windmill mill, the 10,000 army led by XIN also almost completed the equipment. Of course, this equipment refers to basic weapons. The spear is the most common. There are also weapons like the copper halberd made of the iron halberd of the Han tribe. In short, there are many weapons. After all, the bamboo island produces bamboo. This pole is not lacking at all, but the total number of iron knives of high quality is only 1 or 2,000, and they are all forged knives that are not even quenched. By the time XIN commanded the windmill to be built, and hurriedly urged Elder Jean to transform it, the war operations on the Han tribe had already begun. A total of 4,000 troops from the XIN tribe deployed here in Yashin County. They were the first to complete the army. They were basically all wearing bamboo slices and armor, wearing a Dauga's helmet. Among them, there were 1,000 iron knives and wooden shields, 2,000 long soldiers equipped with halberds, and 1,000 archers dominated by herdsmen. There are also a small number of horses, mainly used to detect and transmit intelligence, military orders, and other matters. The two regiments were stuck in the mountains and forests on the opposite side of the mission station. It was a mountain forest close to the sea in Yashin County. The north side was the strait between the mainland. They could reach the mainland more than 20 kilometers away. The missions confronted each other across the river, but they were hidden, and they believed that the position of the regiment had not been discovered by the mission. Of course, the Tooths also cooperate with the pretending not to know. On the one hand, they secretly built camps in the mountains, built walls with wood and bamboo around them, dug trenches, laid traps, and took turns training troops on the other side of the mountain. At the same time, they were still building on the cliff near the end of the strait. The observation post observed the passing of ships entering the water-clearing river every night, recording how many ships of the Han tribe traveled to and to the mission. How often does it go? Originally they thought that the mission was still helping them build brick kilns, windmills, and water wheels. Recently, the relationship between the two sides seems to have eased. The Han tribe should not send troops so quickly, but the actions of the Han tribe are much greater than they expected. The super-large fleet of more than 300 ships is driving on the common route between Hansen. Because this route has been running for more than 2 years, the Han tribe is already familiar with it, plus it is now winter again. Although the waterfront in the south will not be as cold as the north of the Han tribe, but the time without hurricanes and heavy rains is very suitable for ships to sail. Under the leadership of the Vapovic Navy, the fleet traveled quickly to Bamboo Island in the wind and waves. The whole process was non-stop day and night. It was only a week before the one-way route was taken. At the speed of the fleet, it took only 5 days. It came to the passageway of the strait, where the reef was covered. This is the scope of the regular activities of the Bamboo Island fishing tribe. At the same time, the fishing tribe has already trusted the forces of the Han tribe, so this reef area has naturally become the actual territory of the Han tribe. The fleet docked here, first transferring some necessary materials to the fishing tribe at sea, and at the same time issuing them a coordinated battle order. Yu Jiao, the patriarch of the Yu clan, was also ordered to wait for the materials here. The Han tribe promised to deliver 2 special fishing boats to the Yu clan. When the entire Yu clan saw 2 fishing boats driving in front of them, and the crew above admitted that the 2 boats belonged to the Yu clan, they all excited. The soldiers whose husbands and sons were forcibly recruited by the patriarch to fight for the Han tribe no longer complained. Although the war was dangerous, the Han tribe did not deceive them. They received the promise of the Han tribe. Although they only fulfilled half of it, they looked at the brand new ships. They also knew in their hearts that these ships of the Han tribe were specially customized for them. So there is no dissatisfaction. Just as the Han tribe was busy fighting, Yu Jiao also took the people he selected to learn the manipulation of fishing boats with the Han tribe, as well as the use of trawls, fishing techniques, etc. However, on this day, their ship did not conduct trawl operations again, but drove straight towards the reef area in the northeast corner of Yashin County, waiting for the arrival of the Han tribe army. The sanctuary formed by 2,000 soldiers from the original fishing tribe is Eagle Yangwei. Its commander is also from Hu Benwei. His name is Eagle Hong. He is a young man who has just been 20 years old. He is also the commander of Eagle Yangwei. He was also the chief instructor. When he clearly surrendered to the Han tribe and promised to send troops to Bamboo Island, he led an instructor and officer to the fishing tribe to lead the army and was responsible for training. This time he also came to pick up the fishing boat with Yu Jiao. It was close to this evening. Eagle Hong stood on the fishing boat with a telescope and looked at the northeast. Yesterday they had contacted the fleet and made an appointment to meet here this afternoon, but it was getting dark now. I still haven't seen the shadow of the fleet. Eagle Hong, who has been away for months, misses my family. Of course, he is more eager to see the army of the Han tribe now, so he is inevitably anxious. The elder patriarch Yu Reef next to him patted his shoulder. Comfort, Eagle command, don't worry, the sea is very stable this season, neither strong winds nor heavy rain, and the Han tribe's experience with ships is the most. This route has also been running for 2 years and will never happen. Well, the old patriarch said, I'm not worried, I just miss them a little bit. Eagle Hong laughed twice and said, ha 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 ha, young people, it is easy to miss home. I heard that there are several of your children. Yu Jiao laughed and talked to the young officer. Yes, there are 3 children at home. Unfortunately, I haven't been home for several years. It is estimated that the children who go back to the children don't know me as a father. Eagle sighed helplessly. Yu Jiao was not easy to answer, so he took the opportunity to pick up the telescope that Luo rushed to him and looked northeast. Suddenly he saw a large sail on the sea, and suddenly scared him. The remaining reefs have been mixed on the fishing boat for 2 or 3 months. Of course, they have also seen sailboats from Tanhai County to and from the distance. When they saw the sea boat from a distance, they must have seen the mast in the upper half. And sails, although he does not understand the reason, he is also used to this situation. It's just that this time the sails that appeared in the field of view of the telescope were so scary that he looked far away as if a curtain appeared out of the sea. He even hurriedly reminded Eagle Hong, who was thinking about his home alone. Eagle conductor, look over there, is the fleet coming? Why so much? Eagle Hong even lifted up the telescope and looked at it. Sure enough, he saw a large number of sails, but the number was too large. It didn't take long for the outline of the hull to appear from the sea. The huge fleet was really scary, but it was only strong pride and excitement in his eyes. He suddenly sighed, who can come up with so many ships in addition to our Han tribe? Yu Jiao agreed to nod. If not, he would not resolutely choose to surrender to the Han tribe at that time. People are always so realistic. Only the Han tribe can let his people live a good life. What else is hesitant? Seeing so many big ships, Yu Jiao knew that the Han tribe would never have fewer troops, so he would be more at ease. At least so many soldiers are on Bamboo Island, then the Han tribe will never fail easily, and its own clan will be safer. Yu Jiao ordered the 2 fishing boats to sail to meet the fleet, and it took not long for both parties to meet together. The Han tribe fleet is headed by the Volbo battleship. Yu Jiao had seen this big ship when he traveled to Tanghai County. He also knew that this was the current flagship of the Han tribe. This time, the fleet commander and the commander of the battle were also on this boat. When the 2 ships interacted, the rat desperate put down the soft ladder to pick up the 2, and they laughed and said as soon as they met, "Let the old clan wait for a long time. In addition to the order of the leader to supplement the supplies for Eagle Yangwei, we have brought the remaining 2 fishing boats to you, all just from the Browsing County shipyard. After 2 months of sailing, we finally caught up with our expedition." The leader was afraid that the elder patriarch would not worry, and he deliberately let me deliver the fishing boat to you. Yu Jiao didn't have fun when he heard it. At first, Luo Chong promised that all 4 trawlers were in place, but his last worry was also counted. Where is the leader? The leader is unkind, how can I not rest assured? In this army operation, what does the leader need to cooperate with our clan? Despite the explanation, the rest of our clan is obliged. Yu Jiao immediately thanked Dao. This is not urgent. I have already let people install 2 new fishing boats in advance. You will take over directly at that time. We will take a rest here all night. Rat immediately returned. Oh, isn't the army ready to land today? Eagle Hong also asked aside. He did not yet know the specific attack plan. The fleet sailed for a few days and nights, and the crew and soldiers were exhausted. It was too late today. We were not familiar with Bamboo Island, but the handsome meant not to land at night, which was bad for us. Just take a night outside the strait and formally attack tomorrow day. You just came to the command room with me for a while. The butcher also has a specific battle plan to explain to Utah. Rat University immediately explained. This is the case, then let's go to the command room. Eagle Hong thought of the blood slaughter of this old chief, and he was also thinking about it. Chapter 808 Fleet with a total tonnage of 150,000 tons. A group of people went to the command room of the Stern building, and Eagle Hong finally saw the old boss, but the blood slaughter did not give them any chance to reminisce. After seeing someone, he even took a few people to the sand table. Eagle Yanwei's current position is here. I want you to lead the troops' northward movement immediately after returning and arrive at the border in the southeast direction of Yashin County before tomorrow evening. Here, he lurks his troops and listens to me at any time. Order and be responsible for guarding the south side of the mission station. If the station sends a distress signal, you must immediately support it. But you can also rest assured that if the front line is going well, it is estimated that you can't get any big battles. The most likely thing is that the enemy sent a small unit of personnel to lurk and to destroy and attack our fleet and logistics, so you must strengthen your vigilance. You must not let the station lose, understand? After explaining the combat plan, the Bloodslaughter stared at Eagle Hong and asked at the same time. Although Eagle Hong was the commander, the unit was composed of fishermen after all. For this unit, there is also a great invisible control. The handsome rest assured that although our Eagle Yangwei was first built, it would never delay the army. Eagle Hong immediately responded. The remaining reef next to it also immediately waved. Our remaining clan also absolutely fully supports it. Please be assured. Yu Jiao certainly supports it, because the Bloodslaughter arranged for them not to be a tough battle, nor did they mean to use them as cannon fodder. The tasks assigned to them were all defensive vigilance, and the order to guard the flanks of the mission station. Accepted, so without hesitation, it represented the Yu clan. Well, if that's the case, then go back and prepare quickly, don't delay the business, describe the old things, we will wait for the celebration party to say. The Bloodslaughter also nodded satisfactorily, and the culprits were interested. Of course, this must also be related to his delivery of the remaining 2 fishing boats to them today. Such a move can at least let them know that they can develop better and live better only if they follow the footsteps of the Han tribe. Good day. The Yu Jiao and Eagle Hong received the order and got off the boat and went back. When they came, the 2 boats became 4 when they went back. Don't mention how happy the crew of the Yu clan. On the side of the fleet, the Rat also commanded the fleet of hundreds of ships to start anchoring, and each stopped to start resting. The army will take a full night at the entrance of the strait and wait for the early morning of tomorrow to launch a formal landing battle. However, before that, Rats also sent a brig sailboat to the mission station to get in touch with the Animal Teeth and inform the army in advance. The plan on this side is also to confuse the enemies stationed on the seaside of Yashin County. So, as the sun gradually sank to sea level, the 2 enemy troops hidden on the cliff post saw a brig boat with the flag of the Han tribe suddenly sailing towards the entrance of the Qingshui River, which surprised the 2. Old device, look at it, is that a Han tribe ship? One of them asked the comrades beside him. Are you nonsense? As long as it is a boat, it must be from the Han tribe. Now who will build the boat except the Han tribe, who will run here? The sentry called the veteran is lying on a prominent platform shack on the cliff to take a nap. After hearing the call of his companion, he still took a sentence with dissatisfaction, and then sat up to look at the direction of the estuary, where there really was a 2-mast boat. The sail is heading towards the water-clearing river. He grabbed his hair and watched the sailboat sail into the clear water river, gradually disappearing into his own vision. Old device, this is wrong. The Han tribe has not sent a ship to the mission for half a month. Why did they suddenly send the ship at this time? The companion asked again. How do I know this? But this should also be normal. I heard that the Han tribe is in winter at this time, the water will freeze into ice, the boat will not go, and the number of trips is normal. The old man returned to the road again, and still didn't think there was a problem. Then I will go back to the report, but the elder said that as long as there is a boat, he will tell him. The other person was still nervous, and he had stood up and was ready to run back. What do you say you are worried about? Isn't it just a boat? Even if it is full of soldiers and can hold a few people, I think your kid just wants to be lazy. Tell you, the letter is okay, come back soon. The old man said something dissatisfied again, and then lay in the shack again. What laziness can I steal? Isn't the elder explained this? The other person whispered, and then pushed the shoulder of the old pusher. I'll be back in a while, don't fall asleep. Oops, got it, your kid is going to go quickly. The old man waved his hand impatiently, and didn't even open his eyes. The other person sighed and stopped talking. He turned and ran to the regiment station behind the mountain road with only 1 person wide. He had to report the news to the elders as soon as possible. Although the old device is relatively lazy, he will still do what he should do, but his reconnaissance method is more comfortable, twisted, and adjusted himself to a comfortable angle, both lying down and seeing the opposite sea entrance. But in this way, he kept waiting for his companions to come back, and he did not see any other situation. The 2 continued to take turns to observe the estuary not far from the cliff according to the previous arrangement. Until the next morning, no situation was found. The ship that sailed to the mission station last night did not leave again, but this is no different from the past. Every time the Han tribe sends a boat to Bamboo Island, it will take a rest period of time. Even if it is urgent, it will definitely wait until the day. Leave again. Although the Han tribe has a boat, they are more careful than anyone. The old man secretly scolded the coward in his heart, and then took the initiative to go back and get breakfast. While he was eating with his companions, he was dissatisfied. Alas, when is such a day ahead? You say this Han tribe, if you want to fight, hurry up and fight. Instead, we are dragging down in this place where the bird does not shit. He complained himself, but suddenly reacted, why his companions didn't respond at all, and he was already hungry without eating the breakfast he brought back. Hello, is your kid stupid? Hush, old device, look over there, what is that? Is that a Han tribe ship? I'm so good, why are there so many? Before the old man's words were finished, he heard the extremely depressed cry of his companions, and it was clear that nothing they could hear here could be heard, but the companions were still very nervous and depressed. The Han tribe sent the ship again. The old man was puzzled and looked out of the shack in the direction of the strait. This look didn't matter. He almost scared him down from the platform on the cliff. He saw the shadow of the dense ship in the distance, and was approaching the rising sun quickly here. The tortillas in his mouth suddenly fell off the cliff and eventually fell into the sea. At the entrance of the strait, a sailboat with countless waves rolled towards the entrance of the Qingshui River like a wave. The dense sails blocked the sunrise that just surfed out of the sea. What is Qinfan? What is a banner day? The scene in front of you is just that. My mother. The old man climbed up in a hurry. Now he wants to pump his mouth a few times. This damn crow mouth, why do you say that the nagging Han tribe is coming? I just complained a few words, but the Han tribe really came. Hey, you don't have to give me a face like that. The two were terrified in their hearts, watching the Han tribe's fleet crush, and the two did not forget their responsibilities, just glanced at each other and immediately ran back and forth together, wanting to report to the elders. This is not to say how responsible the two are, but to face the torrent of the Han tribe's sailing boat, they have no guts to stay here at all. What if they are found? On the side of the Han tribe fleet, after about 12 hours of recuperation, the fleet began to advance at the estuary at full speed at 5 o'clock in the morning, and finally arrived at the estuary at more than 6 o'clock in the morning. More than 300 sailboats of all sizes, combined with a total displacement of more than 120,000 tons, and a full load displacement of more than 150,000 tons, so many ships may not be very conspicuous on the sea, but a brainly influx of only 20 or 30 kilometers of straits is different. It can be described with fullness. So many ships are enough to block the entrance of the entire strait. It's no wonder that the two sentries were crying and calling their mother. What is the concept of a fleet of 150,000 tons? The Indian Active Navy is also at the forefront of the World Navy ranking list, known as the Indian Ocean Overlord. But this Indian Ocean Overlord, the total tonnage of the Navy is only about 320,000 tons. Although these more than 300 sailboats of the Han tribe cannot be compared with modern warships in combat power, the drainage is only half of that of the Indian Navy, and 90% of them are civilian ships. The number of full-time warships is not yet double digits. But this military civilian fleet is also a maritime force enough to dominate the entire world, except for the Han tribe. Who can come up with 150,000 tons of ships? The veteran and another sentinel were so scared that they climbed back to the frontline regiment camp, while running and yelling. I want to see the elders, the Han tribe is calling. The Han tribe is here. Let me see the elders. At this time, as the commander-in-chief of the two regiments on the front line, the clouds were watching the soldiers practicing the spears and arrows. When they heard someone yelling, they immediately frowned. He looked at the elders of the clan beside him. Both frowned. Zion is the brother of the elders. In the clan, he counted him as the most prestigious, so he was specially sent to serve as the commander-in-chief of the frontline corps. At this time, he heard someone yelling and immediately drank with his opponent. Bring me people. After a while, the two sentries were brought in front of him and the elder. At first glance, these two were still young and strong children in their own family. What happened? Shouldn't you two whistle over the cliff? Even if you find out, you should only come back with one report. Why did you run back together? What happened? Elders, second patriarchs, it's not good. The Han tribe called and there were so many sailboats. The number was unclear. A large piece of denseness covered the entire sea. They were about to enter the sea. They immediately ran to the mission station. What? The Han tribe called? The elder was so trembling that he almost forgot to breathe and felt trembling with his legs not listening. The instrument clouds on the side are not much better, but he is better than the elders of the instrument. His elder brother is also sealed as the elders in charge of device manufacturing because he is good at making appliances. It is not like a cloud. Although he is the second generation chief, he has control over the size of the entire clan in one hand. He is really much better than being an elder brother. Just listen to his busy order, to quickly summon all the clans who went out for training to the camp, close the camp gate, hold the armor, and prepare to fight. Brother, hurry back, I will send a few people to send you back. You must be with the commander at this time. I will tell you as soon as there is news. You must also find a way to help me. Our clan, these young people are dead or alive, but it depends on you. After he said that, the elders waited and waved their hands. Immediately the elders of the direct line within several clans forcibly took them away and ran away from the other side of the mountain forest. Looking at the 4,000 warriors who rushed to the camp quickly, the clouds took a deep breath. There are not many people in their own. The armor is still excellent, and they have taken advantage of the situation. He stabilized his mind and let all the soldiers wait in the camp first, then called a few trusted relatives and children, and brought the 2 sentries to quietly touch the entrance of the mission station. He wanted to see for himself how many talents came from the Han tribe. At the estuary of the Qingshui River in the strait, the soldiers on the ship that arrived first last night had also met with the veterinary teeth. At this time, they were standing on the cliff-high ground on the other side of the estuary as port dispatchers. A large flag was waving to guide the order of ships entering the port. On the other side of the flagboat, the blood, slaughter and rattle also entered the port in batches through the guidance of the flag language. According to the combat plan, the first batch of Tiger Benway with a total strength of nearly 4,000 will be sent up, a firm foothold will be established in the west bank of the Qingshui River, and then the Ziajianwei and the horses will be sent up. Finally, the soldiers of other clinics will land. On the other side, Ziyun and 5 or 6 soldiers quietly hid behind a mountaintop rock, looking down at the probe, and I saw countless ships gathering densely at the entrance of the sea, but how many people were installed on it? Whether the Han tribe is going to fight, they really don't know. At this time, the fleet in the strait suddenly moved, and more than 23-mast sea vessels suddenly left the formation, raising their sails at full speed towards the inland river of Bamboo Island. Looking at the river section near the mission station, the cloud was scared by a few people, because on the west bank side of their side, I don't know when I suddenly built a dozen floating bridges. There are hundreds of small sampan plates neatly arranged on the shore. Each tightly connected sampan is covered with thick wooden boards, and the water on both sides of the stack bridge. It is also vaguely visible that some shadows soaked in water, those with thin shirts, swim in the water together to maintain the state of the pontoon. Zion looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly his eyes flashed. He knew where the weakness of the Han tribe was. Chapter 809, Landing in First World War, 2-in-1 chapter. Zion knew that this was a ship that the Han tribe was about to land. But what he did not expect was that the Han tribe would choose to land directly in the west bank of the Qingshui River instead of going to the mission station for rest first. In his own territory, he was not prepared at all. However, the Han tribe landed immediately, and there was no time to give him emotion, seeing those pontoons built in the water, and those who were in the water next to the pontoon. He knew that this was the weakness of the Han tribe. As long as they tried to attack those pontoons, the Han tribe must not be able to go ashore. They can only find a way to retreat to the pier of the mission station to land, so that they have time to think of countermeasures. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate at all, immediately asked the 2 close friends around him to return to the battalion to transfer troops, called all the archers, and brought more torches by the way to prepare some rockets. He would take advantage of the Han tribe's crossing of the river, hit halfway and burn those pontoons. Seeing that the ships of the Han tribe are getting closer and closer, when the landing is about to begin, Jian once again found something wrong. Not all the more than a dozen ships that came from the Han tribe this time were landing troops, and some ships passed by the pontoon. He didn't stop at all, but rushed directly, like he accidentally opened his head, but he knew that the Han tribe would never make such a low-level mistake. They must be preparing something. However, the current situation has not given him more preparation time. The first batch of more than 20 ships that entered the port quickly unfolded along the sides of the pontoon. The tall hulls of the 3-masted ships seemed to stand on the water wall, which gave an inexplicable sense of oppression. Countless armored fighters began to rush out of the cabin to assemble on the deck. The ship's side was aimed at several ships of the pawn. The soldiers also started to build a simple port-hand bridge. A few wide and thick wooden boards were stretched out on the pontoon, and it was about to start landing on the pontoon. At this time, the Xian tribal corps, which had already begun to prepare for battle, was finally transferred up. More than 1,000 archers ran out of the mountain forest with bows and arrows in a rag, wailing and cheering yourself. Although these Xian tribe fighters are more nervous, they are not particularly afraid because they have just received orders and do not need to be connected with Han tribe short soldiers. They only need to use rockets to attack the Han tribe's pontoons, soldiers, and ships. Plus your own crowds with many people, more than 1,000 people gathered together, and the courage will naturally become bigger. waiting to see at the foot of the mountain. There are only more than 20 ships on the Han tribe, and they are even more afraid. No matter how big the boat is, how many people it can hold. So they didn't wait for the command of the clouds at all. When many people ran, they set up arrows on the bamboo bough, ignited arrows through the torches held by the people next to them, and laid arrows in the direction of the pontoon and landing ship. A trembling noise, countless arrows fell into the board of the pontoon and the water next to it, and some were actually shot on the ship that was about to land. Some arrows fell on the deck, which caused a commotion, but soon the officer on board was crushed again. Those fishermen who came from the fishing tribe and specifically helped the Han tribe build the pontoon. At first, more than a dozen people were injured by bows and arrows on the shore. They soaked in water and dived into the water on their own water. Some simply swam under the pontoon to avoid the arrow target that keeps falling from the top of the head. The bright fire on the arrow quickly ignited the pontoon deck and some port hand bridges. However, due to the lack of burns, the fire did not cause much damage to these damp woods. The officers on board looked at more and more than 1,000 enemy troops closer to the shore and immediately launched a counterattack against the enemy in accordance with the previously agreed plan. I heard the drums on the ships on both sides of the pontoon that were not ready to land. During this period, there were some people's shouts, but the Xian tribe archers on the shore couldn't see what was on the boat. Because their perspective is too low, those sailboats are like water walls. If they want to see anything above, they can only look up. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. When you look at it, you are taken aback, and you hear the people on board yelling, "Rolling arrow guardian's order," and the shore target shoots freely. At the next moment, on several ships at both ends of the pontoon, a row of dense shadows was immediately exposed from the side of the ship. Those Han tribe soldiers dressed in red robes and armor suddenly carried the well-stringed crossbow from the side of the ship. Half of the body was exposed, and the enemy archers aiming at the shore under the orders of their respective chiefs pulled the crossbow machine. In an instant, the whizzing crossbow flew, and the clan's bowstring released the sound across the shore. The Xian tribe archers who had just ran to the shore and shot 2 or 3 rounds of arrows were knocked down by this one. More than 100 people, some of them have been shot into a hedgehog, and the entire chest has been shot into a hedgehog. Even if you wear bamboo slices and armor, you can block the domineering crossbow. The length of the deck is limited, and the entire strength of the archery guard cannot be fully expanded. After a small number of soldiers shoot the first round of arrow targets, more soldiers are still lined up in the back, so the first row is too late to change the arrow. Immediately back to the back, the soldiers in the second row quickly appeared on the side of the ship, again shooting the second round of arrows at the enemy on the shore. Zion didn't know when he had already ran behind the archers. In fact, he was lying behind a stone higher, and the condescending perspective immediately saw the Han tribe archers running out of the cabin. He couldn't shout well, and even wanted to go down and let those soldiers back, but he still slowed down, waiting for him to run to the place. The Han tribe has shot for 2 rounds, and it has fallen by nearly 300 people on its side. Retreat, go back quickly, the Han tribe bow and arrow range is farther than us, and go back quickly, Zion screamed while running. However, in this situation, fools can see that they are not good for themselves. Waiting for the cloud to command, those archers have already started to run backwards, so they don't run at close range, waiting to be named by each other's crossbow. But the sounding arrows on the Han tribe still reluctantly shot at the enemy who fled. The enemy ran from 50 meters to 100 meters. They then shot and ran to 200 meters. They started to use projection to run to 300 meters. The crossbowmen on the entire deck began to eject at the maximum angle of the shot, forming an arrow rain as a hood towards the escaping enemy. The commander of the arrow guard ordered to stop the attack. Within a range of 300 meters from the shore, it has been rashly filled with the bowers of the enemy. There are also 400 people, some of whom died directly, but some people just suffered minor injuries and stumbled up. Withdraw, but as soon as most people got up, they were caught by the archers on board, and there would be dozens of arrows covering them in an instant. The man was suddenly shot as a hedgehog, and died worse than those seriously injured. The chief landing commander on the middle ship saw that the arrow guard had been emptied within a range of 300 meters from the shore and immediately greeted him, letting the soldiers ring the drum of war. Tiger Ben Guardian, assure the array, there is an arrow guard to cover us, don't be afraid, rush. Rush. Brothers, it's time to build a meritorious service. Kill a prince, grab a horse, and the 6 flag brothers come with me. With the order of Chief Hu Benwei, 1 blade shield soldier and 1 shield were carrying the shield and turned out of the ship's side. He jumped on the porthole and caused a rattling on the porthole. The thick leather boots stepped on the port hand bridge and rushed to the shore. Those fishermen hiding under the water saw that the Xian tribe had been run away, and they even got out of the pontoon. Some people swam to help the shaking porthole board, while others poured water with dixes. The rocket on the pontoon created good conditions for the landing Tiger Guard. More than a dozen landing ships, more than 30 port hand bridges, and countless knives and shielders swarmed down from the fleet. As soon as they landed, they pulled out their steel knives from their waists, and those who were half dead on the shore were already dead. The enemy who fell to the ground swarmed. Seeing the seriously injured, the wounded's head was cut off with one knife, and the injury was not serious. He also stunned with the heavy shield in his hand. He also said that capturing an enemy army is more rewarding than killing an enemy. Because the Han tribe is lacking labor, so Luo Chong set such a rule. A minor wounded man with an arrow on his leg fell to the ground in the second round of arrows just now. Later, when he wanted to escape, he saw those who stood up to escape instantly encounter dozens of arrows. He was terrified and simply lying on the ground and pretending to die. Before it was installed for 2 minutes, the Han tribe's sword shields went ashore and began to slaughter the half-dead seriously wounded. He was lying there tremblingly, and a brother with 2 arrows in his chest was lying there. There was too much anger, and the eyes could not live. Suddenly a shadow covered the eyes of the 2 of them, and then the white light flashed. At a puff, the wounded man's blood was sprayed on the face of the dead man, and a big head rolled to his face. He opened his eyes and saw the tragic appearance of the separation of his companion's body. He was so scared and yelled. He struggled to stand up and wanted to escape, and scared the Tiger Benway soldiers who had just been credited to a person. I wiped it. This kid actually pretended to be dead, scaring Lao Tzu. Angling in his mouth, the oak shield was swept away from the man's back, and the bang was muffled. The dead boy was almost scared crazy, but he didn't run away, and eventually became a Han tribe prisoner of war. The first batch of 1,000 Tiger Guard soldiers ashore quickly pushed the front line into the range of the crossbow, cleared all the enemy forces that fell within 300 meters, and then quickly gathered together to form the shield wall. Defensive Xian tribe may come back at any time. And those Xian tribe clan soldiers who have not experienced much war, saw the Han tribe so cruelly cut off their compatriots' heads and hung them on their waists, so scared that they cried in wolves. Some shit was thriving, and trembling, crawling back and running. Some people are more courageous, seeing their brothers die under the sword of the Han tribe, wanting to avenge them, but in the end, he was yelled back by the clouds. In the past 1,000 people and 1,000 people from the Han tribe, he knew very well that he was definitely not an opponent. Quick, come back to camp, we use traps and walls to block them. Zion greeted him and started to lead the remaining archers back and forth. He had so many far-fired arms in total, and he could never directly consume it here, otherwise the next defense would be more difficult. On the farmland on the shore, under the defense of the arrow guard on the ship and the shield of the Tiger Guard on the shore, a 300-meter safe landing zone was finally opened on the west bank of the Qingshui River. The officer on the ship saw the time ripe. Immediately ordered all the remaining halberd soldiers and crossbowmen of Tiger Guard to land. Only a dozen minutes, he sent all the 4,000 troops of Hu Benway to the shore. Yang Feng, a Tiger Guard who went ashore, immediately organized troops to defend against the array, and continued to advance the front line. Finally, a 1-mile-wide landing zone was opened in the farmland on the shore to provide security for subsequent troops to land. The empty ship quickly turned around and returned to the direction of the strait. The subsequent ships and troop carriers quickly followed up, sending all the 3,000 men wandering guards to the shore, as well as tens of thousands of horses and tigers, Ben's 20-handed field guns, as well as a large amount of ammunition. It took only one morning to send these 7,000 people and tens of thousands of war horses ashore. During this period, the 2 frontline troops of the Xian tribe under the control of Yayan never attacked again, and they all shrunk on the top of the mountain, refused to come out. The landing of the Han tribe continues, such a big movement, the movement of tens of thousands of horses, and of course it is still noticed by the people nearby. Someone at the foot of the mountain in the food tribe village not far from the farmland came boldly to view their farmland, but I saw countless people and horses occupying there. Everyone was wearing the same clothes, red robes and armor, and his head was wearing a pocket. Some people still had bloody heads on their waists, so scared that they ran back to the village and hid again. The blood slaughter that had already landed with the army did not pay attention, but continued to direct the landing of the follow-up troops. The 2,500 people recruited from the Tang tribe were also sent to the shore, followed by the Sea Wolf Guard, Flying Bear Guard, and arrows. So far, all the participating troops except the Navy's Vapovai, all other army landed ashore. Although the Eagle Yangwei formed by the fishing tribe was not here, it has also reached the rear side of the mission and is ready to guard the wings of the mission. After all the personnel landed, the subsequent brig sails continued to advance towards the clearing river, sending the materials of a ship to the shore, in addition to grain and grass, as well as carriages and currency. The blood slaughter is just about fighting, but no matter what else, but the army is responsible for the local political situation. The army of the Han tribe has arrived at first time. The first article is of course to appease the local people and clarify the justification of their tribe's attack on Bamboo Island. Let the local people feel that the Han tribe is here to destroy and slaughter, so as not to provoke unnecessary resistance. So when all the troops and materials went ashore, Hu Benwei's army, the horses immediately took the logistics troops and other guards' horses to several nearby villages to give them a gift. On the other side of the blood slaughter, it is written today's war report, writing down the combat process in details, and immediately sending it to Luo Chong with the Flying Eagle biography. He did not forget Luo Chong's request for a report the day. Chapter 8:10 Reassuring the hearts of the people. The fastest time for the report to fly back is 2 or 3 days. For the time being, it is said that Hu Benwei's army Sima Sweking Kiln led people to appease the people of Bamboo Island. Shui King is the second tiger Ben guardian Sima, and the former Shui Don Liang is a family relationship. Both of them are members of the cave tribe who joined the Han tribe early. The common thing is that they have also organized engineering projects for thousands of people, such as building cities, digging rivers, and building schools. The identity of the foreman is a big advantage, and they all have large units of logistics support experience, so they are also the first candidates for regular military divisions. Shui King first led the people to the nearest village. In order to reduce the panic of the local people, he also specially adjusted some soldiers who had not directly dealt with the enemy. These soldiers were clean and had no bloodstains. There are many soldiers who had just made up into a business team to promote money. It can be said that the local people see them more familiar. It's easier to talk and have affinity. Accompanying the translation jointly sent by Jean Weivai and the mission to provide communication guarantees for both parties. If the local people are not familiar enough with these fighters, the translation of these perennial activities on Bamboo Island and the mission is absolutely it is familiar and can no longer be familiar. A group of people rode a horse and drove the car. A total of more than 100 people came to the nearest village together, but those villages that clearly had just signs of activity could not be seen by one person at this time. The bamboo house in the village is closed, but many peeping eyes can be seen from the gap in the bamboo building. Obviously the people did not escape, and some people even hid their simple weapons in the bamboo building. In the corral below, guarding his most important property, cattle and sheep, Shui Kinkin saw the reaction of the local people, so he laughed and waved his hand. Immediately, 2 soldiers posted a notice from An Min on the tree trunk in the village. This was also the original account of Luo Chong. When dealing with strange tribes, Luo Chong followed a formal written communication method. You can't see it. It's your business. Anyway, we are a Tianchao nation with words and culture. You can't understand that you are a barbaric one. First, we will crush each other from the momentum and let them know what they are facing. Kind of existence. After finishing the In People's notice, Shui King saw that no one had come out, so he greeted an interpreter around him and started shouting at the villagers. He said a word and let the translator shout. Can the old people in the village come out? My army of Han arrived at first glance and did not intend to offend. This Fangxing Bamboo Island probably led a betrayal and boldly acted, colluding with the grassland heroes and embarrassing them, attacking my Han tribe Kaiyuan County first, killing me more than 1,000 soldiers. Kill my salt merchant team and rejoice in this revenge. However, our Han tribe chiefs are kind-hearted, and they can't bear to be charcoal, and they have committed murder. They have deliberately ordered this battle to only kill Xian to lead the chief evil and his army accomplices. Please also rest assured that our fathers and fellows are strictly governed and well managed. We will never bully local folks, nor will you snatch your stitches. If you violate this order, you can go to our garrison. The troops report that we will never give light to the wrong soldiers, and the Lord must show you an explanation. This passage is written on the Inman notice, and Shui Qingkang just read out the contents of the notice. After the announcement was read out, the scene was very quiet and abnormal, leaving only the sound of the evening wind blowing the leaves, but Shui Qingkao knew very well that those hiding in the bamboo building must be listening. Sure enough, 1 minute before the announcement was read out, a bamboo building opened the door and walked out of an old man with a floral hair. It was the people here who were right. To be honest, the impressions of the Han tribe in several villages around the local area are still good. These good impressions are mainly based on the mission's local behavior in the past 2 years, fair trade, and even willing to suffer some small losses, and also taught the locals many technologies. The most recent villages are large households who learn to plant linen cloth with missions, and frequent missions. I think the Han tribe is not the kind of tribe that will run here for no reason to burn and loot. If it weren't for the young people in the village who ran back with the rolling belt, they would bite the Han tribe to kill in their farmland. The people in this village would never believe anything. Now that the Han tribe is really here, it also explains the reason for the matter. After thinking about it, the clan in this village decided to interview the Han tribe and really talk about it. Anyway, there are many people on this side of the Han tribe. They really want to burn and rob themselves of this small village. The door of the bamboo building opened, and two young and old people in rough clothes with straw shoes on their feet climbed down the stairs. The young eldest son is an eldest son of the clan. He often walks with the mission and speaks some Chinese for daily communication. He looks at the sharp sergeant with the top 100 shawls, but he has no fear of his face. Of course, the two have such an attitude of willingness to communicate, instead of directly treating the Han tribe as an aggressor, blindly resisting, for a reason. First of all, there is no so-called ethnic concept in this era. Most of them are tribes, families, and clan ideas. Therefore, in their eyes, the clans of the Han tribe are no different from their villages. Everyone eats food in the same way. The grown-up people, the Han tribe and the Xian tribe are no different. They are all large tribes with multiple clans. The difference is nothing more than the Han tribe. All aspects are more developed. Secondly, the Xian tribe's domination of Bamboo Island is not too strong. For the people of Bamboo Island, it is completely a model of stocking and dispersal. Although Zinzhen also collects grain animal skins from the people of Bamboo Island, it is not the same as tax collection. It exists as a form of goods exchange. Because the territory of the Xian tribe occupies the only passage from Bamboo Island to the mainland, that is, the Dark Bridge, and also occupies the only metal vein of Bamboo Island, other clan tribes want to obtain cattle and sheep for cultivated land from the grassland. It can only be obtained through the Xian tribe. The metal agricultural tools that want to be cultivated land can only be obtained through the Xian tribe. The people of Bamboo Island paid a certain share of food to Xian to change from Xian tribe to metal agricultural tools and livestock. This is the relationship between the two parties. The other Xian commands do not care about the livelihood of the tribes and clans below. After the attack, the law and the like are similar to the sovereign system. The small tribes and clans below have considerable autonomy. Rather than the rule of the Han tribe by Luo Chong, like the Han tribe, it really governs everything, from household registration, to land allocation and cultivation, to recruiting soldiers to defend the tribe, and collecting taxes for tribal infrastructure. It is a serious business model. The strength of control is not comparable to that of the Xian tribe. This has caused the people of Bamboo Island to have little sense of identity with the Xian tribe, and the people of the Han tribe clearly understand the fact that they pay taxes to the Han tribe, and they enjoy all the welfare policies of the Han tribe. They also have the obligation to build and defend the tribe together, so they all agree that they are a member of the Han tribe and they are a Han. This is the difference between the two tribes of Hingsan. So the old father and son of the clan do not exclude communication with the Han tribe. Of course, this must be based on the fact that the Han tribe really does not hurt them. Dare to ask the chief envoy of this Han tribe, what you just said is true, can you count? The white clan always came to Shui Kinkin in front of the first sentence. Of course, the old man can rest assured that what I just said is the order of our leader. Of course, we will not violate the order of the leader, otherwise we will also be held responsible. The clan nodded and agreed. The status and power of the Han tribe leader in the Han tribe are still heard. After all, it is the closest village to the mission. Those who often hear the mission say that they are the leader. What about them, what the leaders let them do? In short, the clan always feels that the Han tribe people especially adore their leaders. What the leader said is what he was very obedient. According to this theory, if the person just said that it was really the order of their leader, then they should really not hurt themselves in this village. The stone in my heart was slightly decentralized, and the old man asked again, I just heard from Qingzhuang and the clan that the army of your Han tribe occupied our farmland. When can you leave? Won't we occupy our fields forever? Shui Qinkeo smiled and answered again, trying to show his affinity. This is also to rest assured that our army has just landed and has not yet settled, so we will choose the temporary stationing of empty farmland, but the army will not stay too long, will withdraw most people tomorrow, and the rest will be withdrawn within 7 days. It will never affect the cultivation of fathers and folks. In addition, as compensation for the temporary occupation of your farmland, our Han tribe is willing to provide a batch of rice seeds for free, and send technicians to help you achieve rice promotion and cultivation. I wonder if the family is satisfied with this answer. The Han tribe is willing to withdraw from the farmland as soon as possible. This is undoubtedly the most satisfactory answer for the two. They can also accept the 7-day time limit. Anyway, they have to wait for next year even if they want to grow food. The bottom line is to let the Han tribe withdraw from the farmland before the spring of next year, otherwise they will have to find a way to reclaim the wasteland. But what they did not expect was that the Han tribe had occupied a few days of free fields, and actually offered to make compensation, and the way of compensation was to teach them how to grow rice. Rice is a good thing. I heard that it is the staple food of the Han tribe. Not only high yield, but also the key is delicious, easy to eat, and good for the body. The people of the mission eat that white rice every day. In their village, because of their proximity to the mission, the eldest son of the clan was also fortunate to receive some shell rice from the mission as a gift, and returned home and the dad had tasted this strange food. Bamboo Island is a region where corn is the main grain and soybeans are auxiliary grains. Therefore, the history of eating corn is very long. Although corn is not worried about filling its stomach, it always has a problem, that is, the problem of eating difficulties. This is not to say that eating corn is very strenuous, but because corn is also a grain in the end, it is good for the human body to eat some short-term or intermittent food, but it takes a long time to eat and warn the teeth. The degree is also very large, not to mention that these people grew up eating corn from an age, and can live like an old man, basically full of teeth. If you want to nibble corn again, you are really weak. Want to eat meat? It can only watch the meat cry, not no, but chew, and finally only drink some soup and water. However, the rice noodles of the Han tribe are different. The rice noodles are all fine grains. Not only are they highly nutritious, but the key is that they are not so easy to eat, and the wear of the teeth is not so serious, and more importantly, I heard that the rice noodles are more resistant to storage than corn. For several years, the rice noodles have been rushing by the locals. Although the mission brought them wheat seeds and planting methods when they came, they also successfully planted wheat, but wheat still has a big disadvantage compared to rice. First, the output is not high, and secondly, if wheat is directly used, the taste of the grain is not good. The most suitable way to eat is to grind it into flour, and then make it into various flours. The oldest Han tribe food in this village is noodles. If you want to eat meat, you can use a steel knife to chop some meat to make a bash and pour it on the noodles. You don't need to chew your teeth. Eat it directly. This is the most suitable meal for the elderly. It is a pity that the flour needs to be grounded with stones, and they can't do it themselves. Even if they grow wheat, they can only get the mill built by the mission to grind it into flour. So compared with wheat, rice, a fine grain that can be eaten directly by the shell, is the first choice for their large-scale cultivation. So I heard that Shwe Kinkan offered to provide them with rice seeds and taught them to grow rice. How can they not be excited? Dare to ask this chief envoy, you said that it is true to teach us to grow rice? The old man asked immediately. Unbelievable. Of course, I am the largest army of the army this time. These people are under my control. Of course, I have said a few words. Although the clan is at ease and waits for this battle, our Han tribe must honor its promise. Teach you to grow rice. Shwe Kinkeo immediately patted his breast to guarantee the old father and son. After this, the bamboo tower around me also opened the doors and windows. Many people protruded from the doors and windows. Men, women, old and weak women and children, adults and children stretched their heads to look here, and their eyes were no longer fear, but more surprises, curiosity, and exploration. The young men and women who grow grains even have a trace of excitement. The Han tribe is actually willing to teach them to grow rice. How not to excite them? Chapter 8:11 Policy and Trapping, 2-in-1 chapter. Many local villagers have come out of the bamboo building and gradually gathered behind the patriarch and son. Everyone looked at the Han tribe soldiers in front of them and discussed them quietly and fiercely. This chief envoy, if the Han tribe can really teach us to grow rice, then we don't need any compensation. Even if it's a rice seed, we are willing to pay for it, as long as you say it is true. The patriarch said again very seriously, and after he finished speaking, the countless people behind him also looked at Shwe Kinkeo, the leader of the Han tribe. Of course, the promise made by our Han tribe must be done, and it is certainly not for you to spend a penny if you provide rice seeds for free. But when it comes to money, I have one more thing to inform you. Our army has arrived in your land for the first time. It requires a lot of firewood. If you want to change some money, you can send firewood cattle and sheep to our garrison. The troops will be settled for you at the market price, and you will never lose your father and fellow folks. Also, after this war, our Han tribe will not leave. If you have Chinese currency in your hands, you can go to various markets to trade with us at any time, or use it when trading with each other. From now on, all people on Bamboo Island are open to all commodity trading rights. As long as it is publicly sold by our Han tribe and can be bought by the Han tribe people, you can also buy it. As soon as this remark came out, it led to intense discussions among the local people. You know that although the mission has been selling something, the variety of commodities is very rare. Many things of the Han tribe are not open to them. Even if they want to buy, they can't buy so many good things. They all know that the Han tribe is developed, but they don't get anything. How can this not be frustrating? But now, the Han tribe actually said that they would open up all the trading rights of goods to them, and then let everyone's minds. All survived. Dare to ask the commander, can we buy a car and a boat? The eldest son of the clan first asked. Of course, as long as you can pay for it, we will sell it, which is the same as the people of our Han tribe. Shui Kinkan immediately replied. So, if you run Xian Tong, will you sell it to us in the future? Without livestock, we can't farm. Among the crowd next to it, another young man asked. Ha ha ha, how can we be the same as Xian Guan? He sold it to you, and he has to change it from the hands of the prairie people, and our Han tribe itself has 3 big counties on the grassland. The lush pasture can't see the edge at a glance. The horses we raise are enough for hundreds of thousands of people to use. So in the future, it will only be more convenient for you to buy cattle and horses from the Han tribe. And in our Han tribe, even if the family is poor and cannot afford cattle and horses, they can also be leased to the local government to use cattle and horses, and they will never let every family delay agriculture. Cultivating land, dressing and eating are the top priorities of the people. Hearing that the Han tribe has such good conditions, such a good policy of benefiting the people, all the people in the village were excited for a time. This was under the rule of the Xin tribe. Can't enjoy this kind of welfare. The people talked again and asked Shui Kinkan about the details of the Han tribe's policies and commodity transactions. Shui Kinkao all responded calmly. After this conversation and understanding, the Han tribe was allowed to be in the local people. I feel so much more in my heart. I am no longer as scared as I was at the beginning, and I even look forward to the Han tribe in secret. I hope they can really win the command of Xian and end the rule of the Xian tribe on Bamboo Island. The twittering voices in the crowd are constantly, and people from time to time are discussing with the people around them. It turned out that Xian Tong colluded with the prairie people to beat the Han tribe first, and also killed so many people from the Han tribe. No wonder the Han tribe wants to send an army to fight him. That Han tribe said so? You just believed it? Can't the Han tribe deliberately make excuses to pick things up? A rebuttal that one person did not believe. You know a fart, are you blind or stupid? You can't see the facts in front of you? I ask you, this time Xian commanded the elders to collect food. Why let our village receive food and send it directly to the military camp on Baishan? Who did you see in the barracks? There are thousands of prairie people in it? There are 2 braids on both sides of the grassland man's head, which is different at first glance. Can't you see it? Isn't this the strong evidence that Xian led the collusion with the prairie? If they do not collude, why do grasslanders help Xian to lead the war? This series of questions made the person who suspected the Han tribe just speechless. He didn't understand the truth of the matter. How could he know why? And if you think about it, when did they take the prairie people to camp on the other side of Baishan? It would take 2 or 3 months. At that time, the Han tribe had not sent an army. In this case, why did Xian lead them to prepare with a group of grasslanders so early? The refuted person raised a doubt again, and then did not wait for others to answer, and then he speculated. Not because of their guilty conscience, they first fought the Han tribe first, and they were afraid of the Han tribe's revenge, so they started to prepare early. Otherwise how could they send people in the Han tribe when they first landed on the Han tribe? A battle? After the man's speculation, looking at the people around him as if it were the case, you were really proud of it, and immediately got proud, as if your guess was the truth, and he said it was all the truth. However, this will also fool ordinary people. People like ethnic elders, obviously will not be fooled. The Han tribe said that Xian commanded them to attack them first, so the Han tribe came to avenge. This is not easy to comment on, because he did not see the truth with his own eyes. But what does the Han tribe have to do with right and wrong? The elders only know that the policies of the Han tribe are more beneficial to them. The Han tribe currency is more convenient to use. The Han tribe can give them better food seeds and planting techniques. The Han tribe's manufacturing industry is more developed and can bring them more rich material conditions. It's enough to know this, so even if the Han tribe is a fabricated excuse, the clan always decides that this excuse is true. It is more advantageous to rule by the Han tribe than the Xian tribe. Fools know how to choose. So after hearing the people's discussion about Xian's collusion with the prairie people, he said nothing, let them discuss it, and just happened to take the charge of Xian's command. However, despite this, the patriarchs have no plans to help the Han tribe. The competition between the 2 forces of Hansen is not such a small village that they can blend in. The Han tribe won well, but if the Han tribe loses, who knows whether Zinzui will send someone to retaliate against them. Therefore, the old man can only bet on both sides, and no one can help. Anyway, neither of these 2 forces can offend. Since the Han tribe wants to dominate Bamboo Island, let them fight for themselves. Just look at the Han tribe. Is there any strength? After thinking a little bit, there was a decision in my heart, and the clan said immediately, Chang now, our villagers are small and weak, and we can't help you. The Han army needs firewood and meat. You can send people to get it. We can sell it, but we can send it to the military camp ourselves. It's impossible. In case someone who is led by Xin knows that he will use our village to operate, so he can only trouble you for a hard time ta. The clan always talked and learned the etiquette of the Han tribe to arch his hand at Shue Kinkeo and bow down to apologize. Shue Kinkeo naturally knows what the old man is worried about, and he scolds the essence in his heart, but his face smiles and says, the old man doesn't have to be polite. You see what you said, it was originally our life. You are willing to sell the wood and grass food to the Han army fairly. That is a great help. How dare you ask the townships to put it in danger, and rest assured, we will send someone to contact us first, and then send someone to pick it up after the negotiation is done. It will never cause you too much trouble. Shui Kinkan also set out to return to the ceremony. The commander-in-chief is really righteous, then my old man would like to congratulate the Han army on his revenge as soon as possible. Yes, it must be soon that day. Shui Kinkan once again smiled confidently. The conversation between the two sides was smooth. Shui Kinkan bought several cars of corn straw in the village as firewood, and bought more than a dozen goats, and went towards the next village. After visiting several surrounding villages in a row, the situation is similar to the one just now. Most of the local people believed in the Han tribe's reasons and the content of the In people's notice. Of course, this part is due to the good construction of the mission. On the other hand, it is a fact that Xin commanded a group of grasslanders stationed here to form an army, which they cannot quibble. Finally, the new policy temporarily read out by the Han army is of great appeal to the local people, so they do not exclude the arrival of the Han army. They even see the battle between Hinkson and they are more happy to see. Shui Kinkeo also successfully bought enough meat and firewood in the surrounding villages. On the way to lead a group of soldiers and the convoy back to camp, Shui Kinkan also explained to the Sima officers of several other guard stations along with him. And so on are all newcomers, but they are all elderly people of our Han tribe. You all know the discipline of the army, what to do and what not to do. I hope you all have a number in your heart. Everyone is watching all things today, and how to get along with the local people believes that you have all seen it, so I will stop talking about it and ask the last point. After the large troops leave, the local garrison Sima must manage the local political situation, appease the emotions of the local people, and restrain the discipline of the troops they belong to. If they make mistakes, whether they are officers or soldiers, they will be dealt with strictly. I don't want some people to act arbitrarily, and finally ruin the reputation of the Han army, causing the local people to betray relatives, to rebel in groups, and to rebel in 4 cases. The leader doesn't want to see this. If it happens, you wash your neck clean. Several other Sima, who had been in office for a short time, even hurriedly said, please ask Su Sima to rest assured that I will follow the instructions and will never let Sima and the leader's advice. Well, it's okay for you to understand. This battle is a battle for my big man to open up the territory. Naturally, you will not lose all the credit. You are all political masters of various forces. With the future is bright and promising. All the monarchs work together to win this battle for the tribe and for yourself, to manage the local situation, and pave the way for the next step of the leader. Nyo, we must live up to the high expectations of the leader and Sima. Several Sima once again called it. Shui Qingkang laughed satisfactorily. He has been taking over the post of Hu Benwei Sima for more than half a year. Previously, he also had a short time to manage engineering construction on various construction sites. The routine of the date has long been used by him. When a group of people returned to the army battalion, all the troops and materials that needed to land had been sent ashore. The army began to temporarily camp and bury the pot to cook rice. The blood slaughter had also sprinkled all the scouts for the first time. According to the information provided by Jinwo Vai and the mission in advance, they began to focus on the defense deployment of the 2 frontline troops of the Xin tribe, and the various traps they set in the mountains. Until the sky was about to be dark in the evening, the scouts who went out finally came back to a group and began to aggregate the various intelligence detected to the headquarters. The soldiers of several health centers have also begun to aggregate various intelligence and label it on maps and sandboards to facilitate the commander's analysis of the war situation. The commander-in-chief of the newspaper, the total strength of the enemy is 4,000. In the morning, there were more than 400 soldiers damaged by our army in the first battle, and there were about 3,600 people left. They shrunk in the northern mountain top camp on the coast. There are only a small number of cavalry soldiers, and the rest are wearing bamboo, but the quality cannot be compared with our weapons. As the commander-in-chief, we interrogated a message from the captured prisoner of war. Some people said that they prepared 5 hidden trails, which can lurk quietly from many places such as the strait, cliff wall, jungle, river, etc. to our the mission station and landing point are ready to wait for our troops to leave and secretly attack our logistics and fleet. As the commander-in-chief, we have found all the traps they laid on the mountain with the surrendering captives. The traps have been cleared by the reconnaissance forces, and the army can attack at any time. One after another scolded for sending intelligence to the headquarters of the Chinese army account. The blood slaughter also quickly analyzed the deployment of the enemy, as well as its own offensive methods. How can the results be maximized? All annihilation is not the purpose of the blood slaughter. He knows that Luo Chan's favorite is the capable captives, so it is the right way to find more captives, and the process of capturing the captives has not caused excessive losses to himself. Looking at the sand table in front of him, analyzing that the blood butcher moved, and soon a trapping plan appeared in his mind. Come here, call the 4 commanders of Fei Zion Wei, Arrowback, Saiwang Wei, and Leopard 2 Wei. The Zioki Wei will restore the combat capability of the warhorse as soon as possible, temporarily without missions, and other guards waiting for me to arrange. The blood slaughter immediately ordered. Well, the herald ran out immediately to call someone. Chapter 8:12 What is the difference from hunting? Because several health centers are temporarily stationed together, it was only a moment of effort, and the summoned commanders arrived in the blood slaughter account. The blood slaughter took them to the front of the sand tray just marked with intelligence information before saying, "Now is our first battle after landing, and the goal is to annihilate this group of enemy forces entrenched on the north coast in the jurisdiction of Yashin County." According to intelligence, this army is mainly composed of the backbone forces of several superpowers under the Xian tribe, as well as the stalking residues from the grassland. It can be said that as long as this army is resolved, the enemy will no longer have resistance, strength, and our goal is to wipe them out. Of course, this annihilation does not mean that all killing, whether it is killing or surrendering, as long as there is no one to let go, it can be called annihilation, but in this way, you all know that the leader is more important to captives. It's the labor force. After we take over Bamboo Island, there must be many places that need to be built. Construction requires a lot of manpower, so in battle, those who can catch live are still trying to catch live. Several commanders nodded, and the blood slaughter was also considered to have set off the combat tone before the opening, annihilated the enemy, and mainly captured prisoners. However, in this way, the difficulty of fighting is undoubtedly amplified. Fools know that it is easier to kill directly than to capture prisoners, which will definitely increase the casualties of their own fighters, so several commanders began to frown. When they saw them like this, they laughed and said again, "Although it is mainly to catch the mouth, it is definitely not as difficult as you think. To know that we are fighting wealthy battles, this time I will use 6 guilders, a total of 14,500 troops, and the assistance of the Bapo Guard Navy to fight an enemy with only about 3,600. Our military strength is not worried. I have also had ideas about the combat plan for capturing prisoners." The blood slaughter said it was a bit here, picking up a baton and pointing at the hill on the sand table. I don't know if you still remember the method of hunting. When hunting large beasts or herds, we usually cooperate in many ways, partly to drive out the herd, and partly to set traps in advance, and drive prey to us. In the encirclement, it will eventually be annihilated again. I believe you have not forgotten it. Several commanders nodded in time, and everyone present came from various small tribes, and they were all the best. Who hasn't hunted yet, even if they haven't played hunting? After joining the Han tribe, how many times have you participated in 1 or 2 times, and the worst has heard others say about the process of hunting, so they all know the way of hunting. So the handsome means that, using our military superiority, we first set up an encirclement circle, and then the rest of the people will drive the enemy forces and drive them into the ambush circle we preset? However, intelligence shows that the enemy repaired a large number of fortifications on the top of the mountain and hoarded a lot of grain and grass, that is, they did not intend to fight against us. Will they give up the camp so easily? The commander of the Sirius first asked. Of course it will not be so easy to come out. The blood slaughter point below to agree with his point of view, but then again said, but we are not vegetarian. Their fortifications, is that called fortifications? There is neither a tall city wall nor personnel and material assistance, and we want to block our attack by leaning on a wooden fence? Haha, it's not that I look down on them. Even if we don't attack, we just siege them. In such an isolated situation, we can all kill them, but this time is too long and completely unnecessary. The wall made of their wooden fence can neither protect the fire nor stop our shelling. What do they block our Hanjun? Several rounds of artillery fire passed to ensure that they ran faster than anyone else. The handsome said, "That's right, don't say we have artillery, even if we don't, they can force them out with fire attack." They chose to station in the mountains. It was a mistake. They only thought about the problem of hiding troops, but they didn't expect such defense. How important it is. Several commanders nodded again to affirm that they were undoubtedly worried about the siege plan, so that the tactical conditions were met and the implementation was left. Everyone see here, here is a valley located 30 miles west of the enemy's defense line. There is a small clearing river tributary, two of which are mountains, and one entrance is facing the enemy's defense line in the east. We can set the final battlefield here, with the 3,000 soldiers and horses of Fei Xiangwei ambushing here, ready to close the net, other guards, and follow the tiger guards to drive the enemy together. 30 miles of road is not short. The soldiers are focused on chasing the enemy forces behind. It must be difficult to complete the task, so we must make full use of the advantages of more troops to divide these 30 miles of roads and relay to drive out the enemy forces. The specific arrangement is like this. Leopard Daoiai is responsible for blocking the east side of the enemy, and sending people to cut off the enemy's path to the mission station and our fleet station. You don't participate in the plan to drive out the enemy. You just have to guard Yashin County and guard the mission. Just do. Vapovish is responsible for the north side of the strait, on the one hand to provide fire support, on the other hand to prevent enemy dogs from jumping the wall, escaping from the sea or committing suicide by jumping into the sea. And we, Hu Benwei, are specifically responsible for blocking the southeast direction and for the eviction task in the first 10 miles. The remaining Sirius and Rolling Arrows are responsible for the drive of the remaining 20 miles. Do you all understand? If there are any questions you don't understand, you can ask questions now. The Bloodslaughter arranged a specific tactical distribution, and again looked at the several commanders around them. I would like to ask them if they have any other different opinions, or what loopholes in their plans. The commander of the nearby Sirius immediately asked, I still have a question. According to the intelligence, there are no horses in the enemy, so there is no cavalry. In this way, is it too long to set a 30-mile drive? It's hard to run 30 miles with manpower and chasing operations. I'm afraid it won't wait for us to reach the ambush circle. The enemy has been annihilated by us. As soon as he said this, several other commanders immediately laughed. Everyone was full of confidence. They were very confident in this battle. Only the commander of Fei Xiangwei was a little unhappy to hear. Feeding, this is not possible. If you are finished before you reach the place, wouldn't we wait for a long time in vain at the end, and finally not even get the hare? The soldiers will definitely not do it. The Bloodslaughter also nodded secretly. Yeah, the soldiers also wanted to advance in military service. You didn't give them a fight. Where did the military work come from? Military skills and discipline are the two major legal treasures of the army. Although this is the case, it is difficult for the troops to bring morale. Without war, there is no opportunity for meritorious promotion. This is not the case, so there will be many troops in the film and television series. The situation of the officers fighting for battles is no way. Sometimes when you are the chief, you don't fight for your brothers. Returning to the army is to be scolded by the soldiers. You see, our army chief can't even grab a main attack, can't we fight? It's all if you hang it. However, Bloodslaughter naturally has his own ideas, so I heard him say that the drive distance of 30 miles is fully considered, and our Han army can run 30 miles a day, and the rapid march can run 50 miles a day. More, so everyone is confident that it is a good thing, but we can't look at our opponents too flatly. We don't know the training of the enemy, so we must be fully prepared. 30 miles away, the enemy is still in our pursuit, so the consumption should be greater. Such a long-distance attack, my original intention is to consume the enemy's physical strength, so that when they reach the ambush circle, they can't run tired. It's convenient for us to catch alive. There is also Fei Xiangwei. What are you anxious about? Other troops will be transferred to defense after these two battles. You Fei Xiangwei will fight the whole scene with Hu Benwei. In the future, some will fight for you. Even if you can't catch the battle, you can hold me back first, don't shout at me when you use it. Well, these are the combat plans, who has no problems. Report, gone. Several people answered in unison. Well, move quickly when there is no problem. After going back, let the troops eat immediately, and prepare another day of dry food. Tomorrow we will be ready to fight for a day, and we may not be able to eat at that time. After going back, Hu Benwei immediately set off for the night. I want you to arrive at the designated location to ambush before noon tomorrow. Sailwolf and Arrowguard will also leave tonight and arrive at the designated location before dawn. Our department and Leopard Two-Way will launch an attack at dawn tomorrow. After the battle started, I don't want to see you fall off the chain, otherwise military law will be engaged. The Bloodslaughter finally summed up a wave, and by the way formally issued a combat order. Well, follow the handsome order. Several people immediately took the boxing ceremony, and then immediately went back to start preparing. After several people left, the Bloodslaughter urgently contacted the flagboat, which is currently stationed in the bay, and asked him to help launch the attack at dawn tomorrow morning. The two sides fought together under the gunfire. After all this was arranged, the various guards of the Han army began to act nervously. Fei Xiangwei had to set up 30 miles in advance, so after eating dinner, the whole army took advantage of the darkness. It was in Jinwuvai and the mission. The guide sent by the group marched towards the target. Sirius and Rolling Arrow also quietly touched the position of the ambush at night, and the last remaining Tiger Benwei and Leopard Tuwei were led by frontline scouts, and they faced the top of the northern coast in batches. The line of defense approached and carried the shoulder by the person. 20 land fighting artillery equipped with Hu Benwei arrived at the frontline battlefield, and the soldiers carried ammunition to climb to the top of the mountain. Because the blood slaughter did not intend to fight the dead, he just wanted to drive the other side out of the line. Therefore, the force of the previous line is also the layout of the two strong and weak. The sea surface direction is covered by Vapovish. On the land side, the blood slaughter is on the east side of the enemy line. Heavy troops and artillery were deployed several times on the south side, and only a few troops were prepared on the west side of the line. And after ordering them to fight against the Xian tribe, they must pretend to be invincible and leave the enemy with an escape path on the western front. Otherwise, if the western line is directly vacated, the blood slaughter is also worried about whether the other party will be inappropriate. At night, tens of thousands of soldiers raised their torches, picked the horselights, and lined up a long line of fire dragons to the mission site. However, because there is no air force, the Han tribe does not have to worry about being discovered by the other party. The road is basically a big fan, and no one can see it anyway. It was until 4:10 in the morning. This was the darkest moment before dawn. The blood slaughter had brought its command post closer to less than 3 miles from the top of the mountain. The soldiers on the front lines of both sides had reached the ground of 3 arrows. The situation was very tense and the war was on the verge. The cloud led the remaining more than 3,500 people, including dozens of wounded soldiers who were injured by arrows, shrunk behind the wooden fence line on the top of the mountain, listening to the continuous people under the mountain. There was a flame of fire. The whole camp people didn't dare to sleep all night. From time to time, he sent people to look at where the Han army is now. But knowing that I am now surrounded, I can't escape even if I escape, so I just decided to fight hard here. The expatriate spies reported on the movement of the Han army from time to time, and let the clouds that had been panicked into practice be relieved a little bit. Patriarch, the Han army's troops are gone. I don't know where to go. Look at their banner, and now there seem to be only 2 sanctuaries. A spy report. 2 sanctuaries. There are only 2,000 people in a guardhouse in the Hanjun, and only 4,000 or 5,000 people in those 2 guards, not much more than us. This Han tribe is really stupid, and it has so many troops, but it has to separate troops and use only 2 guards to deal with us. I don't know if they are too arrogant or really capable. As soon as Xian heard that there were only 2 sanctuaries on the side of the Han army, he had a breath in his heart. 3,500 people were not so disparate to 4,000 people. It seems that they still fight. But before waiting for him to be happy for a long time, another grassland soldier's spy immediately broke his fantasy. Patriarch, although there are only 2 sanctuaries on the side of the Han army, I read their banner, one of which is the Tiger Benwei who was previously stationed in Kaiwan City. Hu Benwei? Is there anything special? Xiantan felt bad and asked in a hurry. Hu Benwei is one of the first 2 sanctuaries established by the Han tribe and the main force. The strength of this sanctuary alone is about 4,000. The most important thing is that they are equipped with the kind that can shoot several miles away. The big killer just didn't know if it was brought this time, but no matter whether they brought it or not, we couldn't help it. The 60,000 army of our chiefs was defeated in the hands of this guard. Xian almost didn't sit on the ground with one but, the absolute main force of the Han tribe? Can you play the far shot artifact for several miles? Even without these, it is just the suppression of the military power, the 4,000 of Hu Benwei, plus a new sanctuary that has never been heard of. There are at least 6,000 or 7,000 troops, which are close to the 2 copies of his own side. The Han tribe's military strength is stronger than its own side. They have twice the advantage of military strength. How to fight this battle? Damn it, if the Han tribe came 2 years late and asked them to repair several walls, it would not be as passive as it is now. Patriarch, Patriarch. Just when the cloud was scared and panicked, somehow it was good, another spy ran back. What happened? Xian scolded badly, afraid to hear any bad news again. Patriarch, there is a particularly large ship on the sea behind us, with 6 large sails on it, as high as a dozen bamboo buildings, and 2 3-mast sailboats with a high length of the top. Now stop at the north of our camp on the sea. What? Such a big ship? The clouds froze at once, and at this moment of stunning, he suddenly saw a polish of light in the sky and his vision facing the east, and then he heard a loud noise like thunder in his ear. Chapter 8 13 Streak bombs flying on the top of the mountain. The blood buttons that have gathered in front of the Xian tribe's frontline camp have also been waiting for the dawn moment. He and the rats on the sea have repeatedly communicated several times, and it is only after they have determined that both parties have arrived to prepare for the position. The muzzle aimed at the wood camp of the Xian tribe. Handsome, what size do we use to charge? What bomb? How many rounds? After Hu Benwei's artillery captain delivered 20 artillery pieces before the array, he deliberately came to ask about the blood slaughter. This shelling is mainly aimed at demolishing the enemy walls. Without the purpose of anti-personnel, just hit the chain bombs. Just destroy all the walls in the southeast main attack direction. The specific shooting angles and charges and the number of shelling. You go to investigate and wait for my order when you are ready. The blood slaughter thought a little bit and immediately ordered. Well, the artillery captain immediately left his hand and passed the reconnaissance on the front line, and soon provided the artillery with shooting parameters. Considering that it was low-fighting anti-aircraft, and it was twice as heavy as a chain bomb, the artillery directly chose to use the maximum charge, otherwise the chain bomb would not have much range, and the charge would not be farther away. After a round of intense commissioning, each gun aimed at its stated goal, waiting only for the firing signal of the blood slaughter. On the other side of the sea, the Rattle also encountered the same problem. His ship was in the strait. The shooting position was lower than that of the army. Why was it difficult to use direct artillery such as cannons to hit the side of the mountain? The Rat looked at the dark cliff in the south with a telescope, and his heart was slightly anxious. He was still waiting for ballistic calculations on the decks below. A layer of artillery deck report that the target distance is too close for us to hit. The best trajectory has to go back 500 meters, and hitting a round bomb with twice the charge can hit the target. Just when the Rat waited impatiently, there was a report sound in the copper horn in the row on the podium in front of him. The Rat understood as soon as he heard that as the commander of the army with Vapovan as the main weapon army, he usually did not think about the use of artillery. Now, with the low level, even the artillery on the first floor below the deck could not hit the target, and the lower two layers could not be hit even more. So Rat University immediately issued an order to the captain, commanded the gunboat to move 500 meters south, immediately. Yes. The captain responded and hurriedly coordinated various units. Turn, right full rudder, lift the sail and turn around. The captain hurriedly issued a series of instructions to the ship, and was afraid that the rats would not understand it, so he quickly explained another sentence. Millet command, the leveling is not easy to move. Our sailboats do not have the ability to reverse, so we just turn around and make half a circle. Let's use the starboard gun to fight. After listening to nodding, it was simple. He ran the ship for half a year and understood it, so he didn't ask the captain and immediately issued an order to the artillery deck below. All gunners are transferred to the starboard gun position and are ready to recalculate at any time. Well, the deck sailors quickly raised the sails, and the helmsman also died at the rudder. The Voltos, which were loaded with more than 4,000 tons of drainage, quickly painted a half round on the sea, drawing a radius of 500 meters. After half a circle, the ship happened to be at the same level as the position just now. The side port was still aimed at the direction of the Xian tribe camp, but from the beginning, the head turned west to the east, and the artillery was changed from port to starboard. When the ship broke down, the gunners below quickly measured the trajectory again. In fact, this calculation is also simple. The guns of the Han tribe are not too far away, basically equivalent to aiming in a straight line, so as long as they follow the artillery axis, the target you can see with your eyes can basically hit. The observations of the gunners quickly came again. Report that one layer of twice the charge, 7-degree angle, can shoot. Report, the largest charge on the second floor, with a 10-degree angle of shot, can hit. Report that the 3 floors cannot reach the target and can only see the edge of the cliff. The 3-story artillery deck successively heard the sound, but the big eyebrows were wrinkled, and the bottom layer could not be beaten. This directly lost the firepower of the 20 guns, but he finally got a fight. Can't waste this opportunity, so I heard the Rat say. It's okay to be on the edge of a cliff, even if you can't hit anyone, and a few stones will scare them. Yes, the 3 layers understand that the largest charge, the largest shot angle, is ready to shoot. An answer quickly came from the copper horn on the podium, and the battle was ready to begin. On the side of the Xian tribe camp, Ji Yun also began to realize that something was wrong. He listened to the reports of several spies around him, but suddenly noticed that the original bustling Han army suddenly disappeared, and the sky was about to light up. It's impossible for the enemy to sleep suddenly at this time? That's too nonsense, but if the enemy is not sleeping, is it ready to attack? He listened to a young man in a clan in his ear reporting on the super ship on the sea, but his eyes looked at the east sky that might shine at any time. At this time, a smear of whitening suddenly appeared from the east sky, instantly torn a dark mountain forest before dawn. But before he reacted, there was a sudden flash of 20 bright flames under the mountain outside the camp, accompanied by a large amount of gray smoke, and then at the moment when everyone was attracted by the fire on the ear, there was another burst of thunder in the ear. The thunder was so scary, as if in the ear, it was a scene they absolutely did not want to experience. However, when everyone was afraid of thunder, at the next moment, 20 unknown objects that flicked in the air quickly smashed towards them. Most people subconsciously stretch out their hands in front of them and turn their heads to the side with their eyes closed. This is the instinctive self-protection response when the human body is attacked. For artillery, such actions are basically useless. After all, this it was the first time most people saw the way the artillery attacked. Heavenly punishment, get down quickly, is the daily punishment of the Han tribe, everyone get down quickly. Just when Zion and most of the Xian tribe clan soldiers were still stupid and overwhelmed, many grassland soldiers who had seen such a scene took the lead in responding, even busy lying on the ground, while still moving towards the people around them, shouting, because this is the only effective way they know to avoid being hit by shells, to fight back? That is simply impossible. The cloud of the device lying on the ground was also reflected. When the soldiers who wanted to greet themselves all got down to hide, they heard another rumbling loud noise in their ears, and a click of wooden pile. Broken sound. Countless people looked up and saw more than a dozen flying chain balls hit their walls. At the next moment, the strong wooden walls were instantly broken into pieces under the blow of the chain ball. There are also broken wooden piles, and the bamboo pieces of wood fly like a goddess scattered flowers. In an instant, the soldiers close to them were pierced into a hedgehog. My brother just finished the college entrance examination and helped him move out yesterday. I'm sorry everyone. 2180/10,000. Chapter 814 Let's break through. The sound of the gunfire broke through the long night with the dawn, and the chain bomb roared towards the wall, but in an instant, the original cloud was used to resist the camp where the Han army relied the most on battle, and it was easily crushed by 20 flying chain bombs. The wood chips scattered all over the place. The soldiers in the vicinity were unknown in life and death, and the power of the chain bomb was huge, but also because of the wall. The chain bomb that broke the wall was difficult to cause any harm to the personnel. After many chain bombs smashed the wall, the chain in the middle was entangled on the wooden fence, and even the second bounce was not formed. After a few laps on the ground, it remained intact. But this is only the case, and still scared the Xian tribe clan army who first saw the artillery, which was better than the grassland soldiers, but it was only better. Unlike the Xian tribe, they experienced it in person. The scene of the tyrannical shelling of the Han tribe is still frightened. If it wasn't for the Han tribe to suddenly sacrifice this mysterious killer, they could not lose so badly that time. The scene was chaotic. Some people were scared to lie on the ground and howl, some were running like crazy, and some found that there was no gunfire in the north and west, and hurriedly retreated in these two directions. Zion panicked for a while, watching the soldiers under his hands running around, but he didn't know what to do. But at this time, the sound of the gunfire under the mountain just rang, and the sea behind him also sounded with a huge noise, and the cloud was lying in the camp and could not see what was going on. But then I saw countless small black spots flying from the sky to the north. The little black spots kept chirping and screaming while flying in the air. The next moment was smashed like a raindrop. Tweet, boom. A shell flew with the trajectory of the parabolic line, and was brutally hit on a mountain stone in the camp. The stone was torn apart, and countless gravels were stirring up and scattered around, leaving many clan troops who had just ran to the north. And the grassland soldiers were immediately hit hard. It's just that the damage caused by the projectile was extremely limited. The shells that landed on the mountain stone fortunately said that some rubble could be smashed and then the wounded could be jumped up again, and the shells that hit the dirt unless they landed. The shit was just hit by a few soldiers, otherwise it would be directly into the dirt and it would not even form a jump. Such shells are basically of little lethality. But this sound, followed by artillery sounds, as well as 4 flying gravel and shells, still put a lot of pressure on the Xian tribe camp. They all saw this kind of enemy no matter where they were. Encountered a battle of terror. Some people ran around in the camp, but they happened to be hit by flying shells. They were smashed by half of their bodies on the spot, and some were lying on the ground with huge wooden shields. Good luck basically did not hurt. Zion has lost his mind, but those prairie people already have experience. They soon discovered that the shelling was different from the open source city. When the open source battle was, it was all the terrain of Hirayuan. The lethality caused by the shells was very terrifying. A bloody alley could be reached in one shot, and a bounce could be formed after the shells landed. Several casualties have been caused to the army, but this time in front of you is obviously different. The enemies on the east and south are all chain bombs. It seems that they are just to demolish the wall. The shells shot by the big boat in the north are too far and too high. When they fly to them, they basically fall vertically. Only a little injury can be caused when it falls on the stone. If it is still smashed to death on the mud, it can only be said that it is not good. So the heads of the prairie soldiers quickly communicated orders to the soldiers around them. All get down, don't run around, stay away from the stone. The prairie soldiers heard from their companions, and even hurriedly found a muddy ground or lie down under the tree as required. The clan soldiers of the Xin tribe were also lying with them. The chaotic situation suddenly improved, and basically everyone got to the ground. There were 60 loud artillery sounds on the sea, one after another, which made people unclear. When the last one of the first round sounded, the second round of firepower was hit. Halfway, the sound of artillery continued, and the shells flying over the camp never stopped, but now there is no lethality for the Bin tribe's army. Soon, a second round of shelling also came in the direction east and south of them, and still hit chain bombs. Seeing the situation in front of him, a grassland soldier leader quickly found the instrument cloud with a shield, and pushed him around him and asked, "Patriarch, the Han tribe is not beating people. They want to demolish the walls of the camp. I am afraid they will be attacked soon. When all our walls fall, they will have a brain. Come in, what shall we do now?" Xiangxin said that I know what to do. He originally thought that fighting was to set up forces on both sides, shoot arrows at each other, and send troops to kill each other when the arrows were finished. Who knows that fighting in the Han tribe is not the way at all? You have fought with the Han tribe, what do you say at this time? Xian lost his mind and asked directly to the leader of the prairie soldier around him. The Han tribe is in great shape, and now we have no walls to rely on defense. The soldiers are now overwhelmed and can't lift their heads. Morale has been lost. We must not be able to beat us. I see, I still run first. Get rid of them first, then find a place to camp and block them, and then find Xian to lead the army. Our division of troops is not an opponent of the Han tribe at all, and more people must be found. When Ji Yun heard this guy say he was running, he stared at him at once, but he also knew that this guy was right. Now he has no chance of playing with the Han tribe. At that time, even he has to fold here. He is the second patriarch. Good days haven't passed enough. How can he die willingly now? But now, where can we run? Alas, the instrument cloud suddenly sighed and said, "To the north is a cliff and the sea, and we must not go. To the east and south is the main force of the Han army. We cannot send it to them by ourselves. There are only a few people in the west, and there are no natural weapons of the Han tribe. Let's concentrate on the west side. Run out just to find the general meeting and let him send more troops. We are not opponents of the Han tribe," the leader of the prairie soldier once again suggested. Alas, well, let everyone get up and break through the west quickly, or the Han tribe will rush up. The cloud sighed and had to bow his head to reality. 4205/1000. Chapter 8:15. The sound of Long Long's artillery continued, and the walls of the Xian tribe camp also collapsed quickly. They all knew that it would not take long for the Han tribe's army to rush up, so they no longer hesitated and immediately issued the command to break to the west. The soldiers had long wanted to run. For the first time, many people saw the brothers of the same family around them die, and even for the first time they saw the same people die around them. The impact in the heart was definitely not as strong as it was, so when they were ordered to break west, they immediately climbed up from the ground and began to gather at the camp on the west. But as soon as these people ran to the west, they were hit by Hu Benwei's head. The originally dim woods immediately lit countless torches. At the next moment, the torches were thrown towards the camp on the west side of them. Clicked to light up the west side of the camp. Some soldiers rushed over and wanted to go out of the camp. As a result, they just ran out of the camp and flew a few arrows to shoot the man to the ground at a distance of less than 100 meters. Even if they all wore bamboo armor, they could not play a good defense. However, after all, the Xian tribe wants to break through from the west, and the Han tribe has not put much troops here, so it just put a few rounds of sporadic arrows, and after shooting down 20 or 30 people, it began to retreat as planned. The Xian tribe created an illusion that this enemy army is not very strong and can win by itself. At this time, the Blood Slaughter's attack over the three-wheeled bomb basically destroyed the walls in the southeast direction. In addition, there was a scout to report that the enemy had begun to break through the west. The Blood Slaughter immediately ordered the artillery fire to stop. Attack, start to blow the charge, and the whole army assaulted. Quick, don't let them run away, brothers, chase it. Chong, brothers, it's time to build a meritorious service, don't let go of an enemy. The beep of the submachine sound was echoing. Hu Benwei's blade shield rushed up first, followed by the halberds, and the crossbowman was placed on the last echelon, but the attack formation was just launched. For a while, some of the backward crossbowmen and halberd soldiers had already reached the front. Leopard's soldiers were still a little nervous and hesitant, but they followed up happily, but were immediately stopped by the blood slaughter. Handsome, what's the matter? Leopard Dawei's command made an unknown question. You don't have to rush forward so far, just stay behind to receive prisoners of war. Remember not to follow down the mountain, and wait until the foot of the mountain. You will escort the captives back here to build a new camp. The blood slaughter immediately arranged. Why, Handsome, although our leopard Tuwei has a short training time, we can also fight. Let's follow it together. Leopard Dawei made some dissatisfaction. Can your leopard guard be the same? These are all soldiers recruited from the Tang tribe. They are mercenaries. Even if they go up and take the merits, the leader cannot give them a lord. What's the use of letting them fight? It is better to leave a chance to the brothers of other troops, and if there is a sacrifice, we have to pay a lot of compensation to the Tang tribe. Don't forget your responsibilities as leopard guard. Leave me here, keep the Yashin County, keep the missions and logistics, and the fleet. If you are missing, I will ask you. The blood slaughter immediately lowered his voice and reprimanded. Well, follow the Handsome order. The commander of Leopard Dawei took a few breaths and finally responded, but he regretted it. At first, he thought it was a good thing to be able to be promoted to command. As a result, he didn't expect to bring this force. Fighting yourself, how can you do it without fighting? How can you get promoted? It's better to be a long-term happy in Hu Benwei. As a vanguard, Hu Benwei has caught fire with the tail of the Xian tribe's siege force. The other party has no intention of fighting. Seeing that the dense Han army behind is chasing and running faster than the rabbit, everyone has heard that the Han army is very scary. If you get caught, you must cut off your head, so you are all scared like a race. That speed can be 30% faster than the usual training, and it almost uses the strength of breastfeeding. But the more anxious, the easier it is to make mistakes. Some people run and are squeezed to the ground by their comrades. Before they climb up, there is a shadow on the top of their heads. The next moment is a huge shield that is smashed in the head, and smashed people over. Ha ha ha, I caught one, I made a contribution, I want to be promoted. This shield immediately excites the soldiers who smashed people over. His grandma's, your kid is so lucky, this person's own stunning was picked up by your kid. Another soldier who had just passed by scolded a bit jealous. He was just 2 steps away. This man was his own. As a result, he slapped him in the back of his head. Don't let his mother take a sour water. It's not because your kid runs slowly, otherwise why can't you pick it up? Also see, if we don't run fast, if our flag is less than the people caught by other flags, I will cut you one by one. It was their chief flag officer who slapped the soldier and immediately took others to rush forward after scolding. It's not that the chief flag officer's consciousness is high, but he is also jealous. Soldiers have credit for killing or catching, and these low-level officers want to be promoted, not only to have their own merits, but also to compare with other flags. If the total achievements are high, it will be given priority if it encounters a suitable job vacancy. This is not something that individual credit can decide. It depends on the combat capabilities of the entire team. But then again, a general flag with good troops, the combat effectiveness of the squad he brought out must not be much worse, and the total combat effectiveness of the whole team is more normal. In this way, the lower-level officers with stronger capabilities will of course consider priority promotion. Whizzing, a crossbow accurately hit the calf of a soldier in the tail of the Xian tribe. The man had a pain in his leg when running at high speed, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Looking at the Han army that was about to chase behind him, this Xian tribe the clan immediately cried out in fear. Ah, brother, save me. Save me quickly, I don't want to die. Boom, just after this remark was finished, a shield was smashed down, and the man was stunned to death on the spot. And the soldier just shouted that the big brother heard the brother's cry for help and slammed back. What he saw was the scene of his brother being stunned by the Han army. The shield and the brother's head were all dazzling blood. He thought his brother was killed by the Han army, his eyes were red at once, and he raised his shield and iron knife in his hand, and suddenly shouted back, "Ah, kill my brother, I will fight with you." The man rushed towards the Han army behind him, raised the iron knife high in his hand, and the left-hand shield stood in front of him, seeming to want to knock over the enemy in front of him directly. At the next moment, there was a loud noise. The Xian tribe's sword shield collided with a Ho Benwei sword shield on the spot. A brother was killed with red eyes, and a meritorious morale was booming. Both of them used to eat milk. Under this collision, no one can help anyone. Both sides took a step back. At the next moment, the iron knife of the Xian tribe warrior swept towards the head of the Hu Benwei shield. The soldier of Hu Benwei was taken aback and hurriedly raised his knife in front of him. The clamor's metal attack sound, and then clicked, the iron knife in the hands of the Xian tribe warrior was cut directly in half, and the half-cut knife that flew out was unabated, and the face of the tiger guard soldier was wiped. fly over and cut the cheek of the tiger guard warrior open a huge mouth, and the skin of the wound is turned out, blood is flowing out like no money. Ah, dare to hurt grandpa, die you. Hu Benwei's soldiers ate pain, drank a lot, and chopped the steel knife towards the enemy in front of him. The severe pain in the wound on his face made him ruthless. I never thought about keeping alive. This knife cut past is intended to kill each other. The Xin tribe warrior split his knife, and actually cut off his knife. Look at the Han army's knife, but the fart is not there. When he panicked, he saw the Han tribe fighter cut the knife to himself, and even lifted the shield to carry it. This knife, boo, is to cut off his shield in half. Although the shield was broken, it was fortunate to block him and leave him with a chance to fight back. The guy suddenly waved a half-cutter in his hand and stabbed directly in front of the Han army. The Han army has been uniformly trained on this side, and it often cooperates with each other. The combat skills have been very mature, and even conditioned reflex. I saw Hu Benwei, a wounded knife shield, swinging out, regardless of whether it was hacked or not. A habitual coherent action was made, and the left hand immediately set up a shield and slammed sideways forward. It was also this subconscious action that just saved his life. The broken knife that the enemy stabbed was just blocked by his shield. It happened that the man's wrist was injured under the collision. The enemy's wrist was sore, and the knife was thrown out at once. As a result, he was ruthlessly overturned to the ground by this shield, and he didn't wait for him to turn over. In a swarm, a chilling steel halberd pierced his neck accurately on the ground side of the neck. The horizontal blade detected from the halberd just stuck his neck. As long as he comes together, it is definitely the end of the separation of corpses. Not allowed to move. In front of the Han tribe, halberd soldiers drank with a strange accent, staring at themselves fiercely. The steel halberd in their hands became stronger and stronger, and the blade had pressed blood marks on their necks. The Xin tribe soldiers who locked their necks knew they had no way to live, and their eyes were closed and they were waiting to die. There were 2 lines of hot tears in their eyes. He knew that the brothers' hatred could not be reported, and now he even took his own life. I went to your mother and dared to hurt Lao Tzu, seeing me not killing you. The bloody tiger guard shield on his face hit his body with a shield and looked at the halberd soldiers beside him. Okay, brother, don't fight, it's worthless to kill. You should quickly step back and bandage the wound. I think you have blood on your face and neck, are you okay? The Iden soldiers looked at the fierce comrades and hurriedly persuaded them. Damn, this one was knocked down by me. You don't think that this kind of credit is even yours? The sword shield suddenly looked at the halberd soldiers around him fiercely. The halberd shrugged helplessly. He knew he was losing money. When he blocked the person happened to be overturned, and he was injured himself to subdue the enemy. He really had no face to grab this credit. Yes, this battle is your brother, I dare not ask, you tie him up, I'm leaving now. The halberd soldiers responded helplessly, pulling out weapons from the ground and turning around. The injured knife shield did not want to chase. He had a wound on his face and had combat skills in his hand. He simply tied the people up and sat in place waiting for the friendly army to come over to receive it, and waited for those logistics to bandage him. Wound. The corners of the Yuan and the remnants of the Xin tribe who broke out in front were also desperately running. From time to time, they had to deal with some sneak attacks from the Han army on the side. The team was chasing behind the Han army. When it reached the foot of the mountain, there were only 3,200 people left behind. Other soldiers were either killed or injured in the shelling, or they were bitten by the Han army during the siege. At the cost of losing 300 or 400 people, Ziyun finally escaped the arrow of the Han army with the brigade, but the Han army behind them was still in a hurry, and they could not relax, they could only escape to the west. I don't know that I am getting closer and closer to the ambush circle of the Han tribe. The blood slaughter followed the team at the end of the team, holding a telescope and glancing in the direction of the Xin tribe's escape. The corner of the mouth could not help but provoke a smile of confidence and murmured in the mouth. This group of guys is so easy to hook. Chapter 8:16. The 5-kilometer armed off-road of modern soldiers passed within 26 minutes. The Xin tribe is naturally incomparable. They have no training in this area at all, and the food is not good. It is no problem to eat enough, but don't mention it if you want to eat well. Not to mention that yesterday the Xin tribe was frightened for one night, and the sky began to bear the attack of the Han tribe until the whole army ran away. They didn't care about eating breakfast, physical strength, and psychology, and they were completely unable to compete with the elite Tiger Benwei. He came up before he had full meals in the back. But no matter what, behind him, a group of enemies ready to kill themselves at any time. Even if the 2 regiments led by Shiyun were tired and hungry, they still exerted their ability to escape at a distance of 5 kilometers. About 35 minutes. The 2 sides bite very tightly one after the other, and Hu Benwei's forces Nouvelles hang 200 or 300 meters behind them. From time to time, he put a few arrows at the tail of the Xin tribal corps. I was lucky to pick up some bad luck. In fact, at the normal speed of Hubenwei, the close distance can be completely caught up with the enemy, but the blood slaughter has been suppressing the enemy in order to avoid direct face-to-face fighting between the two sides, causing unnecessary deaths and injuries, or to reduce the enemy's deaths and injuries. At the speed of the army, the Bing tribe's regiment had not received training in this area, but the Han tribe practiced every day. The physical fitness of both parties is completely out of a horizontal line. Ziyun fought with the team in front of him. He didn't have to run by himself. The Xin tribe is poor here. There are some horses. Although he rides a horse, he dare not run too fast. If his troops fall, don't think about bringing these people together again. In this unprecedented large-scale escape, Ziyun and the leaders of several grassland soldiers also thought about whether they could break through in other directions, temporarily pulling away from the Han army, at least throwing them away first, so that their soldiers could take a breath, but the breakthrough is not as simple as their phase. To the east is behind them, the wolf-like Han army, to the north is the cliff of the sea, want to siege to the south, but whenever they turn to the south, they will encounter a group of haunted Han army cavalry raids. The scale of the cavalry is not large, only about 100 or 200 people are touched, but the infantry is used to deal with the cavalry of the Han tribe. The remnants of the two regiments broke south several times and were beaten back by the cavalry. Not only did they not break through the blockade of the Han army, but they lowered the speed of fleeing westward, allowing the latter Han army main force to catch up a lot. After several tosses, the journey of 10 miles lost another 6,700 troops. Hubenwei knew that there would be friendly troops to replace them in the front, so when it was almost 10 miles, not only did it not slow down, but it was even more chasing, fearing that his upcoming credit would fall into the hands of other guards. The remnants of the two frontline regiments of the Xin tribe were chased and miserable. Some people ran and ran out of energy, and suddenly foam fell to the ground, or they stopped to support the tree and vomited madly. Many people have never run like this since they were young. They run for 10 miles, and they don't even have the opportunity to stop breathing. Some people frightened the tree and vomited. The Han Jun chased after glimpsing the back, and simply sat on the ground with one butt and stopped leaving. His grandma's big deal is to be hacked to death, so he's happier anyway. If he runs like this, he will be exhausted even if he is not killed by the Han army. The soldier scolded in his heart. When Hubenwei's chaser reached his eyes, the kid closed his eyes by leaning against the trunk and shouted in his mouth, "You killed me, I won't run. Call for a fart, stand up quickly, who brings water, get some water for this kid, and sit down and die when he runs, it's worthless if he dies. Pull it up and pour some water for him." A Tiger Guard fighter who ran to the front saw another one left behind, and immediately rushed up and grabbed the man's neck collar to pick him up. The tail of the crane that was caught did not resist. It was really weak. Now he just wants to lie on the ground for a while. It would be better if he had some more food and drink, even if he didn't, even if he killed himself with a knife. He feels that his lungs are running away. But it was counterproductive. Not only was this guy who was arrested not hacked to death, he was also forced to pick it up and let him slip, which made him want to die. "Niang, Lao Tzu is lying here to let you kill, you haven't let Lao Tzu stand up, and let Lao Tzu stand up." I slipped to your mother and slipped to the arrested soldier with a strong anger, but he had no strength to resist the Hanjun's atrocities, he could only bite his teeth under their threat. Immediately there was an inhumane beating. Fortunately, the Han tribe is not too unforgiving. He actually found a bamboo tube to pour water for him. The tail of the arrested crane didn't matter so much. When I saw the water, I immediately groaned and poured it out. Although I couldn't drink much, I still felt a lot more comfortable. In this way, the two sides fled one by one, and the remnants of the Xin tribe corps in front began to lose armor and abandoned armor after running a few miles of road. The roads were all discarded bamboo and dakia, and even many shields. And weapons, these things severely limit their speed of escape, so when they saw one of them doing so, the people around them followed suit. At the junction of 5 kilometers, Hubenwei was already tired. The team that was originally neat is now dilapidated. Looking at the fewer and fewer Han troops chasing behind him, farther and farther, the Xin tribe's crane sighed at the end, as if the Han tribe's chaser could be thrown away soon. However, at this time, more than 2,000 Hanjun suddenly came out of their sides, and the costume like Hubenwei was just a battle flag in the hands of the leader turned into a pattern with a crossbow. These people waited for their care and found that the remnants of the Xin tribe passed by the ambush circle of their own sanctuary, and immediately rushed over, scaring the Xin tribe soldiers in front of them with anger. "My mother, the Han tribe has changed again, hurry, run brothers. Dry, you guys go on, I can't run anyway, and I fight with the Han tribe." One person shouted and immediately turned to meet the newly caught arrow guard and rushed over. As a result, before he reached the chase, he knelt directly to the ground and raised his hand to surrender. This kid had been running at the end. I have discovered a portrait that those fellows captured by the Han tribe were not immediately killed. The Han tribe seems to give them water to drink. Seeing such a scene, this guy suddenly wanted to surrender directly. Although he knew that there was absolutely no good fruit in the hands of the Han army, he couldn't control so much now. Even if he surrendered to the Han army, he only recognized it for a few months, so this guy shouted to work hard with the Han tribe, but to avoid his own sight and surrender to the Han army. In this way, it was not discovered by the compatriots who were familiar with them, and the brothers who had been close to them finally ate the clan's waterlogging. After the arrow guard joined the pursuit, he quickly bit the tail of the Xin tribe core. Hundreds of people fought together on both sides, but because the Xin tribe has reached the end of the crossbow, many soldiers even can't stand. The hundreds of people hanging on the last side were quickly won by the Rot Guard one by one. Only this time they encountered the results of the war. It is no less than the results of Hu Benwei's 10-mile run. Of course, they also take advantage of the enemy's physical overdraft. After gathering the pawns, the arrows and guards continued to hunt down, and more enemy troops left behind along the road. Many people stopped there and stopped after they discovered that the Hanjun did not directly kill people. The arrowback guard chased out of a distance of 4 or 5 miles. The remnants of the Xin tribe in front were basically caught clean. They really couldn't run. With the strength of the arrow guard, they almost rushed. They went among them. The pawns of the Xin tribe saw the Han army chasing up, and they just lay there and pretended to die. He secretly said that even if he was killed, he would admit his fate. Anyway, they would never run like this again. The Han army began to chase at 4:30 in the morning. This chase battle ran to 6 a.m. at a distance of 167 miles. It finally captured most of the troops of the 2 frontline troops of the Xin tribe, leaving only about 200 people continue to flee, part of which is turned into zero and got into the ravine and the Han army hide and seek. There are also some high-level riders and scolding running on the road. After learning the news from the blood slaughter chasing from behind, he immediately issued a mortar order to the archery guard on the front line, and at the same time notified those scouting cavalry who drove out the enemy forces on the flanks, immediately annihilating all the remaining enemies. It can be killed without leaving a live mouth, and no enemy can be let go. When all the soldiers began to search the mountain and the last area according to the order, the blood slaughter finally breathed a sigh of relief. This landed in the first battle and was finally finished. Chapter 8:17 Arrangements after the First War. The Han army's finishing action was quick, and at the stage of a large-scale search for deserters in the back, the blood slaughter directly summoned the serious ambushing in the west, and the rolling arrow guard together searched the enemy who had fled into the mountains. The newly added 2,500 people of the Sailor Guard had not received any credit, so they also worked hard during the search. The 2 clinics cleaned up the soldiers in just one morning, and the Flying Bear Guard ambushing in the west really responded to the sentence before the war. The enemy had basically been annihilated before running out of 30 miles. They didn't even have a hair. This made the officers and soldiers of Flying Bear CI all depressed. However, they had done ideological work for them before the blood slaughter war, and the battle to be fought by Fei Xiangwei was still behind. At that time, it was necessary to face the enemy's main force. There was no need to fight for this time, so the blood slaughter did not call them back and let them go to defense in situ, waiting for their follow-up arrangements. After this war, the blood slaughter ordered the army to turn to the original frontline camp of the Xin tribe to assemble, Sirius, Tiger Benwei, and Leopard Tuwei in the back, and the 4 guards returned to the former hilltop camp again. Of course, there were more than 3,000 prisoners of war captured by them. The prisoners of war of the Xin tribe were also very strange. At first, they thought that the brothers who fell behind had been brutally killed by the Han army, but as the Han army found surprisingly on the way back to the camp, more and more prisoners of war were escorted. More, from the first hundreds to thousands, from thousands to 2,000, until they all returned to the camp. It was found that the personnel caught by the Han army actually had more than 3,000, nearly 4,000 terrorists. You know that they have a total of 4,000 troops. So, isn't the Han army not killing them at all, but all caught? This surprised them and was puzzled, not knowing what the Han Jun meant. The captured captives were all temporarily detained in their original camps, and the dense Han army was watching them. In addition, most people were physically overdrawn and did not get food supplements, so they could not survive resistance or escape heart. In this regard, the Han tribe has long had mature experience. As long as the newly caught prisoners of war control their food and are hungry for a few days, they only supplement food that is only enough to sustain their lives. Even if they want to resist, they don't have that physical strength. The blood slaughter returned to the big account of the temporary camp and began to write today's report. It is now the second day after landing and the first day after landing. It has been more than 20 hours since landing. A big victory was achieved. Of course, he had to report his credit to the leader. Coach, caught a leader of the enemy's collar cloud. I heard that it was the brother of the elder of the Xian tribe, the actual patriarch of the Organ clan, and several small leaders who had taken off the remnants. What did these people do? Joining Yang Feng suddenly opened the door curtain and walked in, asking the blood slaughter. This is handed over to Xue Sima. He is in charge of the political situation in the theater. In addition, my opinion is to interrogate first, squeeze out all the required information, and then publicly execute the sentence, not only to let the prisoners of war see, but also to let the local people saw it. Publicly read out their guilt before execution, and let them plead guilty in front of the people, and the crime of colluding with the prairie people in the Zixan tribe to attack my Han tribe. This is also a clear name for our justice teacher. The rule will be beneficial, and you will understand it as soon as you tell Sima. The blood butcher said that he had no plans for this matter, but he was the military chief and said nothing about the war zone politics, so he could only comment, and Swekingkin, the horse, to deal with it. Joined Yang Feng and nodded, and then asked, what about our next action? What about the pressure of those captives? This action the blood slaughter finally stopped the pen and raised his head. He punched a beard that was not very long on his chin and drew a map from the table to say, send all the scouts immediately, and immediately go to the front to investigate the enemy's security situation. In addition, let the chariots of the Xiajiai regain combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Our next move urgently requires the mobile support of the cavalry, and then the issue of arming. Solve the two enemy regiments in front of us. The eastern part of Bamboo Island no longer has enemies that can affect us. The Eagle Guard stationed in Chaoyan County, the Leopard Guard stationed in the Yashan County Mission, and the Zioki Guard stationed in Xinhua County. The 8,000 troops of the three guards must be transferred to the defense, so the first thing to do is to find a permanent station for the three guards and let them stop. As for the more than 3,000 captives, don't let them idle. Let some Sima at all levels give them ideological education to make it clear that they are helping Xian to abuse. Only the Han tribe is the right way. Let them know that as long as they are obedient, our Han tribe will not kill them easily, otherwise they will not have to waste so much effort to catch them, and let them know their value clearly. Our Han tribe will let them work, that is, labor reform. Only labor can wash away the mistakes they have made and perform well. We will let them go home in the future, or restore their free civilian status to other parts of the Han tribe. In this way, the emotions of the captives can be stabilized, and if they can save their lives, they will definitely not mess up. Then when the public trial and execution are over, the more than 3,000 captives will be divided into 4, Leopard Guard, Eagle Yangwei, and Ziokiwei. Each of the three guilds will be taken away by 1,000 captives to supervise the captives to build permanent military camps and temporary local government. We must obtain the actual regime in the occupied area as soon as possible, and the remaining hundreds of people will be handed over to the mission. It is also good for these captives to carry logistics for us. In short, don't let them idle. This person is easy to think about when he is idle, don't give them this time. Yang Feng kept nodding, but after the blood slaughter was finished, he asked, doesn't this arrangement need to ask the leader? The leader values prisoners of war very much. It's wartime now, and the war is not over yet. We are only a temporary arrangement. After all the calms of Bamboo Island are settled, the prisoners of war will naturally be arranged by the leader. We're not overriding this. Rest assured, the leader will not blame us. The blood slaughter knew what he wanted to say, so he said something comforting. Power can make people lose themselves. Yang Feng is worried that these people will not report it. Without asking for instructions, they will start to arrange privately to cause dissatisfaction with the leader, so this is the only question. He said that it was the leader who took power too seriously, or the leader was afraid that these people would seize power too much, but in short, he was a little worried. Looking at Yang Feng's restlessness, the blood slaughtered and laughed, standing up and patting his shoulder comfort. Xiao Yang, don't worry, the leader is not as stingy as you think. Although the leader holds most of the power in his hands, this is also the need of the system. Can you ensure that after the leader delegates power, others can leading the tribe is better? Can't it? No one can match the leader in this regard. So, the leader is holding power. It is not selfishness or greed for power, but for dedication. He has put too much effort into this tribe. You have little contact with the leader. You don't know how tired he is every day. How many things to think about. The situation on our side is not the same. It is so far away from Hanyang County. Even the Flying Eagle biography takes 3 days. If you have to ask the leader for everything, it will definitely delay the fighter. Can't fight? Be confident, we should make our own decisions. This battle with the Xin tribe is not good. The leader is to test us and perform well. Don't be like a child who hasn't grown up. The leader needs a helper with ideas, not a machine that only obey orders. You get it? There will be. Chapter 8:18 The ruling meeting of the military masters. The expansion of the Han tribe has been very rapid over the years. Whether it is the territory or the population under its jurisdiction, it is growing very rapidly. The same is true in science, technology, military, agriculture, and education. The problems caused by such explosive development are also obvious. That is the lack of talents. All aspects are lacking. Take this battle on Bamboo Island as an example. Luo Chong even formed 6 new sanctuaries in one breath. Xinwei Institute must need a large number of grassroots officers. Where do these officers come from? Of course, it was promoted from the old guard. For the officers and soldiers of the 2 guard stations, Qian Niawei and Hu Benwei, it is an excellent development opportunity. Whoever has the ability to go is so direct, so quickly. Every expansion is a tide of collective promotion, an opportunity to foresee a near future. The Han tribe will definitely start with the Tang tribe. Whether it is a conquest by force or a peaceful settlement, the Han tribe will definitely form a new one for the Tang tribe. The sanctuary, then where the new batch of sanctuary officers will come from, you don't have to think about it. Among those who have contributed to the war, no one can say that this war against the Xin tribe is an assessment of Luo Chan's collective expedition. Therefore, the blood slaughter will send such a reminder to Yang Feng. Such a hint is that the leader needs the ability, the leader has the right helper, and there are many opportunities for promotion in the future. It depends on you if you can grasp it. Of course, this is just a speculation of blood slaughter. Although it is not correct, the truth is all connected. Even if Luo Chong will expand the non-combat sequence troops in the future, it will require a large number of grassroots officers. This is definitely not wrong. Regarding the follow-up military reform system of the Han tribe and the establishment of railway soldiers and engineering troops, Luo Chong has only revealed the disease so far, and others do not know the news at all. However, when will these troops be established? Even Luo Chong himself is not good. Railway soldiers and engineers are all serving the strategic transformation of the Han tribe. Such a strategic transformation requires another premise, that is, the technology of the steam locomotive make breakthrough progress. Not even the train. Which subway soldiers and engineers are you doing? Yes, handsome, I understand, I will arrange the things you just said. Yang Feng took a breath and solemnly arched his hand towards the blood slaughter before he withdrew from the account. There are not many things he needs to do to join the army. He is neither a military official nor a political chief. It is completely an auxiliary existence, and all he needs to do is do his best to fight for the 2 masters and do his job. It is impeccable and successful. After the blood slaughter has written today's war report and its own arrangements for follow-up, it will send the report to Luo and then began to study the map to the 3 guards to find the best permanent defense station. It is also necessary to wait for Xue Qingkang, the horse, to have time to discuss with him. It doesn't really matter where the army is stationed. The key is to separate the areas where local construction and people's livelihood construction are needed. It doesn't matter where the army is stationed during wartime. In peacetime, it must be based on people's livelihood construction. The army can't be stationed on the farmland of the common people. Xue Qingkan's busy non-delivery first convened the Saimas at all levels of the various health centers to meet, arranged political tasks in the garrison territory, appeased the local people, handled the relationship with the local clan, and secondly the imminent public trial and execution, clarifying the political intention of the Han tribe's justice, trying to avoid the hatred of the local people. This rule of the Han tribe's future takeover of Bamboo Island is a top priority. Luo Chong wants a new territory that can provide population and property for the continued stability of the Han tribe, rather than a political turmoil. It takes 3 days to rebel and require the Han tribe to transfusion. What the future of Bamboo Island will develop into depends on the performance of these front lines. I have analyzed the situation in Xinhua County from the information provided by the mission engine Wuvai. Xinhua County was the territory of the Food tribe a long time ago. The land is flat and fertile, and the freshwater resources are sufficient. It is also the most populous area on Bamboo Island. The local clan people had been stuck in the neck by Xian Tong, because they mainly cultivated land. The most needed metal agricultural tools and cattle were all from the Xian tribe, so they dared not obey the rule of Xian Tong. Because the geographical location of the new county does not depend on the sea, and there is no mineral salt and halogen salt, the required salt must also be exchanged from the salt tribe of Xianfeng County, so it has always been subject to human control. But now after our Han tribe takes over, we have cultivated cattle ourselves, which can be provided to them. Even if they cannot afford it under the new system, we can also use official leases to help people achieve cattle cultivation. Not to mention that our steel agricultural tools are of better quality than the copper agricultural tools of the Xin tribe, with low prices, and the advantages are completely crushing. In terms of salt, we can also produce it ourselves and provide it to the local people, and it is sold at an official parity, which also has advantages. In this way, we can solve the three needs of the new county, and even we can do better than the Xin tribe in other areas, such as more complete types of livestock, as well as breeding technology, planting technology, rice seeds, and clothing. In terms of aspects, we can also popularize cotton cultivation instead of the previously promoted ephedra textile. Overall, we have advantages over the Xin tribe in all respects. I believe that as long as these policies can be implemented locally, the local clan will definitely stand on our side. The problem will not be great. I am confident. The snapped guardsma, who was about to be stationed in defense, analyzed and said at the meeting that Sima of other firms also listened carefully and learned to discuss the administrative methods. Luo Chong had an order before, and the political situation in the occupied area was all temporarily managed by the garrison divisions, saying that although they belong to the military sequence, they are also temporary local members appointed by Luo Chong. They are all county-level figures in charge of county politics. It can be said that the real power is in power. Although it is only temporary, who said the prospective leader will turn this temporary into formal? Your idea is very good. Our Han tribe's ruling systems are more complete than the Xin tribe. In this regard, we have an absolute grinding advantage. As long as we can implement our Han tribe's policy, obtaining the support of the local clan people can be described as handheld. Coupled with the rich resources and technology of our Han tribe as a backing, I believe that in the face of absolute interests, those local clans will be able to distinguish who is more advantageous and who can bring them a better life. However, I would like to remind you here that while dealing with the local clan, don't give them too much influence. We can do everything we can, and let the Han tribe name raise the status in the hearts of the local people at the bottom. Our Han tribe is a centralized system, and the clan chiefs and those small leaders will become obstacles to our ruling in the future, so if possible, try to reduce their influence on the local people and provide a good basis for future rule. Of course, for the time being, it is mainly to stabilize them, and wait for the overthrow of Xion's rule to be completely overturned. In addition, another important cornerstone of our centralization system is editor-in-chief. Wartime personnel are unstable and the political situation is unstable, so I don't ask you to register the local people immediately, but be sure to be aware of it, visit all the population distribution points in the jurisdiction, and investigate the living standards and practical difficulties of the local people. It also provides a good foundation and a clear direction for future people's livelihood construction. In addition, when the chief asks for accountants and people, you also know where the population in the jurisdiction is distributed, and you can quickly and accurately register for the people. Household registration. Shui Qingqin commented on the policy strategy of Zhaoqi Wei, affirmed this method of ruling, and then published his own views and attention in subsequent operations, and finally said, "Well, that's all I want to say. I hope that all the priests can implement the excellent policies of my Han tribe. Finger fighters at all levels can work together to develop this new territory for the Han tribe." The monarchs reluctantly gave the leader a satisfactory answer sheet. "Well, I would like to obey the commander of the horse, and I will never let down the expectations of the leader in Shui Sima's entrustment." A group of Sima immediately got up and said yes, to determine the direction of this post-war work. Chapter 8:19 Changes in the attitude of captives after public trial. In the 3 days after the landing day, the entire large Han army troops were operating in an orderly and fast manner. After 2 days of careful breeding and restorative training, the tens of thousands of war horses carried by the Han army regained their combat capabilities again, and the elite main force of Zhaoqi Wei finally came in handy, allowing all the guards to take a breath. Knowing that when the entire war was being carried out, Zhaoqi Wei was the only force that could move quickly, it is very strategic. It is also about the public trial and execution of the heads of prisoners of war. After some brutal punishment, Zion and the cronies of several fellows, as well as the several leaders of the rest, explained everything they knew. Even the time and place of the last death, as well as the location of the small tribe they had hidden, were explained. This is the first time that the Han tribe has received a concrete death. Although there have been claims that the offense is dead, there is no life to die, and there is no relevant personnel to prove it, so the Han tribe officials have never thought that the offense is really dead. The secret search has never stopped. However, once the news of this bolt's death broke out from the mouth of his previous cronies, the blood slaughter quickly notified Luo Chon of this important information, as well as the Han tribe intelligence chief who had been active in the 3 counties of Hunhu. Jin Liuvi's command made Yuzi and asked Yuzi to immediately assist in the investigation and confirm the truth of the news. The interrogation here is also very smooth. This old guy hasn't had the guinea pig's guts yet. Just let him and his cronies in the same family watch the interrogation process, and he has scared several people into urine. When it was their turn, they hadn't had time to use torture. Several people said everything they knew. This information includes the Xin tribe colluding with the grassland to take off forces, successively attacking and defending several operations of the Han tribe, which mainly described the first secret formation of troops by the Xin tribe and the offense of the Kaiyuan county of the Han tribe together. The fact that Xin Ton led secrets to make a large number of weapons and ordnance provided to the Takaton army. Because the elder has mastered all the items of the Xin tribe regarding the system, the statement is very convincing from the mouth of the actual patriarch of an instrument clan. On the 3rd day of the public trial, Shui Qingqin called all the people around him, and under the collective watch of the more than 3,000 prisoners of war, Shui Qingqin re-examined the content of the previous interrogation. Chi Yun all answered one by one. Under the strong oppression and threat of the Han tribe, he didn't dare to play any tricks at all. In the end, he pleaded guilty to several charges against the Han tribe. Several other close relatives who walked with Yuanyun, people who knew some details, also a supplementary explanation was made from the side, and finally a few hardcore people confirmed it in person. The local people finally believed the words in the previous Inman notice. The Han tribe really had to fight back because it was first attacked by the Xin tribe. As for why the Han tribe had to wait for more than half a year to avenge, Sui Qingqin's answer was to mobilize such a huge force and need to be prepared. There are too many things. In fact, after the Xin tribe attacked Kaiwan County, the Han tribe investigated the truth of the matter. He began to prepare for revenge, and has been preparing for most of the year before it has been implemented. Of course, this is just Shui Qingqin's words, but it can't be all wrong, because the 6 new sanctuaries have been formed, and the Han tribe has been preparing for the past 6 months. This unprecedented public trial was undoubtedly successful, and achieved a pre-planned political purpose, so that the Han tribe really became famous and well-known, which provided a good political basis for the subsequent takeover of the Han tribe. After the public trial, the blood slaughter came to the scene to represent the highest representative of the Han tribe army, and the axe granted by the leader to represent the military power ordered that all the more than a dozen people tried beheaded. The bloody, cruel, horrible, and unseen scenes of the scene, where the local people have seen things that cut people's heads directly from their necks, and those who watched the execution also put the Han tribe's army in their hearts. Dangerous, terrible label. But immediately after the blood slaughter came to a speech to appease the people's hearts with Shui Qingqin, and once again suppressed the uneasiness of the indigenous people and prisoners of war. The fathers and folks, as well as the captured captives, my Han tribe leader is unkind. When he knew that his tribe's people were brutally killed by the Xin tribe, he immediately ordered me to come to revenge, but the leader did not want to kill in vain. We have been asked many times before we traveled. The leader said that he believed that the people and soldiers of Bamboo Island were innocent. You were just deceived and fooled by Xin commander and his minions. The Xin tribe was wrong, but it was not your fault, all in high-level decision makers. Therefore, the leader said that this battle only blames evil, and people who don't know the truth will not be prosecuted. For soldiers who help the high-level executives of the Xin tribe to go backwards, don't kill them without killing, just let them reform their labor and realize their own mistakes. And willing to contribute to Bamboo Island to clean up their sins, then these soldiers will be free in the future, become a normal civilian under the rule of the Han tribe. In addition, the leader also asked us to convey a sentence to his fathers and fellows for him. It is meaningless to fight against the Han tribe. The high-level Xin tribe who dares to mutilate the Han tribe's military and civilians will eventually perish. I hope your father and fellow folks can judge the situation and see who is capable of bringing you a better life in the future. It is hoped that all parents and folks will be proactive in stopping all support behaviors for the high level of the Xin tribe, such as delivering food, or letting their loved ones join the army and selling their lives for the high level of the Xin tribe. If such behaviors are discovered by the Han army, all relevant personnel will be treated as enemies. So, I am here to appeal to you that if there are soldiers in the Xin tribe at home, you can find a way to get your loved ones back as soon as possible. Our Han army will not pursue the soldiers who took the initiative to return home before the war. If there are high-level members of the Xin tribe people are looking for you to collect food and transport food, you can drag them down and send someone to report to our garrison. When this happens, our Han tribe will not only punish, but also reward. I hope that the fathers and folks present here can strictly abide by the request we made today, and inform the people around you as soon as possible to leave a way for their relatives who may serve in the Xian tribe army, and hope that the fathers and fellow folks can take it seriously. The blood slaughter and Swecking Kiln rotated speeches. The following were repeated by military divisions, soldiers, and translators at all levels. Finally, all the people and prisoners of war heard these words, and they also caused great touch. The people are most concerned about future life and their own practical interests, and the prisoners of war are more direct. They are concerned about their own life and death. When they learn that they will not be executed, and they hope to be free, they become ordinary people. At that time, the thoughts of the prisoners of war were different. They began to become less negative, so resistant, and began to be willing to work hard to gain freedom, and strive to become an ordinary people at an early date. Labor reform, then go home and become the most urgent wish they want to achieve. At this time, the prisoners of war began to become active. Someone actively asked the Han army officers and translators around him, Han Jie, what you mean by labor reform, and what it means to contribute to Bamboo Island, when can we go home? The thinker who has already held the class immediately replied that labor reform is to work, and to contribute to Bamboo Island is to work in your own hometown. Our Han tribe wants to promote rice cultivation on Bamboo Island. This can only be achieved by transforming rivers and digging trenches. These are the things you have to do, as well as paving roads, building bridges, and digging mines. In short, they are all for you to build your hometown. Jobs. The time may take several years, at least 5 years, and then according to your performance, then decide who will take you home, perform well, and work actively, and will put it back first. As soon as these words came out, the captives talked twitterly, knowing that they were all adults in their 20s and 20s. In this era when the average age was not high, 5 years was not a short time. Some people with older grades feel that there is no hope for the whole life. Let's not talk about whether I'm sick or injured. Even after 5 years, I can do something when I'm home. It doesn't matter if a teenager is only 14 or 5 years old, and only 20 after 5 years. It's a good time for the middle age, but those who are already 18 or 9 years old, or even over 20 years old, I don't feel so good in my heart. Some people immediately asked again, Han Jie, can we go home and see in the 5 years of labor reform? It seems that as a captive, it seems a bit too much to make such a request, and the Han tribe should not agree, so he quickly lowered his request, and asked again, even if he can't go home, if we can let us women and children come to see us, is this okay? Such a request, or the policy on prisoners, was really not said at the previous meeting, so the translator thought about it before seriously answering it. I can't answer you because I can't make a decision, but you can tell me what you want. I will faithfully respond to your needs to your superiors, and will you be able to fulfill your requirements by then? Also look at the above meaning. But I can tell you first that the above decision will also depend on your attitude. If you have a good attitude and a positive transformation, then I can be more at ease when I convey the request to your superiors. If you do not work well all day, I am annoyed by the above, and of course, I will not spend any thoughts on it to provide welfare treatment for you captives. I hope you can understand this yourself. Do you understand? Understand that we must work hard, and hope that the long time will enable us to convey what we just said. 5 years is too long. If we cannot contact our family, I am afraid we will never see it again. Family. A group of older prisoners of war immediately stated their position. This is natural. Our Han army is a teacher of benevolence. If it weren't for your Xian tribe to attack our city first and kill our military and civilians, we wouldn't come here far away. Rest assured, as long as you perform well, I will try to fight for better treatment for you from the superior. The translator once again told the prisoners of war. Yes, we must perform well. A group of prisoners of war nodded like a chick pecking rice. Others directly revealed who they knew the other regiments of the Xian tribe, and expressed their willingness to contact each other, persuading them to surrender, not against the Han tribe, but only hope that the Han tribe can let them go. They are regarded as captives, at least don't kill them, etc. This important message was also quickly translated by the grassroots and responded by the small Sima. The prisoners of war were willing to fight against the other Xian tribes for the Han tribe. This incident was unexpectedly seen by the blood slaughter and Shue. The feasibility of the study was also quickly discussed in response to this situation. The ethnic concept of the Xian tribe's regiment is very heavy, because several regiments are basically divided and managed by the clan as the main unit. The batch they are now catching is the regiment mainly based on the weapon clan and the grassland. The regiment is an army dominated by other clans. Letting the current group of prisoners of war fight against another clan's army should have little effect. And there is a risk of exposing one's military operations in advance, so it is not very worth operating. But hope is good in the end. If the conditions are really mature and there is a certain victory on the side of the Han tribe, it is really possible to send someone to try it, but don't expect to rely on this to win the battle. It is only possible to achieve victory based on the absolute strength of the party. In the next few days, after the scouting reconnaissance and the analysis of the Sima, the 3 guards of Ziokiwei, Eagle Yangwei, and Leopard Tuwei were found to have permanent locations, and then the Bloodslaughter ordered the 3 guards to immediately the station drove out the past, and of course there was a prisoner of war labor assigned to them. The situation in the rear gradually stabilized, and a batch of supplies and grain and grass were quickly delivered to the front line at this time. The troops of several other clinics were assembled again. They had soldiers, food, and weapons in their hands, and the Bloodslaughter immediately looked at the map and began to formulate the next combat plan based on the information collected by the scouts in these days. With the entry of Leopard Tao, Eagle Yang, and Zioki's 3 guards, in fact, the Han tribe has obtained actual control of 3 of the 6 counties of Bamboo Island. The next step is naturally to take the 2 sides of Xianfeng County and Guanhai County. Attacked, further won the second stage of the war. In the end, Fei Xiangwei and Hu Benwei carried out the final strangulation of the remnants of the Xian tribe in Jia County. Therefore, the military plan for the survey of Haishi and Xianfeng County was quickly determined in the discussions at the top of the army. In Hanyang County on the other side, Luo Chong finally received the long-awaited frontline report. Although he completely decentralized the war to the Bloodslaughter to command, the care in his heart is of course inevitable. Every day counts when the army will land, when will it receive the frontline report, will the frontline situation go smoothly, etc. But when Luo Chong finally saw the report of the frontline report, he breathed lightly in his heart. Within 24 hours of landing, he won the first battle, and he also achieved no one casualties. He wiped out 4,000 soldiers from the enemy's 2 regiments, and captured an impressive record of more than 3,000 people alive. It shows that the leadership team formed by the Bloodslaughter and Swecking Kiln not only fulfilled its strategic requirements, but even exceeded the task. Catching more than 3,000 prisoners of war alive as a labor force is the most conspicuous place they behave. Because these people are very clear, in the eyes of his leader, the population is too lacking. Chapter 8:20 Relatives to Sickness. Luo Chong, who got the first-hand report, immediately called the guards around him, and asked them to copy the news and send it to other counties and counties of the Han tribe, so that the people could share the good news together. The front line fought a victory, and there were no casualties on the other side. This kind of news is a happy day for the families of those soldiers and other people. At the same time, it is also an opportunity to increase national self-confidence again. How could Luo Chong let it go easily? On Luo Chong's side, his reply to the Bloodslaughter was also very simple, but he simply praised a few words, indicating that he knew it. Let them continue to work hard. Nothing else was said, and the return was extremely plain. Because Luo Chong understood in his heart that whether it is over-promotion at this time, directly giving credit, or urging them to act as soon as possible, it is an act that is detrimental to the war and can easily interfere with the commander's emotions. In case they slaughtered them because they were suspected of taking a risk because of their own urging choices, they lost the enemy's calculations, or suffered huge losses, and now they will be worth the effort. Committing this promise will make all levels of warriors proud and complacent, or greedy for merit. This is by no means the situation Luo Chong wants to see. With the military strength of the Han tribe and the strategic guidelines formulated by Luo Chong, there is no need to worry about victory and failure, because victory must belong to the Han tribe. The only difference is the size of the loss, the size of the results, and may be due to the actual situation. Some changes have occurred. What is most needed at this time? In fact, it is a stable word. As long as it can be stabilized, it can crush the Xian tribe without any tactics, so Luo Chong has nothing to worry about. The most troubled thing he is now is actually the thing that will receive Bamboo Island in the future. 3 of the 6 counties of Bamboo Island have become the territory of the Han tribe. Among them, there are also the newest counties with the largest population and the most grain producing. In other words, the various materials required for these new territories are a huge number. Of course, the most important is currency. The rush of the seed farm tools is not worrying. Before the farm tools, a batch of Bamboo Islands was changed. There were also many iron ingots stored there. It was really not enough to use them to build themselves. In terms of currency, there are many raw copper materials for the Han tribe. When I exchanged iron for Bamboo Island before, I basically collected all the copperware of the Xian tribe and shipped them back to the Han tribe. The purity of these copper instruments is relatively high, because the copper smelting technology mastered by the Xian tribe is originally based on pure copper, or the copper where there is a better quality, and there is no other thing to make bronze, so most of them only need to be cleaned, and then smelt and purify again. Adding a small amount of lead can meet the needs of the Han tribe to make money. In a word, the raw materials are very sufficient. Now the only thing that limits the amount of money is the insufficient production capacity of coin pressure. Hydraulic machinery and wind machinery can no longer meet Luo Chan's needs. It is an urgent matter to reform the entire mint mill. So Luo Chan is also the main focus on this matter at home. After handling the war report, Luo Chan proposed to go to the Power Research Institute of Xingang County to inspect, and then to inspect the improvement of the mint factory. This circle turned down. I am afraid it will take another half-month time, but Luo Chan did not hesitate. One day in mid-March 13, there was still heavy snow in the 8 counties of Hanyang in the north. Luo Chan said goodbye to the 2 wives who had raised their stomachs again, and drove to the industrial county of Xinzhou County with some guards. There are also family matters that have been decided to go sick. Before Jianfu intended to introduce his family to the disease, Luo Chan also agreed. Sure enough, Jianfu found a beautiful girl from his mother family named Jianyu, as old as he was. In terms of seniority, it should be a distant niece of Jianfu, the girl who suddenly appeared to send breakfast to the sick. When I was sick, I was full of foggy water, and I didn't know why a beautiful girl I didn't know came out of Luo Chan's house. I also gave him food. Later, after Jianfu's introduction, I knew that it was the daughter-in-law who introduced him. This kid was crazy at once, and the girls were beautiful, and there was nothing to pick up when they were sick. They liked Jianyu very much. Jianyu also learned that after being introduced by Jianfu, he knew that he was still a senior of the Han tribe. Although the age is relatively small, the relationship with Luo Chan is very good. It is naturally impossible for future career to stop here. Coupled with the sickness of the kid's military uniform every day, wearing a knife in his waist, the young man is also mentally ill, and he is quite talented. It is said that even the magical photography has half of the credit for going to the disease, regardless of whether he will go to the future. Being a big official or doing business will definitely have a good life, so Zanyu was also very satisfied with the disease. The two met at Luo Chan's serious family, and then went to the market in Ruyang City by themselves. The relationship was heating up quickly. They also took a few group photos together and exchanged photos with each other. This photo is amazing. After taking it home to the parents of both parties, they were very satisfied at the time. The parents of Zanyu and the sick were even more emotional. This photo is a good thing. You can see what this person looks like without seeing someone. Where there is a place where photos can be made, if this thing can be popularized, it must be a pottery of the matchmaker. If the children are busy, if the parents of both parties exchange photos with each other, they can set this matter to 78%. Zhan Yu's answer made his parents both regretful and excited. Dad, Niang, this photography is the technique of taking pictures, or the illness and leader they have only recently made it. I heard that it was just a successful experiment. The people outside don't even know it. I also stick to it. Only a few photos of the sick have a chance, and no one else has a chance to shoot. I didn't tell me the day of the past illness. He wanted to talk to the leader that after we became married in the future, we would make a Photoshop for ourselves, and take pictures specifically for the people. By then, all the people could go to a special store to spend money. Take a picture. This relationship is good. It's really good to go to the doctor. Not only is the leader's personal guard. I heard that even his name was obtained by the leader. Was the leader cured him when he was sick? I didn't expect this skill to grow up, but I still took pictures, which is amazing. Zhan Yu's parents are constantly praising to go to illness. The more sophisticated the quasi-aunt is, the situation is similar. The situation is similar to that of his son. They don't want anything in the woman's house. As long as the girl grows beautiful, diligent and frugal housekeeping, filial parents, as long as the son likes it, they have nothing to choose. In this way, the two smoothly exchanged a wedding ceremony, and invited the immediate family members of both parties to set up a small table engagement party. Even if the family matter is officially settled, it is only because the two children have not yet reached the adult standard, so they want to do it. Adult household registration and marriage procedures can only wait for another 2 years. They are not in a hurry. Going to the sick side, a group of people riding a horses and cloaks are struggling to ride in the direction of industrial counties. In the cold snow, the mouth and nose of the horses are spitting white fog. Go to the sick horse to catch up with Luo Chan, and discuss with him the idea of buying camera equipment and opening a video store by himself. Luo was also bored when he was blown away on the road. He didn't resent when he heard about the Photoshop. Photography is something like this. In the future, it must be done in the form of official research and development and private management. He actually supports the matter of opening a private photo studio, so he doesn't mind talking to him about it. The photo studio can be opened and the photographic equipment can be sold, but the official share must be 40%, and the official does not pay, and the use of technology to buy stocks is also the authorization condition for photography. In addition to the handover tribe, it must also be used for the development of follow-up technology. Luo Chong thought about it before saying, "When I went to the sick, I was fooled and asked inexplicably, 'Chief, what does official participation mean? And there are also profits handed over to the tribe, so, is this shop a tribe or a private person?' Luo Chong laughed and explained that the official shareholding means that this shop, which is officially opened with you privately, this business is owned by you and the tribe, accounting for 40% of the share, which means that the profit from the operation is 40%, and you get 60% privately. But because you have more shares, the management right still belongs to you. After this shop is opened, you are responsible for all business matters. The official only provides technical assistance. Do you understand?" "Oh, that's what it was like. The leader meant that I opened this shop, and then I bought photographic equipment from the tribe and charged people to take pictures. The profits should be distributed to 40% of the tribe. The tribe only takes money and does not participate. Business, does that mean?" After going to the disease for a long time, I finally understood the meaning of this shareholding. Of course, it was just a half knowledge. Yes, that's almost what it means, but your business project can't be so single. In addition to charging people to take pictures, you can also sell cameras, teach shooting techniques, and sell negatives to let others take them themselves. Then your shop is responsible for washing photos, copying and loading photos for others. In general, in addition to taking pictures for a fee and washing photos, you can also make a profit by selling cameras and selling film consumables. Think about it, your own shop is fresh, but how many can you take in one store? How much service fee can you earn? But it's different if you sell consumables. Consumables can make money, and there are more photos taken by others. You take more photos, which is more than you earn by taking pictures on your own shop. Besides, you are also a person who has played photography. You should know that sometimes you encounter something particularly beautiful or important, and you want to take it, and this opportunity is fleeting. It is impossible to take pictures here. Then go to your shop to take pictures, or ask a photographer to go out to your shop to take pictures. It's different for others to shoot themselves. If they have a camera in their hands, they can record the moment they want at any time, so that they can mobilize the enthusiasm of the participants and your business can be better. Luo Chong reminded to say, "Yes, it's still the leader. I often have itchy hands and want to take pictures, but I didn't have a camera in my hand at that time, so I could only worry. If I went to the store to ask someone to take a picture, the leader thought this idea is so good, so that a large number of people who like photography can be trained. Going sick is one of the inventors of photography." Of course, Luo Chong said this, but for business, obviously Luo Chong is much higher than his vision and insights. This is what he never thought of. He started to say that I want to open a shop that pays people to take pictures at a fee. I didn't expect Luo Chong to actually increase his shop management project to that large. The reason why Luo Chong made the request for shareholding also had his own ideas. The Han Tribe's Research Institute is a golden beast. Not only do various experiments require a lot of materials and equipment, but also pay high salaries for researchers. Where does the money come from? Of course, it is impossible to just get out of the tribe's food tax, which is unrealistic, so realizing scientific research results is one of the best ways. To say that the highest income project of all scientific research results of the Institute is definitely glass and electric stone lamp. Electric stone lamps are lighting appliances, stones are consumables, and glass is building materials. These are the best things sold in the civilian field at the moment. It is also the main source of research and development funding for the Institute, and even in addition to research and development funding, there is a large amount of surplus. And if you want to realize photography, Luo Chong said that using technology to buy shares is a very good method. At least for now, only the official research institute is capable of developing manufacturing equipment, and there is no business law in the Han tribe. In the case of commercial tax, official shareholding is definitely the fastest way to get money. Luo Chong needs money very much. He wants to promote photo ID cards in the whole people. Who will pay for the production of this ID card? People in Hanyang's 8 counties are generally richer and able to pay for the production of ID cards. It's the old district of the Han tribe, but the people in other newly built counties don't have that much money. You can't force them to pay for ID cards, so you can only make ID cards for free. But once it's free, you can't treat it differently. People in other places can be free for the poor. You can't charge their production fees when there is money in Hanyang's 8 counties. After all, they must be treated equally. But this is obviously not a small number. Take a picture for everyone. The amount of consumables required for this light is an astronomical number. With so much money and cost, where did the Han tribe get it? Luo Consi thought about it, or felt that the profit from the participation in photography was used to pay for the funds needed for this part of the people's livelihood plan. The two walked forward while discussing, and finally rushed to Industrial County before the evening of the same day. There is another power research institute of the Han tribe, and it is also the largest steam mechanism manufacturing center of the Han tribe. An inspection site. Chapter 821 R&D bottlenecks of the Power Research Institute. The industrial county in front of you is so rudimentary that there is no county at all. It is better to say that this is a county than a county. It is a factory of a county-level administrative unit. Luo rushed down really wanted to get a factory as big as the county, but unfortunately there is currently only one prototype. Several large-scale warehouse-style buildings are the main body of industrial counties. In fact, those are factory workshops, and there are also some residential bungalows around them, which are the residences of workers and researchers. Industrial county is the most wonderful thing for the Han tribe. It should be the most distinctive county. Because Luo Chong was originally engaged in industry here, the train will also drive out from here in the future, so for the convenience of paving the railway in the future, even the city the wall was not repaired, and this is not a county town dominated by residents. According to the current statement, it seems to have set up an industrial development zone. It is the concentration of various factories, not the place where people live. Many guards came to this county for the first time, and he was one of them. He had seen the ammunition workshop in Hanyang City. There were several steam engines that could operate on their own with coal and water. It was made from this research and development, so when I got sick and knew about it, I was interested in things in Industrial County. When I got to the county, I tied the horses, and Luo Chong took the guards to the Power Research Institute. It was still a large factory workshop. Some of the steam engines in it were running. There were huge brick chimneys on the roof. The snowy sky spitted black smoke. There were only 2 people in front of the door, and there was no show. If you go to the official offices of other counties and counties, you must have a group of people to greet it, but here at the institute, all red tape must give in to work. It is impossible to stop all the machines because the leader came over to inspect it. How much energy was wasted? Chief, the person in charge of greeting is Mu Xing, the person in charge of the institute. Well, how is the current work of the institute going? When Luo Chong pointed his head down, he opened the door and asked, and the guards automatically went to stand guard at all door intersections, with only the sickness and another bodyguard leader following him, and followed Luo Kongbin into the workshop of the institute. Looking back, the current work progress of the institute is not going on, mainly because there are too few people. The students you approved before are all starting with the original researchers and learning theoretical knowledge while working. In terms of production and manufacturing, our R&D team has not enough manpower to work in person. Only some skilled blacksmiths and carpenters can be transferred from Xing'an County and other counties to receive training to learn steam beds and other. The use of machinery helps us process parts. In terms of machinery, I found that carpenters and blacksmiths have a faster ability to learn and accept. After all, carpenters also want to make wooden machinery. Mu Xing followed Luo Chang's side to introduce the situation. Luo Kongai nodded. No matter in which era, the carpenter is a big guy. Those who can build equipment furniture alone will not be illiterate at least, and should be a group with a high level of education. Of course, the modern one only uses electric tools. Not counting, the kind can only be called carpentry, far from the word craftsman. How is the development and manufacture of the steam engine? Luo Chong asked again. Heading back, the main project we are currently studying is the modification of the Shima I model so that it can be installed on various lathes to provide a power source for machine processing, and then the transformation of the Tainyo I type and the Tainyo 2 R&D and manufacturing. We have currently designed an Iron Cow Type 2 steam engine, which is actually improved according to Type 1, mainly to increase cattle power, the larger long-distance cylinder used, and the large boiler, which has been produced. Several models, we are going to use the Tainyo Type 2 as the power source for the crane, as well as a large pressure machine and crusher, and the power source of the rolling steel machine, as well as the steel rail that the leader said. Maybe this Tinny 2 type is also needed to bring up the rolling steel rail machine. Mu Xing once again introduced the situation. A group of people walked and said that he unconsciously went to the design department of the institute. It was full of researchers engaged in research with new students. Luo Chong walked and looked at it. He was quickly attracted by the drawings on a group table. He picked up a drawing and asked, "What is this?" At first glance, the team leader came and immediately smiled. "This is the teacher of all of them." The team leader said after the hand salute, "Leader, this is our newly designed steam drum equipment. We are ready to use the iron horse type to drive the wind chamber blower to deliver the wind to the blast." Luo Chong nodded and seemed to be sure, but the tone was very plain. This project was withdrawn and the design was very failed. Chief, this group leader and several students around them were dumbfounded. They have invested half a month in this project. The drawings have not known how many times, and they have produced the same proportion. The wooden model is used for testing. Now the leader stops them in one sentence, and says that the design is very failed. How can they be accepted? Luo Chong explained that your thinking has fallen into a misunderstanding. The successful operation of the steam engine has opened the door of a new world for you. I think any machine can use the steam engine to provide power. This is actually not wrong, but your steam engine is not used correctly. Take the blasting device you said, how inefficient it is to use the steam engine drive bellows to perform pumping back and forth to deliver the wind in the furnace, how much energy it consumes, and how much power it exports is consumed on the mechanical itinerary. The more complicated the machine is, the better it is, the energy is low, and the easy maintenance is the best. If you want to send the wind fast, in theory, the diameter of the upper incubator will be large enough, and the back and forth speed of the bellows piston will be faster. However, this is too complicated. It is better to use the steam engine to drive the fan to send the wind. The fan car knows that it is used to rotate the 4 fan blades to produce the wind. Remember, the rotating machine is definitely more powerful than the reciprocating machine, because it can directly transmit the twisting power of the output to the machine without having to be transformed into the reciprocating power. When the person in charge of the group heard Luo Chong mentioning the windmill, it was always bright in front of him. He knew that this large machine is very popular in the Han tribe, everywhere, but he always thought that the windmill was used to ride the wind. Unexpectedly, the windmill can still deliver the wind. This new statement made by Luo Chong immediately aroused his interest. Thank you for your guidance, we will revise the plan as soon as possible. The person in charge of the group immediately greeted him. Well, your ideas are good, but you need to use your brains more, and your thinking must not be limited by existing things. I look forward to you can imagine what I can't think of. In addition, regarding the fan, I will give you a rough idea, and then you can study the experiment yourself. If this thing is done, it will be very useful. To study it well, I will use it in the future. When Luo Chong spoke, he picked up the pencil ball rules and other things on the table, and drew a circle on the back of their drawings. Inside, he drew a 4-leaf fan, and 3-leaf, 2-leaf, 5 leaflets, and a simple side view, marking the angle of the fan blade. Then he said to them, build leaves with metal, and then drive it to rotate. It can generate wind on one side, send wind forward, and breathe backward. This thing has a great future. The research thoroughly covers you for a lifetime. Come on, dry. Luo Chong patted the shoulders of several people and continued to walk forward. I was so curious to listen to it. I even glanced at the sketch that Luo Chong just drew. After I wrote down, I hurried up and caught up. Muxing is still following Luo Chong, and is ready to continue to introduce the situation of the institute at any time. Sure enough, Luo Chong asked again just after talking about the blower. How are you going about the steam locomotive project? Heading back, we have almost completed the theoretical design of the steam locomotive. According to the ideas and models you gave, we completed the initial drawing design, but recently we were very busy and did not have enough manpower to start the experiment. Everyone is now dedicated to the vaporization of the mint factory, and there are many locomotive parts. We do not yet have processing capacity, so we can only consider the sample car after the mechanical processing level comes up. Mu Xing immediately replied, the steam locomotive is not so easy to get out, of course I know, and the current situation is indeed to line up behind, but there are not enough people, but the project has to line up. The demand like a steam locomotive is not very urgent. It's nothing later, so Luo Chong didn't blame them, but wanted to give them some assistance. So I listened to Luo Chong and asked, do you have any design ideas or practical difficulties? Tell me, maybe I can help you solve it. Of course, Mu Xing can't wait. The leader is the master in the mechanical field and his grandfather. This is the consensus of all the people. There are really few opportunities to ask the leader for advice. See Luo Chong's active question, Mu Xing immediately asked, Chief, we previewed the construction process of the steam locomotive, and some of the difficulties we encountered in the processing of the steam engine we currently produce. What is needed is a more convenient drilling equipment, preferably multi-angle, light, and even handheld metal drilling equipment, so that for the manufacture of large boilers, will be of great help. Drilling? How to say? What do you use now? Luo Chong was puzzled. The leader, please come here. Mu Xing said that he took Luo Chong to a mechanical front with a large area of land to introduce. Chief, what we are currently using is this large steam table drill, using the Iron Horse 1 steam engine to drive the drill, drilling the steel plate, and then rolling the cylinder into a cylinder shape, making the steam machine by welding and riveting. Boiler. However, such a drill is used to produce small boilers. If you want to produce the kind of super large boiler on the locomotive, this drilling is very strenuous, and we chose to build a larger steam engine. The drilling process is restricted and cannot be built. Well, let me think about it. Luo rushed to nod to understand. Percushing steel is indeed a problem, especially for oversized equipment. It is impossible to put everything on the drilling and lathe to process. A drilling device that can be held by the Han tribe is indeed urgently needed. However, the Han tribe has no electricity, no generators, and no electric motors, so don't think about the handheld electric drill. Since there is no electric drill, what is the use of handheld drilling? Excluding the power equipment, Luo Chong immediately thought of another thing, the wind drill, also called the wind cannon. The wind cannon is a handheld rotary tool powered by high-pressure air. It can be used to twist the screws with a sleeve. This thing is very common in auto repair. All tire screws are basically used for this thing. When used, the sound is very unique. Suddenly, the same thing, pulled out the sleeve and replaced it with a drill, it became a handheld wind diamond. This thing actually has no technical difficulties. The whole can be split into 3 parts. The wind cannon itself, an air compressor provides power, and then the hose that transmits high-pressure air. Wind cannons are not tall things, and inside are small parts such as fans and ratchet. This is not a problem. Soft pipes that transmit high-pressure air are also easy to handle. The Han tribe now has a large number of stable rubber sources. It is not difficult to make some rubber gas pipelines. It is not easy to solve the problem of rubber pipes withstand air pressure, because the Han tribe still cannot make soft plastic. Rubber, which is a material problem that cannot be solved for a while, but it can be replaced by other methods. For example, adding a layer of non-elastic canvas casing outside the rubber tube provides soft protection to limit the expansion of the rubber tube, so that the problem of the gas pipeline is solved. In the end, the most important air compressor was left. When it comes to air compressors, Luo sure thought that the use of this thing seems to be very broad, but it is not only as simple as it can provide power to wind cannons. If the Han tribe has this thing, what is sprayed is not a dream. There is a blowing process for rubber products, and a blowing process for glassware. You need to use an air compressor. Why didn't you think of it before? Thinking of this, Luo Chong immediately had an idea, so he heard him say to Mu Xing, I have an idea to directly invent a set of pneumatic tools, using high-pressure gas as the power. From the steam engine, you should also see the power of high-pressure gas as the power source, so only a small pneumatic tool is needed. The kind that can be held, and then use the rubber hose to connect a high-pressure gas pump. Can make this tool work within a radiustic length of the hose. Are you convenient? Chapter 822 Why not let the train get on the road? How convenient is pneumatic construction? Let's put it this way, basically the electric tools can do it, and the pneumatic tools can also do it. Electricians have electric drills, batches, electric hammer, pneumatic tools also have wind cannons, wind batches and wind picks, electric chainsaws, angular mills, pneumatic angle mills, and air rivets. Except for the functional pneumatic tool of thermal attribute of electric soldering iron, as long as it is related to the rotating shock, the pneumatic tool can do something accordingly. Of course, it is incomparable to the portability of electric tools. Lagen wires can be used to connect to electricity. Pneumatic tools must be equipped with an air compressor as power, and the Han tribe has no electricity, so they can only use steam engines to drive air compressors. In this way, it is equivalent to the Han tribe wanting to use pneumatic tools. It must bring a boiler, steam engine, there is also an air compressor, that is, an air pump, and a large amount of coal and water reserves. It must be impossible for you to run around with so many things, so the use of pneumatic tools is limited. But even so, even if it can only be used in a fixed factory workshop, it is extremely convenient. For the current Han tribe, it is the best choice. This can also be used as a tool with high-pressure gas? Mu Xing was shocked by Luo Contian's idea of traveling in the sky. He once again surprised that is not to be a ultra-small cylinder and piston structure, all concentrated in a small tool, and then let it rotate under the action of steam. He mumbled himself, and immediately questioned that the steam engine is so hot. Wouldn't it be hot if it was delivered directly to the tool? Luo Conhi smiled and nodded and said, yes, high pressure and high heat steam will definitely iron my hands when I enter, so I started talking about high pressure gas, not high pressure steam, like the air we breathe. It can be compressed directly through the machine and stored in a container as power for us to drive. Mu Xing's eyes were suddenly open, as if opening a new gate. He quickly asked, how dare the leader be compressed? Do you know the principle of pumping? Hearing Mu Xing's advice, Luo Chong was also tirelessly reminded. Knowing that the pumping principle is a small bellows, which is also the same as our cylinder and piston principle. Muxing immediately replied that in front of the steam engine, the machines such as bicycles and pumps were also made by the same group of people. How could they forget the principle? Just know, the air compressor I'm talking about is, in principle, to use a steam engine to drive the pumping bag to deflate, and then transport the gas out to a sealed cylinder similar to a tire, so that once turned on, the cylinder there will be more and more air, but if you can't run out, you will form high-pressure air in it. Then we connect the root tube from the gas cylinder and connect it to the tool, which can be used to provide power. Wonderful, the leader's method is awesome. Muxing couldn't help but praise after listening it again. He didn't intentionally shoot horses, but sincerely admire him. Admiring Luo Chong is not only a mechanical genius, he can often put forward the sky in the sky, but the very efficient mechanical principle, and even more admires him. Technology, through different combinations to create new things. Take the air compressor for example. The steam engine is their existing mature technology, and the pump is not too high in technology. The so-called steel cylinder is just a container, but these technologies that they have already mastered are so the regrouping of Luo Chong has become a new thing that is very valuable to use. This is the most admirable place. Luo laughed and didn't say anything. He couldn't tell his men that this was not my idea. This was just something I've seen in my last life. Does anyone say this? Arguing this is completely meaningless. In this case, the air compressor project will be handed over to you for operation. You will choose people to form a research and development team, and those pneumatic tools. I can provide you with two solutions. One is to use fans to drive the gear. The other tool is to promote the work of the piston in the cylinder. Each of these two structures has its own advantages. Luo Chong immediately ordered the research and development plan of the pneumatic tool. He didn't plan to take out the drawings directly on their faces, and then come to a sentence, just follow this and do it. Then, when can the research and development of the institute be taken out? So now they must learn to be independent. It is the best model for yourself to provide ideas and basic theories. The specific design allows them to find a way. Besides, what they want to do this time is the existing technology used. If they can't figure it out again, then Luo Chong's careful teaching for several years is in vain. Yes, leader, after we straighten out the matter of the coin mill, I started to arrange it. Muxing immediately forked his hand, and took this job as a follow. Well, let me introduce your steam locomotive. Luo pointed at the drawings on the table and said, heading back, this model is designed according to the Manhwa said by car, using a narrow gauge of 70 centimeters, using a cylindrical boiler, an embedded heat pipe and smoke pipe, using two cylinders and piston as the power is placed on both sides of the front, and the chassis uses a wheel layout of 2-6-2, a pair of guide wheels, 3 pairs of power wheels and a pair of startup wheels, with a length of 3.5 meters, can be hung for 15 and 3 meters long carriages. According to the design indicators, the full load can run at a speed of 40 km per hour, and it is uphill. If it is downhill, it can run 80 km per hour, and the flat can run to 60 km. Muxing pointed to the drawings to introduce various design parameters, especially speed, which can indeed be calculated. How many times can the cylinder piston work in the unit time, and then multiply by the circumference of the wheel? This most basic speed it can be calculated. But the Han tribe is still using time, not hours, so if Muxing said that the speed must be reversed in hours. In other words, this car can also run out of 20 miles per hour when it is full of loading and climbing. The downhill can double the speed due to the acceleration of gravity. I am afraid that if it is not really running, I have to step on the brakes. Running on the ground can also run 30 miles per hour. This thing is useless for transporting bulk goods. Luo Chong let them do this mainly for use in various mining areas, so that the mining capacity of the Han tribe can be greatly improved. This is beyond doubt. In addition, this narrow-range small train has a low load of gravity, and the requirements for rails are not so strict. It is suitable for frequently changed or temporarily laid simple railways. This is very important for the mining area. Also, the Research Institute can accumulate experience in the research and development and use of this narrow-range train, find errors, and make technical reserves for the future manufacture of larger locomotives. Sounds pretty good. Luo Chong is satisfied with nodding. Just don't know when you will let me see the real thing? Heading back, if all the work goes well, when we complete the mechanical transformation of the mint mill, we can see the sample car of the locomotive in another half a year. Muxing estimated to say something. He didn't boast about the estuary. In fact, Luo Chong catalyzed the vaporization of the mint factory very tightly, so they are really tossing this thing even with the axis turning holiday. At present, the transformation of the mint factory has basically entered the end. By the new year, they could start to make a sample car, although the institute has many other tasks, for example, the air compressor and pneumatic tools that the leader has just explained. but that thing doesn't cost many people at all. Just divide 1 or 2 groups to do it. The rest of the people can be fully involved in the development of locomotives. Now there are more and more people in the institute, and soon they will no longer be short of manpower. It's so good, but you don't have to be too anxious. Fight steadily, safety first, don't have an accident. Okay, watch so much this time. I have to go to the mint factory as soon as possible. Look, I won't bother you here. Luo rushed to nod, and asked 2 sentences to want to leave. Thank you for your concern, let me send the leader. After Mu Xinquan's salute, he went out with Luo Chong again. Yesterday, the institute just sent a few more machines to the mint mill on Heart Island. If Luo Chong walks fast this time, when they arrive at the mint mill, they may still catch up and visit them to install the debug machine. On the way, Luo Chong took a group of guards to ride a horse. This time they will go directly to Weishan County, from there to transfer to the mint factory on Huixin Island. After the visit, if there is still plenty of time, Luo Chong also plans to go to the Comprehensive Research Institute of Heart Island to inspect the work there. By the way, the task of developing rubber gloves and rubber gas hose is explained. When Luo Chong left them from the industrial county, the snow in the sky had stopped, but the wind was still there. He went to the disease and came to Luo Chong's side again. He asked Luo Qin curiously, "Chief, is that the steam locomotive the one you mentioned earlier to run on the railway?" Exactly, the steam locomotive is a machine car that is powered by the steam engine and runs on the rails, and it needs to burn to walk, so it can also be called a train, and it can also carry many carriages, so it can also be called train, whatever it is called. Luo Chong strangled the reins with one hand, and said with his mouth and nose in one hand to avoid the cold wind blowing into his mouth. I was very surprised and curious about this. He really admired Luo Chong's brain hole. He could actually come up with a steam engine to power the car, and pulled a large number of cars to run on 2 iron bars. But he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Chief, why must he only run on the rails? Can't he let the train run on ordinary dirt roads? If it is not a railroad track, does it limit the scope and route of the train?" Yes, but anyone who is a normal person must have such a question. Since your steam locomotive can run on the rails, why can't you run on the road? But don't say it, Luo Chong really has this plan. Of course you can run on ordinary roads, but the meal needs to be eaten bit by bit. In contrast, the train has greater carrying capacity. In terms of strategy, it is more important than the car running on the road. Important, so I have to get the train and the railway out first, and then protect the tribal development strategy, so I can free up my hand to study the car you said can run on the road. Luo Chong explained again. Oh, the original steam locomotive running on the road called the car to whisper and fell into thinking in no more words. Luo Chong couldn't help recalling the history of his previous life. The thing about steam cars is really not new. In the past life of Luo Chong, when the internal combustion engine was popular, the steam locomotive did not withdraw from the stage of history, and the two sides even coexisted for a while. Speaking of the tragic war of all mankind in the Second World War, it was also the golden age in which human technology began to blow out. All kinds of black technology in that era were invented in World War II. Of course, cars are not. The cars ran around before World War II. To talk about the most famous car during World War II, it must be the little Jeep in the United States. At that time, there was a figure of the US military green little Jeep in the world. However, when it comes to trucks, it was necessary to say the characteristics of the British at that time. The Sentinel series of steam-powered trucks is unique to the world. Britain deserves to be a country that invented the steam engine. It really played the steam engine with flowers, moved the steam power to highway traffic, and put it into practice. It was also a great success. Except for the Century series, the world there is no second one. Even if there is, it is also a British company. The development history of the Sentinel steam truck is also very long. This product initially only rudely installed the steam engine on the car chassis. It was still used for solid tires, fully convertible, and not even the top, but you cannot deny that this thing can really run on the road. Later, the British who pursued fashion became more and more unstoppable. Various new technologies began to plug the Sentry. When the hollow inflatable tires became popular in the world, the goods were also hollow, but there has always been a criticism. The place is the transmission system of the Sentinel. A front steam power, the steam engine is under the cab, and a large truck with a coal stove is stuffed in the cab. These goods are actually driven by chains. Drive back and forth, use chains to drive rear wheels as power wheels. Wonderful flower? However, no matter how wonderful it is, the British Army has not delivered all kinds of materials, and after the final improvement, the chain transmission of the Sentry has also been changed to a worldwide vertical transmission axis to drive. If it weren't for the goods to be polluted and it was too troublesome to start, it would not necessarily be eliminated by the internal combustion engine car. It is really because if you want this product to run, you have to burn the stove for an hour and wait for the vapor pressure to come up to drive the vehicle. But even so, for the current Han tribe, it is definitely a model worth promoting. The new national development strategy studied by Luo Chong before is based on the North-South Waterway. This Han tribe has already achieved it. Then the next stage of transformation is to use the railway to a large undeveloped inland area on both sides. Extension. With the water road as the main and the railway as the support, it gradually extends around and continues to expand the land area of the Han tribe, occupying, developing, and finding more human resources and other undiscovered resources. After the completion of the second phase of the strategy, Luo Chong will come out of the entire steam truck to promote road traffic. At that time, it will be based on the waterway, the railway as the branch, and the road as the vein, to completely control the Han tribe. Wrong. At that time, it should be called the Han Empire, and the transportation of the Han Empire will be completely woven into a large net, to achieve a comprehensive takeoff of technology and economy. Chapter 823 Every Play. Luo Chong's group of people once again ran towards the Weishan County Pier. More than 100 kilometers away, when it was dark, they finally rushed to the place. Everyone was already frozen. They had to stay in the local official office for one night. Although it is winter, the star-shaped beacon tower standing on Weishan County Pier is still lit on time every night. The huge white beams are rotating under the windmill, sweeping the land and lakes around 100 miles. Luo Chong and a group of guards and officials from Weishan County sat in the official building to eat hot pots. The cold wind sounded outside the transparent glass window, and the room was warm and spring. A three-legged iron coal stove was placed in the middle of the house. The long iron chimney opened a hole from the wooden wall and let it outside. The big teapot on the stove was still hot. After a while, the water vapor in the teapot blew out the whistle from the lid of the pot. It was just transferred from Shitan County to Weishan County for a half-year-old Libwanju, picked up the teapot and made a few large pots of tea, and then gave Luo Chong this table of hot pot filled with some water before sitting down to eat with Luo Chong. Luo Chong sandwiched 2 pieces of frozen tofu filled with holes into the pot. While waiting time, he asked Lu Guangzhu about the management of this Weishan County. Photolithic column, how about the 6 months in Weishan County, is the work going well? When Lu Guangzhu heard the salute, Luo Chong quickly waved his hand and let him sit down and said, "This is eating, standing up for a while and standing up for a while can't eat it. Yes, since I returned to the leader, the beam of the beams and counties, I have been working hard. Fortunately, with the help of my colleagues in the government, I was barely able to persevere." Lu Guangzhu replied very carefully, not only humble in front of Luo Chong, but also gave enough colleagues' face and put all the credit on his colleagues. But you cannot underestimate the person who can do the role of county guard. Like this kind of big guy who plays politics, you usually have to analyze every sentence he says carefully. Is there any other meaning? The meaning must be there. Luo Chong understood the other meaning in this remark as soon as he heard it. Don't forget that Luo Shan's county's removal was originally created by Luo Chong. Why did the original county guard Yunzi be transferred to Ruyang County? That's because the kid is ambitious. Yunzi joined later, but as soon as he joined the Han tribe, he did the county guard directly. Why? Because he promised to abduct Luo 50,000 people, use this condition to find Luo Chang's county guard. If a person can really abduct 50,000 people to the Han tribe, then the talent of being a county guard is absolutely more than enough. However, as more and more people came from this kid, his ambitions swelled. You need to know how many people the entire Han tribe was at that time, and the new people on the other side of Weishan County were introduced by him. So Yunzi is in the heart of the tens of thousands of people in Weishan County, and his prestige is bigger than that of Luo Chong. Can Luo Chong tolerate such a thing? That must not be possible, so a large number of immigrants were transferred from Weishan County to the solid side of other counties and counties. As a result, the kid recruited more than 20,000 people in 2 years, and once again enriched the population of Weishan County. The prestige of the county once again surpassed Luo Chong. Therefore, in order to show his sense of existence, Luo Chong also responded to the actual needs. He built a beacon like a god next to the dock in Weishan County to let the local people know who was the real leader of the Han tribe. Then, with a backhand order, he directly transferred Yunzi to Ruyang County, the center of the Han tribe, to be a county guard, and watched him in Hanyang County next to him. No one is gone, no dependents, this cloud is honest, and after he left, the vacancy of the guard of the mountain counties and counties, according to Luo Chang's order, let the 4 counties make Lu Guangzhu top up. He is considered to be promoted. Lu Guangzhu is indeed capable. The first 4 counties were well managed in his hands, but the geographical location of the 4 counties was not too good. The semi-mountain and semi-plains lacked large water sources, so in agriculture in terms of planting, you can only grow drought-tolerant crops such as wheat, corn and soybeans. The main food rice of the Han tribe cannot be grown there. Although agricultural development is not up, the geographical location of Shigang County is a very strategic place. This place is far from Hanyang County, Ruyang County, Xingdong County, and Braoxingyang County. The distance is about the same length. The transportation hub, goods, and people are endless. Therefore, in addition to leading the people to develop local basic agriculture, the county order in the Forton County is also responsible for managing a large number of warehouses, the registration of convoys, and the entry and exit of goods, as well as the catering and accommodation industries. This should be regarded as the advantage brought by the geographical location, because there are so many convoys in the past, whether it is the official and the soldiers who send letters, or the traffic merchant logistics convoys, they must be resupplied and rested here. Therefore, Lu Guangzhou has no teacher to make an official canteen and inn. According to modern saying, it should be a hotel. It can accommodate, eat, and feed horses, repair vehicles, store inventory, and even leave messages to all parties. Where there are such lively places in other counties and Lu Guangzhou also used this foray in to get the economy of the whole county. Since it's not good to grow food, do you grow vegetables? If there are many mountains, there are chickens on the mountain, and so many customers are kept in the office, and so many customers are entertained every day. Where these meat dishes come from, they are actually inns, that is, the government. It is a lot of income that people sell vegetables and chickens and eggs. If there is a large storage of goods, the inn will also recruit lucks from the county to carry the goods, so that the people in the county can still get a hard job when they are idle, earn some extra income, and the flat land at the foot of the mountain is also opened. A horse farm, Lu Guangzhou encourages people to buy a variety of grasses here, and the inn purchases in large numbers. After all, most of the convoys are to replace or deposit horses, so that the people in their county can increase their income. The service staff in the inn usually also recruit from the people in the county, which can also provide some jobs. It is no exaggeration to say that this official camp inn alone raised thousands of people in the entire county, all of which are due to the Lubuan column. Of course, it is more important that Lu Guangzhou is also good at combing notes in terms of logistics distribution. He has never had a loophole. In addition, he has more businessmen in contact with him. He knows the situation of Weishan County better. Luo Chong decided to put this person in Weishan County as a county guard. However, the situation in Weishan County is too different from the Forton County. Apart from the service industry of the inn, there is little agricultural and handicraft output in Seton County. The different places on Weishan County are that the output is extremely high. Weishan County has a large population, a resident population of more than 20,000, and a large population base. This life is faster, and the momentum of population growth is very strong. In agriculture, there are a lot of good water fields near the lake here. The rice planting area can be ranked second in the entire Han tribe, and the planting area of the emerging crop of sweet stalk sorghum can be ranked first. Because of the water, Weishan County can also fish here to breed green ducks, gray ducks, EP ducks, and a few kinds of poultry and poultry eggs. In the handicraft industry, the textiles of Weishan County are not very good, but with the advantages of the local sorghum main production area, the entire tribe is still ranked first in terms of sugar and brewing. In addition, porcelain can be burned here, and various handmade products, reed cool mat, bamboo mat, straw mat, broom, all sell the entire tribe. In terms of transportation, due to the proximity to lakes and river channels, coal from Dongfai County, glass and coke from Hart Island of the lake must all be transported by land to Xinzhou County, which can be said to be the technological frontier of the Han tribe. Hart Island's research on all new technological outputs can always be put here in Weishan County for the first time. Take the electric stone lamp. The first one appeared here in Weishan County. And because the local people are all reasons why Yunzi has drawn together, almost all of these local outputs are in the hands of pro-Yunzi factions. In this way, Lu Guangzhou, a foreign county guard, seems to be very difficult to do. First of all, he is not familiar with the production-oriented economic system. The previous Forton counties are at most small-scale farming and large-scale service industries. It is the output of various handicrafts. It is difficult for him to do it without the cooperation of those who master handicrafts. What he just said, the beam of light pillars, since he was promoted to the guard of Weishan County, he has been very hardworking. Fortunately, with the help of his colleagues in the government, he was able to stick to it. These words are on the surface of self-humility, and at the same time they are doing work for colleagues, but listening in Luo Chang's ears is another meaning. Chief, it's too hard for me to work here. I have to cooperate with my colleagues. I can barely stick to it. This means that if they don't cooperate, I won't get anything. This is obviously a complaint with Luo. Yunzi's forces have been deeply rooted in Weishan County. His family is here. Later, so many new tribes have been drawn in. In the clan that is in charge of every industry, Yunzi has allowed his own family to marry them. With the blending of blood, this is the family. Can everyone not hold the group? These are all reported by Jin Wuvai to Luo Chong. Whoever is married to whom? They can't hide this kind of news. Luo Chong can easily analyze his intentions. So the forces that want to completely disintegrate Yunzi are actually very easy to handle and continue to split them. So I saw Luo Chong start his performance. A piece of chicken was fetched from the hot pot and put in his bowl, and Luo Chong laughed and encouraged. Photocopy, how can a dull person make a county order? If you are still a dull person, wouldn't you say that my leader is unknown? Okay, you are not much older than me, or a young man. Young people have to be motivated to do things. How can they be afraid easily? I feel that work is hard enough, that is, I don't know enough, and I will be more diligent in the future. In addition, I will allow you to transfer some students from the school in Browsingyang County. You can arrange some errands for them at your hand. Can also give you some worries. In addition, the recovery of Bamboo Island in the south is imminent, and various industries must be built. Our cooperation with the Tang tribe has also proceeded smoothly. The sweet sorghum planted on their side has also been harvested. There is a lot of talent in everything. I'm going to transfer a batch of technically good support from you in the past. You won't have any comments, but can't tell me what is difficult. I don't want to listen. Lu Guangzhu done overjoyed and did not know whether it was hot or moved, and tears came out. How did he not understand the meaning of the leader? This is the leader arranging help for him, getting a group of unrooted people to teach himself, and transferring technical personnel from his place to the south for support. Support is definitely support, but who is good at it? Isn't this obvious? Whoever is married to Yunzi's family, then his family's skills must be the best, and they will be packed and taken away by then. Will you have an opinion? Oh, joke, he was afraid that Luo rushed to get him too few people, so he could clean up the Yunzi's pie system directly. Although he was so excited, he could not show a whisper on the surface, otherwise the work in the future would not be easy to do, so the Luguang column followed Luo Chan's words, and the two cooperated with a double spring. The leader's compassionate beam, and the beam of light is sent to the students to think that the little official, the beam of light is very grateful, how dare to violate the leader's wishes. The new land of the south is in vain, and the pillar of light is guarded by the Han tribe. If you dare not drag the tribe behind, compared with the south, all industries in Weishan County have been stabilized, even to support the leaders with more technical personnel. It's just that I don't know. The gap after this person was transferred? Luo Chong picked up the boiled hot from the pot, and the frozen tofu soaked in soup juice was put in the entrance. The eyebrows that were met at once were soothing. When I heard the ruthless questioning of Lu Guangzhu, the chopsticks were not put down. The mouth was ambiguous. Said, Gap, am I giving you a group of students? You arrange training for them yourself, and then add it to those factories. Yes, the beam of light understands that if the leader urgently needs this group of people, he can keep informed at any time that I will definitely clean up their belongings and clothes for them, and I will never miss the leader's major events. Please rest assured. The Luguang column immediately promised. This matter must be agreed quickly, because the leader will definitely not be long here. If Luo Chong is here, Lu Guangzhu will have a war, and when Luo Chong leaves, who knows if those people will come up with any moths. So, very good, the sugar factory in Tuohe County is still under construction for a while, but I had promised the Tang tribe to pass on the process of local legal sugar to them. Since you can give it at any time here, you will start picking people tomorrow. When Luo Chong said this, he turned his head and looked at his own personal security leader, and then told him, you will write down the name of the required manpower later, and then forward it to me in Lu County to guard. Don't delay tomorrow's business. Well, the head of the guard next to blinked in the blink of an eye, and the forkman responded, even if the matter of continuing to split the Yunzi Peng party was settled. Chapter 824 Inspection of Mint Factory. The guards around Luo Chong are actually affiliated with Jin Wuvai. Because of their reasons with Luo Chong, they would have been exposed to the confidential information of many Han tribes, but this group of people does not need to go out to investigate intelligence on their own. Just like the guards around Luo Chong, most people have nothing to do with the intelligence department, but they also abide by the principle of confidentiality. Yuzi has been responsible for the intelligence of the southern systems of Bamboo Island and the Grassland and the Tang tribe. In these counties, the intelligence is actually led by Luo Chong's bodyguard. So when Luo Chong asked him for the list, the guy made a list of Yunzi's family that night. All those who served in the Weishan County Industry Department and had a marriage relationship with Yunzi's family were listed. On the list. Early the next morning, Taking advantage of the time before departure, Luo Chong directly signed a decree ordering everyone and their families on the list to move to Tanhai County for a limited time to settle and be responsible for supporting the construction of various industries in the south. When Lu Guanju happily got the order, Luo Chong also boarded the ship to the mint of Huixin Island with his guards. The brigged flat-bottomed inland sailboat broke through the ice and snow on the lake and moved all the way in the direction of the mint mill. After several years of development by the Han tribe, this wetland where the swamp and the lake coexisted has changed a lot. Many fences have been built in the lake with bamboo poles, and some brick barriers have set up high minaret-shaped road signs on land. The entire wetland is divided into multiple areas, whereas the area where fishing and hunting are allowed, whereas the area where the poultry is farmed, which side is the protected area that is not allowed to enter, all divided by fences and minarets. So although it is covered with snow and ice, Luo Chong's sailboat can still accurately find the location of the mint along the road sign. A group of people spent 3 hours arriving at the mint of the mint mill, and just saw several other cargo ships coming from Huaishan County on the pier. These ships were here to deliver copper to the mint mill, as well as silver and lead mine. The mint mill usually has its own metallurgical department, copper, silver, and lead ingots, which can be smelted here. It was only because of the large amount of copper were returned from Bamboo Island in the past that it was sent to the new steel county for melting and reprocessing. When it was sent to the mint factory, it became pure copper. The mint mill here will smelt the bronze again, adding 5% of lead to optimize the liquidity of copper, so that the compared lead bronze can make the machine press a clearer and more delicate pattern on the coin. However, there are obviously two ships that are not used to transport ore, but a flat-deck cargo ship. I think it should be what Lu Guan just said, the cargo ship used to transport the new machine. The sailboat leaned towards the dock. Luo Chong took a group of guards to land ashore, and then condoned with the King Liubai sergeant stationed here before he led someone to the mint mill with black smoke. Of course, it was not a fire, but the steam engine inside was working. I learned in advance that the leader of the mint factory to be inspected came to meet early and was responsible for introducing Luo Chong to the mint factory. This person's name is Che Quan, has no clan, and has no foundation, but it was one of the first savage to join the Han tribe. He was also a carpenter after coming to the Han tribe. He joined Jin Liubai and was appointed as the person in charge here because he had understood the mechanical principles. Hearing Luo rushing in, this guy quickly came out of the factory and made his hands full of black ash, saluting towards Luo Kongke. Right to see the leader. Well, don't be too polite, look at your greasy black ash, are you working? Luo laughed at the fuselage and took the lead to the crowd walking towards the mint workshop. The right of car followed Luo Chong and said, "Return to the leader." Yesterday, 3 machines were shipped from the institute. Everyone was busy installing and debugging, so this was true for the humble staff. Well, what new machine is here, can it be installed? Luo Chong asked again. The headback is a 2-disc roller, which is specifically used to roll the groove on the side of the coin. 2 of the copper coins have been commissioned and are in operation, and the remaining silver coins are still being adjusted. The right of car continued to introduce. Well, yes, come next to the copper coins. After all, the amount of copper coins is greater, and the silver coins don't have to worry. Luo Chong said that he had taken the lead into the mint workshop. As soon as I entered the workshop, it was a hot air, and various mechanical noises with click and rumbling, all of which were steel machinery. They were all arranged in the workshop according to the layout of the assembly line. Many workers were busy operating everything here. The minibuses carrying raw materials and coal are running around the workshop. A steam engine each sits in a stove, which is responsible for adding water and coal, and looks after the operation status of the steam engine, but on the side of the workshop, there are still some equipment driven by the huge and bulky windmill. When Luo Chong saw this, he asked the car rights around him, "You can introduce me to the overall situation of the mint mill. How much steam power coverage has been completed and what is the daily output of money?" Yes, the leader, now the least scarce in the mint mill is the raw material. We are closer to the coke mill here, so the coke is fully supplied, and there is the steam engine reform of the Power Research Institute. Now the smelting, casting molds and rollboards have been replaced with steam engine power, so the raw materials are very sufficient. But those 2 workshops are not here. If the leader wants to see it, we can go there first. Okay, then take a look. Luo Chong then agreed to go down and went to the smelting workshop under the leadership of the car rights. A group of people first went to the smelting workshop. As soon as they entered the workshop, they saw a neat row of smelting furnaces, 2 of which were dedicated to smelting silver and lead. The other were smelting furnaces. It is the kind of burnt furnace. On the other side of the workshop are a few huge shafts used to weigh the weight of the raw materials. When Luo Chong went by a group of people, he just saw a worker adding lead particles to the red and hot crucible, but he did not directly add it manually. Instead, hang an iron box containing lead particles with a crane above the smelter, then add from a slide diagonally downwards. The right of car is introduced on the side. Chief, the lead mine here will be cast into a cylindrical rod after refining, and then use a steam towing device to pull it into a thin lead bar, and then be cut into lead particles and spit it out. The finished lead particles can be used as a stove. The material of the bronze alloy is more even, the fusion speed is faster, and the quality of the alloy is also the highest. We generally put copper ingots into the crucible first, then heat it in the smelting furnace to the liquefied state, and then add the required lead particles from the feeding port above the side of the furnace. This process will not be removed, so there will be no lead steam in the workshop, and the smoke generated during the smelting is all discharged along the chimney, and then after natural cooling outside. Finally, he was discharged into the swamp and did not release any heavy metal gas outward. Moreover, the blending work during smelting is also done by the blender with steam power, which basically realizes smelting automation. Well done. Lead vapor is toxic, so even if there is no smoke in the workshop, don't forget to wear a mask when entering the workshop normally. This must be strictly required. When Luo Chon listened to his introduction, he looked at the workers in the workshop. Everyone was wearing a mask and was very satisfied, but he asked again. Please rest assured that everyone knows that lead gas is toxic and no one wants to smell too much to become a fool, so we are still very conscious in wearing masks, and we have a workshop inspection department here, responsible for the safety inspection of each workshop. If you do not enter the workshop as required, you will be deducted from your salary. The right to car is introduced again. Well, this is very good. Workers need to be conscious, but the system is also very important and must be maintained. Yes, the leader, please look here, this is our casting link. The right of car rushed Luo to the other side. This is our sand type treatment area. It is still used to fill sand by hand. However, this work is not in demand, so it is sufficient by hand, so it has not been changed to mechanization. What they are doing now is to cast the plate mold. This mold has 200 cavities inside. It can be cast with 200 thick copper plates at a time. The cast copper plate is a lead bronze alloy with a thickness of 1.5 centimeters thick. Sheet. After casting over there, the mold is cooled and removed, and the copper plate is cleaned after separation. The leader, please see, here is the scrubble machine, driven by an iron horse, and a orthogonal machine, which can drive two at the same time, using chain transmission, which is specifically responsible for cleaning the cast copper plate. This step has been mechanized. The mint link has shortened a lot of time. Luo flushed through this so-called scrubber. In fact, a rolling brush with a pig mane installed on it was carried out rolling scrubbing operations on both sides of the copper plate. Below is a sink full of soapy water. There is also a minivan connected to the roller brush, responsible for bringing soap water into a horizontal sink above, then through the hole under the sink to the copper plate, so that you can wash both sides of the copper plate at the same time, and finally rinse with a clear water, and the golden copper plate will be washed away. Luo Chon was satisfied and nodded, and asked casually, has been rolled at this point? Yes, leader, let's go to another scroll workshop. There is a right to lead the way in front, and everyone quickly turns to another workshop. This rolling workshop looks cleaner, and there are only 3 machines, but it seems unusually large. Chief, all equipped here is a 50 centimeters wide width crane sent by the Institute, which uses multi-stage crushing, one-stage formation, and directly produces the finished sheet. The right of car pointed to one of the machines and introduced Luo Chon to function. The first impression given by this roller is that it is very valuable and expensive, because there are 12 silver flashes installed on it, different diameter steel rollers, and the steel rollers rotate at a constant speed under the chain and gear, crushing the copper plate sent inside. The thickness sent from the foundry workshop is 1.5 centimeters thick copper plate. Under the gravity crushing of this machine up to 10 times, it becomes 50 centimeters wide when it comes out of the last, and the thickness is only 1.5 millimeters thin copper plate. Curled up with an iron tube, it became the basic material for rushing coins. There are also many threaded poles and crude springs between the different steel rollers of this machine. The pressure between the various steel rollers can be adjusted by the hand-wagged steel wheel to control the thickness of the finished copper plate. The workers responsible for this roller coaster are still holding a special logo card ruler to measure the thickness of the finished product in different positions. It's a pity that the Han tribe has not yet had the ability to manufacture precision kilograms, and the accuracy of the lathe cannot be so high, but for coins, a 1/10 millimeter error is already within the allowable range. This is also the Han tribe the highest accuracy that can be achieved at present. Then a group of people looked at 2 other roller machines responsible for silver and copper plates, measured the use of the machine, and learned that the current steam engine is more efficient than the previous roller plate equipment, and the finished product quality is better. Luo Chon was satisfied with nodding. After watching the preparations for this series, they went to the pressure workshop, the largest mint workshop. The head of the mint workshop is more than a dozen different types of stampers with curly plates on it, which are then stamped into various diameter coin embryos, that is, money embryos. The Han tribe uses a three-tier currency system. The smallest unit of text is a round pure copper piece, but the corner coin is a silver and copper coin. The outer circle is a circle of silver. Inside is a copper core with a nail size. Then use the machine to press the two pieces together. The largest element coin is the silver coin made of pure silver. After these money embryos have been punched, they must first go through the grinding process and wash away the stains of the rushing edge and the surface of the money embryo. This step has now been changed from manual to fully mechanized. After washing and drying, the money embryo will be sent to the side of the coin that has just been sent to the 3 roller side machines that the car writes said, and the side of the coin will be pressed with a ring-shaped orbit and a patterned steel wheel. On the uneven ramp, one coin lined up into the track of the disc roller, and when it came out from the other side, it had become a side-squeezed coin. Finally, send these money embryos that have completed the roller side into an automated punch and smash the pattern on both sides of the coin. This coin is really completed. The tinkering sound came from the dozen bite behind the punching machine, which was the sound of a rushed coin falling into the wooden box. After such a box of coins is full, someone will drag the box away with a trolley, then overcard the coins, put a paper seal, roll into a stick, and finally pack it. It looks like a roll of TV. Ocean. In fact, there is not much difference. After all, it contains silver coins and copper coins. Chapter 825 New Discovery of Ao Fei. After the introduction of the right of car, Luo Chong learned that the entire mint mill has now basically achieved the standard of full mechanization. The only part that has not completed the renovation is the roller side step and ballast step of the first-class coin. The silver coins are currently used. It is still windmill power. However, the entire monetary system accounts for the largest proportion, using the most used literary and corner coins, and all have been mechanized and renovated. The output of the Chinese tribe's copper coins has now reached the rate of 18,000 per hour. The quantity, not the face value, in terms of production speed alone, has been more than 10 times higher than the previous windmill power machinery. Production at this rate can definitely meet the market void brought by the new population, so that Luo Chan's heart will have a bottom. It doesn't matter if there is a large denomination temporarily. Anyway, there are not many opportunities for ordinary people to use this large face value. The most commonly used is zero money. In terms of raw materials, because there are a large number of copperware exchanged from Bamboo Island as a guarantee, it can also be met temporarily. Need. In fact, with the current population size and economic volume of the Han tribe, Luo Chong feels that if all the copperware exchanged from Bamboo Island is minted into coins, the Han tribe should not run out. So after completing the mechanized transformation, it may be necessary in the future. Limit the boot time. In general, Luo Chong is still very satisfied with this investigation. Obviously, the heads of the Mint Mill and the Power Research Institute also understand the priority of the matter, and put the small denomination copper coin transformation in front of it. The Mint has the ability to cast a large amount of money in a short time. In the end, the right of car rushed to the warehouse of the Mint factory, and the wooden box used to hold the coin was filled with half of the warehouse. Seeing such currency reserves, Luo Chong was very happy, and immediately said to the guards around him, "Let's start arranging transportation tomorrow. The sooner these currencies are delivered to the south, the better. It will take a month or 2 on the road. It is estimated that the battle on Bamboo Island is almost over when it is shipped to the place." "Yes, leader, but are these currencies to be shipped directly to the mission of Bamboo Island, or are they sent to Tinghai County first?" "Of course it is Tuohei County. Anyway, it is not far from Tuohei County to Bamboo Island. It is a maximum of 1 week's voyage. Bamboo Island will be mobilized from Tuohei County if needed. There is also a lot of cooperation, which includes the promotion of currency, so the amount needed by the Soup tribe is also huge, so send it to Tinghai County for their unified deployment," Luo Chong explained. "Well, I will arrange the ship in a moment, the leader. Shall we go back now or go to the Institute of Comprehensive Research?" The bodyguard leader took this task and asked about the next trip. Luo rushed to the door of the warehouse to watch the sky. They came out early today. Now that they have inspected the mint factory, they haven't reached the noon for dinner. Luo Chong also hasn't been there for a year, so they just thought a little bit. It was decided. Go to the Research Institute. Let's go to the Research Institute for lunch at noon. Okay, then I will arrange the ship now. The chief of the bodyguard agreed to send the captain of their boat when he turned to find it. "Chief, did you eat at the mint factory at noon?" The right of car hasn't seen the leader in a long time, or since the mint mill moved to Hart Island. Luo Chong has never been here. Now it's not easy to come once, and of course I don't want Luo Chon to leave so quickly. Unfortunately, Luo Chon still has a lot to do, so he directly rejected the retention of car rights. No, your work is too busy, I won't affect you here. There are still many currencies in the south. Hurry up and transform and do a good job of production, especially after changing to steam power. We must give workers are well educated in safety awareness. Our medical and sanitary conditions are poor, and we can be safe from injury or injury. Let everyone be careful when working. Luo shook his head and walked out without forgetting to tell 2 sentences. Yes, thank you for your concern. We will pay attention to safety and pay close attention to production. Please rest assured. The ride of car followed Luo Chon to the open space of the pier, and it was only then that he and Luo Kongbei were in goodbye. Luo Chon and his party quickly got on the boat again, and the Comprehensive Research Institute of the non-stop transfer station. The Comprehensive Research Institute is also located on the heart island of a lake. It is similar to the environment of the mint mill. It leans on the swamp and faces the lake. It is convenient for water transportation and various heavy metal chemicals to be discharged, so that these toxic things can be discharged into the swamp. Outside, polluting the environment in other places. After all, at the current technological level of the Han tribe, only the swamp has a natural heavy metal degradation function. This is the only way for the Han tribe to deal with pollution now. The distance between the institute and the mint factory is not very far, and the water transportation is more convenient, so it took only more than half an hour for Luo Chon to reach the pier of the Comprehensive Institute. As soon as a group of people stepped onto the dock, they heard a thorny bell from the island, which made Luo Chon laugh. Our time is just right, just enough to rub a meal. Just when Luo rushed to speak, the researchers who had just come out of various laboratories at noon also saw the group of people on the dock. The first Luo rushed a black robe with an empty pinch on his head. The researchers recognized it at a glance. Chief, why are you here? At a glance, Ao Fei at the tip of his eye saw Luo Chon, and he followed Luo Chon's side of illness, and immediately ran over. The other researchers around me listened. Oh, the leader actually came, and even ran over to greet him. The leader is good. See the leader. See the leader. The boss of the chemistry group, Shannon, also brought a group of researchers to visit. Luo laughed and waved at them. Okay, you are all fine. Ao Fei has come to Luo Chon in front of him, and he can't wait to ask after seeing the ceremony. Chief, why did you come here suddenly in person? Is there another major project to arrange for us? Everyone heard that ears were erected. Yeah, generally only when a particularly important project is to be arranged, the leader feels that they may not be sure before they come to guide themselves. However, Luo Chon really came to inspect this time. Although there is a rubber gas pipeline project to explain to them, it is not a particularly significant project. In terms of the current capacity level of the rubber research team, it is just a little technical. The content of the gas hose is at most a few more experiments. There is a small project about rubber, which has nothing to do with your optical team. You don't have to be nervous. I'm here to see you and examine everyone's work during the recent period. Luo laughed and explained to them. It turns out that this is really great, leader. We happen to have many questions to ask the leader. Ao Fei was not discouraged when he heard about him, but he was even more excited because his recent optical research has made new discoveries, and there are many problems that he wants to ask Luo Chon for advice. I don't know if the entry threshold for optics is too low, or that Ao Fei's luck burst shed. After studying various basic optical theories and successfully developing the camera with the disease, the kid once again made a major discovery and invention, just because of the relationship between the eyes. What is the use of the new things you have made, and in which direction to develop? He was bottomless in his heart. But now that Luo rushed, everything is not a problem. Ask a question to say, but I just heard your canteen ring the bell. I haven't eaten yet. How can I ask if I can have a meal? Luo smiled and squinted at the top talents of this group of Han tribes in front of him and asked. When Ao Fei Dun grinned, his palms gave himself a slap. Sorry, Chief, you look at me, I am so excited to see you, forget about the food, and walk around, although we eat all it's the tribe's money, but we must invite this meal, but our apprentice asks the teacher's meal, and please don't refuse the leader. Chapter 826 The Key to Opening the New World. Luo Chon was unable to come to the institute once, so this meal really became what they invited, and there was no way to ask. The canteen of Huixin Island made quantitative meals every day. Although the Han tribe was not short of food, the people it came from the time when they were not full, so the nature of the savings has not been lost. I usually eat as much as I do. Luo Chon suddenly arrived here, and the cafeteria was not prepared at all, so I had to let the cook do it now. Fortunately, there is no shortage of ingredients here. There are also chickens, ducks and rabbits on the island. It was sent over soon. Unfortunately, there were no decent vegetables. In the days of the vegetable shed, it was indeed a luxury to eat fresh vegetables. The heads of several research groups and Luo Chong were at the same table. The disease was also next to Luo Chong. On the other side was Ao Fei. The two have now become friends because they have designed the camera together. A group of people talked about it first. Chief, I recently made another new discovery, but I don't know if this has any research value. If it is really valuable, in which direction will it develop in the future? Please comment. Ao Fei said that he took a photo of a protein paper from his arms, but the image above was very strange, showing AA aperture, and then there was a shadow that seemed to be moving in it. What is it? But it is certain that the shadow in the middle is also fluent, because the color of the center of the shadow is relatively light. To be honest, a black and white photo is the outline that can take a thing, and it is impossible to expect a high resolution. What was this shot? Luo Chong looked at the photos for a while, but he didn't see a reason. He went to the medical condition and picked up the photos, and he didn't see any name. Head back, this is a drop of water droplets I took from the tree to the camera when I experimented with the new lens outdoors. I have seen this drop of water, which is absolutely pure and transparent. At least the naked eyes look transparent. However, this photo taken through the lens shows that there is a moving shadow in the water beads, but there is really nothing to see with the naked eye. What do you say in this water? Ao Fei explained Luo Chang's question. You say this aperture is a water ball, and the shadow inside is the moving thing, and can't see it in the naked eye? I was surprised to ask when I took the photo on the spot. That's right, that's it. Is it true to go to a sick brother? When Ao Fei was interested in going sick, he asked, by the way, what insights can I have? I can see it with my naked eyes, but I can take it with a camera. What does this mean? The leader must understand. Can you analyze it for us? It has also entered a state of research at the moment of going to disease. It happened that the cook over the cafeteria just sent a dish, and Luo Chong picked up the chopsticks and said while eating, what can this do? From a scientific point of view, your lens is nothing more than a magnifying glass, which can't be seen in the naked eye, but you see it through the lens, which shows that this thing is extremely small and uses our eyes. Can't see it at all. You can only see its existence by continuously enlarging the multiple. And you just said that this thing will move, so I judged it should be a living thing. And then look at this photo, the blurry trajectory behind the shadows above. It seems that it should swim in the water beads. In this way, you can conclude that through a magnifying glass, you see a microbial that cannot be detected by the naked eye, but can swim in the water beads. Just call it microbial. Microorganisms. The same person at a table was shocked, and the hard term just made by the leader was repeated in the mouth. The leader means that there are microorganisms in this world that we cannot see and live together in the same world? Will they be good or bad? The smelling peasants of the chemical group next to it first raised an objective question. This is how to do research: constantly ask questions, assume questions, and then make more rigorous experiments to demonstrate, and finally draw a general conclusion. This is the process of scientific research, so asking questions is the first. Luo rushed to nod. He certainly knew the existence of microorganisms, but he couldn't say it directly, but to guide these people to study themselves and turn it into a special science, so he listened to him. The existence of microorganisms is just an assumption I just made. Isn't this a photo taken by Ao Fei? If you don't use microbial assumptions to explain, what do you say it is? So we can't make the correct argument now, we are analyzing the hypothesis. Assuming that Ao Fei took a picture of a microbial, the microbial is real, then we should not rush to draw conclusions, let alone use the narrow emotional ideas of good or bad to make conclusions. As far as biology is concerned, there are large creatures, so you can understand the living things that we can see with our naked eyes, flying birds and animals, flower birds and fish, and tree crops that can grow naturally and can be observed by the naked eye, can be included in the biological category, but can you tell whether the biological is good or bad? No. The word good or bad should not appear in scientific arguments, but to say whether it is useful to us. Everything has its two sides. We do scientific research as the process of finding truth, and our results are based on our research technology, so that various materials can be used by us. Who can say that microorganisms are useless to us? Luo Chong said that everyone nodded, boldly assumed, and rigorously argued that the scientific concepts that the leaders repeatedly instilled in them have been deeply in the minds of everyone. This time, it is no exception. Only by looking at the problem from a rational perspective can scientific research not go astray. Ao Fei has been listening silently while eating, and when Luo rushed down this hypothetical conclusion, he asked again, so, leader, do you think this has any research value? If we want to study, in which direction should we explore? Luo Chong took the side dishes again, which said that is of course valuable and very valuable. Assuming that there are really microorganisms in this world, what does that mean? It means a new world that we have never seen. The meaning is very significant. If we can open this world and go deep into this world, there will be huge rewards. Let's take the creature as an example. Take the meals on this table. Food is a plant that can grow. It is also a kind of creature. We have mastered its planting method and can make our people full. Starve again. This chick, duck, and other birds, we have mastered its habits and can cultivate in large quantities, providing us with meat and a lot of bird eggs. Even this table is not the furniture we made of wood? So many creatures can be used by us to improve our quality of life. Think about it, if we can see the world of microorganisms and let these microorganisms be used by us, what changes can our lives bring? So this research is valuable and very valuable. Here we can ask a few questions based on the characteristics of the creature, that is, our research direction. The most new small said in 6-9 book bar first hair. How many types of microorganisms are there? What does it look like? How do they grow and move? How do they breed offspring? How do they affect the environment in which we grow together? What role does it play in influence? What role does it play? This is our research direction. And to study these, we must meet the premise, that is, how can we see microorganisms? This is what AOFE has to do. We just made a definition for microorganisms, that is, extremely tiny creatures that cannot be observed with naked eyes and can only be seen with magnifying glass, so all you need to do is make an ultra-high multiplier magnifying mirror. The kind that allows us to see microorganisms through this magnifying glass must be able to amplify the microorganism tens of thousands of times. In order to distinguish it from ordinary magnifying glasses, it also shows its uniqueness and specificity, so here it is specifically given a name, called the microscope, which can show the magnifying glass of microorganisms, referred to as the microscope. The microscope is the key to opening the treasure trove of the microbial world for us humans. Its significance is also very important. If your color camera has made little progress, you can now study it in this direction. A group of people on the table were stupid. I didn't expect this random discovery to be taken seriously by the leader. But when it comes to the last microscope, everyone can't help but have a numb skin. Good guys, come up and say that they want to zoom in thousands of times, and at what level is the lens technology of the Han tribe now? The number of times for a single barrel telescope is only 10 to 40 times. The astronomical telescope with the largest caliber can be amplified by 600 times. Luo Chang's mouth is tens of thousands of times, just the smallest 1,000 times. It is only necessary to double the current number of astronomical telescopes. Looking at AOFE's frowning and sorrowful face, Luo laughed and sought his shoulder to comfort him. You don't have to be afraid of how difficult it is. In fact, the technology of this microscope and telescope is no different. It's just that one is used for viewing and the other is to observe small creatures. I'll give you a hint. Microorganisms must be particularly small. So you don't need to take a microscope and run around, like this photo you took before. Maybe it exists in a drop of water. So you need a basin bracket, and then install a load-bearing platform, polymer, reflector, etc. to provide light for the observation, and finally put a super multiplier telescope aimed at the load-bearing platform on it. And the size of this microscope must not be too large. This should not be a problem, because you should understand that the magnification of the telescope has nothing to do with the caliber, but the amplification by the combination of focal length and lens. Let it go. I'm optimistic about you. You will be able to make this key to open the new world for us. Chapter 827 The Third Institute of the Han Tribe. With the effort of a working meal, everyone has set a new scientific research project. Many researchers in other groups have been stimulated. Without him, there have been too many major achievements in the optical group recently. First, the telescope, and then the camera is now the key to the new world. If it can be made, it will be a great contribution. And like other rubber, the chemical team studies basic materials or improves production processes. Although there are many achievements, there is no comparable influence on the upper camera. No matter how high, the people in his ordinary land can't see it. Now even the steam engine of the Power Research Institute is bigger than their name. How not to make people angry? However, basic materials science is the top priority. Others do not understand this, but Luo Chong understands in his heart, so it is also one of Luo Chan's responsibilities to do ideological work for these researchers. Looking around the expressions of the people around me, Luo Chong said with a smile, I know that everyone is committed to it, and I hope to produce a little more disgraceful technical results like the optical team, but in my heart, the basic material it is the cornerstone of all technology. Without your rubber, we can't get advanced machinery and tools, and there are no faster tires. Without your chemical team, we can't make such advanced weapons, and there are more excellent steel. In the future, we will have a long way to go. The steam engine is definitely the top priority for our future development, but that is not possible by a power research institute alone, but requires the joint efforts of all our fallen elites. Without you, these basic materials, where do we make rails that can carry locomotives? Without your rubber materials, where can we get qualified steam engines? So as long as everyone works with peace of mind, whoever has contributed to the development of the tribe, I can see here that your credit is indispensable, and your honor is indispensable. As long as the institute can produce results, bonuses, and titles, there will never be arrears here. There is also one thing to inform everyone that our Han tribe has an increasing population and scientific research is gradually on track, so the education system will also usher in major reforms. I believe everyone also knows about the medical school's compilation of medical textbooks. In the future, your achievements will also be written into various scientific textbooks. Not only will your achievements be included, but even your name and your photos will be added together in the book. I want the children and grandchildren of the Han tribe to remember those of you who have made outstanding contributions to the development of the tribe. By the time the children in the school hall turn over the textbooks, they can see at a glance, which year and month of the Han tribe, what the academicians of which institute discovered the appearance, summed up this law, and let them when studying, remember how great their ancestors are. When Luo Chang's words were finished, there was a laughter in the cafeteria. Everyone listened with the blood, and they were entangled in their hearts. Isn't it known that their scientific research was successful? Thousands of households, and when others take pictures, they have to admire and boast about the jealousy. This is magic, who is not? After all, they did not have any less power than the optical group, but they were always missing in honor. They really don't care about the treatment, because the leaders give the institute the best treatment. They can leave a name to let others know that they have also dedicated themselves to the tribe, and Luo Chon said they should take their names, and this kind of thing printed on the textbook is definitely the highest level of honor, but it will be passed down in the future. So after receiving this promise, everyone laughed relaxedly. Chief, that's as complicated as what we studied. I'm afraid it's not easy to remember the textbook? As the leader of the chemistry group, Shannon also sat next to Luo Chong. After hearing Luo Chang's words, he was embarrassed to touch his nose. When the camera inventor was signed before, Ao Fei was placed as the first initiator and principal provider, and he did not contribute much to the research and development process. He was put to the second one. Of course, these are understandable. The farmer only provided some material and chemical theoretical support, did not participate in the research and development throughout, and finally added a name to him. This made him feel a little bit charitable. But he can't refuse to give himself such a long face and be able to shine on his ancestors. But this does not mean that he doesn't want to make some important achievements by himself. At that time, he will write his name in the inventor's position. But now think about what you are doing every day. The messy chemical experiments are all semi-finished products or reagents that ordinary people can't use. Even if they are researched, who knows, even if they write themselves in books. What will you write? It seems that there is no representative scientific success to be able to win. This is easy to handle. Basic materials science has basic materials. At that time, we must have some books like chemistry and biology. At that time, put in the success of your summary, and then put you in front of each volume. It is good to say that these are your achievements. The people don't know, it's okay, as long as the students know it. Wait for their generation of young people to know, and future children and grandchildren will know it. After all, our Han tribe is going to be enrolled in school for all. He smirked when people from chemical groups such as Smelling Farm finished listening. The elites of the Han tribe are bored to experiment on this isolated island every day. Their lives are extremely boring. They work here every day for complaints. After all, they want to get something. This is human nature. Luo Chong also understands very well, so he is willing to satisfy these researchers in terms of his ability. These are all heroes of the Han tribe. After the meal, Luo Chong went to the institute again to check the progress of various aspects. Ao Fei's optical team now has nothing to do except to improve the camera and continue to study optical theory. Color photography requires 3 color filters and color imaging technology. The filter is relatively simple, but those chemical reagents in color imaging can only be groped like hitting the luck, and Fei Fei is not very chemical. Understand, you can only wait for the results of the chemical group of Shannon to speak. Now they have taken another microscope project, which is considered to be alive in a short time. The chemistry group on the farmer side is to be busier. Before Luo Chong added some outstanding students from the school, many of them are now trained as explosive producers by the chemistry group. The chemical level of the Han tribe is extremely limited, and the ordinary steam industry has just started, not to mention high-tech chemical plants, so if you want to produce double-based propellants and bullets, you can only use laboratory methods. Production is not large in scale and can only take a few more routes, but these experiments are extremely dangerous, so these newly graduated students, people with a certain cultural foundation, have become the best source of workers. If you carefully train, you can go to work as long as you learn to do those experiments. In terms of rubber teams, they are still doing various basic experiments. How to make latex raw materials into various industrial products. What characteristics will the finished rubber under different catalysts and different conditions show? If you want to understand this, in the absence of various electronic testing equipment and computers to analyze operations, you can only use the most stupid method, the exclusion method, that is the same test, until the most suitable formula is tried and the process comes out. Since Luo Chong brought the first batch of latex raw materials back from the Tang tribe, it has been half a year now. The rubber team has accumulated thousands of experiments with these raw materials, which is definitely the most workload, and a department with the most insignificant results, but with the assurances and commitment of Luo Chong at lunch, now the researchers in the rubber group are all morale, and their work is very enthusiastic. Luo Chong also stayed here for a short time, picking out several experimental products with the researchers of the rubber group, and then letting them try to suppress the high-pressure ventilation hose according to these formulas. Try it first and then say, specific design. The parameters will wait for them to dock with the Power Research Institute. Finally, when he was leaving, Luo Chong handed over a major research project to the chemistry group. Just listen to him say to Xinfeng, after the start of the steam industry, our demand for various higher performance alloy steel will become heavier and heavier, so I will now assign you a long-term task. A group came out to specifically test the composition of metal minerals in various parts of the Han tribe, then try to purify smelting, and then test and identify various characteristics of alloy steel, for example, which is highly resistant, which is more proliferative, which is more resistant to high and low temperatures, and has a hardness comparison, pressure-bearing capacity, etc. These must be recorded in detail. This work will be very complicated and boring. It is estimated that it is similar to the work of the rubber group. You must be prepared in your heart, but I can tell you that this work is very important for our future, and everyone must not slack off. Yes, the leader can rest assured that we will complete the task. It is not possible. We can also rotate in groups within the group. The difficulty is not a problem. If there is no difficulty, it will be ours. What the leader does not have to worry. We will not drag the back of the tribe's development. Well, I'm optimistic about you, do it well. Luo Chong patted the shoulder of the smelling farmer and left with a group of guards. On the way back, Luo Chong is still thinking about things. The consequences of the development of modern science and industry are a lot of classified science, because a person's energy is limited after all, and he is really unable to master everything. Now that the optical team has started to develop microscopes, do you want to start planning the third institute now, which is a research institute specializing in biology, animals, plants, microorganisms, and the current scientific types of the Han tribe? There is no special for the biological branch. Chapter 828 Xin1 of Kenji Kyo. In the current state of the Han tribe, it is not particularly difficult to form a new biological research institute. Some of the venues are personnel. Some people are mobilized from Sinang Temple and some are mobilized from medical school. It is not a problem to form a batch, and the rest will be studied by themselves. Even if the Han tribe has a biological research institute, it is currently the main animal and plant and pharmaceutical biotechnology, and it is too dark, and it is impossible to figure it out now. But as long as this begins, it may be possible to see the birth of antibiotics in his lifetime. Not necessarily, but it's still too early to think about this. After returning to Hanyang City, Luo Chong issued multiple orders again. In addition to continuing to deliver money to Tanhai County, a large amount of civilian supplies have to be delivered. These are to stimulate the economy of Bamboo Island and Tang Tribe. Smash into a large amount of money, and then dump the goods, so that the local economy can be stimulated in a short time. The Han tribe has basically mastered the Bamboo Island and the Soup tribe, and the grassland has now mastered some of it. Basically, the population in the areas that have been detected is collected in a few. This seems to be a good thing. The population has indeed increased significantly, but it has also reduced the market for foreign trade of the Han tribe. I used to do business with Bamboo Island. It was called foreign trade. The Han tribe can make their money differently, but it will not work in the future. If the target of foreign trade is lost, the economy of the Han tribe will be sluggish. If you want to continue to maintain good economic growth, you can only turn exports into domestic sales and stimulate national consumption to warm the economy. Although Bamboo Island is not officially under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe, Luo Chon has seen this hidden danger, so the next step is to try to develop civilian commodities, increase national income, and allow ordinary people to have more money in their hands to promote their consumption enthusiasm. In short, one sentence must allow money to flow, otherwise it will lose its value. Although Luo Chon is not on the front line of battle, he is also very concerned about the future development of Bamboo Island, and those soldiers who are fighting on the front line have encountered a problem at this time. Although the previous Battle of Landing Days basically annihilated the two front-line troops of the Xian tribe, there were still some omissions, or the people nearby reported this news to the Xian tribe, which led to the blood massacre. The planned surprise attack tactics failed. The way in which intelligence was leaked is no longer possible to investigate, but it is now certain that the high levels of the Xian tribe have known the fact that the Han army landed on Bamboo Island and have occupied half of their land. The Xian tribe's response was very fast, or they were a little scared when they saw that their two most elite corps were wiped out by the Han tribe in just one day. As for the result of their fear, there are only two possibilities, either to choose to run directly and avoid fighting with the Han army, or to concentrate all the resources in their hands to fight a decisive battle with the Han tribe about life and death. But the result is very obvious that the Han tribe will never give them a chance to escape. Just when Eagle Yangwei, Leopard Tuwei, and Zioki Wei entered their respective garrisons, the Bloodslaughter also sent a large number of scouts to the next target. According to the current location and speed, the next target of the Han army was Bloodslaughter is set in Xianfeng County, a long coastal area just north of Bamboo Island, which is the sealant industry base of the Xian tribe. Its importance is self-evident for both the Han tribe and the Xian tribe. The Bloodslaughter wants to seize the resources of the salt pond here, but Xian's most wanted thing to do now is to live. He can't control the salt. He only knows that the two most capable troops on his front line are gone. If you want to block the next attack of the Han tribe, you must form more troops again. So, the top members of the Xian tribe took out the most scarce materials of the Salt tribe, and the food and livestock recruited them, and tried their best to disgrace the true face of the Han army, killing the Han army as a child, and robbing them when they saw a woman. The man grabbed the slave, the evil-doing aggressor, and also found some mass actors to play the escape from the crying tears accused the Han army of various crimes. The men, women and children of the Salt tribe panicked at once. On the one hand, they were the great temptation brought by the food and livestock given by Xian Tong. On the other hand, they felt the threat and oppression of the Han tribe. Eventually, the entire Salt tribe was half-pushed. He participated in the Xian Tong's team and voluntarily resisted the attack of the Han tribe together with the Xian tribe. According to Xian's claim, the Han tribe called, "If we don't join hands to resist together, then everyone will not survive. Rather than die, it's better to get together and find a way to live." As a result, the neglected Salt tribe began to migrate from the territory of Xian to the territory of Xian. The scale of the migration was so rapid that it could be described as a solid wall-clear field. When the first batch of reprimands sent by the Bloodslaughter arrived in Xianfeng County, they only saw the remains of a messy village. The reason why they were the remains was that those villages were gone by one person, and even the livestock were left. Not left, even a lot of houses in corn straw were burned clean. The village in one seat was basically burned into white land. The scouts are all stupid and have no idea what is happening here, but after all, they are professional scouts. Soon, they found traces of large groups of marching troops in the village. According to the direction of the traces, it is easy to know where the people in the village went, and that direction was the headquarters of the Xian tribe, the direction of the Sea County on the side of the Han tribe. When they encountered such a big event, the scouts didn't dare to delay, and even hurriedly sent all these strange insights to the above. When the Bloodslaughter got the news, his first reaction was, "Not good, these grandchildren want to run." It's not surprising that he will make such a judgment. At this time, the Bloodslaughter has never heard anything called the hard wall clearing, so there is no such idea at all. I heard the scouts report that the entire family of the Salt tribe is moving towards the sea. The first idea of the Bloodslaughter is that Xian Tong and the high-level Xian tribes are afraid. They want to concentrate all their population and materials and escape from Bamboo Island. Escape from Bamboo Island is obviously a very simple question. There are no ships in the upper levels of the Xian tribe, so even if they want to run, they can only run from the mainland Dark Bridge and cross the bridge in the direction of the grassland. Therefore, after judging the purpose of the high-level Xian tribe, the Bloodslaughter immediately contacted Vapo Wei's commander, and asked them to help block the Dark Bridge at the northwestern end of Bamboo Island. At the same time, this guy gave a request to the local garrison in the 3 counties of Hungyu to help block the Dark Bridge of Bamboo Island, but the strength of these 3 counties is not to be returned to the Blood Butcher, so he can only ask them to prepare for the battalion first. Then he gave Luo Chong a letter to order the garrison of Hungwe to help himself complete the blockade of Bamboo Island. However, the blood slaughter was busy here, and the Xian tribe did not intend to escape at all, or they thought about it, but because there were no ships, and the grassland was the reason for the actual control of the Han tribe, they were not sure to board the mainland. It can be ran away, so what the Xian tribe actually does is to gather all the resources in its hands, play with the Han tribe, and fight against death. This is something that the blood slaughter never thought of. Xianfeng County has become a white land with no population and is full of messy land. The blood slaughter will naturally not be idle. According to the idea that you don't want me to want this land, he directly led the remaining 4 guards to advance on the edge of the county, and did not put the Sea Wolf guards who were originally prepared to defend in the local area of Xianfeng County on defense. Instead, act with your own army. Xianfeng County even has no one, and Haiwan County still keeps a fart. Chapter 829 Response of Shueqing Kiln. Unexpectedly, when the scout from Guanhai County came back 2 days later, a similar message was reported to the blood slaughter. The narrow coastal area in the south of Bamboo Island, that is, the area of Guanhai County divided by the Han tribe, there have also been large numbers of people migrating. However, unlike Xianfeng County, the Qinhuai tactics on the other side of Guanhai County have not been carried out so thoroughly. In addition to removing a large number of young children, there are cattle and sheep, and grain and dried meat. It also left a lot of old and weak and disabled people. Of course, old and weak may not be accurate. Most of these people are about 40 years old, but for this era, they are already very old people. The few people in their 30s are either infected with disease, either it is a variety of disabilities. In a word, in short, the scolders say that all people in their 30s have followed the migration. When we went, we only saw the old and the elderly in the village, the disabled, the infected, sitting alone in the courtyard. They were lifeless, not productive or active, and only waited for the dead to spend their lives. We spot-checked some of the elderly. Grain, they don't even have much food. They should have been given up. This situation seems to be worse than Xianfeng County. If you migrate and get rid of it anyway, what will happen if you leave such a group of old, weak, and sick? But the facts are there, and the Han tribe cannot be invisible. The blood slaughter frowned deeply, pondered for a while, and then asked again about the scolding for reporting the situation. Can you see that they have ambushed soldiers? Back to the handsome, we did not find the ambush in the county of observation, but found the path of their migration westward. Before we came back, other brothers had followed the reconnaissance in the past, and we came back first to report on the situation in the county of observation. Scouting waited and arched his hand again, talking about the reconnaissance situation. The blood slaughtered nodded, then another thought, and then suddenly shot the case. Where is the herald? Hearing this roar, a herald soldier came in immediately outside the big account and prepared to listen to the order in front of the account. Handsome, what did you say? The command arrow guard, all 2,500 pawns in the life center, carrying the 500 iron rides, immediately marching to the area of Luorshan east of Guanhai County, looking for an opportunity to close the camp and block the enemy in the Sea County so that it cannot break through. The blood slaughter read out the order here, and the clerk next to it has also written the written order in writing, and then got it in front of the blood slaughter to let him sign for printing. The order is effective. The order written on the paper is sealed with a fire seal. Enter the bamboo tube, and then give the herald a command to pass, so that he is qualified to pass the order. Moreover, when the order is given, the token of the orderer, the dictation order of the herald soldier, and the written order of the packaging must be all consistent before the subordinate can determine the authenticity of the military order and then execute the order. After the heralds got these things, they dictated the order just now. After all of them were correct, they punched and shouted W, and then they were ready to go out to order. But he just turned his skill, and immediately came another person's cry, which made him stop. Slow down. The herald turned his head and saw that the person who called him was the great Sima Sweking Kiln, so he stood there waiting for the following. Sweking Kiln turned his head to see the blood slaughter and asked him lowly. I said handsome, the Xian tribe's move was to create rumors, discredit our Han army's image, and destroy the foundation of our future rule. It's okay to say here that there is no one else, but Guanhai County we can't ignore the old, weak and disabled, otherwise we will suffer. What do you say? You are a military horse, this matter should have been your responsibility, I listen to you. Blood slaughter is also a bachelor. He just fights and doesn't want to fight with the Xian tribe. But as the political chief in charge of the political situation in the theater, Shui King a military horse, cannot ignore it. Of course, to maintain the just image of our Han army, tell them with facts that we are not a cruel and murderous mob army. Shui Kinkin said immediately. How about a maintenance method? Yang Feng, who joined the army, also asked unsolvable. Prisoners of war are the best proof. Didn't they promote us to kill when we saw someone? But now the people of both of your regiments have been captured by us. Not only have they not been killed, but they have also given the opportunity for labor reform. These prisoners of war are living proofs. As long as these prisoners of war are drawn to the front and brought to the enemy, Xin tribe's high-level lies will not break through, and our army will not occupy and succumb to the soldiers. There are also the old, weak and disabled people in Guanhai County who gave up on their own, but we cannot give up. We provide these people with rations to treat diseases. As long as they are not stupid, they can understand whether we are good people. This is to maintain us. The best way for Han Jun's image. Shui Qingcan immediately broke his finger and said to several people, "What you said is really useful." The blood butcher asked slightly with doubts. Absolutely useful. As long as we operate properly, we can minimize the resistance of the enemy, reduce the casualties of our army, and even catch a lot of captives. Shui Qingcan immediately nodded. Then listen to you, what do you say? The blood slaughter looked so confident in his army, and simply agreed. This is easy to handle, the herald soldier. When you inform Arrowguard of the departure, you will bring a few more cars of food, and find a supply point along the water road, find a landing point for the subsequent shipping supply, and find the defense zone. After camping, let their guards take logistics soldiers to grain the people of each village to treat the disease. The policy of posting our Han army in the jurisdiction must be known to everyone. Well, the herald nodded and said yes, and then this turned away. The herald soldier was sent, and Shui Qingcan said to the blood butcher again, "Now we have to transfer those prisoners of war first, and then let the guards find some enlightened clan chiefs and people from the jurisdiction. Let them go with the prisoners of war to read our policies to the enemy and smash the conspiracy of the high-level Xin tribe." After listening to the frownings, I found that Shui Qingcan said that there was nothing to do with it, and then I couldn't help complaining that these were already your responsibility. You can do it yourself. I still have to send troops. Seal the county first. No matter what you want, you must block the enemy first. Yes, since you are too handsome to control, let's arrange our own. I strive to send those prisoners of war when you complete the containment to make our public opinion offensive. Shui Qingcan smiled and shook his head helplessly. His partner with the blood slaughter was still short of time. I don't know if this guy is really reckless, or that the blood slaughter is intentionally avoiding the regime, or he is purely not interested in politics. But no matter what, Luo Chang's military system is there. Even if the blood slaughter does not care about politics, the huge war machine of the Han army can still function normally, so these are not important. After a simple discussion, the blood slaughter quickly went with Shui Qingcan. Shui Qingcan not only needs to coordinate military supplies, but also takes charge of the local political situation. Now it is necessary to mobilize prisoners of war and people from behind. There is a chapter at night. Chapter 830, the last task of the anvil. The military operations and political operations of the Han army are proceeding in an orderly manner under the leadership of the blood slaughter and Shui Qingcan, and when the two of them are busy, the letter of help sent to Luo Chong before the blood slaughter has finally arrived. In Sanyang City, the letter said that Luo Chong was asked to mobilize the garrison in the 3 counties of Hongyu to help them block the dark bridge leading to the mainland. When Luo Chong saw this, he slapped according to his head. Such an important thing, why didn't you think about it? Just remembering that the ship to be towed to deliver it, and forgetting that there is a road bridge that can only pass once a month before Bamboo Island and the mainland. But now that I know it, I will take remedial measures immediately, and I hope this blockade operation will not be too late. After careful consideration, Luo Chong finally decided to transfer troops from Kaiwan County. Although the 2 counties in Chanliu and Binhai and the 3 counties of Hongyu were closer to Bamboo Island, these 2 counties were only built early this year. The defense capabilities must not be compared with the open-source counties that have been developed for 2 or 3 years. Among the 3 counties, the open-source county has the largest garrison and the largest garrison. The city walls are also very strong, the most populous city. In terms of defense alone, even if all the 3,000 garrisons in the open-source county are sent out, as long as they guard the city walls, the people in the city alone are enough to complete the defense task of guarding the city. Therefore, Luo Chong decided directly that the commander of Chien Nai Wei would lead Chai Duo to send 2,000 cavalry troops from Kaiwan County, and each of the 2 counties of Kao and Binhai to gather a total of 3,000 people. The mainland is stationed in defense, and the only passage to the mainland is blocked. The operation can begin until Bamboo Island completes reunification and then decides whether to end. The order was sent out soon, first in the open source county, then in the 2 counties of Chanliu and Binhai, and finally in response to the order notice to the blood slaughter, telling him that 3,000 people had been sent to block him on the mainland. They are boldly dry on Bamboo Island, and they must not let the high level of the Xin tribe have a net. Although the army side of the grassland has not passed, in fact, since the blood slaughter decided to block the entire sea county, the Vapo V Navy led by the Rat has moved first. They have no landing troops to use, but as long as the gunboat is parked next to the Dark Bridge, it is a powerful deterrent to the high-level Xin tribe in the county. On the other side of them, the high level of the Xin tribe was under tremendous pressure on the Han army, and the hair was lost one by one. When Xin Tong heard that the two front-line regiments were wiped out, they were even more from the 30th year old. The middle age blew her hair overnight. Several elders even clamored to gather all the remaining strengths, and fought against the Han tribe in a dead end, and Xion's commander did not want to give his ancestral territory to the Han tribe, so he had no choice but to agree. The elders fought. The elders have sent their own cronies to the two counties of Guanhai and Xianfeng divided by the Han tribe to create public opinion, discredit the Han army, create panic, and encourage them to move their families to the traditional site of the Xian tribe. The soldiers of the entire Xian tribe fought against the Han tribe. The people of the two places were horrified by the Han army's evil deeds, coupled with various guarantees of interest and threats from the high level of the Xian tribe, and finally reached their goal, bringing all the population of the two places to the politics of the Xian tribe. In the cultural center, around Qingquan Valley, we are ready to work hard with the Han army. Without weapons, simply copying the agricultural tools in his hands as weapons. At first, these steel agricultural tools replaced by the Han tribe turned into a weapon against the Han army. Without armor, more shields, wood, bamboo, and rattan woven. Various kinds of 8-door defense tools also began to appear in the hands of the Xinjun. Bamboo bow, bamboo arrows, and even more indispensable strategic materials. The Xian tribe is also making every effort to prepare. Finally, before the blood slaughter completed the blockade of the Sea County, Xian Tong led to control the population of Xianfeng and Shanhai into his own hands, and selected Qingzhuang from these people, even teenagers in their 20s, and put them together to form a 10,000 army. Of course, these are all miscellaneous troops with serious weapons and hoaxes. In the hands of Xian, there are currently only 6,000 people left with serious weapons and military training, and half of these 6,000 people are the old part of the grassland. The two forces are now facing the attack of the Han army at the same time. It can be said that the grasshopper worn on a rope cannot run, so the inside of the Xinjun is still harmonious. At least now they all have this common: the goal is to defeat the Han tribe, or to fight the Han tribe to agree to peace with them and withdraw from their sphere of influence. Of course, this is simply impossible. At the top of the Xian tribe, this low-level and unwilling spirit of resistance that is about to be destroyed has formed a clear spiritual collision. Everyone is worried, but they dare not talk about surrendering to the Han tribe. Yes, I dare not, instead of thinking about it. The more many elders and Han tribes come into contact with, the more clear it is that in the Han tribe system, the clan is not allowed to do great things at all. Among the Han tribe officials, one or two, all the Han tribe officials in charge of rights are not leaders in various fields, and have their own skills. No official has ever been named an official because the clan is stronger. As the highest rights center of the Xian tribe, several elders certainly do not want to accept the same arrangements as ordinary people, so surrender is simply impossible. However, there are exceptions to this, such as the elders of Pro-Han, but this guy does not have any real power now, so now even if he wants to change his life, he is unable to return to heaven. These are all seen by the Golden Elder Anvil undercover inside the high level of the Xian tribe. His powerful Gold Elder is responsible for commanding one of the 2,000 soldiers, but this guy is actually commanding the army on the surface. It is doing another thing, that is, staring at Xian's commander and several elders, and preparing to run when these guys are not able to win. Now that the war between Hansen has reached this level, he can no longer provide any information to the Han tribe, grab the enemy leader, and it has become the last thing he can do for his tribe. However, this idea was changed again at the moment Shui Qingqin found a way to contact him. The Anvil understood that the Han army had completed the tactical siege against the high level of the Xian tribe at this time, and how to disintegrate the enemy's last resistance without harm became his biggest task. Chapter 831 Secret Society Qingqing Gorge. Xian tribe, in the east direction of Jianhai County, Qingquan Valley, where the Xian tribe base camp is located, goes to the Qingqing Gorge in the east in 30 miles. This is the only large freshwater river, Qingshui River, on Bamboo Island. Important gate. Now it has become the frontal defense line of the Gold Elder, the Anvil, against the attack of the Han army. The geographical location of the Qingqing Gorge is superior, which curbs the westward waterway of the Han army. On the river side is a 40-meter high cliff, which deploys troops on the cliffs on both sides of the river. Most of the Han tribe are sailing ships. If they use rocket arson to attack, they can definitely block the ships that entered the Han tribe. In terms of land, the Qingqing Gorge is at a high level, and it is also as concise as a city naturally covered by the river. If all of them are only attacked by ordinary cold weapons, the attacking party must be at least 6 times the force of the defender. Break this place. If you don't want to have too many casualties, you can only siege. Xian Tongzi was worried about the loss here. He deliberately adjusted the smartest tough gold elder anvil to defend against the Qingqing Gorge. His troops were 5,000. Among them, there was a 2,000-person corps that had been co-edited before, and half of the herdsmen. The remaining 3,000 people basically have no armor and no weapons. They have various agricultural tools in their hands and have just recruited the militia. The women and children of these militiamen were placed in the Qingquan Valley 30 miles behind them. If they could not hold it here, their own women and children could only wait to die. On this day, the anvil is carrying several men from the Han tribe to co-edit the newly recruited militia and arrange for them to guard against positions and defense tasks. On the hill of Qingqing Gorge, a team of 500 militiamen, including long soldiers with bamboo poles, hoe, shovels, and short soldiers with short weapons such as wooden shields, axes, firewood, sickles, etc. Just after completing the formation exercise, when the anvil announced the dissolution of their respective return zones, one of the militiamen with a long axe quietly followed the anvil. The anvil suddenly realized that he was not good. Long-term undercover life made him develop a high degree of vigilance. Any other abnormal behavior of others can make him extremely sensitive. Suddenly, a guy was carrying an axe and followed himself. He was shocked. What is the situation? Does this person have hatred against me? Still found my undercover identity? Or maybe Xian led the guy who didn't believe me and was specially sent to monitor me? A lot of messy ideas emerged from the neutrality of the anvil's mind. He didn't know if the person behind him wanted to kill himself, but he didn't dare to take risks, so he thought about it and came to a secluded place. In fact, he secretly greeted other Jin Liubai brothers lurking here, and called 2 people to help himself with the secret code of usual contact. Just as the anvil bypassed a bush and walked into a slightly sparse wood, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him and kept talking coldly with his axe-holding militia. Who are you, always following what I want to do? But the commander can't believe me. Did you send me to kill me? The anvil asked a question in the Bamboo Island language of the Xian tribe. The militia didn't panic, turned and looked around, and found that I didn't know when, and suddenly 2 more people came behind him. One person was aiming at himself with a bow and arrow, and the other person was holding an iron halberd. He approached himself, and the anvil in front of him also drew a sword at this time, so he was surrounded by these 3 people as horns. Ha 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 ha, I have heard that Jin Liubai's masterpiece is allergic and well known today. I knew I had been discovered by you and kept watching you, but I didn't see when you called 2 helpers came. Great. The militia saw that it had been surrounded and did not do fearless resistance. They simply stopped the axe from lingering in the belt, and the Chinese language with a very good accent was still spoken. I knew it was from Hanyang's 8 County. The anvil did not speak, but frowned deeply, because he did not know what the militia was in front of him, why the Chinese accent in his mouth was so authentic, and also opened his mouth to blast the most mysterious Han tribe of Jinwuvai military spy organization. He didn't know if it was Xian's arrangement to command the guy. Would it be that the guy heard something, or got some information, began to doubt himself, and then engaged such a person to cheat himself, so he didn't dare to talk back easily. Cautiously glanced at the other 2 newly arrived companions and confirmed to the 2 that there was no one else around them. Who are you? Why is it hidden in our army? Did the Han army send you to detect the reality? And what do you mean by Jin Liubai and the masterpiece? When the militia saw that the anvil was still acting here, they laughed and said, Elder Kim doesn't have to panic. Don't you know that you still know this Jin Liubai's butterfly card? If you recognize it, you can know my identity. The militia said that he had touched 2 golden waist cards from the rough clothes on his body and threw them at the anvil. Jingle made a soft noise, and 2 copper cards fell to the feet of the anvil to make a crispy impact. At first glance, one of the anvil is the butterfly card unique to Jinwuvai. Butterfly Tong Spy is a military letter in Jinwuvai specially distributed to spies lurking outside to prove their identity. The butterfly card is made of bronze, and the style is a double petal flower shaped, with butterfly-like patterns on the surface, but there is no text. But there is a matching page on the side of this thing that can bloom, which can be expanded from the middle and become a 4-petal flower shape, that is, the identity information of the holder of the butterfly book. Such an exquisite shape, an exquisite patch. There are also pattern and text sculptures above, and there are no other forces in the world except the Han tribe that can do it. Looking at the content written above, it was the connector who had been responsible for contacting himself Yanfeng, and then the anvil looked at another rectangular waist card and immediately shouted, Are you my contact? Or who Benway's joining Yanfeng? That's right, it's me, and I can rest assured when I see the blacksmith you are safe now. I saw that the militia had just changed its appearance. Although it was still tarnishing, its hair was scattered, it was hanging randomly on an uncontaminated crude dress, and the straw shoes on his feet were covered with mud, but this person was covered. The waist plate is straight. Although the figure is not burly, it can be called upright. It looks like a general wind. It's really Yang Jianjun. For more than 2 years, I was finally able to recognize the people of my hometown as a Han tribe, woo woo. The anvil confirmed the identity of the other party, and cried out excitedly at once, hurriedly walked 2 steps to Yang Feng, and pulled Yang Feng's hand tightly with both hands, and choked the sound. Yang Feng pulled him into his arms and hugged him twice, and patted the back of the anvil with force, which comforted him. Brothers, you have worked hard for the past 2 years, but rest assured that all your wives and children in your family are fine. Over the past 2 years, the tribal style has been in good condition, and the harvest has been harvested year after year. The leader has also brought out many interesting things. You can see when you go home. The anvil choked for a while, and it stopped choking and said, that Yang joined the army this time to meet me personally, but what important things do I need to do? The anvil must be completed. That's right, Hansen is in a duel, and the tribe really needs your help. Yang Feng let go of the anvil's hand and stood up again, restoring his general's wind again. Please join the army and come through. The anvil took a step back and bowed to the fist order. The Xian tribe made rumors and discredited the Han army, do you know? Yang Feng did not talk about the task first, but first asked about the situation on the anvil. Of course I know that the 2 regiments on the front line were wiped out. The strong military strength of our Han tribe has scared the commander of Xian and several other elders. They are panic-stricken and want to form more troops to protect themselves. Only then came out rumors, deceived several other clans to migrate here, and formed a militia to try to resist the Han army together. My men just got 3,000 militiamen. The anvil reported truthfully. Not bad, but the Xian tribe has indeed caused us a lot of trouble. Our military is strong. Even if we attack the Sea County, we will be able to overcome it in one fell swoop, but it will definitely cause considerable casualties on both sides. This is inconsistent with the strategy proposed by the leader. We want the entire Bamboo Island, and the population on Bamboo Island, not an empty island without people, so we don't want to kill these militiamen. Fighting with the militia, the loss is the population of our Han tribe. This is the supreme leader, the Majesty, and the Sima are not willing to see it. I am afraid those militiamen are also reluctant to fight my army. Yang Feng solemnly said. That's right, exactly, the militia was not active in this battle, but was a little afraid of war. The anvil also nodded and confirmed. So Dasma thought of an idea and wanted you to cooperate to disintegrate the morale of the enemy from the inside, and the soldiers won the decisive battle without blood. How do I cooperate? Please join the army. The anvil asked again for an order. How many troops do you currently have? If you want them to face each other, may you control them all? Yang Feng first asked. This is probably a bit difficult. I currently have a regiment, an official armed army of 2,000 people, and the Jinmu brothers who came to Bamboo Island with me. I also arranged them all at all levels of command of this army. If the handsome wants me to take them to the ambush circle, it is easy to do, but it is extremely difficult to want them to fight. The clan soldiers in the core had a heart with the elders and Xian, and the other half of the grassland soldiers were in vain. Even if they had a grudge against us, the remaining 3,000 militiamen would be unusable. Let them surrender directly, but it is impossible to want them to fight back. The anvil's sorrowful analysis wrote. An anti-geo blow is not entirely impossible. It is the easiest to beg on the spot. In fact, you just said that these soldiers are also afraid of fighting and do not want to fight us. If they do their ideological work again, it's all right. Come on, you first look at Sima's secret letter. Yang Feng said that he took out a letter from his arms and handed it to the anvil. The anvil took over the letter and browsed it roughly, and found that the content is all about the method of warfare, how to fight the army, how to promote the policy, what the focus of the promotion is, etc. The anvils such as the 3 major rewards have widened their eyes, and they have secretly called a vicious strategy, but they really use it. Can you understand? If you don't understand, you can ask me now. Yang Feng reminded him of his words when he saw him. Understand, Sima's strategy is delicate. If you follow this method of attack, you can indeed win without a fight. After reading some content, the anvil is full of confidence. He has no way of himself, but as long as he can do the things in this letter well, it is not difficult to do it without a war. Well, if you have no problem, you will start the first plan in the night 2 days later. After the army finds you in place, it will attack. You remember to take the soldiers and run away, to avoid accidental injuries. When Yang Feng saw that he agreed to the above plan, he formally issued the command line. Understand, please join the army, and also asked the handsome Nsima to rest assured that the anvil must not bear the burden. The anvil immediately stood out. Well, since that's the case, I will go back and wait for the end of the war. I will personally celebrate your feast. Yang Feng nodded and returned to the anvil after a gift. He was ready to go back. Dangerous here, can I send a brother to escort to join the army? The anvil asked with confidence. No, you go back earlier, remember to hide the letter, don't expose your identity, someone escorts me. As soon as Yang Feng's words were finished, there was a burst of noise in the surrounding woods. A dozen of them were wearing black clothes, dark green crocodile skin armor, wearing clogs, holding a crossbow, and the Han army scouts with telescopes suddenly appeared. These elite scolds were silent, and the silent guards were beside Yang Feng. The anvil was startled. Although the woods were relatively remote, they were very close to their camp, less than a kilometer away, but the Chinese scouts in front of them had quietly touched them, and it has not been noticed. The three people couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, they were not members of the real Xin tribe. Otherwise, in the face of such elite Han army, I am afraid that their heads will fly back inexplicably when they sleep at night. Yang Feng turned to give a solemn gift to the Anvil 3, and said a sentence treasure. The three anvils were also busy saluting. When they looked up again, there were still Yang Jianjun and elite scouts in front of them, leaving only a few black shadows that shuttled between the forest, and the rustling sound from the wind in the leaves. The anvil looked at the letter in his hand, sighed, and knew that everything was true just now, not his own eyes. He took off his shoes, hid the letter carefully in his shoes, and then shouted silently. The other two companions waved their hands and the three left in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the woods that were slightly lively just now have been restored to coldness again. Only a deer quietly detected his head from behind the bushes, as if nothing had happened here. Congratulations to the Motherland Tianqin No. 1 Mars rover was successfully launched. Mars is coming to China, Ali gives, ***. Chapter 832 Whispers in the Night. After returning to the hilltop camp in Qingqing Gorge, the anvil secretly summoned other members of Jinwuvai who were also lurking here during the meal, that is, the commanders at all levels of the army he is currently leading, and then everyone held a meeting together. The meeting talked about Shui Qinkang's counterplan. I talked about the main policies of 3 do not kill and 3 rewards. Then the people discussed the specific propaganda methods, and after arranging all the things, they disbanded and left, and began to perform the tasks brought to them by Yang Feng. After dinner, at night, the entire camp was under light control. Except for a few patrols with torches, there was a dark peace everywhere. There are a lot of sheds in the camp with bamboo and straw mats, that is, where the soldiers sleep and rest, but these soldiers lying in the shed are completely sleepless, and the battle of life and death is imminent. I am afraid that these people who have never been in contact with the war, no one can sleep, so they can often send some long sighs from the shed. If it is usually the same, the leaders who patrol the camp at night will scold a sentence of silence and sleep quickly, but today's night is surprisingly abnormal. Some sheds have been talking about twittering, but no one at all. Take care of it, and even some words can still be picked up. And what everyone is discussing is the problem of dinner today. Their food is less than usual. In the dark shed, there was a burst of Grunt's belly, which was the noise that was made because someone was hungry. Child, I'm not full at night. I still have a pair of fried beans here. I ate a cushioned stomach. This man can't sleep as soon as he is hungry. He panicked. The old man heard the child sleeping on the mat next to him and cried out a fried soybean from his pocket. Although the teenager next to him is called a child, he is also 13 years old. If he is already an adult in accordance with the customs on the other side of Bamboo Island, he has also been pulled into a militia. As the so-called half-big kid eats dead Lao Tzu, this age-old boy is the longest-lasting body with the largest amount of meals. Thank you, uncle. The teenager was also hungry. After thanking, he took the beans and started to chew them one by one. This chew was like a scoop of cold water poured into the oil pan. The sound of chewed beans in a quiet shed is extremely harsh. Dozens of people in the whole shed grumbled into a slice of their stomachs. Everyone was hungry. So I heard someone complaining that is so good. Why reduce my food and so on, and the food is not full, how can I wait to resist the elite Han army? Didn't you listen to the chief? Our Bamboo Island's most suitable place for growing grain has been occupied by the Han tribe. Right now, these grains are our grains for this year. By next year, if the Han army does not retreat, there are not so many fields that can be cultivated, so before winning the Han army, or before the Han army retreats, we can only rely on these grains to survive, so we have to save our food so that we can stick to it for a while. One of the tents suddenly explained. Even if you want to save, you should save it together. So why only reduce my food and so on? Why do the shepherds who come from the sea eat more than usual? Another person couldn't help complaining that the shepherds, he said, were the grasslanders in the army. That is, their shepherds can't even grow land. Why eat the food we grow and have it to them and let them eat more is unfair. Didn't the Sir say that people are here to help us fight the Han tribe? What if you don't let them eat and people leave? With these bamboo pole shovels in our hands, we can win the whole body. Iron tribe? This sentence is refuted. Everyone has lost their temper. Everyone has heard that everyone in the Han army is wearing iron clothes. They are invulnerable. Normally, several young and strong can't win one. The shepherds, all of them from across the sea, are skilled and good at riding. Even if there is no horse now, the bow and arrow in their hands can make the Han army afraid. So although they feel unfair about the distribution of food, they dare not really do it. They can only scold those grasslanders behind their own people. But at this time, another voice suddenly came in the corner of the dark tent to sing the opposite. I don't think so. Who told you that the shepherds must have come to help us fight the Han tribe, but maybe we were implicated by them? Everyone smelled that. Even the teenager who had been chewing beans froze for a moment, and the whole shed was quiet for a moment. The old man who just gave the beans suddenly asked, "What do you say? Do you know something?" I heard someone asking. Everyone stunned their ears and waited for the man to answer, but I saw a burst of self-mocking in the dark corner. "Hey, I'm just farming, I can know what, guess it." Brother Sun, don't say that. Who in our village doesn't know that your family and the Han tribe have been walking recently? When the Han tribe came to teach us to grow linen cloth, it was still your old man who took the line. The best one in Chinese is that the linen woven by your mother-in-law is also the best in the village. You must know something. This is a matter of life and death. You dare not hide it from everyone. If you know anything, just tell us. Yeah, let's talk about it. If we can save everyone's life, we will all listen to you. Yes, tell us about it. Just now the man mocked himself, not knowing who happened to be that exposed his identity. A life and death justice came out, which led everyone to questioning, as if the name of Sunj could really save them. The young man named Sunj was also unambiguous. Seeing everyone asking, he just turned over and sat up, looking at a dark head in the shed, and asked, "Do you really want to listen?" To listen, of course. Yeah, please tell everyone. Okay, let me first ask you, before the shepherds came to our bamboo island, the Han tribe attacked us. How did the Han tribe treat us at that time? Brother Su suddenly asked solemnly. Here, those shepherds seem to have come a few months ago, and the Han tribe attacked us, which is the thing of these 10 days. Yeah, what you said is reasonable. If the shepherd came to help us fight the Han tribe, why did they come so early? But after they came for so long, the Han tribe began to attack us. Is it not the Han tribe attacking us or coming to these shepherds? As soon as Brother Sun came out, he caused a lot of suspicion and confusion, pointing at the grassland soldiers. The old man who gave the beans at the beginning also said that the Han tribe had been very good with us before, and the method of sackcloth taught was also very convenient, and there were other methods of production. It was also extremely fair to sell iron to me a while ago. We have never bullied me to wait. We have never had a grudge against people from the Han tribe, if not because of the shepherds. They really have no reason to attack us. Brother Sun, do you know the reason? It is also justified for everyone to say this. The Han tribe, or the mission led by Beast Teeth, has behaved and rated very well on Bamboo Island over the years. They have never been in dispute with local people. The face appeared in front of them and was specifically responsible for promoting some production technologies that Bamboo Island did not yet master, so in the minds of the people of Bamboo Island, the Han tribe's criticism has always been excellent. There is no injustice and no hatred on both sides. It really makes no sense to attack them. You have to say that the Han tribe is in love with their land on Bamboo Island. There are iron ore on the land of the Han tribe, iron that can be smelted more and more useful, and there are good species. Rice is not much lower than their corn production. The key is that other people's rice is better. All kinds of products are only Han tribe. Yes, Bamboo Island does not have. You said that people are in love with your land. Even if they are in love with their population, the Han tribe has a much larger population than them, which is not necessary at all. So this group of people began to wonder, so the reason why the Han tribe suddenly fought against them could only be put on the grassland herdsman who suddenly appeared on their side, otherwise it could not be explained at all. It's not a reason to know, but I heard something, and I feel it should be known to everyone, not by those people as guns. That swift brother paused, and then he continued. I don't know if anyone knows that at the beginning of the year, our commander summoned a group of young people to go to the grassland. I heard that at that time, 2,000 or 3,000 people went to each wearing bamboo armor, and built a lot of weapons. And these people never came back after they went. I know. Just now, the sound of just exposing the identity of Swift Brother sounded again. Chapter 833 Militia in Action. The two were like a good negotiated one. In this group of militiamen, they acted in oboe, asked questions, and hurried out to answer, and listened to the person's conversation. At the beginning of the year, the commander-in-chief really asked all ethnic groups to prepare arrows and cut down arrows. At first, I thought that this time, as usual, was sold to the prairie people, but then I found it wrong, because the commander-in-chief the number of arrows is too much. Later, when escorting the arrows to the Chinquan Valley, I also saw arrows sent from other places. The number of them was huge, unprecedented, and almost piled up. And there are other bamboo slices, rattan, wooden, bamboo spear, bamboo stairs, various copper spears, and the copper clusters are dazzled. At first glance, it is not like it is normal to sell to the prairie people, but it is like to go to war. That's right, not only that, I don't know if you found it, that time when the weapons were sold to the prairie people, the commander-in-chief also let several elder families pull a lot of young people, wearing those bamboo armor and weapons, together press those ordnance to the grassland across the strait. You also know that my father is an old man in the village. I am still the largest family. Whether the village is paying food or dealing with the Han tribe, most of them are made by me. When I sent weapons to Chinquan Valley, I personally took people. At that time, I saw several familiar clans wearing bamboo armor and holding copper spears. There were a total of 2,000 or 3,000 people. I asked them what they were doing. The man told me that there were too many weapons sold to the prairie. They are going to escort these weapons to the grassland. If it goes well, they will be able to change a lot of good things back at that time. I felt something was wrong at the time. Although the herds of shepherds on the grassland called every year, there was never any force that could ask for so many weapons. Think about the number and the population of which tribe can have so many? And I don't know if you noticed that there were countless tall bamboo ladders in the weapons at that time. You know that the group of shepherds are all in the felt shed. The felt shed is short. They usually don't need to climb the ladder. Where do they need so many ladders? I saw those ladders with my own eyes. They were erected higher than our ordinary bamboo buildings. They were a group of shepherds living in felt sheds. Why do they need so many high ladders when fighting? Speaking of which, Brother Sun suddenly stopped talking, but successively raised several important questions, letting these militiamen analyze their own conjectures, and he just induced from the side and waited for others to talk. Fighting, and fighting with a ladder, these two words quickly occupied the militia's thinking. As Brother Sun said, a group of people living in tents fought each other. What ladder do they want? Since they need to use a ladder, then their goal is definitely not the one who lives in the tent. Following this line of thought, someone soon thought of something. Or the old man who gave the bean the first reaction, he listened to him in surprise. I heard that the Han tribe is good at building the city, framed by wooden boards, filled with yellow soil, and hammered in solidly. Thought that the city wall was used to defend against the harassment of beasts and enemies. The earth wall built is indestructible and higher than our bamboo building. Moreover, I also heard in the past 2 years that the Han tribe has built such a city on the grassland, which is specifically used to facilitate trade with grassland people, and to exchange their cattle and sheep with salt and ironware. Everyone heard that it was a surprise in their hearts, and they couldn't help but scold it. Gon Li Cool, wouldn't the commander send someone to grab the city of the Han tribe with those grasslanders? If this is the case, Liangzi will be enlarged, and even if they come to attack them, they will also suffer from. Listening to everyone's heavy breath, and the whispering of anxiety and corruption, Swore knew they wanted to understand, so he listened to him and continued. Brothers, you guessed it well, as you think, it's not difficult to know that we have been in contact with the Han tribe in the past 2 years. The Han tribe missions have promoted a lot of production technology here, but more powerful those technologies, such as shipbuilding, car construction, iron smelting, are also the commanders and elders they want. If the Han tribe does not give, they will try their best to grab. Finally, this matter was only discovered early this year. However, as far as I know, the power of the Han tribe is far from being so simple. The commander and the grasslanders united to attack the city of the Han tribe. In the end, they did not win. Instead, they were defeated. The grasslanders were torn apart. The 2,000 or 3,000 people sent by the commander did not come back directly. Although the Han tribe won this time, some people will inevitably die together in the war. I heard that many people have died over the Han tribe. The Han tribe is so powerful. How can it swallow this breath? So the Han tribe has been retaliating. I had a lot of contact with Han Envoy. When Han Envoy came to promote iron, he told me that they had built 2 more cities on the grassland, which was the first half of this year. Guys, you should be able to think about it. The Han tribe just built a city on the grassland to buy and sell livestock, and sold white salt iron. Just like a mission on our bamboo island, it was also used to trade and promote technology. They all get along with us before, even if we take a small advantage of the transaction, they never care about it. In this case, What does the Han tribe suddenly mean to build 2 new cities in the grassland? Although the Han envoy who told me the news didn't say it, according to my own speculation, I think the Han tribe must have been frantically retaliating against the grasslanders who attacked them in the first half of the year. The grasslanders who played here had nowhere to hide and finally fled to us. Come here. And the commander-in-chief is worried that he will also be retaliated by the Han tribe, so those grasslanders are also allowed to come to our bamboo island, ready to let them help resist the Han tribe together. Think about it yourself. Why would he let these grasslanders come to our bamboo island, live in our land, and eat our food? How does he know that the Han tribe is coming to beat us? If it weren't for this reason, it wouldn't be justified at all. You said, is this the prairie people to help us, or are we plainly implicated by the commander and those prairie people? They have hatred against the Han tribe. What is our business? Why should we help the commander-in-chief to make the mistakes made by those clans to bear the revenge of the Han tribe? Now they have deceived our food, and we have to sell our lives for them. Even if we don't eat us, let those grasslanders who have made big mistakes eat up. How can we make this sense? As soon as Brother Sunur's words were finished, he scolded him when he was in the tent. Ordinary people have limited insights and have little contact with the Han tribe. Some have never left the village too far in their lifetime, so it is not surprising that they are easily deceived by the high level of the Xian tribe, but this does not mean that they are stupid. After this analysis by Brother Sun, they all got it right. Why did the grasslanders come half a year ago? How did they know that the Han tribe would come to beat them? And now after listening to this explanation, everyone understands it. However, the older person is always smarter, and he has some doubts about Brother Su's statement. After all, he has no evidence to confirm what he just said, so he can't help but doubt it. Brother Sun, in your words, if our commander and grasslanders were the Han tribe that attacked at the beginning of the year, why did the Han tribe come to us to avenge us now? As soon as Brother Sun was stunned, this question was not thought of in advance, but he was born smarter, and such a question could not help him, so he listened to him. Didn't I just say that the Han envoys who promoted ironware told me that they built a city on the grassland in the first half of the year, and they must be looking for revenge from the grasslanders in the first half of the year? Close to them, grassland talents are the biggest threat to them. Even if they want to avenge us, they must clean up the enemies at home. On the other hand, the Han tribe is too far away from us. If you walk through the dark bridge in the northwest, there is only one chance to pass in a month. The Han tribe has fewer people and may not be able to beat us. It's a problem. If they were blocked by the commander when they landed, they might not drown all the soldiers in the sea. Therefore, the Han tribe should come by the method that is most beneficial to them, that is, to take a boat. But so many people, even if they prepare the boat, it will take a lot of time, and then transport the army to the sea opposite Bamboo Island. There are so many weapons, food, and all aspects are prepared. Even if it is the fastest, it will have to wait until now. The old man nodded, and he agreed with Brother Suer's statement. It was indeed impeccable and considered in all aspects, but now the last question is, what you said makes sense, it really looks like that, but we can't really turn against the commander based on your conjecture, but the women and children of us are still in Xinquan Valley staying there. How do you prove that what you said is true? Suddenly quieted down in the tent. Yeah, what hatred between the commander and the Han tribe, they don't want to participate, they just want to be able to return to their homes and live a good life with women and children. So what to do next is the most important thing, is that no one wants to die in this damn war and let their women and children become widows and orphans. Brother Suer knew how to answer this question, because how to confirm his statement, the Anvils had already thought of it, and made a rigorous plan, so Suer seemed very calm when asked this question, but he deliberately pretended to be addicted for a while, like he was thinking of a way, and suddenly said after a while, "Hey, with that, we want to go to the Han tribe and ask what is going on." It is impossible to ask the elders and commanders to ask them that they will never tell the truth, and those who know the truth about this matter, or we can only get in touch with the prairie people in our camp. You think, since they were chased by the Han tribe and fled to us, they must know the specific reasons. We secretly caught a few grasslanders from the camp. When the time comes, we will ask them the truth. Do you know what I just said is true? Is this catching people in the camp? What if you guessed it was wrong? Someone was suddenly scared. I'm afraid of a bird. In case of wrong guessing, a few of them will be killed. Once they are thrown into the river under the mountain. Anyway, Lao Tzu has long seen them not pleasing to their eyes. Why let them eat our food, instead let us be hungry? Help us fight the Han tribe. It's nice to say, don't ask in person, who knows what is going on. The Han tribe is about to call. I don't think the big guy should just drag it. Choosing the sun is better than hitting the day. Just tonight, I'm going to catch people. Which one with the eggs dares to go with me? Let's take advantage of them at night. When I was shit, I secretly caught a few people. Chapter 834 Blackcund in the middle of the night. The black lights caught people blindly in the night, and when they were singled out, it was not too difficult for several people to catch one together. Coupled with the deliberate encouragement, the militia in the tent quickly became angry. Get up and respond to the call. Anyway, it is also a death against the Han tribe. It is better to understand today that even if you die, you must be a clear ghost, even if you die. Yes, also count as me. My father had been to the grassland trade when he was young and taught me some grassland words. I could just ask them what was going on. Let's go, although we have no skills, but this firewood knife in our hands is not vegetarian. After some agitation, a dozen bloody stunned heads got up and this was about to leave, but as soon as the talent stood up, they heard that the old man who gave the beans suddenly stopped them. Slow down, you young people are still too reckless. A group of people listened to the old man's words and stopped, turning around and staring at him to listen to what the guy was talking about. What other doubts does the old man have? Let's take this opportunity and never lose it again. Who knows when the Han tribe will come over? Is it really time for the brothers to go desperately with the Iron Han army? Besides, it is not us who offended the Han tribe. Why should we die? Brother Sun heard the old man blocking him, fearing that the old guy had broken his plan, so he even stirred a few more sentences, which led to a series of corrugated militiamen. I didn't want to stop you, but I wanted to ask if you just go there. Where are you going to catch? Where to go after the trial? Also, do you think it's okay to kill someone after catching it? When tomorrow morning, no one will be found in the camp, and you will definitely search everywhere. What if you find out? The last question that concerns everyone is that if you ask the result, you are wrong, what should you do? What should we do if we ask you right? The old man saw that the crowd was so bloody that he couldn't listen to the words and hurriedly said what he was going to say. I hope this group of young people can calm down and at least consider the good consequences. When the people heard it, it seemed reasonable, so they stopped, and the more than a dozen militiamen who were going to catch people all looked at Su Ji-er. The idea was that he came out. He also said that everyone has regarded him as the main heart. At this time, he was questioned by the old man. Everyone is waiting for him to find a way. And Brother Suer had a premeditated plan on this matter, or that this was originally the group of the Anviljin Wuvai who taught him to do so. The group of people told in advance when and where to catch people. The patrol guards were transferred, and no one would find them at all. The place of interrogation after the incident was also prepared for the place where the murder was thrown away. So there is no problem at all, so he looks very calm. It's easy to catch people. Those shepherds have more than 1,000 people. So many people, don't you wake up at night? We secretly grabbed 2 people while the patrol was away, very simple. The place of interrogation is also easy to handle. We can take the caught person to the east of Qingqing Gorge, which is where the Han army is active. At that time, even if the body is left directly, no one has the courage to go there to check. Even if they see, they will only suspect that the Chinese army who secretly did it, and will not doubt us. As for the result of the inquiry, whether it is right or wrong, I can take them to hide on the mountain. We have knives and arrows in our hands. Even if we hunt, we will not starve to death. If I guessed it for some time, that means that the Han army didn't want to be embarrassed to us. Even if I had some friendship with the Han tribe, I would take these people to the Han army. Let the Han army let us go home. If I guess it's wrong, the Han army really wants to kill us, and we can't beat it anyway. We can't hide for a while, and then find a way to build a raft to the grassland across the sea. Way to live. Brother Sun's head is that he even made plans for the worst results. Most people have nodded and agreed to do so, but some of them still don't want to leave their hometown, holding a trace of luck, and decided to stay. Don't participate in the action. The old man who successively raised the objection stood up this time. Well, since you have thought about all the retreats for everyone, I will give you a handle. Although I can't beat you, young man, but it's okay to give you a whistle, even if everyone in the future, when there is no way to escape the grassland, the old man can also find a better way for you. Let's go, you young people. I don't look at it. Wait a minute. Everyone had agreed to see the old man, and they were about to leave. Unexpectedly, someone stopped them. As a result, they looked back. This time, they were actually Swift brothers who stopped them. They were puzzled. What happened? But at this time, Brother Sun suddenly said to the old man that he had come to a Han Li. Old man, don't go to the trial of arresting people. Even if something goes wrong, our group of young people, it's better to let you whistle for us than to keep you in this camp. But our worries. Everyone was stunned, and they didn't understand what it meant, but the old man understood it. He had planned to be a big deal with this group of young people. In fact, the Han tribe doesn't matter to him. He just wanted to escape. Although people are old, they can't stop fear of death. But now Swinger actually let him leave the guard barracks to solve everyone's worries. Isn't that the fear that the rest of the barracks will expose the whistleblower? I have to say that there is indeed a possibility. This is not a question of which side of the heart, but some people are born with little courage. At that time, they will be swindled by others. It is inevitable that they will not show their feet. At this time, a highly respected old man will look at the point. At least nothing will happen before they flee, so that even if everyone runs, they can run at ease. The old man was stunned for a while, and the gods were fighting for a while. In the end, he couldn't help sighing and sighing, "Alas, old, can't help you, that's all. Let me keep this way for you, you can rest assured." Everyone listened inexplicably and could not understand what the two were talking about. Even if they understood it, they didn't say anything interesting at this time. After the discussion, a total of 15 people finally decided to set off, some good at hunting, good at catching fish, good at supporting bamboo rafts, and those who can graze and feed horses, can't have less Chinese and grassland languages. It is an advanced preparation for the last resort. Everyone packed their weapons and waited for the patrol to pass through the barracks again. They quietly touched out, circled around the road, hiding from a small number of patrols and other battalions. Slowly touched the outskirts of the grassland barracks. When they got to the place, everyone hid behind a dark bushes, and it was found that from time to time some grassland soldiers came out of the felt tent to let go. This group of pure prairie people didn't eat less today, and the anvil deliberately arranged some acid corn that had become rancid. But this group of guys originally grew up drinking yogurt and eating yogurt, but they didn't taste it. There is a problem with corn, but once in the night, the frequency of diarrhea began to come up. Brother Sun covered his nose to block the smell that drifted with the wind, and whispered to the people around him, "We are looking for a few who look timid, and it will be good trial by then. We are 15 people, a group of 5 people, each grab a total of 3 people and go there together at that time. Remember, don't make a sound. If you are freed by the other party, kill him immediately, and then quickly escape to the place we said, and wait for others to come and find a way together. Do you understand?" 10 people around them nodded for a while, and those who didn't understand were also told by the people around them. After a while, all 15 people understood the action plan, and then began to group with the familiar people. Everyone dispersed, waiting to find your goal. Brother Suer said that to find a timid start, there was really no way to discern the timidity, but now this time is just an exception. Just as everyone was waiting for the target, some grassland soldiers ran out to the toilet. Some people walked greatly, even their eyes were too lazy to open, and when they got out of the local pants, they found a place to squat and put the gun. But some people, they are afraid to die when they come out to the toilet at night. Seeing that there will be a ghost coming out suddenly, this is a typical coward. When the time comes to scare him, he must be able to ask when he is weaning. So, after setting the goal, there was finally a group of 5 ready to start. I saw one of them holding a thick linen with a few pieces, and suddenly from that nerve, it looked like a ghost everywhere, and came out behind the grassland soldiers who squatted on the ground, and covered the thick linen cloth with his hand on the mouth. The prairie soldiers were shocked and scared to death. They thought they had a ghost, and they wanted to shout when they opened their mouths, but their mouths were firmly covered, and they could only send a lowly whine. When he wanted to do his best to resist, there were 4 black shadows in the grass next to him again. One person held one of his hands and feet, and one person covered his head, just carried him away. The other 2 groups looked at them so neatly, and it was very smooth. The tension in my heart also relaxed a little. After finding my goal, they also took action, and each took a living person. Chapter 835 Fraud and Interrogation. I learned that Sasso's voice went quietly outside the camp account, and the 3 people who disappeared suddenly were not immediately discovered, because there were too many people coming out to the toilet at night, and no one would pay attention to when come back. At this time, the dozen militiamen and the 3 grassland soldiers captured by Brother Sun had arrived in the woodland they had discussed in advance, that is, the place where the Anvil and Yang Summit met. According to the prior agreement, the 3 groups tied the people separately, and each found a secret open space for interrogation, which can prevent the 3 grassland soldiers from confessing to each other, and they can also use the advantage they do not see to defraud them. The most important thing is that after all 3 parties have finished the trial, these militiamen can verify the results with each other to prevent someone from misrepresenting the results. This group of interrogations by Brother Sun quickly unfolded. The grassland soldiers arrested were tied to the trunk, and the 5 militiamen in front of him did not do any cover-ups because they had no plans to let these guys go back alive. So it doesn't matter if you see them. And this unfortunate grassland soldier caught by them, when he recognized that the person who arrested himself was the same militia in the same military camp, he was furious at once. He couldn't understand why these militiamen treated themselves like this, so he couldn't help it. Want to yell to attract the attention of others, because in terms of time, he feels that he is not far from the camp now. But how could Brother Sun give him this opportunity? So he listened to him directing the remaining 4 militiamen. Close his mouth with animal skin, you, tell him in grassland words. We just want to know something, ask him what, must tell the truth, or he will be killed here today. One of the militiamen next to him stood behind the tree and covered the man's mouth. Another militia who could speak grassland words stood in front of him, while relaying the words of Brother Sewer, while holding the wooden knife in his hand on the grassland soldier. Then the stroke. This guy was so timid that he was so scared that his legs softened at once. If he was not tied to a tree, I am afraid the whole person would be soft on the ground. As soon as Brother Sun saw the grassland soldiers scared like this, he couldn't help but start laughing and said to his companion who was acting as an interpreter next to him, "Come and ask him, and say where did the thousands of people sent by our Xian tribe at the beginning of the year be hidden by them? Was it killed by them and then blamed the Han tribe, so greedy for our wealth? Ah, can this be asked?" The little partner who acted as an interpreter couldn't help but stun. "Oh, just to cheat him, you listen to him first." Quick Brother Chenzo laughed and said, "Okay, let me try it, Brother Sun, you are so smart." The translation partner agreed, and couldn't help but praise a sentence. I couldn't help but admire it. The original interrogation could still be tried like this. After the translator reproduced it according to Brother Su, the questioned prairie soldiers struggled in a panic, and their faces were full of grievances, and their struggles seemed to be justified. Brother Sun immediately reached out and pinched his neck, pointing at this guy's nose and saying, "I will wait for you to let go. If you dare to yell and see clearly, I will be able to strangle you before you shout." When he said it, he pinched the grassland soldier's neck, and almost did not suffocate the guy on the spot. After the prairie soldiers nodded and signaled themselves, Brother Sun released the sackcloth that blocked his mouth. The prairie soldiers hurriedly defended it, and the companions next to it also began a real-time translation. "No, not what you said, your people were really not killed by us. At that time, the Han tribe used natural punishment weapons, and iron balls played several miles away flew around. When flying into the crowd, it was flesh and blood. Our coalition forces have already suffered heavy losses and started to flee. Where can I have time to deal with your people? I ran relatively back then and saw that all your more than 2,000 bamboo and armor soldiers were surrounded by the Han army. I don't know, but if I want to come, if those people are not killed by the Han army, they must have been captured by them and become slaves." His grandma's, Brother Sun, is really what you said. They really took the more than 2,000 people sent by the commander to fight the Han tribe. The companion responsible for the translation translated all the words of the grassland soldiers, and did not forget that he had vomited a sentence. It was considered that the grasslanders and the general commander colluded with each other to fight the Han tribe. However, in order to sit back on the guesses before him, it is not feasible to rely on these few words just now, so listen to Brother Swo again. Asked him, when the Han tribe called, why did they just run away on their own, regardless of whether our army of more than 2,000 people did it on purpose? They wanted to take the hands of the Han tribe to get rid of us people, so you can swallow loot alone. The translator relayed Brother Sewer's words again. The accused grassland soldiers were crying, can't help crying secretly, and swallowing loot alone? We didn't even touch the hair of a city wall, where did the loot come from? Oh yes, if the shells that came over were also loot, they did suffer a lot. But what should be justified is to be justified. After all, fear of death is not. Brother, you really misunderstood. Before that attack opened the source city, our leaders all talked to an elder on your side. We are out of most people. If your Xian tribe is out of weapons and bamboo ladders, if we can break through the city, the equipment of the Chinese army will be divided equally between the two sides, and the population in the city will be divided equally. You will account for most of the craftsmen, but we want more ironware. It was originally discussed that there was no problem, but that day we didn't even walk under the city wall. The Han army fought directly outside the city, and suddenly a super powerful farfire weapon appeared. We didn't reach the city wall at all. It was broken up, everyone was too late to escape, and there were no trophies. You said, how can we divide it? When it comes to this matter, you don't have to talk too much about it. Everyone already understands what's going on. Brother Sun's interrogation skills are very good. He didn't ask directly, but pretended to use words to pretend to have known. Part of the thing, lie to the guy to tell the whole truth. As a result, this grassland soldier proved that his side did not harm their companions of the Xian tribe. He did not want to draft the contradiction between the original man and the Bamboo Islanders at this tense juncture. The ins and outs of the matter once said that the annihilation of the group of people that Xian had sent before the command depends on the Han tribe. In this way, it is equivalent to directly proving that all the conjectures that Swo and everyone said before are true. The commander-in-chief of the guy really wanted to get the technology of the Han tribe, and he did not hesitate to collude with the grasslanders to rob the Han tribe's city. Even after the victory, the craftsmen and other technicians in the city discussed how to distribute it. What they did not expect was that the Han tribe who had built the city clearly abandoned the city and ran to the open space outside to confront them, and won. This makes people very speechless. However, the collusion between the general leaders and the prairie people to rob the Han tribe has been confirmed by this grassland soldier. In this way, the first step of Sun's plan was also reached. Chapter 836 Find a Way to Live. Quick brother, what shall we do now? How is this kid? I have finished asking, and everyone knows the truth of the matter, but this unlucky egg has seen their appearance. It is impossible to let him go back. He simply did something, so when the companions next to him asked, in fact, it is to say whether to kill. Don't worry, wait until the other two are asked. If they don't ask, let them tell them about it. Also, don't use a knife when dealing with it, just use a rope to break your neck. Just don't get bleeding, otherwise we will be easily found with blood after we go back. Brother Su swayed his hand and told several people around him. There was no objection to the strangulation of these unlucky eggs. Instead, Brother Su said they would go back and scared everyone. They killed the soldiers of their army here. If they go back, will there be any problems? However, looking at Brother Su's chest, it seems that the problem should not be big. Let's just say it at the beginning. Unless it is a last resort, they will not escape directly. Since they know the truth, then take everyone walks together, away from this war becomes their task. Some people are afraid to disagree. As long as there are so many leaders, people are social animals, and there is a habit of behavior. As long as they can take all the militia away from the war, I believe that others will never hold opposition. Opinion. After a while, there was also a lowly howling in a little farther away. The other two groups of interrogations were not fraudulent and psychological warfare. They asked directly, and they didn't say it. At first, they greeted their fists and feet. Later, I didn't know whose idea. I cut a few bamboo sticks and used them as a whip. In the end, they couldn't stand their torture, or they said everything they knew. In the end, when the three groups summed up the intelligence they tortured, they found that there was a discrepancy between them, but the problem was not big, and the thing was still that the commander colluded with a force called Takashi on the grassland to form a coalition to attack the Han tribe. The open source city is a piece of information jointly confirmed by the three parties. The only difference is that the three people arrested happened to be in the same position. Although they were all impersonating men, they were also far away, and they were all composed of small herdsman tribes. During the war, they were in different positions, and the direction and time of escape were different. Of course, the news finally obtained was also different. But these little things have nothing to do with them. They just need to know that they are affected by the senior executives. As for the next thing, Brother Swore means to go back and discuss with you. 15 people went to one place, glanced at each other, and finally Swift Brother waved at them and made a palm-cutting posture. A group of people nodded and went to their own interrogation site without talking. Then the three arrested grassland soldiers were strangled directly, and no sound was made throughout the process. After dealing with the three men, the 15 people hurried back in a hurry, walked around the camp, hid the patrol, and sneaked back to their barracks. And just in the woodland where they had just tried people, waiting for their front feet to walk for a few minutes, there was a rustle footsteps in the woods again. A team of Chinese tribes wearing black robes and dark green crocodile skin tiles ran over. The scouts put all three bodies tied to the tree down, and then moved together, cut off all the heads of the body, stepped on a few laps around, left some footprints of military boots, and finally on the surrounding branches several red cloths were hung, and a piece of paper was deliberately thrown on the ground. It is written above that the Hanjun Tiger Guard Command ordered the war commands of the Suangwan to the enemy's front line to investigate. The commands were also covered with large prints of the command. These are all genuine, of course, but they are just used to confuse the enemy. After finishing all this, a group of scolded talents picked up 3 first-level back. Although people were not killed by them, they did the task of disguising it. The first level is also their credit. On the other side, Brother Sun also drove the team of 15 people back to the barracks. When he came back, he received everyone's attention. Everyone looked at them silently, with tension and doubts in his eyes. The old man who promised to guard the camp was unable to bear it and asked directly, "How about, did you ask anything? Or just come back without doing anything? How could it be impossible to do nothing? We asked it out," which is the same as Sewer guessed before. One person gasped slightly in his mouth and sat on the straw mat and said, "Really?" Others also asked, "Of course it's true. We caught a total of 3 people and asked separately in different ways." The last 3 people said the same. As early as the beginning of this year, the commander-in-chief let the elders form more than 2,000 people. The Bamboo Armor Army, together with the leader of the grassland called Takashi, attacked the Han tribe. However, they didn't win, they were all defeated by the Han tribe. The 2 or 3,000 people led by the commander said they were surrounded by the Han army in that city when they fled. None of them ran out. It's not clear that those prairie people don't know. Then the impersonating men also ran everywhere. Most of the soldiers and pawns were defeated by the Han tribe. Some were killed, some were captured, and the rest were found in their own places to hide. They were those who hid people. Later, in the middle of this year, when our commander-in-chief was afraid of being retaliated by the Han tribe, he once again sent someone to find someone on the grassland and wanted to recruit an army to defend the Han tribe. As a result, they did not know what they said. Became cooperation. Those grasslanders hiding everywhere simply brought their families to our bamboo island, saying that they would give them land and let them live here. At a price, they would serve us as soldiers, fight against the Han tribe together, and then you know everything now. Brother Suor hasn't spoken yet, and the other person in the team said the situation 1510. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. After all, it was just the beginning to speculate that it was the same thing. Now I confirm from the grasslanders. It's another matter. The old man guarding the camp put his eyes on Brother Sun. He immediately nodded and said, "That's right, we asked these things." The three asked separately, all of them said the same. "What about those 3 people? Won't they say anything?" One person in the camp suddenly asked. "Rest assured, those 3 will never speak again." One of the squad suddenly said such a thing with cold eyes. After growing up so big, after killing a person for the first time, everyone felt somewhat changed, especially the few who did it themselves. As for the bad reaction of killing people, I'm sorry, it's not the case at all. Not to mention the era of frequent hunting. Some of the animals that are usually raised are not killed, and the 3 people killed this time are all strangled. There is no blood at all, so the psychological impact on them is not obvious. Some people couldn't help but tremble, and they felt that the people who had just gone out were a lot scary, but the courage was slightly better. You are all right, but now that we know the truth, what shall we do next? Do you want to tell all the militia about this? Then everyone escaped together? Anyway, my old man doesn't want to stop the disaster for the leader of Rush. He is the leader of the Xin clan and has nothing to do with my old man's family. The old man in charge of guarding the camp suddenly said. Everyone heard that they were silent for a while. Indeed, what Xin led the various benefits of his Red Han tribe. After eating the leopard gall, it was okay to provoke others. As a result, he lost himself. Now the Han tribe came to seek revenge. He brought other innocent clans to block the disaster. What do others think they don't know? Anyway, the militia sitting in this shed is unwilling to fight this battle. Knowing that there is only one way to die with the army of the Han tribe, is it not good to go home and grow honestly? In the end, the people were silent for a while, and once again focused their attention on Brother Suor. He picked it out. Now he figured out the truth. Everyone who didn't know what to do in the future pinned hope on him again. Do you know that the golden elder of thousands of people in our Qingqing Gorge, he actually came from the Han tribe? Brother Sun looked at everyone and looked at himself, and suddenly such a big news burst. What? Elder Kim, he is from the Han tribe? This, impossible? Everyone was surprised. The ordinary people really couldn't reach such high elders. How could they know the origins of the elders? But the person that Brother Sun is using now is an insightful person, so everyone believes it in what he said. No, you misunderstood. I didn't say that Elder Kim is a member of the Han tribe. If he is really a member of the Han tribe, it is impossible for the commander to make him an elder. Brother Sun quickly explained 2 sentences. Everyone couldn't help nodding. Just say, how could a big elder be a Han tribe? This is simply unreasonable. What do you mean? The old man asked again. I heard people say that although our gold elder came from the Han tribe, he was the golden elder who had just become the first half of this year. Don't worry, listen to me first. He did come from the Han tribe, but he is not from the Han tribe. You also know that our Han tribe mission in the east of Bamboo Island often hires locals to work for them, right? Our gold elder is almost like this. Identity. It is said that our golden elder is a small tribe who worked as an apprentice in the Han tribe in the early years. Later, when the former business elder went to the Han tribe to send a mission, he brought a group of people with such technology back. Our gold elder is one of them. I heard that he would play iron and make iron, all of which were learned in the Han tribe before. Therefore, he was sealed by the commander-in-chief. Brother Sun once again explained the origin of Elder Jean. It turns out that, what do you mean? You want to tell Elder Jean about this and what to do with his identity? The old man speculated to ask. Yes, Elder Kim is not our native of Bamboo Island. He has no relatives and no dependents here. Although he is trusted and appreciated by the general commander, he has grown up with several other old clans. It's different. You should be able to see that the commander put him on the front line against the Han army. This guy, like us, is in the eyes of the commander. It is also used to block arrows. You said, in his current situation, he can't fight with the Han tribe. If we tell him the truth, what will he do? Will we use the identity familiar with the Han tribe to give us and himself a way to live? Chapter 837. How do you choose? Do you mean to persuade Elder Kim to take us to surrender to the Han tribe? No, you can't do this. Haven't you heard that the Han tribe killed when they saw them? They came to avenge. If we took the initiative to surrender to the Han tribe, who knows if everyone will be directly killed by them? Kill? Haha, you are really stupid. The Han Jun killed when he saw someone? Who are you listening to? It's not what the commander-in-chief and the elders said. They said that to scare us so that we can take out food in the entire population to help them resist the Han tribe. These are all the commander led their conspiracy. That's right. How did the Han tribe get along with us before? Everyone should see it as long as they are not blind. People in the Han tribe know the etiquette. They have special handling and they don't look like barbarians. Killing everywhere. I think as long as we surrender, tell them that all of this is the fault of the commander, it has nothing to do with us, then most of the Han army will let us go. But are you sure what you said? In case the Han army is going to kill us, do you dare to guarantee everyone's life? As soon as Brother Sun's idea came out, everyone in the camp immediately discussed it and gradually evolved into a quarrel. Everyone expressed their opinions. Some thought they were deceived by the commander. The Han tribe was not so cruel, and some it is very scared, although it also tends to be a good tribe that does not commit crimes. But in this matter of life and death, who is sure that the facts are really what he guessed? So everyone inevitably argued. Well, don't be noisy, just be quiet. Since this plan was proposed by Brother Sun, listen to what Brother Sun said first. The old man stood up and pressed his hand, signifying everyone to be quiet, and finally looked at the Swift brothers sitting in the crowd. Everyone's eyes also followed, ready to listen to this smart man's explanation. Brother Sun didn't panic and asked everyone, this thing is nothing more than just a few results. In fact, we don't have much choice. I will ask you a question first. Are you looking for a piece of land to live a good life? Or do you want to hack and kill each other with the army of Han tribes covered in iron? There was a problem with this question, and it was obviously a talk trap, but everyone in the camp would not think so much at all, and everyone would not have the brain to react so quickly, so only the two in the choice, then of course they want to live. We have chosen a life, who wants to go to war with the Han tribe. That is, how can we be opponents of the Han army? If we really fight them, then we will all die. Yes, in life, who loves to fight and who will fight? I will not fight anyway. At this time, a unified answer rarely appeared in the battalion account, because no one wanted to fight the Han tribe at all, otherwise they would not indulge brother to grab the grassland soldiers to force confessions. Well, since everyone doesn't want to fight the Han army, we still have two options now. I'll say it, and everyone will choose it again. First, the method I just said, find Elder Kim and let him negotiate with the Han tribe. Anyway, we don't want to fight. As long as the Han tribe agrees to let us go home and let us live in the original place, then we agreed to surrender to the Han tribe. As for the command, let him fight with the Han army. Anyway, I'm not going to be a shield for him. Second, the Han tribe disagrees with our conditions and does not accept our surrender. We are determined to kill us. Then we will tell all the truth and consequences of all this to all other militiamen. We will join all the militiamen to Chinquan. The valley snatched back our family members, and then fled Bamboo Island together, and everyone went to the sea to find a new home. Okay, now you choose it yourself? After getting the answer he wanted, Swore again proposed two new possibilities for them to choose the consequences. At this time, everyone began to be out of control. Choosing the first one and staying in their ancestral land to continue living is obviously the best result, but the Han tribe did not agree. Would Xi and Tangja agree? And what about women and children trapped in Chinquan Valley? These are unpredictable unknowns. As for choosing the second one, it may be more tempting for young people. Unite all the militia, save their families, grab their own food, and then everyone go to the sea to find a new home, which sounds like people what a romantic thing it is, how tempting it is to create a new tribe and create a history that belongs to you. But only those old people in the tribe will know how nonsense it is to move people without a target location. Everyone is likely to die on the way of migration. This is obviously to die. Even if you really want to migrate to the sea, you should send an elite team to find a suitable location for a new home, mark the rest area along the way, safe areas, supply points, and clear migration routes. Prepare all kinds of materials needed along the way, even livestock vehicles. After all, they are not monkeys, they can run around naked. If they move around, it must be brought with a lot of family property, especially food and various production tools, because they have to grow land to live in new places. Many young people who have not yet been married are excited immediately, but have not waited for them to speak. Those who are 20 or 30 years old or even older, the militia with their own children immediately poured cold water on them. Migrating across the sea, don't think about finding new homes. It's simply impossible. We will all die halfway. That's right, I followed the caravan to the grassland when I was young. The opposite of the sea is the grassland. The grassland there is very vast. If you walk alone, you may have to walk for a month or two to reach the grassland. On the other side, and it is still a place we are completely unknown. With our strength, it is impossible to cross the grassland. We take women and children, and so much food. If we don't wait for us to get out of the grassland, I am afraid we will be robbed by those nomadic tribes. There is a population, and they will also be robbed. The grasslanders there are not like the grassland soldiers in our camp. They all ride horses, and there are no mountains on the grassland. We can't run them at all. The most water-dependent place on the grassland is now in the Han tribe. Under control, I heard that the Han tribe has built 3 cities in the best place on the grassland, so we have no choice at all. Unless you are ready to live on the grassland, live like those nomadic tribes, shepherd horses, sheep, but there is nothing but grass on the grassland, lack of water, and no food. They don't even have white salt. They can only go from the Han tribe. Buy with us, so you should know how bitter the life of the herdsman is? After hearing the choice given by Sunj, the 2 older militiamen immediately raised their opinions against Article 2, fearing that those young people would have the idea of wanting to emigrate across the sea. One directly refused and the other from a more objective perspective, tell them about the situation over the sea, thereby dispelling their ideas. But there are still some young people who don't give up. After all, young people are always impulsive. Their minds are full of surreal fantasies. To put it bluntly, they have not been beaten by reality, so some people ask, is there no place where we can live outside the grassland? No, I heard that the south side of the grassland, that is, the place closest to us, is some mountains. There is not much land that can be cultivated. The key is the lack of water. This is not just a problem of land. The west side of the grassland is full of mountains, as well as highlands. The snow and ice above only have a short thawing period every year, which is very cold, and there is no way to farm. The north side of the grassland is full of forests, as well as rivers and fertile land. Let's not talk about whether we can pass. Even if it passes, I heard that it is all the territory of the Han tribe. To the east of the grassland is the area along the lake controlled by the Han tribe, to the east is to the east opposite of the lake. Although I don't know what it is, but you think that the Han tribe with so many ships will give up the land suitable for survival. For other tribes? It is not unreasonable for the Han tribe to be so powerful. They have mastered the most abundant territory and many fertile farmland. If we go to find a new home, even if we can reach a place outside the grassland, we will definitely have a conflict with the Han tribe. Rather than running so far to death, it is better to find the Han tribe to surrender now, so that we can continue to live on the ancestral land. If you young people want to go across the sea to sea, it is better to wait for the Han tribe to defeat the commander and ask the Han tribe directly if our people on Bamboo Island can move to the territory of the Han tribe to live. Chapter 838 The True Identity of Brother Sun. Because several older militiamen strongly opposed the plan to find a new home, it would be difficult for others to choose the second option, and the middle-aged people just said right, if they just want to go to the mainland opposite the sea. Look, long-term knowledge, there is no need to risk their lives to find a new home. Wouldn't it be more convenient to wait for them to surrender to the Han tribe, and it's not even more convenient to go directly to the sea by the Chinese sailboat, and they don't have to find their own homes, even if they want to move to other cities of the Han tribe. Settling is not impossible. So after a simple discussion, everyone made a decision unanimously, choosing the first one. First, find Elder Kim to negotiate with the Han tribe, to see if they can accept their terms and let them surrender. If they are not accepted, or if the conditions change, everyone, if you can't accept it, then implement the second plan. After all, if the Han tribe is determined to fight them and does not accept their surrender, even if it is difficult to find a new home over the sea, it must be done. Well, since everyone has made a decision, after dawn, I will secretly go to Elder Kim and tell him this in my own name to see what he said. If he agrees, let him go to the Han tribe negotiations. If he wants to kill me, please rest assured that I will never hurt you, okay? Come here today and sleep. After talking about this, Brother Sun turned over and lay on the mat. Everyone around him glanced at each other, and he arched his hand towards Brother Sun's back. He made a lingering work and silently expressed his respect. The next day was dawn, and in the early morning, Brother Sun had bid farewell to the same battalion militia. He didn't even eat breakfast, so he hurried to find the Gold Elder. No one in the same battalion followed him. This is what he asked for. After Brother Sunner left, everyone began to gather for breakfast. Just as the militiamen held porridge and watched the prairie soldiers eat corn rice, they started scolding the mother there again. But before the militia complained for a long time, a horrifying news was quickly spread throughout the military camp by the cooking guys. "Hey, did you hear that the Han tribe attacked our camp last night? 3 grassland soldiers were cut in the head, and the body was left in the woods to the east, and many Han tribe things were found next to it." Really fake? How do you know? Don't deliberately scare people here. Be careful of elders to cure your sins. A militia who participated in the operation last night giggled in his heart, and the pottery bowl in his hand prepared to pick up the porridge was shaken, but there was no suspicion of the firehead who caused the rice. After all, who was not afraid to tremble after hearing this? It's not normal to be afraid. "Hey, what good am I to lie to you? We use chai duo where we cook, and we saw it with my own eyes when someone went to the forest to cut the woods early in the morning, and came back in shock, and then reported to the elder. The elder personally took the scene to see and brought the body back." The Twitter explanation in the mouth of the firehead at the meal. "You said that all 3 heads were cut. What exactly is the body like? How do you know it was attacked by the Han tribe?" Another person who participated in the operation last night was worried that they would be exposed, so they asked extra carefully. "Oh, you don't understand it. Listen to the elders. It's a kind of soldier called the Han tribe who is the most powerful soldier of the Han tribe. He is specifically responsible for running into the enemy to catch people and ask questions. Just hit. Oh, you don't know, the 3 people died really miserable, all covered in blood, and there were bloody bamboo sticks next to them, all of which were beaten before death. After asking, they wanted to know. The heads of the 3 were cut away. I heard that the Han tribe talked about merit and reward. According to this head, the Han army used to cut his head, and fought a war to cut off his head. He was holding his hand, hanging his waist, picking his gun, and seeing his head. It's better than his wife. While the firehead was giving people a good meal, he kept talking in his mouth, and when he finished speaking this, people around him couldn't help but tremble, and even some people touched their necks. When I was facing the Han army, my head was cut off by the Han army and hung in his waist. And the people who participated in the operation last night couldn't help but have hair on their backs. A camper squatted on the ground with a bowl. Someone suddenly asked, "Didn't you say it was strangling? Why is the head gone?" "It's strangled. Who knows how the head is gone? Cut the head and made a bloody smell. How heavy is that fishy smell? If we come back like this, aren't we sure to be suspected?" A person who participated in the operation said. "It's also so why are their heads gone? Is it really the Han tribe? I think 80% is. Maybe someone from the Han tribe really came last night? When they saw 3 bodies on the ground, they just cut their heads and went back to receive the reward. This is not impossible. You didn't listen to the guy who served the rice. Is the Han Jun doing credit on the other side? Pick up the white and don't pick it up." A guy involved in the operation analyzed and said, "Oops, my mother, if that's the case, wouldn't we all pick up our lives? If we come back a little later, we will be met by those of the Han tribe. Afraid it will be 18 headless corpses today. I'm afraid everyone's head will move." After listening to the analysis, they are so scared that they sat to the ground. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. Think about it. They walked in front of their feet. The Han tribe scolded their back feet to cut off their heads. If they walked a little late, they would be met by the Han tribe scolding. Is it just a head? The militiamen were silent at once, and they were even more afraid, and they were also thankful for their good luck, and their fear of the Han army increased a few points at this time. After such propaganda by the fireheads in the camp, the soldiers were terrified of the Han army's means. The fear of war once caused a lot of panic in the camp, but fortunately it was still within the control range. No mutiny. The militia who planned and participated in the entire operation of the battalion was honestly shrunk in the corner of the barracks like quails. They hid themselves while waiting for the return of Swift brothers. The Swift brother whom they had high hopes at this time was eating meat in the Gold Elders Anvil's camp, learning the Han army's surrender policy that the elders taught them. Yes, more than one Swift brother came to study at this time. In order to quickly control the uprising of the grassroots militia, a lot of traffickmen who previously transmitted intelligence for Jin Wuvai was activated. Some of these people are clearly absorbed by Jin Wuvai into the system, while others have a better relationship with the Han tribe. Helps deliver intelligence, but in fact they don't know what they send themselves. This part belongs to the outsiders used by Jin Wuvai, and they don't even know the periphery, because they don't even know Jin Wuvai, even the outsiders. In the work of covering and transmitting information for Jin Wuvai, most of them only know that they are doing things for the Han tribe, but not the organization of Jin Wuvai. Then there are some prestigious clans in the local area, or nephews such as townships and village heads. These people are young and accept the new ideas of the Han tribe. When they see so many good things from the Han tribe, they can easily be bought. Even if they don't know it, they will reveal a lot of information about the Xin tribe. Brother Sun is such a person. He did not lie to the militia. He is really an eldest son of the township, and he is usually very close to the Han tribe. Because he is a very radical pro-Chinese faction, he was absorbed into the organization, became the outlying staff of Jin Liuvai. But he also had never heard of the name of Jin Liuvai, only knowing that he was doing things for the Han tribe. He was well rewarded by the leader's title, he could take the Han tribe's household registration, and he could settle in the Han tribe in the future. To the Han tribe to live a good life for God and God, this is his motivation to spy for the Han tribe. Chapter 839 Teacher of Kindness. On the same day, until the evening, Brother Sun hadn't returned, and the militiamen in the camp were in a hurry. They were worried that things would be exposed, and they would be unlucky. Some people asked, why hasn't Suo returned yet? Wouldn't he be killed by the Golden Elder? Don't worry, I don't think so. Before eating in the evening, I went to the Elder's account and saw that there was nothing quiet there. If the Elder Jin wanted to kill Sunj, it would never be so quiet. Silent, will definitely let the whole army know the end of surrender. The old man in the camp comforted everyone. That's right, it was only early this morning that the Han army attacked and killed 3 people. I guess Elder Kim must have been afraid. He originally came from the Han tribe. It is estimated that if he knows the truth, he is unwilling to give them the commander. Being a shield may have listened to Sooner and sent someone to negotiate with the Han army. How can I spend a lot of time on the trip? Nothing will happen. Another militia who was older and participated in the operation said. Everyone was relieved after listening, but the old man reminded that yes, everyone should calm down, but the precautions should not be lost. At night, we have to take turns to watch. If something goes wrong, you can also call everyone to escape for the first time. Also, let's think of a way to go to the Elder account to listen to the news, and notify everyone as soon as possible. Yes, the rotation vigil must be required. Let's allocate it now. If it's okay, go to bed early, don't think so much. Another person said that everyone began to assign the order of taking turns to watch the night, as well as candidates for inquiring about the news. In this way, I spent a night in anxiety. The next morning, Sunj still didn't return the news. It seemed that the general camp had evaporated, and no one asked above, and those militiamen who were in the same camp as him dare to take the initiative to ask the Elder Jin, so they are exposed, so everyone has to continue waiting. Just when I had dinner this evening, some people who could not wait began to propose a collective run, and Brother Sun returned to his camp. As soon as they came back, they were surrounded by the militia. Some people automatically glanced out of the account, then sat directly at the door and sent out, while others were busy around Brother Sun. Brother Sun, are you okay? Why did you go back 2 days before you come back? Tell us about it? Elder Jin, what did he say? Yeah, Brother Sun, tell everyone about it. If you don't come back, everyone is ready to escape together. You don't know. As far as we did that night, we walked in front of our feet. It's too scary for people from the Han tribe to cut off the heads of those 3 people. I don't want to stay here. Well, don't be noisy, listen to Brother Sewer. Come, Brother Sun, drink the bowl of water first. The old man pressed his hand at the crowd, rescued the swift brother who was surrounded by the middle, and handed him a bamboo tube to clear water. This is done, everyone is in a hurry, listen to me slowly. Brother Sewer said a word first, comforting everyone's mood, and then groaning and drinking the water in one breath, before sitting down and telling everyone what happened. Everyone heard the words and immediately calmed down, and they all sat there waiting for the news of Brother Sun. Hey, I told my guest to Elder Kim that day, and he was surprised, but I didn't dare to tell him what we had asked the grassland soldiers, only to tell him that it was my guess, so Elder Jin listened to my opinion and cheated a leader from the grasslanders, tricked him into a hidden place, and then we reviewed it together. The result is the same as the result of our previous interrogation. Only then did the Golden Elders get angry and realize that the commander deceived us, and then he listened to my opinion and went to the Han tribe to discuss our surrender and the conditions for our surrender. Then we escorted the leader of the prairie soldier who was interrogated as a sincere gift and gave the man to the Han tribe, ha 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 ha. When Brother Sun just said this, he was immediately interrupted. Someone asked in surprise, Brother Sun, you said that you were going to discuss the surrender conditions with the Han tribe this time. Otherwise? Brother Sewer asked a word before he continued. Our Elder Kim wants to lead the camp. He must not be able to go. If he suddenly disappears in the camp, it should be suspicious, so he cannot go. I raised this matter, and I still speak Chinese, and I know the truth of the matter is still in the whole process, and I can represent most of the militia, so the elders sent a few people with me to the Han tribe. Really? Are you okay? How did the Han tribe not take you? A younger teenager worshipped a question. It must be fine, am I not good? Swogir returned a sentence with a good face, and then continued to tell the story. I took them to the Han tribe, and before I arrived at the Han army camp, I was surrounded by a group of Han troops wearing black clothes and holding steel knives and crossbows in my hand. I quickly said in Chinese that we were here to talk to them. They also want to offer prisoners. They see that I speak Chinese and bring a captive of the prairie people, so we take us into the Han army camp. There was a young man in the camp who broke the road again. Brother Sun, you are so brave, too powerful. What kind of Han army camp is you talking to us? Shut up, don't interrupt, Brother Yun is talking about business. The old man gave a slap in the boy's head, reprimanded him, and then signaled to let Brother Sun continue. Yes, let's talk about the business first. Brother Su nodded and continued to talk to everyone. They took me to the Han army account, and there were several generals wearing fish scales and iron armor, asking me how to do it. I said that we were deceived by the commander. It was not us who deceived us and asked us to help him fight. I said that we only knew the truth and didn't want to be an enemy of the Han tribe. If the Han tribe was willing to let us go back to the original place to cultivate life, we would be willing to surrender. Then, what does the Han tribe say? Someone intervened and asked. Don't worry, listen to me continue. Brother Sun comforted everyone's anxiety and continued to say. After listening to what I said, the general laughed 3 times immediately, and then told me that they hadn't planned to kill many people. The leaders of the Han tribe told them that they had wronged their heads in debts and attacked them. The city is the commander who killed them. The Chinese leader did not want to paint the charcoal creatures and committed crimes in vain, so they only blamed the evil. It is not allowed to slaughter innocent people on Bamboo Island. Let's not say that our militiamen who were not soldiers are not even killed by the bamboo and armored forces that were previously made by the commander. Ah, really, the Han tribe really doesn't kill us, doesn't they say they kill when they see someone? Let me just say, how good the Han tribe's mission was with us before. How could it kill innocent people indiscriminately? It must have been the commander and the elders who lied to us. So to speak, the Han tribe agreed to our conditions? Well, agreed. Brother Suer nodded with certainty. A heart pill was eaten for everyone, and then suddenly mysteriously said, guess what, I saw in the Han tribe's camp. What did you see? I saw more than 3,000 captives in the Han tribe camp, the 2 armored regiments previously deployed near the mission. Quick Brother frowned and danced. Is the captive captured by the Han tribe, eh? No, aren't the 2 regiments only a total of 4,000 people? How did the Han tribe catch more than 3,000 captives? The old man in the camp asked in surprise. Quick Brother slapped his thigh with a bang, and gave a thumb to the old man. He boasted that is still the old man, and he caught the point in one click. Didn't the Han tribe's general tell me? Their leaders explained that they only slapped evil, that is, only those who took the lead and those who led them. The following, even their soldiers, could not kill them at will, so there were only a few of the 4,000 people who attacked in the Han tribe. The rest of the escaping surrendered. After being caught by the Han tribe, none of them killed or abused. Those captives are eating better than us every day. 3 meals a day, 2 corn, a rice, and salted fish for them. I almost didn't come back. I wanted to leave them directly. Forget it, ha 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 ha. Brother Sun laughed and said, immediately hooked up everyone's greedy bugs, and the captives of the Han tribe ate so well, but those of them who wanted to give the commander to guard the tribe were not even full of their stomachs. The treatment given by others is not as good as the enemy. Isn't this nonsense? So many captives, you said. What are they doing in the Han tribe's camp? So many people need a lot of food every day. Can't the Han tribe keep them in vain? The old man in the camp asked an important question again. After hearing this question, Brother Sun suddenly froze, and then showed a very heavy expression. Everyone around him giggled in his heart, and someone asked, Brother Sun, isn't the Han tribe bad for those captives and not treating them as humans? Didn't you just say that the Han tribe gave the captives 3 starters a day? Swinger looked so heavy and shook his head, which made him sigh and say, do you remember to stay at home and be disabled by the village when you migrate? Hearing Brother Suer asking this, everyone showed a heavy expression. Although the militiamen in this camp were not abandoned by the elderly, the sick and the disabled, they always had in their villages. Everyone knew that they did not how much food was left for these people. Maybe now, those people may be dead. However, at this time, Brother Yin said that the Han tribe knew the situation and immediately sent cavalry horses to visit various villages to count the number of elderly, weak, sick and disabled people, as well as the grain stored in their homes, and then sent those captives to form the team sent food to the villages, and the people we gave up, their Han tribe, and sent their military doctors, go to various villages to treat the elderly, but we are really ashamed of our father and wife. A group of militiamen kept silent, and some still wailed and wept. It seems that there are elders at home who were abandoned at home during migration. For a long time, the old man in the camp suddenly said, Han tribe, and the teacher of true benevolence. Chapter 840 Militia's Reaction. There is no doubt that Shui Qingquan's strategy is good in fighting for the hearts of the people. At least when these militiamen know that the Han army has not killed innocent people indiscriminately, and is still rescuing the old, weak and disabled abandoned by them, their hearts are full of admiration and gratitude. Since the Han tribe is so good, it is better to surrender tonight, so that we can go home early. A teenager in the camp immediately stood up after listening, and wanted to leave. It was just that when he looked at others, he found that everyone looked at him like a fool. Go tonight? Where are you going? Regardless of everyone's life or death? Is there any food left by the commander and the elders? Don't want the daughter-in-law and children who stay in Qingquan Valley? When asked in this way, he was embarrassed to scratch his head when he was a teenager. He was just an adult. This year, the family had planned to tell him his wife. As a result, he was also delayed because of this. The kind of people who are full of the family is not hungry, so they do not consider the ideas of the married militia at all. Don't panic, you have to think about it. Although the Han tribe agreed to accept our surrender, they are also conditional, and we need the cooperation of the Gold Elders. After all, it's impossible to go. We, the entire battalion, in addition to the elders and the immediate family members, there are also grassland soldiers, other militiamen also have to go together, we cannot leave them behind. Besides, if we leave them, how can we retake our wives, children and food? Just when everyone was frowning, Swore also stood up and said a few words to everyone to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit. Brother Sun, you just said that the Han tribe has conditions for us to surrender. What are the conditions? Didn't you say that the Han tribe is good to those captives? I have 3 meals a day, and there is white rice at noon. Someone in the camp asked in doubt. There are 3 meals. It's good to eat white rice at noon, but the Han tribes can't support them in vain. Didn't I say that the captives are working for the Han tribe, and I heard that the captives caught by the Han tribe must be give the Han tribe 5 years to get home. It is still a period of war, so those captives are carrying grain and grass to the Han army and delivering food to the people around them. In short, what the Han tribe wants them to do, what they have to do, as long as they work honestly, the food must be enough. Brother Sun heard people ask about this matter and immediately explained it. Ah, want to do 5 years for the Han tribe? Not letting go home yet? God, if that's the case, then we might as well migrate across the sea. The old man is 32 this year, and he will work for the Han tribe for another 5 years. I am afraid he will not be exhausted in the Han tribe. Yeah, Brother Sun, wouldn't you agree to the conditions of the Han tribe? If they want us to plant land, it's okay, but if we all rush to the mountain to mine the back of the ore, I'm afraid it's not all of us, tired to die there. If this is the case, then we might as well not surrender. Even if it was directly killed, it would be much better than surrendering now and dying in the future. Quietly, everyone is panic, and a person as smart as Kinga will definitely not agree to such a request. Everyone calm down first and listen to what Switch said. The old man in the camp heard the complaints of everyone, waved his hand in a hurry, and pressed down everyone's argument. What kind of person is Brother Sun? After these days of contact, he can also see a general idea. He believes that Brother Sun will definitely not be stupid enough to promise this condition. Yes, everyone is in a hurry. Listen to me first. I have a surrender letter written by the Han tribe general to us, that is, the conditions for agreeing to our surrender. I will read it to everyone. Listen to it first. Brother Sun also appeased the emotions of the people with the words of the old man, and then extracted a stacking letter from the sleeve to open it to the crowd in the camp. There is now a Xian tribe leader who colluded with the grassland to attack my Han tribe first. Killing the Han tribe soldiers is not counted. In order to avenge this revenge, we will get justice for the Han tribe soldiers and civilians. Our Han army will be ordered by the leader to fight for the situation. However, the leader remembered that God had a good life, and the people lived in poverty. This matter had nothing to do with the people of Bamboo Island. This battle of the Han army only blames evil. Non-resistance do not kill, civilians cannot kill, active surrenders do not kill, the prisoners of war do not kill, and the captured are all guilty of 5 years of labor. Another reward order is as follows. Active surrender can be exempted from 1 year of labor. Those who surrender voluntarily and persuade to surrender one person can be exempted from labor for 3 years, and those who surrender 2 people can be exempted from all labor, and they are granted household registration to Han tribe residents, enjoy the same treatment as Han tribe people, and allocate good fields. Report the leader of the enemy army, the elder of the Xian tribe, and the clue leader of the Xian tribe, can be the lord, and give the cattle a head and sack. The elders who captured Xian and his men could be sealed, giving the cow 1 end, 2 horses, 1 double cricket car, 10 sheep, 2 pigs, and 1 loom. Brother Sun read the word there, but everyone didn't understand what the previous things meant, they only understood the second half. That is to be caught by the Han army, or to give them 5 years of work. Those who surrender themselves can save 1 year, that is, 4 years of work. If they can persuade a person to surrender, they can be exempted from 3 years. Only 2 years of work remain to be done, and if 2 people can be persuaded, all labor will be exempted. Not only did they avoid labor, but they also got the household registration of the Han tribe and became the people of the Han tribe. They enjoyed the same treatment as the people of the Han tribe and were divided into fields and homes. Although they did not know what treatment the people of the Han tribe had, there was no doubt. People of the Han tribe must have been better than them. There is another aspect of reward. If you can tell the Han tribe the army leaders on their side, or where the elders and commanders are, not only the Han tribe people, but also the title, they don't understand. But the latter said that you can reward a torpedo and 100 pounds of sackcloth, which is attractive. If you can catch an elder or a commander, the reward is higher, and the reward is not to mention that there is a big car and a loom. These can be purchased by large families. That is to say, if you can catch an elder, it is equivalent to being directly developed. Of course, there are very few such opportunities. After all, there is only one commander of the Xian tribe, and there are only a few elders, and their militia has 10,000 people. Who can catch them? However, although the rewards behind are difficult to get, as mentioned earlier, if only 2 pawns are persuaded to be removed, all labor can be exempted and people of the Han tribe can become very easy for them. Can be done. And it's more beneficial to anyone who knows this first. After all, if you let others know it first, you become persuaded to surrender, then you can only persuade others to surrender, and it will only become more and more difficult to complete this in the future task, because there are so many people in total. It is most appropriate to describe the word first come first served. Gone. It's gone, and that's what the Han tribe gave me. Quick Brother nodded for sure. If that is the case, we still have the opportunity to exempt all servitude. I think it's difficult. Don't say that one person exhorts to, that is, one surrender, and half of the people need to do 4 years of labor, while others have 2 years of labor. A guy with a better calculation immediately analyzed the shortcomings of this policy. This is not completely impossible. We militiamen were deceived by the commander. I think we militiamen directly persuaded the clan bamboo soldiers of those clan. We let them do the labor, and we give ourselves reduced labor, and those prairie soldiers, we can also persuade them to surrender. I heard that the women and children of the grasslanders are also on our bamboo island. I don't know if to persuade their family to surrender. A flexible-minded person immediately began to drill the loopholes in this policy, hoping to find some loopholes and reduce the labor of these militiamen. Yeah, why didn't I think that if this is the case, even if we are on our own side, can we allocate it? The older ones simply save them from labor. The young and young under the age of 20 are divided. They can return home quickly after 2 years of work, which is not unacceptable. Another person said again. Brother Sun nodded and talked here. Yes, in fact, if the time is short, it is not without benefits to give the Han tribe 2 years of work. At least they can learn from the Han tribe some skills. There will be a lot of ways to make a living when I get home in the future, but I can learn some Chinese with the Han tribe. Well, what Brother Yin said makes sense. I heard that the Han tribe, even if it doesn't grow land, can rely on the tribe to work for the family. Young people can really think about it. Another man, nearly 30 years old, said that he was actually instigating those teenagers. His own children were several years old. He didn't want to abandon his wife and son to work for the Han tribe for several years. That's it? What did our gold elder think? Did he agree to these conditions for the Han tribe? The oldest man in the camp asked a key question again. Elder Kim hasn't said anything yet, but he agreed to take everyone to the Han tribe, and now it's the conditions that the Han army gave us. He asked me to tell you first to see what everyone thinks. If everyone doesn't want to, Elder Kim will find a way to talk to the Han tribe to see if these conditions can be modified. Brother Sun immediately answered the question. Can the conditions be discussed? In this case, why didn't you say it early? Let him talk to the Han tribe. We were deceived, and they were affected by the commander. They made mistakes that we cannot bear. Besides, we have not dealt with the Han tribe, nor have we killed the Han tribe, so the Han tribe cannot force us to work. We are willing to help the Han tribe catch those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, but the Han tribe wants to avoid our labor. Well, that's it, otherwise we can't agree. As for those rewards or something, we cannot, we just have to exempt all labor. The old man immediately made a decision for everyone in the camp account, and after listening to his decision, there was no surprising objection. After all, no one would want to be a labor reformer for the Han tribe for a few years. Well, since that's the case, I will go to Elder Kim again to see if he can find a way to negotiate with the Han tribe again. Anyway, I won't go this time. Hey, Brother Ching helplessly laughed twice, put away the surrender book, turned away from the camp, and faced the strong knight, and went to the Golden Elder's account. "Uncle, can you say that the Han tribe can agree to our request?" After Brother Sunner left, a teenager asked. "I disagree with how I know it, but we have to fight for it ourselves. We can't just admit our fate. If there is no way, we can only come according to the methods we just discussed. Alas, we blame the damn Xin command, and the elders under him, so good that the Han tribe is doing very much." The old man appeased everyone, and finally couldn't help feeling. Brother Sun quickly reported the feedback from the militia to the Golden Elder Anvil. After listening to the feedback reproduced by Brother Sun, he couldn't help laughing. "I thought to myself that the organization was originally prepared to use these clans for free labor for several years. It seems that it is not possible now." Just as the militiamen said, as long as these clan soldiers and grassland soldiers in the camp, it is also good to get these people to work in labor. The big deal will change the policy and let these people work for a few more years. After wanting to understand, the Anvil made a decision immediately, saying to several undercovers who came to report the situation, "You rest here for one night, and wait for tomorrow morning to go back to the news," saying that the Han tribe did not know that we have the difference between militia and armor. Now, after knowing this situation on our side, they decided to agree to the militia as long as they are willing to surrender, and cooperate with the Han army to capture those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers. They will be exempted from all their labor, and give them the household registration of the Han tribe. Let them enjoy the same treatment as the people of the Han tribe. In addition, after you have announced this policy, let's publicize the treatment of our Han tribe people, mainly the lifestyle of our Han tribe, many conveniences and benefits, etc., especially the farming methods on our side, and the future for them. Popularize livestock and rice seeds, as well as planting and breeding techniques. The purpose is to mainly promote the richness and strength of our Han tribe, and the benefits that the Han tribe can bring to them after taking over here in the future, and to maximize the support of the militia. Finally, as long as they agree to surrender and cooperate with the actions of the Han army is willing to lead them back to their food and wives and children. Remember, this must also be publicized. Do you understand? Quick Brother and others immediately stood up straight and answered, "Got it. Okay, then rest, and wait until tomorrow morning to go back." The Anvil nodded at them and turned away from the big account. He also had to report the situation here in Yang Phone. Chapter 841 Start of Action, Upper. On the morning of the next day, Brother Sun returned to the camp again, and the militiamen of the same camp immediately gathered around him, and he quickly led people to a remote corner. "Brother Sewer, how's it going? What happened? Did the Han tribe agree to our conditions?" Someone immediately asked nervously. After all, it is related to life in the family and life in the future. Everyone attaches great importance and attention. Agreed. Brother Sewer nodded first, and a heart pills were eaten for everyone, and then this introduced the situation in detail. The Han tribe said that they didn't know what soldiers we were on here, and thought they were all the same, so they treated us as the same regiment before, and now they know that we are coerced after the militia. They decided to distinguish them from the soldiers. The Han tribe said that as long as we cooperate with the roundup of those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, we don't need us to go to labor, and we can still get the Han tribe's household registration after the war and enjoy the same treatment as the Han tribe people. In addition, as long as we cooperate, they can take us to Chinquan Valley to grab the people and our food. It turns out that this is the case. I said that the Han tribe is not like this at all. How can we let us do 5 years of labor? It turns out they don't know that we are militia. One of them was relieved and laughed relaxedly. But how can we help the Han tribe to round up those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers? We may not be able to fight. What if we don't stop it? Someone's still worried about it. Everyone can rest assured that we have Gold Elder Command dispatch here, and he will tell us how to do it. At that time, everyone only needs to listen to the Elder's order, and the main force of the roundup will not be us. People from the Han tribe come, everyone can rest assured. Brother Sun once again appeased the anxiety of the people, then explained the details to the people, and finally informed the people that the time for the uprising was set at the night of the day. At the same time, other Jinwovai's detailed works in the camp were also spreading the news quickly, and began to organize the deployment of troops in accordance with the instructions of the Gold Elder Anvil. In the evening of the same day, the militiamen took over the defense and patrol tasks of clan soldiers and grassland soldiers. Those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers were also happy. They had already known the attack by the Han army in the first 2 nights. So these 2 days and nights patrols, those patrols are reluctant to patrol the night, fearing that they will be cut off by the Han tribe. Now let those militiamen take over their defensive patrol tasks. In their view, this is simply that Elder Jean pulled the militia to make cannon fodder. In the afternoon, the clan soldiers and grassland soldiers also organized a high-intensity training, which made them tired enough to choke. After the training, the Golden Elder Anvil allowed the clan soldiers and grassland soldiers to concentrate various weapons. In one place, the soldiers of several battalions were put together, and then handed over to the patrol and the night guards of the militia. In this way, until that night, the elite infantry of a total of 9,500 people in the Han armies Hubenwei, Saiwavai, Feiziangwei, and the three firms had been divided into three directions to approach the Xian tribal army battalion in Qingqinggong, and then quietly dormant, just waiting for the order to arrive, they will go up and surround the 2,000 enemy troops. In the early hours of the night, the weather was clear and the moon was high. The Golden Elder Anvil sitting in the headquarters immediately waved his arm and signaled to start the operation when he learned that his men had moved in place. The ordered soldiers and detailed riders began to report, informing the patrols and sentries of the various teams to start transferring the weapons of those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers. The clan soldiers and grassland soldiers were trained for a day during the day. This was the most fragrant time to sleep, and the militia carried out very carefully, so they did not attract their attention. In the bright moonlight, the militiamen carefully carried those weapons, and Sunj was no exception. The people in his camp were quietly shuttling between the tents in various places. Everyone moves fast, and must be light, don't talk, don't make a noise, fast. Quick Brother whispered to everyone the main points of action, and everyone started to move. Some people opened the grass curtains covered in the weapon, and then carried a bundle of bamboo arrows on their shoulders and walked away. Some people saw fewer and fewer arrows, and simply hugged a bundle of copper spear from the side. As a result, the copper spear was too heavy and was almost smashed to the ground by the man. Be careful not to make a sound, you come, two people and he carry this bundle. After helping the man, Sunjer pulled a teenager from the side and asked them to carry a bundle of copper spears together. Just arranged here, and then he saw a militia gathering the bows of those prairie people. Brother Sun quickly stepped forward to stop him, and lowered his voice to a minimum, and got to the side of the person to say, "Move something else first, and finally say that without arrows, they have bows and are useless." Oh good. The man agreed to put down a few bows and started moving other things. This is true of the militia in the entire camp, all of whom are carrying weapons in an orderly manner. They carry a bundle of bow and spear, and line up to evacuate beyond the Qingqing Gorge. When they reached half a mountainside, they suddenly found a silver reflective spot on the hillside, and only at a glance, they found out that they were a Han tribe soldier wearing iron armor. The puncture of the whole body of steel was unusually striking in the bright moonlight. The cold light reflected on the halberd is also cold. Some people can't help but sit on the ground. The arrow carrying the shoulder fell to the ground. This reaction suddenly scared everyone around, but I didn't know that this guy was shot down by the arrows of the Han tribe. What's the matter with you? Hurry up, don't be afraid, the Han army is not against us. Elder Kim has already told the Han army that the Han army will not be difficult for us. Stand up and keep up. After a while, we will be safe at the foot of the mountain. After the accompanying officer discovered the abnormal situation, he came over and glanced, appeased the mood of the militia, and urged everyone to continue walking down. The militiamen continued to silently carry these weapons down the mountain, until they were approaching the foot of the mountain, and found that the people in front were throwing weapons in one place, where the weapons were already piled like a small mountain bag. After they walked in and looked at it again, it was originally here to guard a team of Han troops with crossbows and was supervising the militia to drop these weapons. Chapter 842 Placement of Militia. After leaving all the weapons behind, everyone continued to follow the team forward and walked about 2 miles before they saw a simple camp with a bonfire in the camp and a lot of electric lights hanging out the entire camp. The light is like day. Some of the militiamen of the Xian tribe saw the electric stone lamp for the first time. I can't help but wonder. Some even have seen it in the mission, and they have never seen so many lights together. These people are also very surprised and envied. The life of the Han tribe is just good. There are so many electric stone lamps in a simple military camp. At this time, a lot of tent materials have been prepared in the camp. The bamboo poles are all now cut, and the tent canvas are also ready. After the militiamen entered the camp, the officers began to organize the people to rest on their own. Some of the militiamen are uneasy, and some are full of freshness. Look here and see, but overall it is still good. At least the Han tribe has prepared a place for them, and they have not directly circled them. A wilderness, otherwise there really is a feeling of collective execution. Brother Sun also took the tent of his camp with someone, and then called 2 people to follow themselves. After waiting for a while, he took 4 big barrels back. One person picked cold water. The other person picked all the corn-faced cakes, and a small jar of pepper and caviar. This thing is worthless, but the next meal. When the militiamen of this account saw so much to eat, it was a complete relaxation. The Han tribe arranged accommodation for them and prepared food for them. Will they never kill them again? Someone immediately came over to fight, grabbed several tortillas in one hand, and used tortillas as spoons in the other hand. A piece of paprika sauce was pulled from the pot and eaten on the cake. Don't worry, don't grab it. It's too late today. Don't eat so much. We just went to the house area to see it. There is still more food to ensure that everyone can eat it up. Brothers live here first. Waiting for the Han tribe to take us back to the wife, children, and our food. We will be able to go home together by then. Brother Sun stood in front of a few barrels, while distributing food to people, and appeasing everyone. Hiss, what's in the fish meat of the Han tribe? How to eat it feels like eating charcoal fire. Someone ate chili for the first time, and took a big bite without knowing the truth, and immediately he was speechless, but after complaining, he couldn't help but take a bite and read it. There is a word, the taste is strange, but I didn't expect to eat more and more, and I want to eat more and more. Chili does eat, it is not good to eat a bite of chili mouth spicy, immediately bite a few cakes. The chili has eaten up the cake in his hand, and the amount of meal is bigger than usual. I heard from the mission that this is called chili. Every family in the Han tribe grows this kind of thing. They usually eat and eat. It is fragrant. It is the most common food of the Han tribe. Anyone who knows chili will be introduced to everyone immediately. Chili, can we grow it after that? A teenager who likes pepper, while wiping the sweat spicy on his forehead, while looking forward to the inquiry. Yes, surely. After this war, we are the people of the Han tribe. I heard Sima of the Han army say that after this war, we will also popularize the food of various Han tribes in Bamboo Island. There are also various livestock farms, and we have them here. When I heard people ask about this, Swore immediately came out to promote the policies of the Han tribe, so that they would have more expectations and yearnings for the life of joining the Han tribe in the future. Everyone heard this policy and couldn't help discussing it. I heard that the rice of the Han tribe must be planted in the water to grow. We have few places on Bamboo Island, and we don't know how much rice can be grown. Swogir continued to explain that and other tribes joined the Han tribe. At that time, the Han tribe will divide each of us into a piece of land, close to the river channel, able to dig more channels and transform some water fields, close to the mountains. The same is true for us to continue to grow corn wheat. In short, the tribe will not care about everyone. The Han tribe is different from our Xin tribe. The Han tribe manages everything. The chiefs are set up in every city, and every county and county has local officials. How to cultivate and how to cultivate, there are people to teach. Local officials will also organize local people dig canals together to divert water and transform water fields, and the government still has a lot of cattle and agricultural tools. Even if you don't have one, you can find the government office to rent. Ah, the Han tribe is so good? Do they also collect food from the people like Xin? Someone in the crowd asked again. That's right, the Han tribe divides the people with Ding's mouth. The adult man is 20 acres a person and specializes in grain. The adult woman is also 20 acres. It is used to grow vegetables, grow hemp, grow silkworms, and grow grass. Cotton, seeds, technology, and land are all given by the tribe, but when it is harvested, it is necessary to hand over a harvest to the tribe. Brother Sun continued to introduce these people to the situation of the Han tribe. How much did the tribe pay? Someone started to worry about asking. The Xin tribe also has to pay food tax here, but there is no fixed number every year. Even if there is a fixed number, there are many ways to cope with it. This is mainly due to the Xin tribe's lack of a unified measurement and balance. The volume, length, and weight, these units are not available. How can we calculate how much food is there, so there are more places where we can take advantage of it? Hey, I don't know how much to pay, but those who listen to the mission and the business team say that even if the people of the Han tribe pay the agricultural tax, there is still food left in the family that they can't finish. They leave their own rations, the rest of the food will be sold for money, and not much should be paid. Brother Su continued to explain. It turns out that it is okay, as long as there is left. An older middle-aged man said while sucking the hot sauce on his finger. In short, the days will be better in the future. Everyone can rest assured that you see that the hanging lamp is not just that kind of good thing. There are several people in the Han tribe. Brother Sun pointed to the electric stone lamp hanging on the camp aisle not far away to tell everyone. How many homes are there? Was it from the tribe? A teenager couldn't help but ask. How could it be bought by the people themselves? Although this lamp is not cheap, the people can buy it at home, which means they are rich, which I mean. Switch's helpless stall, even if the tribe is good, it is impossible to send you everything. Swift brother, what if you don't want to grow land and want to run a boat like those of the Han tribe? I have never been in a boat, it would be nice if I could have my own boat. A teenager longed for asking. I don't know. If you want to learn a boat, it should be the tribe who selects people to learn, and the tribe will send you money. If you want to learn, wait for the official government to choose people in the future. Then, you go to sign up. As for getting a boat of your own, this is a lot of effort. I heard that those boats are valuable, so they are basically owned by tribes. Private boats are particularly rare, even if the people of the Han tribe are rarely bought. However, I think that after waiting for more and more ships, the price will definitely come down, and you have to look at how big you want to buy a boat. The big ship must not be able to afford it, but the kind of Dao, we the people are not without a chance to wait and see. Brother Suor agreed indiscriminately, but he didn't know the price of the Han tribe's boat. While the crowd was talking about future life, and while eating the tortillas in their hands, the militiamen were temporarily resettled. On the hillside of the Qingqing Gorge on the other side, with the complete evacuation of the militia, a total of 9,500 elite infantrymen from the 3 guards under the Blood Slaughter Command also began to unite the 2,000 Xian tribe soldiers on the top of the mountain. Chapter 843 Start of Action, below. At midnight, Hau was empty. In the Xian tribe barracks on the top of the Qingqing Gorge, with the complete evacuation of the militia, the entire barracks has become quiet. Soon after, soldiers who went to the toilet at night opened the tent curtains and walked out, but felt anomaly. The camp is too quiet, and the quiet is a bit scary. The militia who should have patrolled the camp disappeared, and the militia who were on guard also disappeared. The man was scared at first, and he wanted to go out and let go, but he didn't dare now. He ran back after covering his stomach and started calling as soon as he got into the camp. Everyone hurry up, something is wrong outside. Someone rubbed his eyes, rolled over his body on the mat, and confusingly replied, "What's wrong? Okay. Your kid is so old, don't even dare to solve his own hands? No one is patrolling the camp, what are you afraid of? People from the Han tribe can still come here to cut your head?" When it comes to cutting the head, the man touched his neck when he was scared, and then said more and more anxiously, "Is not right, you guys get up and see." There was no patrol outside, even those who were on guard, and the entire camp seemed to be empty. What? No one in the camp? Could it be that the patrol soldiers were lazy and hiding? Still hiding in the corner to doze off? I don't know, you guys come and see with me. Alas. Really, it doesn't make people feel at ease when you sleep, okay, then go and see with you. If it's okay, see if I don't beat your shit out. In this way, several soldiers came out and turned around in the camp, and found something unusual. In a huge military camp, except for those of them who slept in tents, there was no one outside to patrol the guard. The soldiers immediately panicked. One of them immediately suggested, "Everyone go and call someone, call everyone, it should be an accident." Several people looked at each other, and realized what might happen, and began to scream in front of each camp. After a while, all the remaining 2,000 soldiers in the camp were called. After explaining the situation to each other, they began to search around the camp and soon confirmed the results again. Apart from them, there was no one else in the camp. However, some people boldly ran around the camp to see if the Han tribe was attacked. As a result, when the people were panicked and at a loss, there was a burst of shouting in the camp. Everyone looked at it and found that there were individuals ran and shouted at them. "There are Hanjuns coming under the mountain. A lot of Hanjun, the Han tribe has attacked." Everyone panicked as soon as they heard it. Someone hurriedly asked, "Which side of the Han army? How many people?" "I found it on the east side, just on the mountainside, a lot of people, there should be thousands." The soldier who reported the letter hurriedly replied, "What about the north? Is there anyone in the north?" Someone asked. "Me, I don't know, I just watched east." The soldiers who reported the letter had not finished speaking, and a few soldiers ran back from other directions in the distance. They were all people who went around to investigate the situation. These people were neutral and said that they also saw the figure of the Han army in the north. Some people said that they saw a lot of Han Jun in the west. Everyone looked at each other from time to time, and they stood there stunned. They didn't know what to do for a while, but such abnormal silence was quickly interrupted by a question. "Where did those militiamen go? Why are those militiamen gone?" Someone immediately boldly speculated that Niang, "We may have been betrayed by the militia, maybe they brought the Han tribe." "No, do they have such courage? Maybe they were destroyed by the Han tribe?" "Destroy your head, there are more militiamen than us. If the Han tribe wants to destroy them, how much movement must be made? I think they brought the Han tribe. I saw it yesterday." Several militiamen always ran to the Golden Elder. "Yes, are our elders still there?" Hearing someone mention the elders, everyone reacted at this time. There were quick legs and even busy going to the camp of the Chinese army camp to find the Golden Elder anvil. As a result, it was found that the Chinese army account was already empty. After the person passed the news back, everyone knew what situation they were in. Now it is obvious that the elders ran away with all the militia, leaving them only, and also led the Han army to surround them. Of course, there is another possibility that the elders do not know why all the militia were evacuated, and then the Han army discovered the aliens here, which surrounded them. But in any case, it has become a fact that they are surrounded by Han Jun. Everyone was busy searching for their weapons, but they found that the entire camp, not to mention the sword, but even the arrows that wanted to find, could not be found. The grassland soldiers who ran out had bows in their hands, but no arrows. I was so anxious that I turned around in the same place and scolded in the grassland language, but it didn't help. In the messy camp, some people yelled, "Went to his mother, we were all sold." The elders ran away with all the militia, and also led the Han tribe to surround us, even our weapons. All were taken away. This is to force us to death. What shall we do now? How far is the Han tribe from here? We have to find a way quickly. Find a self-protected weapon first, and then say, what is the use of everyone? Wooden sticks, bamboo poles, which can't be found. Even picking up a few stones is stronger than empty-handed. One person suddenly suggested to say. Everyone only reacted at this time, and immediately began to look around for weapons. Some people couldn't find a stick, simply removed the tent, used the pillars of those tents as weapons, and others didn't even grab the tent shelf, and simply copied a smooth stone in their hands. Even if you are close to the Han army, you may be able to smash one or two, right? Of course, this is just a solace. The Han army is all wearing heavy armor, holding a long spear halberd in their hands. They can rush to the Han army with stones, and there are ghosts at most. A few stones, hoping to be able to smash a few people, but this is also no way. Some people cried in fear and worried that they would be killed by the Han army. You know, everyone remembered the incident of the Han army attack camp a few days ago. The 3 soldiers at the end of the board were cut off by life, and no one would be afraid. Some soldiers began to complain. What should we do? The Han army is about to rush up. Are we all going to die? What's the use? It is the right thing to find a way at this time. Find a way? Is there any way? Now there are only 2 ways to let us go, either to fight the Han tribe, or to surrender directly. What else can you do? Why? Can't we run? Run? Where do we want to run? Someone suddenly asked, and his eyes were full of expectations. They really don't want to deal with the Han tribe. They don't have confidence when they have weapons, and now they are even less confident when they are defenseless. The man who said he was going to run did not reply directly, but asked in what direction did the Han tribe come from. Shall we find a way to run without the Han army? The soldiers who had previously investigated came out to report the situation immediately. This said that there was a Han army in the east, and that there was also a Han army in the north, and some said that there was also a Han army in the west. Everyone was stunned for a while. Someone collapsed and scolded. But the south side is a cliff. How can we escape and jump off the cliff without falling to death? Those who previously suggested running said immediately, this is not necessarily the case. The cliff is the Qingshui River below. If it is a big deal, it will jump directly into the river to swim and escape. After escaping the Han army, we will swim ashore and go to Qingquan Valley meet with other guards. Jumping into the river? Don't be kidding, such a high cliff, jumping down is also a death. Someone said very frustratedly. Indeed, this is a good statement. The Xin tribe set up the camp here to prevent the Qingshui River channel from breaking through the waterway. The terrain here is in excellent condition. The cliffs on both sides of the river are 40 meters high, and they have caught up with more than 30 floors. Ordinary people stand at this height and look dizzy, let alone jump directly from here. If you have the courage, don't say it first. The key is that many people can't swim. There are half of the prairie soldiers in the camp. Where can these herdsmen swim? There is not even water on the grassland. Even if they dare to jump, they will drown in the lower part of the river. There are not many clan soldiers in the Xin tribe who can swim, but not many, and there are really fewer people who dare to jump down. About 200 or 300 of the 1,000 clan soldiers want to try to see if you can jump from the cliff and escape. But when these people boldly arrived at the edge of the cliff, they discovered that in the river below, they didn't know when a lot of douse came, and the ship was full of Han soldiers holding the crossbow. The group of people on the cliff was desperate. The Han tribe didn't even leave them with the last retreat. The river actually blocked them. Even if it really jumped, it must be a death. Everyone had no choice but to choose the other 2 options, either to fight hard or to surrender directly. However, at this time, some people suddenly suggested that either let's break through. Everyone chooses a direction where the Han army has relatively little strength to fight. The Han army will come to surround us from all directions. We are weak. We 2,000 people rushed out of a place, always able to run out of a half, but they couldn't really rush out. When they heard it, they felt that this idea was okay, and they began to send more scouts to investigate. As a result, they found that the number of Han troops was more than expected, and there were many in each direction. There is no such thing as a weak point. Under the light of the moonlight, the Han army in heavy armor flashed with cold light, as if a circle of reflective silver rings had grown on the hillside, surrounding them firmly. The soldiers of the Xin tribe were down again and fell into despair. However, the Han army did not terminate the operation because of their reaction. No matter what the other party was doing, how many people were sent to investigate, the Han army did not ignore the steady progress here. After the self-knowledge side had been exposed, the blood slaughter simply ordered people. There was a drum of war, and the army of the Three Roads stepped on the drum, and the momentum was clearly telling them, the Han army didn't take them into consideration at all. Hearing the drums of war not far away, the soldiers of the Xin tribe on the top of the mountain can't stand it anymore. Now we have to come up with an idea. Someone immediately shouted, "Brothers, let's break through." We rushed out a weakness and broke out a gap. So many of us can run a few. At the time of speaking, the Han army has reached the eye, on the top of the mountain. On the other three sides, the enemy circles, the moment of life and death, and the life is at stake. With the blood of one person taking the lead, others have also responded, following the flow of people towards the intensive army of the armored Han army rushed over. However, because the Golden Elder Anvil has taken a large number of officers at all levels, although there are 2,000 people on the side of the Xin tribe, it is difficult to organize effectively. Some people are feverish, and they rush towards the Han army regardless of their care. Other timid people either find a place to hide and pretend to die, or they flinch in the direction of the cliff, and some may be nervous breakdown, or maybe they are lucky. I yelled down the cliff. 40 meters high cliff. The man called for 2 or 3 seconds before a sound of falling water came from underneath, but no one knew if it was dead or alive, and only saw the Han tribe on the sailboat below. Soldiers are poking with long bamboo poles, and some are holding crossbows and arrows in the water. It may not be possible to come to the man to survive. Besides, on the top of the mountain, the army of 2,000 people broke out and no one commanded it. In the end, only a rare Lala ran over 780 people to charge west, and there was no formation. Someone rushed to 30 miles from the Han army. At that time, he immediately threw out the stone in his hand and threw it hard into the Han army camp. But those stones failed to hit a target. When seeing a stone raining spot flying in front, the small flag officers and flags at the grassroots level immediately commanded the army to change positions. The sword shields in the front row were immediately lined up in a dense formation, and a shield wall was formed in time. The second row of swordsmen, the shield is to put his own big shield on the first row of shields, added this shield wall to another section, and the third row of closely followed the halberd soldiers also extended their long weapons out of the gap in the shield wall. The last row of spearmen exaggerated their own feat. A 7-meter 5-long spear was mounted on top of the shield wall. Such an airtight formation, even if the Han tribe keeps the other side moving, I am afraid they will not be able to knock themselves out. Boom boom boom. The sound of the stone hitting the wooden shield was extremely dull, but it failed to cause any loss to the Han army. The enemy immediately threw another round of stones, but still had no effect. At this time, the fast run ahead was already rushed on the face of the Han army formation. Someone held a shield and hit it against the shield wall of the Han tribe. The two sides began the most primitive and savage effort. However, the number of people on the side of the Xin tribe has become a foregone conclusion, and the size of the 300 or 400 people is simply impossible to overturn the shield wall of the Han tribe. On the side of the Han tribe, after blocking the enemy's 2 rounds of flying stone strikes, the drums behind them came again to the drumming point. The soldiers continued to advance on the drum point. Thousands of people from the Xin tribe were turned to the ground, and the swordsmen went up to punch and kick. Dozens of pounds of solid wood shields in the hand were violently smashed, and in a blink of an eye, hundreds of people in front of the array were all submerged. The other slow runs, and has not rushed to the Xin tribe pawns in front of the battle. Seeing such a horrible scene, it was also terrified. At this point, the Han army who came to the siege was unhindered and moved forward steadily until all the remaining soldiers of the Xin tribe were blocked on the edge of the cliff. Chapter 844 Regaining Prisoners of War. The encirclement gradually narrowed, and after the Xin tribe's regiment launched a breakthrough, the remaining troops were added together with only 1,500 people, and the other 400 people were either captured by the Han tribe during the breakthrough just now, either he was desperate and jumped off the cliff. The 1,500 people on the side of the Xin tribe have been successfully blocked on the edge of the cliff. These people are retreating. Behind them is a 40-meter high cliff. The key is that the river under the cliff is still full of Han tribe ships, and right in front of their eyes, the Han army, wearing an iron armor pocket and holding a large shield steel knife, has surrounded them on 3 layers and 3 layers. Look at their own hands, there are only some wooden sticks and bamboo poles. Even weapons like stones have lost everything in the breakthrough just now. At this moment, all people are desperate, because in this situation, even if they are brave, one person can block 10 Hanjuns, but they can eat the loss without weapons, and face the elite Hanjun who can't see the side at a glance, can't give birth to resistance. They now seem to have only two options, either to be killed by the Han tribe, or to jump off the cliff to find death, with few other options. But at this moment, the situation in front of them made them very ignorant, indicating that they could not understand what the Han tribe was doing. Several times as many as their Han army had originally won the ticket, but when the distance between the two sides was still 50 meters, the Han army heard the order and stopped. What are they doing? Are you going to release arrows at us? A married teenager in his 20s looked at the Han army in fear. The people next to are speechless, because the situation in front of them is like arrows. After all, they have been reseated and have been compressed in such a small space. Come to a few rounds of arrows. Isn't that the same as bringing people together and shooting with a machine gun? Is this the rhythm of the Holocaust? However, they all guessed wrong. The Han army not only did not lay arrows, but actually shouted slogans under the leadership of the officer. The descendant is immortal. When? The descendant is immortal. When? The descendant is immortal. Once in Chinese, and once in Bamboo Island, thousands of Chinese troops Kikai shouted for the death-free persuasion slogan, shouted, and the sword shield soldiers in front hit the big shield in front of them with a steel knife in their hands. Thousands of steel knives smashed the shield into a single burst of sounds. The deterrent came from the ground. On the spot, the Xian tribal residents surrounded by the middle were scared to pee their pants. The halberd soldiers in the back row had nothing to knock, so they shouted slogans while stomping their feet. At the same time, the halberd in their hands was put on the ground, and they actually matched the rhythm with the sword shields in the front row. The remnants of the Xian tribe blocked by the cliff said they had never seen this situation, and they did not expect the Han tribe to let them go and ask them to surrender. Didn't the Han army kill without blinking? Only 3 heads were cut a few days ago. So whether the elders and commanders above deceived them, or did the Han tribe bluff them and want them to give up resistance and bleed one by one? But they are not fools. If the Han tribe wants to kill them, can they let go of the arrow? Are they still using them to give up resistance? Anyway, resistance is a death. I surrendered, don't kill me, I promise I won't be an enemy to the Han tribe anymore, please let me go. Wuwo soldier suddenly collapsed and cried and ran to the Han army. Before the formation, when the Han army was 10 meters ago, the guy simply knelt on his knees and walked straight over his knees, while crawling on the ground. Seeing this, other people who want to surrender no longer hesitate, and even rushed up to indicate that they want to surrender. After all, do you already have a lead? People have a subjective psychology. Moreover, they also noticed one thing. If they continue to let the Han tribe 8,000 people stomp on the edge of the cliff, they will crash the cliff, and then they are the people on the edge of the cliff. They dare not continue to think about it. On the Han army's side, when the 3 Han army supreme commanders, the Bloodslaughter, Xue Qingkan, and Yan Feng, located behind the crowd, discovered that the Xian tribal disabled army had surrendered, the 3 looked at each other and smiled. Then Xue Qingkan waved his hand, and the Han army, who was still shouting the slogan, suddenly stopped. Immediately after that, there was a dense and airtight formation. At this time, 3 channels were automatically separated. The halberd soldiers on both sides of the passage automatically took their weapons forward. A long iron halberd gallery was formed above the passage. Looking at the 3 gaps opened by the front array, the already surrendered Xian tribal residents walked without hesitation. Although they became captives, are they still alive? The 3 passages are very narrow, allowing only one person to pass, and there is a dome made of spear halberds on it, so the surrendered soldiers also consciously dropped the wooden sticks and bamboo poles in their hands, but even if they want to take them in the past, the Han army guarding the passage in the front row will not agree. In the back row of the array, on the other side of the descended passage, the soldiers of Fei Xiangui began to receive captives and were responsible for temporary management. They held the rope at the entrance of the passage. Every time a surrendered Xian tribe soldier came out, the Han army tied their hands in front of them, and then 10 people tied them into a string, and tied a string directly to the open space next to them. Squat. And the captives who just came out of the passage found that the people who came out before were just tied up and not directly killed by the Han army, so they were also assigned together when they were tied up, and they didn't get any moths out. The Xian tribal residents, who were blocked by the cliff, watched more and more people around them choose to surrender. Under the influence of public psychology, they all surrendered. In the middle of the night, an siege operation was launched, starting with the mutation uprising led by the Golden Elder Anvil, but more than 2 hours before and after, and finally ended with the victory of the Han tribe. The most ridiculous thing is that in this operation, or this battle, no one was killed or injured in the Han army, and their enemy army, that is, the Bing of the Xian tribe, also had no sacrificed soldiers, only a few hundred were injured during the breakthrough. The wounded, but all have skin injuries and no worries about life. More than a dozen guys who jumped off the cliff were all captured by the Han army who was guarding the river. No one could escape successfully, and no one fell directly. After all, the water level is still very deep. The height is not at the limit of diving. If you dive 40 meters, you will not fall at the top, but you will not die directly. When I was busy living until dawn, the battlefield here in Qingqing Gorge, or the camp, was cleaned up by the Han army. The dismantled food should be removed. As for the food to be removed, the Han army naturally wants to cook. But these captured captives will be hungry for 2 meals. To receive ideological education first, the most important thing is to tell them about the Han tribe's policy of treating prisoners. In short, it is to work. The Han tribe can take care of clothes and shoes. As long as he is obedient, his life must be saved. In addition, the group of soldiers who were captured before appeared, saying that the group of prisoners of war who had just been arrested completely avoided panic, so they were completely honest. In the temporary camp of the Han army at the foot of Qingqing Gorge Mountain, the 3 chiefs of the Han army also laughed together. Young Feng took the lead in asking, "Handsome, Sima, what do you think we will do next?" How to act to listen to the handsome, but I suggest that we speed it up. The time for us to go out is not short now. The war must not be dragged to the spring of next year. The leader will be anxious. We cannot delay the leader's plan next year. Xue Qingkang did not speak on specific details, but expressed some thoughts on the timing of the battle. Blood slaughter naturally also knows the importance of time. 1 year's plan lies in spring. Not to mention, spring farming is the top priority of the Han tribe, especially the bamboo island that has just been occupied. So many existing cultivated land cannot be all deserted. After all, this place is also the territory of the Han tribe. What do you do without growing food? Then execute the final decisive plan. First let the Golden Elder Anvil take the militia prisoners back, and then we immediately lead the army to follow up, and then come together with the Rushsun commander to break through the Xian tribe in one fell swoop. The last line of defense. The blood slaughter made a decision immediately. Chapter 845 Eve of the Decisive Battle. Regarding the combat plan for letting the militia go back, it was proposed in the plan before the attack on the Qingqing Gorge. The purpose is naturally the same as this time, allowing the militia to repeat what they did in the Qingqing Gorge. But of course it's not the smuggling of clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, but asking them to fight against more militia uprisings, and then fight back, and then grab their families and food. After all, this is when the Han tribe promised them to surrender. Said the good conditions. Another point is that the Han army can take advantage of the militia to go back and put more eyeliner in Xinquan Valley to monitor the top of the Xian tribe and prevent them from running. Of course, it is not so simple for the militia to put it back, otherwise how can they successfully break into the enemy? So the play should still be played. There are currently 4 guards in the Han army, which is close to the Qingqing Gorge. Eagle Yanwei and Leopard Tuwei are temporary externally employed guards, and the training time and combat power are much lower than other Han tribe guards, so the current both shelters are only responsible for stationing in Yashan County and Shaodan County. The remaining Zyoki guards are all cavalry troops with strong power, so they are temporarily stationed in the plains of central Bamboo Island, that is, Xinhua County. While they are responsible for the defense of Xinhua County, they are also responsible for supporting the fighting in other counties. Due to the active withdrawal of the Xinfan County and Guanhai County, the jurisdictions of these 2 counties are basically short of population, leaving only bare land, and naturally there is no need to garrison, so the original plan to be stationed here all the Arrowbacks and the Sea Wolf Guards approached the Qingqing Gorge with the main force. Coupled with the main force of Fei Xiangwei, which was originally prepared to take the decisive battle, and the main force of the main force, Hu Benwei, the Han tribe can now invest in the decisive battle to reach 4 sanctuaries, totaling 12,000 people. Hu Benwei is a Chinese army and is responsible for guarding the Chinese army battalion. Naturally, it is impossible to participate in acting. Therefore, the blood slaughter directly arranged for Fei Xiangwei to cooperate, and the second echelon team of Rolling Wei and Sirius followed up and finally completed the confrontation with Qingquan Valley. After Hu Benwei and the Chinese battalion arrive, they will choose to launch a general attack. So, on the 30-kilometer road between Qingqing Gorge and Qingquan Valley, a strange scene appeared. The Golden Elder Anvil fled with more than 3,000 militiamen in front, followed by the 3,000 pawns of Feng Xiangwei chasing after death, and the 2 sides fled in the reed, and behind the 2 sides of Fei Xiangwei, Rolling Arrowback and Sirius are also closely following one left and right, but their position is relatively behind, and the speed of marching is also slower. The vast army of both sides ran on the mountains, and there were basically no horses on both sides. Except for the important generals, the rest were on foot. After all, Flying Bear CI's original positioning was heavy infantry. But acting, naturally, it's like the Han tribe is so powerful, if it's too fake to catch it, so when the two sides are chasing, they will also run for a while, rest for a while, and the anvil in front of them. The militias also really used all their strength to run, but in the end there were still people who didn't support the team. This part naturally became the captive of Flying Bear Guard. It is said that it is a captive. In fact, it was picked up by the Flying Bear Guard behind the detachment. The Flying Bear Guard did not blame them, but carried it directly for treatment. In this way, after the original 3,000 militiamen ran all the way and waited for the other party to run to the periphery of Qingquan Valley and were successfully received by the Xian tribe, only 1,700 people remained in the end. It seems very real. After the original regiment and militia of the Xian tribe Qingquan Valley received the remnants of the gold elder anvil, they did not choose to fight Fei Xiangwei, but quickly retreated to the Qingquan Valley after releasing a few rounds of arrow cover. Fei Xiangwei was a little hesitant. He shook 2 laps at the entrance of Qingquan Valley, and then took the initiative to step back and camp 3 miles, forming a blockade of the valley entrance and a confrontation with the Xian tribal corps. That night, the second echelon immediately followed also reached their respective mission locations, blocking another entrance to Qingquan Valley, forming a comprehensive blockade of Qingquan Valley. As for whether it is possible for the enemy to escape from the mountain beam over the valley, Han tribe scouts understand. In the second early morning when the Qingqing Gorge War ended, Wu Benwei was still slowly and leisurely carrying various trips to Qingquan Valley. The Golden Elder Anvil and his remnants had successfully mixed into Qingquan Valley. More than 1,000 militiamen brought by the anvil first went to find their respective family wives and children, told them that the Han tribe accepted the captives, and the policies after the surrender, and then let the families of these militiamen go to the family circle to promote and strive to pull all the militia family support. On the other side, the elite Han tribes lurking in the militia with escape also dispersed and began to monitor the activities of the high-level Xian tribes separately. In order to avoid unnecessary exposure, they were not too close to being monitored. The goal is to prevent them from running. As long as the goal is still within the scope of surveillance, they will not care what the goal is. And those militiamen who had been countered by the Han tribe, in the gap before accepting the new order, they began to go to other militia teams to start a counter-planning plan. The so-called counter-planning plan is nothing more than the same old routine as before. Go to the truth that spreads things, the relationship between the separated militia and the high-level Xian tribe, coupled with the various beneficiary policies that promote the Han tribe. I believe that under the strong pressure released by the Han tribe, they all know how to choose. The situation of the Han tribe can be said to be very good. The plan currently implemented is also steadily advancing, while the Xian tribe opposite is much more tragic. In the late summer and early autumn, the Xian tribe formed a total of 5 mixed regiments, each with 2,000 troops, clan soldiers and grassland soldiers each accounting for half, for a total of 10,000, and these 5 regiments have now been captured by the Han tribe. 3. In other words, there are currently at most 2 regular military corps equipped with bamboo armor and iron weapons in Qingquan Valley, as well as nearly 4,000 or 4,000 self-provided agricultural tools without armor, and the families of those militiamen. However, this is not the case with the actual composition of the forces, because according to the Han tribe's counterplan, the 4,000 Xian tribe militia in the Qingquan Valley, and the 1,700 uprising militia brought in by the anvil, plus the militia's family members, it will soon be countered by the forces of the Han tribe. In this way, not counting the 4 guard posts of the Han army outside the Qingquan Valley, the Han tribe has formed a military advantage. The uprising militia of 5,700 people, plus the families of nearly 20,000 militiamen, 4,000 regular troops against the Shangxin tribe? This comparison of superior forces, coupled with the penetration of Jinwuvai and Hu Benwei scolding, the Han tribe can almost determine that the Xian tribe will die, and there is no second possibility at all. Chapter 846 Death of Xian. The Han army, which has already occupied a comprehensive advantage, did not rub. When Hu Ben guarded the logistics quartermaster and the Chinese army account to the front line, the blood slaughter quickly issued a tentative attack order. The 2 troops that blocked the valley entrance did not take much action, but moved forward steadily, and it seemed to be a direct assault in one breath. The Han army relied on its own shield-to-armor advantages and risked the enemy's shield and flying stones to advance, but the 2 corps of the Xian tribe had no way at all. Fortunately, the Han army's advancement was not fast. The purpose of the operation was only to put tremendous pressure on the Xian tribe to facilitate the anvil action in the Qingquan Valley. The fighting at the 2 entrances of Qingquan Valley has been back and forth, and on the beams around the valley, the fighting between the 2 sides is more intense. As the home base of the Xian tribe, Qingquan Valley has a significantly higher defense system than other places. Although the Xin tribe is not good at building cities, they have placed many hunting traps in the mountains and jungles around the Qingquan Valley. The high-level Xin tribe almost used all the available population. Almost all of the young and strong children of several elders entered the corps as soldiers. Those older or younger ones simply organized into a hunting team. They were responsible for patrolling the surrounding mountains and using the traps in Han tribes. The elite scolds are around, and the two sides are fighting, but overall, the scouts on the Han tribe have bigger results. The next day, when the Han army at the two entrances of the Qingquan Valley reached directly 200 meters from the valley, the high level of the Xin tribe in the valley was forced to go crazy. The two corps that defended the valley had suffered losses in yesterday's battle. Quite large. This is the case where the Han tribe only cares about advancing without attack. The Han tribe's armored army pushed the shield wall forward step by step, and their soldiers were so angry that they could not take the armored army at a position 30 meters away from the Han army. It's an exaggeration to say that even if they get a Han army to cut them there, it is estimated that they can't take the Han army if they cut their hands. The weapons were not good, and now the troops are stretched, so the high levels of the Huixin tribe want to mobilize the newly formed militia to the front line and join the two regiments to resist the Han army's assault. However, who had thought that the militiamen who were originally obedient to them and determined to unite and run the Han tribe could not be moved now? How could this not make them anxious? Several elders and commanders inquired, and the group of remnants brought back by the Golden Elder Anvil mixed into the militia in the Qingquan Valley. They didn't know what they said to the militia, and then the militia began to hate them. Elders come. This is a decisive battle that determines the survival of the Xin tribe. It is infighting inside itself. Isn't that nonsense? Perhaps it is because the Anvil is not the native clan of Bamboo Island after all. The high level of the Xin tribe suspected the cause of the incident to the head of the Anvil. The Xin commander could not mobilize those militiamen, and he was even more anxious and corrupt. The Anvil was escorted over, ready to question him with several elders. Anvil, I think you are skilled and successful for the tribe. You kindly let you be the golden elder of the tribe, but why do you hurt me? You honestly, what did you let your men say to those militiamen? Xin Ton led the question at the table in front of him in the lobby of his newly built mansion. The Anvil escorted by the two twisted their arms was tough. What the militiamen said, how do I know that so many people have mouths on them? What do they want to say I live in? At most, they were scared by the Han army 2 days ago and let other fellow citizens avoid the war. This is their own timidity. What can I do? You are not afraid because of your incompetence. If you failed to block the Han army in the Qingqing Gorge, take them back. Why now? Xin Tong was angry and speechless. Am I incompetent? Oh, just a little soldier, that kind of weapon, and you want to fight against the Han tribe's heavenly army. Is there shit in your head? Since you have patience, why don't you go to Qingqing Gorge to defend the line of defense? Not as afraid of death? What's the use of hiding at home and placing a lead shelf? Although the Anvil was twisted his arm, he was not afraid and guilty at all. He heard the accusation of Xion's command, but stretched his neck and stiffened it. You shut up. With a crackling sound, Xion's collar's face was red and white, and the blue chip chameleon in his hand hit the ground directly. The two elders, Bai, Gold, and Huang, Gold, jumped out directly, pointing at the Anvil's nose and yelling, Anvil, don't think you're taking yourself as a person when you're in the position of elder. You don't want to see what kind of bird you are, but you're a savage who has worked in the Han tribe. Pity you, do you think you can have today? That is, if you look at the fact that you still have a little iron, you still want to be named as a gold elder with us? Bah, don't piss and take photos of yourself. What are you doing? Rice, beans, animals, and 3 elders stood beside and did not speak. This is the agriculture of the Genexin tribe, and it is also a small group of interests. Regarding the contradiction between the 3 gold elders, they said they did not want to blend. The elder has been killed. Since the new business elder was about to leave by the Han tribe, he has not yet selected a successor. The elder who is responsible for the construction is also a pro-Chinese faction, so he stood aside without saying anything. Today's Xin tribe elders have almost died in name. Several elders and factions have looked down on each other. Even now, they do not know unity, and they are here to attack each other. Ha 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 ha, savage? What about savages? Even if Lao Zi is a savage, is it better than your dead group? When the Han tribe comes in, who will die first when you see it? The Anvil laughed and satirized. You surrendered to the Han tribe. Elder Bucking immediately looked at the Anvil with suspicion. The Golden Elders were even more furious, and Zhangguo scolded, Okay, I said how could the strength of more than 5,000 people in Qingqing Gorge lose so fast? It turned out that you actively surrendered to the Han tribe and betrayed us. The regiment, now pretending to bring more than 1,000 militiamen back to the valley, and want to sell us again? After listening to this remark, a group of elders was shocked. Commander Xin was even more furious, pointing at the nose of the anvil and asking, "Anvil, did you surrender to the Han tribe?" But at this time, I saw the anvil in the hall suddenly shaking his arms, breaking free of the two guards who twisted his arms and straightened his waist. Surrender? Ha 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 ha, what a big joke, I still used to surrender. Lao Zi was originally from the Han tribe. You, take him down, and kill me this thief. Xian Guan was furious and pointed at the anvil and ordered the guards in the hall. However, at the next moment, what he didn't expect happened. I saw the anvil that broke free from the shackles suddenly pulled out of the waist's knife, and slammed the first two steps in the upper hand. The cold light flashed in the hand. At the next moment, Xian Tua took a big head and flew up. The headless corpse was covered with blood, and then softly fell on the chair behind him, and slowly slipped to the ground. The head also fell to the ground and rolled twice, stopping at the anvil's foot. Who do I dare to move me? The anvil suddenly turned with a steel knife and looked at everyone in the hall, domineering in his mouth. Chapter 847 Xian Tribe Extermination. The sudden changes shocked everyone in the church. Several elders looked at the anvil holding a steel knife, and the headless corpses that had fallen to the ground. The elders who were honestly afraid to sit on the ground in shock. The three elders of rice, beans and animals also helped each other back a few steps backwards. The two golden elders, Huang Bai, were sober and stared that they could not believe the scene in front of them. You actually killed the commander. You are dead. The golden elder's face twitched and said, "Come here, come soon, take this rebel thief, don't let him run out." The platinum elders on the side were so scared that they ran out of the hall and called for support while running. The three elders of rice, beans and animals saw the platinum elders running out. They only reacted at this time, and even hurriedly fled. The golden elder looked at the escaping people, and he looked down on it. Instead, he stared at the two leaders who had just carried the anvil in the church. "What are you two still doing? Didn't you see him kill the commander? Kill him soon." However, the two guards just glanced at him coldly, and they didn't mean to take care of him at all. However, at this time, the guards who were outside had heard the elders' calls, and each rushed into the lobby with weapons, preparing to arrest the rebel who killed the commander. But before they rushed into the lobby, the two guards who just didn't listen to the order acted on their own, but instead of pumping the choppers, they stopped at the door, while the other guards were not prepared. On the spot, the two top-up guys who rushed were killed. The golden elder froze at once, and his face was full of incredible expressions. Looking at the two guards who suddenly betrayed in front of him, he was finally scared, pointing at the two side trembling backwards, while talking in anger. You two are also thieves of the Han tribe." However, the two guards did not take care of him at all, but continued to resist other guards who rushed in from the outside. At this moment, there was also a shouting sound in the courtyard outside the lobby. The sound of the swords clanged, accompanied by the sound of the crossbow coming from around from time to time. The sound of fighting inside and outside the courtyard did not last. It was completely quiet for a minute, leaving only a few elders who had escaped screaming in horror. "Ah, who are you? Let me go. Otherwise, none of you can go out." Suddenly there was a call from Elder Bucking outside. "Can't go out? Oh, it doesn't matter, even if I die here, my son can inherit my military skills and title, and it's worth it if I die." Another slightly rough voice also followed. "What are you doing? Don't kill us, we are the elders of the Xian tribe, we surrender, don't kill us, your leaders will be able to use us, and when the three of us know all the cultivated land and farming of the Xian tribe, you can't kill us. Yes, we surrender, don't kill us. I know how many animals there are in the Xian tribe, the annual meat and fur production, and the use of cattle. You can't kill me, otherwise your leader won't spare you. Ah, don't kill me, I surrender, you can't kill me." The rice, beans, animals, and three elders in the courtyard screamed, and the bean elders were directly scared and crazy. They only kept begging for mercy, but they didn't say what they did. "Traitor, you three traitors, the Xian tribe does not have elders like you, you all die, let me go, woo." The platinum elder watched the three elders of bean animals surrender there for mercy, and the anger directly rushed over and started fighting three people. However, before waiting for him to hit a few times, he was immediately pulled by the Han army scolders brought in by the anvil. After the bundle, he blocked his mouth, and he couldn't say a word, he could only fall on the ground and wriggle like a caterp. Don't listen to the wooing struggles in your mouth. The three elders of rice beans who indicated that they would surrender were not treated differently, and all were tied into caterpillars and plugged into their mouths. The elder is a pro-Chinese school. He highly advocates the culture of the Han tribe, especially various architectural cultures. Although he has never been to the Han tribe, he has seen some buildings with characteristics of the Han tribe in the mission. "I want to learn. But when he encountered such a thing in front of him, he didn't know what to do, begging for mercy like the three elders of Midu Animal. He stated that he did not know what capital he had, or that he did not know what value he had to the leader of the Han tribe. Because his major is there, he is a contractor who builds a house. However, the Han tribe's house is much better than he built, and the construction technology is much stronger than him. Compared with the Han tribe's architect, he is that younger brother, so he has no face and no chance to beg for mercy, because at this time he has also been tied into a caterpillar and put on his mouth, look like several other elders. You guys, are you ready? The golden elder in the lobby was overwhelmed by this situation, and he began to be scared, and he no longer dared to clamor as before. He didn't know whether the anvil and these Han troops could get out of the Qingquan Valley, but he understood that even if the anvil could not get out, they would definitely hack themselves to death first. What are you, wait to die honestly. Take him down. The anvil didn't want to take care of him at all, and told the two men who were at the door that the two immediately arrested the golden elders. If he did it, he would also be tied into dumplings. Then the anvil called someone to temporarily converge the body of Xian's command, and was ready to take it back to Luo Chan's mission, and then began to order the cleanup operation. More than 20 Jinwuvai's masterpieces lurking in, as well as the 300 scouts mixed with the militia this time, immediately began to clear the high level of the Xian tribe, led by Jinwuvai, and the scouts acted as the main force to clear all parts. The top executives of the Xian tribe are not only Xian Guan and those elders, but also the immediate family members of Xian Tuan, especially his upper and lower generations' blood relatives, Xian's brothers and sisters, and his nephews, who have become the key search targets. Now that Xinjuan is dead, these people have become the most likely to take over the position of Xian. If they are still alive, or fleeing, then even if the Han tribe won the war and occupied Bamboo Island, these people would jump out and use their blood identity to do things. What if they provoke the people of Bamboo Island to rebel everywhere? Anyway, Luo Chong is absolutely not allowed to happen. This is especially true for the families of the elders. Let's not say that the 9 nation and 3 ethnic groups are copied. At least 3 generations of immediate family members can't run. It's not important to kill or not. The most important thing is to take these people first. After controlling, and finally reporting the situation to Luo Chong will decide. As for the unlucky Xian leader, he killed him. Anyway, this person is going to die anyway, just like asking. In addition, pro-Chinese people like the elders of Tsukuba were originally large clan and veteran clan of the Xian tribe. If his immediate family members can recognize the situation like him, then Luo will not mind forgiving them. After all, Luo Chong wants a stable Bamboo Island. If it can properly promote and reuse some local veteran clan, it will have a positive impact on the rapid stability of the political situation in Bamboo Island. Who will make them more familiar with the situation of Bamboo Island, and it is more influential in the hearts of local people. The search was going very smoothly. The Jinwuvai who led the way followed the anvil to the old man on Bamboo Island. They had lived here on Bamboo Island for more than 2 years, plus deliberate reconnaissance. The situation in Bamboo Island has been touched to a clear picture, especially the situation of the elders and commanders of the Xian tribe. With these leaders, plus 300 elite Han troops who were waiting for the fierce and fearless attacks, the families of a group of elders and the families of the general commander took only about 2 hours to capture them all. The total number of people in this group is almost 5,600. The family was almost arrested according to 100 people. There are also some elder relatives who were recruited into the corps.